Chapter 1, One Click Max Level. Alternate World, Brain Storage Place. On Blue Star, in Feihong City, at Feihong Number 2 Middle School, in the restroom. Dim lights illuminated the moldy, yellowing walls. Wu Ming shivered all over and suddenly opened his eyes, as if awakened from a nightmare. The sense of confusion from waking up from a nap washed over him, and the dim environment made it hard for him to tell whether it was day or night. Where's this? He glanced around the restroom and noticed his pants were undone. So, he was in the restroom, but how did he end up here? Wasn't he at a dinner party? He remembered that bastard boss organizing a team-building event on Saturday night, and the useless supervisor demanding toasts. Could Wu Ming's 3,000 yuan salary indulge him? He immediately jumped onto the dining table, sweeping the dishes off with a Thomas spin, then dumped a bowl of rice on that supervisor's face. Damn it. If they wouldn't let him have peace, then nobody would have peace. After that, he blacked out and found himself here. At that moment, a memory surfaced from the depths of his mind, making everything clear to him. T turned out he had crossed over. Wu Ming pulled up his pants, and the complex thoughts turned into a faint sigh. He never expected that crossing over would happen to him one day. This was a high martial arts world, where the strong could fly and burrow, and sever mountains and rivers at will. Moreover, martial arts experts had long lifespans and could attain longevity. Furthermore, this planet, Blue Star, had already made contact with other civilizations in the universe and had entered the interstellar era. However, for someone like his predecessor, a lowly student, those were not things he could aspire to. The predecessor was also named Wu Ming, and his appearance was quite similar to his previous life, almost like his alternate self in this world. Unlike him, the predecessor was orphaned, timid in character, had poor martial arts aptitude, and was broke, often bullied at school. If it were Wu Ming, even if he had to die, he would still bite a piece of flesh off his bully. While Wu Ming was lost in thought, a sound of footsteps and chatter approached the restroom. Damn it, where did that bastard Wu Ming, who was born without a mother, run off to? He made us get scolded by young Masterly. Humph, he should just obediently be a punching bag, it won't kill him. Young Masterly knows how to hold back at most. He'll break a few of his bones and make him spit some blood. Why is he running? Yeah, when we find him, we'll give him a good beating and collect some interest for making us look bad. Huh, could he be hiding in the restroom? Wu Ming instantly recognized the two voices. To be precise, the predecessor's impression of them was too deep. They were the bullies. These two, along with the young Masterly they mentioned, often bullied someone like Wu Ming, who had poor martial arts aptitude and no money. Especially that young Masterly, who injured and crippled people during sparring sessions in martial arts class. Would the teacher stop it? The answer was no. Li Zhengxian was one of the three major families in Feihong City, a member of the Li family. The Li family in Feihong City, if not above the law, was at least not constrained by it. As for Li Zhengxian, he could injure or even kill others without facing any consequences. He probably enjoyed tormenting others. Last time, the predecessor was beaten until he spat blood in martial arts class, while that cold and beautiful martial arts teacher just stood there with her arms crossed, watching. Coldly. Someone in the audience asked, "Teacher, isn't Wu Ming about to be killed? Why hasn't it ended yet?" The teacher replied indifferently, "Wu Ming hasn't admitted defeat yet. Besides, for martial artists, this level of injury is nothing if he can't handle it. That's his problem." Huh. The predecessor couldn't even speak from being beaten. How could he admit defeat? The first realm of martial arts, the Blood Qi realm, was divided into 9 stages. The predecessor was so poor he could barely afford food, let alone resources to practice martial arts. He hadn't even reached the first stage of the Blood Qi realm, making him a useless martial artist. But Li Zhengxian had already reached the 6th stage of the Blood Qi realm. What kind of sparring was this? That martial arts teacher was a scumbag. Wu Ming couldn't help but laugh in anger. No wonder his chest still ached faintly. It turned out the injuries from last time hadn't healed. Perhaps the original body died in the restroom due to this injury flaring up, and that's how he soul-crossed here. These bastards didn't see him as a human. They wanted him dead. In his previous life, his supervisor forced him to toast, and Wu Ming dumped rice on his head. Now, someone wanted him dead. Could he tolerate that? Could he indulge it? In a moment of thought, Wu Ming grinned savagely, various plans flowing through his mind. He was going to blow those idiots up. However, he quickly calmed down. This was a high martial arts world, and Li Zhengxian had a martial arts cultivation of the 6th stage of Blood Qi. Teacher Qin Shui had even broken through the Blood Qi realm. It seemed his plans might be hard to implement, Just then, a light screen appeared before his eyes. Name: Wu Ming. Cultivation method: Blue Star Federation, 6th basic stance beginner, 8 directions palm beginner. Characteristics: none. Realm: none. Skill points: this is a golden finger? With a little focus, Wu Ming figured out how to use this thing. Isn't this a skill panel? One that can allocate points. Having been deeply influenced by game novels in his previous life, he was quite familiar with this, and the cultivation methods listed were also very familiar: basic stance and palm. Techniques distributed by the school. But what was this skill point about? Is it the infinite one I understand? Let's give it a try. Wu Ming's mind pressed the plus sign behind the basic stance, and he saw the words representing the progress of the cultivation method rapidly jump: beginner minor achievement, major achievement completion. While the skill points remained unchanged, still, the basic stance instantly reached completion. Boundless blood qi flooded his body like water with no roots. Wu Ming's body underwent tremendous changes. His weak arms transformed from skin and bones to muscular and bulging, and the slightly loose clothes he wore instantly became tight. His height gradually increased until his pants could no longer cover his ankles. Finally, the powerful blood qi radiated from him, causing ripples in the air. Realm: none blood qi realm, 9th stage. Characteristics: none blood qi smoke signal. Wow, this is simply powerful, strong, and domineering. Wu Ming felt an unprecedented strength in his body. Such a wonderful and pleasant state. Of course, what delighted him even more was the endless skill points, which meant he was only lacking cultivation methods. As long as he had a cultivation method, he could instantly become a god. With such a golden finger, he would definitely be able to smash those scumbags to pieces. But was it just about smashing those scumbags? No, with such a golden finger, what could stop him? For the rest of his life, he could do whatever he wanted, and nothing could hinder him anymore. In a light screen panel unfolding before him, he pressed the plus sign again, and the progress behind the 8 directions palm rapidly jumped: beginner minor achievement, major achievement completion. In an instant, another cultivation method was leveled up to completion. It was as if he had studied this palm technique for decades, having practiced it countless times, with the moves flowing as he wished. Not just the moves, the completion of the cultivation method also reflected on his physique. That moment, it seemed his body had used this palm technique through countless battles, forming muscle memory. What scenes used which moves? His hands moved faster than his brain. Simultaneously, after mastering this palm technique, Wu Ming comprehended its essence, which was to strike in all directions. This move was swift, fast enough to intercept attacks from all directions. Characteristics: blood qi smoke signal, striking in all directions. With both current cultivation methods maxed out, Wu Ming let out a silent, savage smile. Now it was time to collect some interest. Chapter 2: No sleeping in the restroom. At this time, the two outside noticed that one of the stalls in the restroom was closed. Soon, they walked to the stall door and knocked bang 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 with their fists against the iron door, leaving indents on it. The two had often been dogged for Li Zhengqian, wagging their tails for favors, and had received quite a few resources, with their martial arts cultivation reaching around the 3rd stage of blood qi. Are you inside, Wu Ming? Hurry up and come out. Are you hiding here because your skin is itchy? The two followed Li Zhengqian around. So even if it wasn't Wu Ming inside, who would dare to offend them? Not talking, huh? Damn it. Let's break the door down. One person pretended to smash the door, but it suddenly opened inward, revealing a figure. The figure stepped forward. Dim light shining on his physique was Wu Ming, wearing a strange smile as he slowly walked out. It really is you. Do you want to die? I told you to come out. Why are you smiling, huh? Wu Ming, why aren't you in martial arts class? Why are you hiding in the bathroom? Do you know that Li Xiao is very unhappy about this? Huh? Do you think you should die for it? One person cursed while walking up to Wu Ming. Wu Ming remained silent, only showing that strange smile. Seeing Wu Ming still smiling eerily, the guy snorted coldly. Humph, I'll deal with you first and see if you still dare to smile. Don't let you run next time. Saying this, he naturally placed his hand on Wu Ming's shoulder and applied some force. He had always enjoyed this with his strength at the 3rd stage of qi and blood realm. Just a little pressure could make these weaklings cry and their legs go soft. He savored that feeling, that sense of control over others, as if he had become someone like Li Xiao, high and mighty, able to dictate the lives of others. However, he quickly sensed something was off. Wu Ming's shoulders felt much sturdier, unlike the weak frame before, And why hadn't Wu Ming started screaming in pain yet? Usually, at this stage, Wu Ming would already be begging him on his knees. Hurry up and finish this. Take him back, that if Li Xiao waits too long, we'll be in for it, his accomplice urged as he remained silent for too long. Seems like you can endure. He felt embarrassed in front of his partner and was wasting Li Xiao's time, ultimately blaming it all on Wu Ming, and prepared to use all his strength to crush Wu Ming's bones. At that moment, Wu Ming's hand gripped his wrist. He thought Wu Ming was finally in pain and laughed. Now begging for mercy? Too late, but as Wu Ming exerted force, cracking sounds immediately followed, and that guy's wrist was crushed down to the thickness of a bottleneck. He instantly let out a scream that echoed throughout the building. His wrist was shattered, his hand drooping uselessly, with only a layer of skin holding the flesh together between his forearm and palm. My hand is ruined. How dare you? He looked helplessly at his mangled hand, unsure how to treat the injury with his remaining good hand. Wu Ming, what have you done? Another person, seeing his companion scream, rushed over to grab Wu Ming. What am I doing? I'm just doing what you guys have been doing all along. Why are you reacting so much? Wu Ming said with a smile, casually reaching out his right hand to grip the attacking hand. What? Wu Ming twisted his arm, instantly twisting his entire arm into a spiral shape. Before he could react, Wu Ming kicked his knee, cracking it inward, and his leg was directly kicked into a reverse joint. Another loud scream erupted. Stop screaming. It's annoying, Wu Ming said impatiently, as their screams were bothering his ears. But the guy couldn't care less about Wu Ming. The pain was unbearable, and he continued to scream. However, as Wu Ming swung his palm and slapped him across the face, boom, he was instantly knocked to the ground, several teeth flying out, and his entire face was deformed. Falling into the deep sleep that countless people dream of, his screams naturally ceasing, the world finally quieted down. Wu Ming thought to himself, classic mechanics really work while talking to these people was useless. He shifted his gaze to the other one. At this moment, he was protecting his hand, not knowing whether it was from pain or fear, with snot dripping down to his mouth without wiping it away. Realizing Wu Ming's gaze, his dazed expression finally returned to some semblance of awareness. He didn't understand why Wu Ming had undergone such a drastic change. He had clearly been a weakling before, but suddenly transformed into a soaring eagle. Had Wu Ming been hiding his strength? But what was his motive? He couldn't figure it out. Besides hiding his strength, the sudden increase in power seemed even more absurd to him. Any martial artist's improvement was slow and traceable. Even geniuses needed time to grow. How could someone suddenly become stronger? Could they reconcile? Thinking this, he suppressed his hatred and flattered. Wu Ming, so you're this strong? Why didn't you say so earlier? Now, there's this misunderstanding. Wu Ming ignored his rambling, smiling as he approached him. What are you babbling about? Are you done? Because I'm about to make my move. Seeing that Wu Ming was unyielding, he switched his flattering expression to a cold one. Wu Ming, even if you have some strength, in front of Li Xiao, you're still just a firefly, in front of the bright moon. Moreover, the Li family's power in Feihong City is beyond your comprehension. Offending the Li family means you're dead. There won't be a place for you in all of Feihong City. Before he could finish, he turned and ran out of the bathroom, realizing he couldn't reconcile and wanted to escape. But he couldn't run faster than Wu Ming. Before he could even reach the door, Wu Ming grabbed the back of his collar and pulled him back. Wu Ming grabbed his hair, pulling his head close, smiling. I'll deal with Li Zhengqian later. As for you, I initially thought about smashing your head in with one punch, but then I thought that would be too easy for you. So I decided to break your limbs and throw you into the toilet for your classmates to come and see during the break. What do you think? Wu Ming, how dare you? Wait for me. Before he could finish, Wu Ming's slap sent him into a deep sleep. Moments later, Wu Ming clapped his hands, slowly exhaling a breath, and behind him, two people with severed limbs lay face down in the toilet, sleeping soundly. Wu Ming pulled out a stack of cash he had just found on the two thugs. With this money, he could live comfortably for the next month without needing a part-time job. No wonder they were Li Zhengqian's lackeys. They carried so much cash. Considerate interest he earned from them. After putting the cash back into his pocket, Wu Ming walked out of the bathroom with his hands in his pockets, whistling. Chapter 3, Are You Deaf? After leaving the restroom, Wu Ming followed the route in his memory and arrived at their martial arts classroom. Before he entered, he could already hear the dull sound of fists hitting flesh and the cries of pain from someone. It must be Li Zhengqian. using someone as a punching bag again, right? Wu Ming slightly suppressed his sinister smile and pushed the door open. Sure enough, in the middle of the classroom was a padded area, primarily used for sparring. Next to it were some exercise equipment, and a few classmates were sitting or standing by, watching the fight. However, there wasn't much to see. It was Li Zhengxian who was beating someone down. He was recognized as the strongest in their class, and no one could match him. He also liked to pick on the weakest, so there wasn't much entertainment in that. As soon as Wu Ming walked in, all eyes turned to him. It's Wu Ming. He's back. Did those two lackeys catch him? Shoo, don't let him hear you. He'll tear you apart. Well, he couldn't escape. Where could he have gone? Oomph. It would have been fine if he was just the one getting beaten, but now he's causing others to take the hits for him. Exactly. What a troublemaker. And he still has the face to laugh? This guy is truly despicable, clearly oppressed, yet because the source of oppression is too powerful, he can only turn around and bully those even weaker. The so-called anger of the weak is just that. Oh right, he also likes to gossip, which only adds to his sins. Wu Ming chuckled as he walked over to the gossiping classmate, gently patting his face. Classmate, what is wrong with me loving to laugh? Is it not allowed? The classmate was clearly angered, seeing Wu Ming, a lowly existence, dare to humiliate him like that. He was about to stand up and teach Wu Ming a lesson. However, Wu Ming's left hand pressed down on his shoulder, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't shake off that pressure, remaining stuck on the ground and unable to rise. How boring, Wu Ming thought as he watched the struggling classmate. With a swift motion, he slapped him down to the ground, leaving him motionless. If anyone gossips again, and I hear it, they'll end up like this, he said, pointing at the classmate. Of course, he didn't kill him. He just put him to sleep. Wu Ming was still careful. If this were in the wilderness, he might have taken his head off. But not here. This sudden turn of events shocked the surrounding classmates, who instinctively moved away from Wu Ming and closed their mouths, fearing that Wu Ming might slap them down as well. He had just gone to the restroom, but now he seemed like a completely different person, and his strength had apparently increased several levels. Had he been hiding his power? The martial arts teacher, Qin Shui, also noticed this change. She was a woman in her late 20s, with short brown hair that reached her ears. According to Wu Ming's previous life as perspective, she looked like a mature woman. During classes, she often wore shorts or yoga pants due to the need for large movements, showcasing her beautiful body curves. For instance, in this class, she wore yoga shorts. Her two fair thighs crossed, barefoot and swaying lightly. The boys loved to look, but dared not stare for if caught. They would be in for a rough time during martial arts class. However, Li Zhengxian was an exception. He not only looked openly, but was also rumored to have spent time alone with teacher Qin Shui after class in the martial arts room. At this moment, Qin Shui furrowed her brows slightly, her pink lips parted, and she coldly said, Wu Ming, what are you doing? Just because a classmate said a few words, you have to go so hard on them? Damn it, a scumbag is still a scumbag. Looking good doesn't change that. Wu Ming cursed inwardly, knowing she was aware of the situation, yet still had the cheek to ask him. He narrowed his eyes and said, then why aren't you questioning Li Zhengxian, who has beaten his opponent to the brink of death? May I ask? Qin Shui was taken aback. She didn't expect Wu Ming to talk back. She didn't care that he had knocked someone down. She was concerned about someone disrupting her classroom discipline, her authority. As for Li Zhengxian, how could Wu Ming compare to him? Li Zhengxian was the son of the Li family, born in Rome, and had reached the 6th level of blood energy at a young age. Even she had to rely on Li Zhengxian to gain cultivation resources. Wu Ming was just a waste. Her brows furrowed deeper, and without answering, she coldly stated, Wu Ming, you have disrupted class and will receive a demerit. Wu Ming remained expressionless. The last time he had no expression was when he had food dumped on his head. He was speechless, not wanting to argue with these people and waste time. Classical mechanics were much more effective. Meanwhile, Li Zhengxian looked over, surveyed the room, and asked Wu Ming, my two lackeys want to find you, right? Why didn't they come back with you? Wu Ming remained silent. He was too lazy to waste breath on them. He just wanted to either beat everyone here or be beaten to death by them. Seeing Wu Ming daring to ignore him, Li Zhengxian was furious and amused. He kicked the opponent lying on the ground out of the padded area and said to Qin Shui, Teacher Qin, I see Wu Ming has been practicing well lately. I'll spar with him and get him some pointers. He emphasized the word pointers. Hearing Li Zhengxian speak, Qin Shui's brows relaxed, and she said, good. With a senior like you guiding him, he doesn't know how grateful he should be. Wu Ming, hurry up and go. Wu Ming smiled. This was just what he wanted. He leaped 2 or 3 steps into the padded area, excitedly shaking at the thought of finally being able to beat this idiot. Seeing Wu Ming's reaction, Li Zhengxian thought he was trembling with fear and chuckled, don't worry, I'll go easy on you. Before he could finish, he saw Wu Ming suddenly appear in front of him. What? So fast. He couldn't react at all. What met him was a vicious whip kick that struck his abdomen, bending his entire body into a U shape. Under this immense force, he couldn't help but spit blood, as if his entire abdomen had been broken. So weak, so weak, so weak. Wu Ming's manic whispers echoed in Li Zhengxian's ears. His body, originally about to be sent flying from the impact, was caught by Wu Ming by his hair, stopping him from flying away. Then, Wu Ming concealed his right hand at his waist, gathering strength like a full moon bow, power coursing through his body, accompanied by Wu Ming's maniacal laughter. He unleashed a powerful punch. If you can't block it, just die. Li Zhengxian had just raised his hands to shield his face when Wu Ming's fist came flying in. Boom! First, his hands were shattered, then his face. Even with the buffer of his hands, his nose was broken, his eyes bulged, his teeth shattered, and his fist embedded itself into his skull. Li Zhengxian was sent flying by this punch, crashing to the ground, motionless. With a smile on his face, Wu Ming moved forward. He was getting a bit carried away and was about to finish off Li Zhengxian. At this moment, Qin Shui finally reacted, blocking Wu Ming's path and letting out a sharp cry. Wu Ming, how dare you? Wu Ming slightly came to his senses and laughed. What? Didn't you tell me to spar with Li Zhengxian? I didn't expect him to be so weak. I haven't even used any martial skills. And he is already down. He has been very tough, hasn't he? Qin Shui felt despair in her heart. Her face twisted. It was over. Everything was over. How could she explain this to the Li family? She looked at Wu Ming and shouted, Wu Ming, you're dead. How could you beat Zhengxian like this? The more she reacted like this, the more excited Wu Ming became. He laughed heartily. I already said he never admitted defeat, so I just kept hitting him. Are you deaf? Chapter 4. Breathing out, Wu Ming laughed heartily, feeling exhilarated. The suffering of his enemies was pure joy for him. He said, what? Not admitting defeat means we can keep fighting. That's your rule, right? Did you choose it, teacher? Or are you having an affair with him? Want to climb the Li family tree? He can hit others, but others can't hit him. Qin Shui didn't know if she was hit where it hurt or just wanted to vent her current anger, shouting, you're looking for death, and then leaping forward to attack. Qin Shui was furious, but Wu Ming was not intimidated. This was the effect he wanted. Come on. The previous few useless opponents couldn't even force him to use his 8 directions palm technique. He was simply using the power and speed of his body to defeat them. And it wasn't satisfying at all. Wu Ming immediately charged forward. The onlookers were dumbfounded. The direction of the events far exceeded their expectations. Initially, they thought Wu Ming would go up and be beaten to a pulp by Li Zhengxian, ending the martial arts class. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Li Zhengxian went down on his knees, reduced to a dead dog lying in the distance, defeated by Wu Ming. And now, Wu Ming was actually going to fight Teacher Qin? Had he gone mad? It should be noted that although Teacher Qin's combat ability was not outstanding among the teachers, she was far from being a genius. After all, she was from a different era, having trained for 10 years or even longer than them. Even if her talent was lacking, she had managed to break through to the Bloodchi realm and become a skin-tempering realm expert. Not to mention that her proficiency in martial arts was certainly much higher than that of her students. Speaking of the skin-tempering realm, it has 3 stages: copper skin, iron skin, and jade skin. In the copper skin stage, normal knives and axes can no longer harm the martial artist. In the iron skin stage, even small caliber firearms cannot penetrate the martial artist's skin. By the time one reaches the jade skin stage, the skin is not only much tougher than the previous 2 stages, but also possesses strong buffering capabilities. At this point, even blunt objects will have some damage filtered out, allowing them to withstand attacks from general large caliber firearms. Teacher Qin was not particularly talented. She was only in the early stage of the skin tempering realm, which meant she was at the copper skin stage. But she was still far stronger than Wu Ming. Was Wu Ming really going to hit her with his head? Enraged, Teacher Qin quickly approached Wu Ming. Stepping forward with her left foot, she shouted, and a claw with a whistling wind struck fiercely towards Wu Ming's chest. If it landed, it could directly tear out a person's internal organs. Wu Ming wouldn't avoid her attack. He unleashed the 8 directions palm technique with full force. Bang, bang, bang. The clash of palms and claws immediately sent waves of transparent ripples through the air, and the students watching from distance felt the gusts of wind rising with their fight. What? Wu Ming can actually fight with Teacher Qin? I don't think so. He's just holding on. He'll be defeated soon. Although the skin-tempering realm emphasizes defense, there are also slight improvements in other aspects. Not to mention that Teacher Qin's martial arts were more refined. You know a lot. I'll listen to you. In fact, Wu Ming felt that every palm strike against Qin Shui's skin was like hitting iron. After exchanging blows for over a dozen rounds, Qin Shui showed little reaction, while his palms turned red. Seeing Wu Ming tire a bit, Qin Shui rarely smiled and said, "Humph. Do you think you can reverse the battle from the blood chi realm against the skin-tempering realm? Do you think you're a genius? Accept your death." Qin Shui spun and kicked, and Wu Ming saw a white flash before his eyes. However, he didn't have time to look. He raised his hand and struck out, blocking Qin Shui's attack while retreating a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Ming fully circulated the blood chi within him. Blood chi smoke. Activate. Boom. Wu Ming suddenly shook and unleashed a surge of energy, the terrifying blood chi rapidly circulating within him, radiating high temperatures that distorted the air, forming a wolf smoke shape around him. Qin Shui, who was chasing him, was stunned. What kind of technique is this? Could it be the legendary blood chi smoke? How is that possible? Isn't that ability only achievable by perfecting a stance technique? In fact, Wu Ming was unaware that for an average person, perfecting a stance technique leads them to the 9th stage of the blood chi realm, and the cost to reach perfection afterward is too great. So most only train to a high level and then focus on breaking through to the blood chi realm or refining their martial arts. Very few reach perfection. But Wu Ming didn't care about any of that. He directly achieved perfection, and the same went for the 8 directions palm technique. After unleashing the blood chi smoke, all the blood chi in Wu Ming's body boiled, and he felt his strength surge, starting to turn the tide. Bang, bang, bang. Wu Ming pressed down on Qin Shui with palm strikes, his hands moving like a pile driver, showing no signs of stopping. Qin Shui gradually couldn't keep up and could only passively take the hits. Seeing the opportunity, Wu Ming shouted, "Palm out, 8 directions." With a light shout, his palm left behind after images as he unleashed dozens of strikes in an instant, simultaneously feeling a portion of his blood chi being drained. Qin Shui only saw Wu Ming's palm swipe, and then dozens of palm prints struck her simultaneously. These strikes were real, hitting her body squarely, causing her to spit blood. Unable to defend it all. What technique is this? Wu Ming has been using the 8 directions palm technique all along. Is this another ability of perfection? How is that possible? Qin Shui was dazed, her eyes full of stars, unable to believe she was going to be defeated by a student. Am I really that weak? What kind of strength does it take to become a teacher? Answer me. As Wu Ming continued to taunt while unleashing the essence of the 8 directions palm technique, he shouted, "Palm out, 8 directions. Palm out, 8 directions. Palm out, 8 directions." Triple combo. Zong, zong, zong. Qin Shui was directly knocked to her knees, and with the final palm strike, Wu Ming hit her on the head, sending her flying backward, rolling several times before going still. At this moment, Wu Ming's aura exploded, his arms turning red and continuously emitting waves of white mist, which was terrifying. As he gradually withdrew his energy, the onlooking students finally came back to their senses from their shock. My God, what did I just see? The teacher didn't defeat Wu Ming. Is this real? It can't be. Slap me and see if I'm dreaming. Ah, you're really slapping me? That hurts, it's real. Awesome. That felt great. I wanted to do that for a long time. Wu Ming is actually this strong. Hey, don't be too quick to envy. I think Wu Ming is finished. Not only did he beat the young master of the Li family half to death, but he also beat the teacher. I can't imagine how the Li family will retaliate, and the school will definitely give him a hard time. No way, bro. Do you get it? I remember you just said Wu Ming wasn't a match for Teacher Qin. That's different. This time, if Wu Ming is fine, I'll eat it, okay? Big trouble. Go find a teacher. Chapter 5 You did, well you mean because Li Zhengxian and his 2 lackeys bullied you. You first used ruthless means to severely injure them. Later, upon discovering that Teacher Qin Shui colluded with Li Zhengxian, you escalated the situation and caused Teacher Qin Shui to suffer internal bleeding and a concussion. Is that correct? In the student affairs office, a man dressed in formal attire, with graying hair meticulously combed, looked at the file in his hand with a peculiar expression and asked, "Yes, that's indeed the case." Wu Ming nodded. "Very well," the man said lightly. What? Even with Wu Ming's 2 lifetimes of experience, he was somewhat surprised. Did he just say "very well," implying that he fought well? I said, "You did well." The man looked at Wu Ming and smiled faintly. "You must be very curious, right? Beating up classmates and teachers, whether justified or not. I should discipline you, even expel you." I said you did well. Can you guess why? The man leaned back in his chair, adopting a more comfortable posture while looking at Wu Ming. Is it a matter of stance? Wu Ming pondered. Correct. It seems your mind isn't as direct as your actions. The man chuckled. Of course not. I just prefer to use direct methods. Isn't power meant to be used? If one possesses power but does not use it, what is the difference from having no power at all? Wu Ming said. That may be true, but not everyone possesses the power to solve all problems. The man agreed while slightly shaking his head. What you just said is correct. The reason I said you did well is that our stance is different from the Li family's. To understand this, we must start from 100 years ago. 100 years ago, the Crimson Civilization Vanguard Army arrived at the planetary system where Blue Star is located with their cosmic battleships and discovered the existence of Blue Star. The Crimson Civilization has a sphere of influence that spans hundreds of planetary systems, has achieved interstellar migration, and possesses hundreds of habitable planets. The newly discovered Blue Star was a new planet suitable for colonization. Although Blue Star was not the first planet with intelligent life discovered by the Crimson Civilization, the cultivation system on Blue Star truly shocked the Crimson Civilization. This was the first time they encountered intelligent life with such astonishing personal power. At that time, the strongest being on Blue Star burned his own life force and shattered several proud cosmic battleships of the Crimson Civilization. But unfortunately, that strong being ultimately perished. As the battle progressed, even though the Crimson Civilization held the upper hand, they found themselves in a difficult position. On one hand, the shock brought by that martial arts expert was too great, and they could not confirm whether Blue Star still had other incomprehensible weapons. On the other hand, they were also coveting Blue Star's cultivation system and were unwilling to deploy destructive weapons. Later, the Crimson Civilization signed a peace treaty with Blue Star, allowing Blue Star to become the first peaceful diplomatic planet of the Crimson Civilization, rather than a colonized planet. However, the Crimson Civilization had ulterior motives over the years. They have supported emerging families and martial arts experts on Blue Star to compete for positions in the Blue Star Federation. They hoped that one day they could replace all Blue Star representatives with their own people, thus obtaining not only the complete inheritance of Blue Star, but also a batch of biologically powerful weapons. Currently, Blue Star is divided into two major factions. One is led by a group of powerful martial artists who surrendered during the war, supported by the Crimson Civilization, advocating for the integration of Blue Star into the Crimson Civilization. The other is led by a group of powerful martial artists who resisted to the end during the war, supported by some old-school factions advocating that Blue Star should belong to the Blue Star people. Although the existence of these two factions is not publicly acknowledged, anyone with a bit of power knows of their existence, as they are often members of these factions. The two factions have been in constant conflict for decades. The Li family in Feihong City is part of the integration faction. Over the years, with the support of the Crimson Civilization behind them, the integration faction has not only gained immense power, but, with the aid of biotechnology, also surpasses us in individual strength. In short, the competition between the two factions is very fierce right now. Therefore, we have been striving to recruit fresh blood. You have good potential, and your background is clean, which fits our requirements perfectly. What are the benefits? Wu Ming was a very realistic person. Haha, benefits? Just take recent events as an example. Even if you were to kill Li Zhengxian, what of it? The Li family still wouldn't dare to act against you openly, because the principal and the city lord are both our people. In Feihong City, it's not their integration faction that can dominate everything. Looking further, the greater your potential, the more you contribute to us, and the more resources we will invest in you. You must know that most of the cultivation techniques are currently in our hands. Oh, upon hearing about cultivation techniques, Wu Ming's eyes lit up, but he immediately asked, then what is the price? The price is that we have to face countless powerful beings supported by a strong civilization. Moreover, after you formally join the pure faction, the greater your displayed potential. The more the integration faction will target you openly and secretly assassinate you. Furthermore, if it is discovered that you betray the pure faction, the entire pure faction will launch a manhunt against you. Killing you would yield a significant contribution. So what do you think? Have you made up your mind? I made up my mind. I want to join the pure faction. In fact, Wu Ming didn't even need to think about it. He had no choice. Even though his golden finger was so powerful, without cultivation techniques, it would still be of no use. The pure faction, as a collection of old-school forces, possessed the vast majority of cultivation techniques. Moreover, he couldn't join the integration faction. Of course, he might be able to establish his own faction in the future, but with his current strength, he couldn't. A wise choice. The man nodded and took out a document from the cabinet. Please recite a martial arts oath according to the template above. Wu Ming took it and glanced at it, noting phrases like fighting for the pure faction, As long as I exist, Blue Star exists, and that betrayal would lead to a shattered heart and a regression in cultivation, among others. Does this thing really work? Of course, Wu Ming still read it out loud, according to the requirements. After Wu Ming finished reciting the oath, the man stood up, extended his hand, and smiled. Welcome to the Pure Faction. My name is Zhang Chengwu, but you can call me Director Zhang at school. Wu Ming also stood up, shook Zhang Chengwu's extended hand lightly, and said, Wu Ming. Then he couldn't help but ask, is that all? Just that martial arts oath? Is it really effective? Zhang Chengwu smiled. Of course, it's not just that. The martial arts oath is merely a requirement from some martial arts elders. In fact, while we were talking just now, I recorded your pupil patterns, fingerprints, and even extracted your genes. Remember, if you use Crimson Civilization's agents, it will alter your genes, which is also a basis for betrayal. Now, this information has been updated to all personal terminals of the Pure Faction. Anyone with higher authority than you can see this information. What? Wu Ming was shocked. To collect so much information while they were talking, without him noticing? What level of strongman was Zhang Chengwu? Seeing Wu Ming's incredulous expression, Zhang Chengwu smiled even wider, patted his shoulder, and said, You've done well to reach the 9th stage of blood energy at your age. I'm much older than you. As long as you continue working hard, you will reach this level. If Zhang Chengwu knew that before today, Wu Ming hadn't even reached the 1st stage of blood energy, and that he had jumped from 0 to the 9th stage in an instant, his eyes would probably pop out. After speaking, Zhang Chengwu took out a device that looked like a smartphone and handed it to Wu Ming. This is your personal terminal. In the future, for anything related to the Pure Faction, communicate through this. At the same time, this terminal supports exchanging resources and martial arts with contribution points from a Pure Sect. After resources are exchanged, they need to wait for delivery, while martial arts can be viewed directly after exchange. Since you have just joined the Pure Sect, you have 100 contribution points. Got it, then I'll head back first. Wu Ming put the terminal in his pocket and was about to leave, as he couldn't wait to exchange for martial arts. By the way, I heard that the school's library also has some common martial arts. He wasn't picky and planned to stroll over to take a look. Go ahead. Zhang Chengwu nodded. After saying that, Wu Ming swaggered out of the student affairs office. Chapter 6. Fusion of Martial Arts Brother. Didn't you say that Wu Ming could barely get through the school gate? How come I see him swaggering out from the student area? How is that possible? Don't worry. Such a big matter will definitely be announced by the school. We just need to wait for the announcement. Look, the announcement is out. Let me see. It says that during the martial arts class, student Wu Ming was bullied jointly by teachers and classmates, and in self-defense, he caused them serious injuries, which had an extremely bad impact. Therefore, student Wu Ming is given a notice of criticism as a warning. Wait, I understand every word, but how come I don't get it when they're put together? An extremely bad outcome is just a notice of criticism? Shouldn't he be expelled? Is this not just promoting his achievement of injuring teachers beyond his level? May I ask? It's a server-wide announcement, right? 666. The achievements can be verified. There's a dark scheme. ISNT Wu Ming, an orphan since childhood, with no power and no money. Where could the dark scheme come from? Wu Ming is completely unaware of this and is now wandering around the library. Although the library of Feihong No. 2 Middle School doesn't have as many martial arts books as the Pure School, it still contains some basic martial arts knowledge books, along with some free basic stances and martial arts. With a mindset of it being better to learn than not, Wu Ming slowly pushed the door open. Inside, there were only a few people, all immersed in their own worlds, and no one was talking. Wu Ming took out his phone and opened an app that he downloaded since the beginning of school. Apart from borrowing basic stance skills and the 8 directions palm once, this was the second time the app had been opened. Wu Ming searched for the books he wanted to read and quickly found the corresponding bookshelf. He pulled out the book he wanted to read and quickly absorbed the knowledge. As he continued reading, his basic knowledge of martial arts was continuously supplemented. In martial arts realms, the Qi and Blood realm is the foundation building stage. The strength of the Qi and Blood built during this stage is like a foundation. Although both good and bad foundations can support a house, a good foundation allows the house to be built higher and more stable. Then comes the refining of essence, energy, and spirit. Among them, refining essence specifically refers to the skin refining realm, bone and flesh realm, and organ realm. After completing these 3 realms, a martial artist's body becomes perfect and invulnerable to disease, living up to 3 cycles of 60 years, which means they can live for 180 years. Their combat power manifests as being able to withstand supersonic missile strikes, easily shattering main battle tanks with a punch and kicking through the load-bearing pillars of a 100-story building. Refining energy specifically refers to the gathering energy realm, chi realm, and sky control realm. As for refining spirit, it consists of the divine realm, myriad manifestations realm, and true self realm. Upon achieving the perfection of refining essence, energy, and spirit, the three flowers gather at the top, allowing the manifestation of Dharma forms, which is the Dharma form realm. The book quotes an ancient text that states, a powerful being in the Dharma form realm can manifest a Dharma form, towering 10,000 feet high and with various appearances, either three-headed and six-armed, or with a green face and fangs, capable of sinking continental plates with a single blow. The realm stops here, but according to the author of the book, martial arts goes far beyond this, with more realms to explore. Wu Ming was silent. If the Dharma form realm can sink a continent with one strike, it's no wonder that in the events of a century ago, a strong person shattered a cosmic warship with bare hands. The upper limit of martial arts in this world is indeed frighteningly high, but the higher the limit, the more excited Wu Ming became, because the higher the upper limit of the techniques, the higher his own limit could be. As for creating his own techniques, he had thought about it, but he knew it wasn't something he could accomplish at this moment. Next came the classification of techniques. Techniques are divided into those that enhance realms and those that release the power of realms. However, they are generally classified into 4 tiers: human, earth, heaven, and saint, with each tier further divided into 9 levels. They correspond to chi and blood, refining essence, refining energy, refining spirit, and Dharma form. Techniques like the basic stance and 8 directions palm are simply the most basic techniques of a human tier, level 1. The better the technique, the more solid the foundation it builds. Achieving perfection with such techniques often results in being invincible at the same tier. Lower tier techniques often have high consumption but small boosts, while higher tier techniques are the opposite. After finishing reading, Wu Ming let out a slight breath and began to add all the free techniques to his panel. Name: Wu Ming technique. Basic stance, perfection. 8 directions palm, perfection. Sunyan stance, entry. Bear stance, entry. Characteristics: Qi and blood smoke signal. Palm of the 8 directions realm. Qi and blood 9 stages. As he continued to add, after incorporating a dozen stance techniques, a message suddenly popped up on the panel. Detected excessive similar techniques. Would you like to trigger beneficial fusion? Wu Ming was slightly taken aback, but quickly reacted. There's a hidden function? Beneficial fusion? It must be fused. He saw the subsequent stance techniques continuously twisting until they turned into black smoke and merged into the original basic stance. The characters of basic stance slowly twisted and transformed into 4 new large characters, 9 dragon stance, with the progress dropping to minor success. But this was not a problem for Wu Ming, as he could easily click it to perfection afterward. His thoughts clicked on 9 dragon stance and found that it was actually a human tier, level 9 technique. Raising it here would probably cause too much of a stir. Since he had finished reading all the books he wanted, he decided to leave directly. So he quickly left the library and headed toward the restroom. As for why the restroom? Well, a bit of noise there is understandable, and besides, there are fewer people. On the way, he took out the personal terminal that Cheng Wu had given him and started checking the techniques he could exchange. He first checked the stance techniques and found that basically, he could exchange a level 1 human tier stance with just a few contribution points, but the higher the level of the stance, the higher the price. He saw a level 8 human tier stance that required a full 200 contribution points to exchange. However, he currently only had a mere 100 points of contribution. But thinking back to how he had just fused a bunch of free level 1 human tier stances into a level 9 human tier stance, he felt a bit better. Wouldn't he save a few hundred contribution points this way? Then he started searching for the techniques of the skin refining realm. It's important to know that the techniques in this world are likely split into separate realms for strict control. For example, for the skin refining realm, what he saw were all Jade Void Refining Essence Mysterious Technique, Skin Refining Edition. Having learned from past experience, Wu Ming planned to exchange several low-level skin refining techniques to fuse into a higher-level technique. However, he found that the cheapest skin refining techniques basically required over 50 contribution points, so he had to temporarily give up and first exchange 1 skin refining edition, and wait until he had more contribution points to exchange for others to synthesize. With this in mind, he casually exchanged 4 Jade Void Refining Essence Mysterious Technique, Skin Refining Edition, with the intention of expanding his knowledge. He then searched for relevant content on the Dharma form. Soon, the terminal popped up with search results, and there was only 1 technique. Divine Might Annihilation Mixed Yuan Myriad Manifestation Heart Sutra. Technique details. insufficient permissions. Exchange price, insufficient permissions. Chapter 7. Crazy improvement. Although Wu Ming was envious of this seemingly awesome technique, he definitely couldn't obtain it right now. Not even having enough permissions to view the introduction. Alright, first, set a small goal for himself. Obtain this technique. As for the methods of gaining contribution points and enhancing permissions, it was also mentioned in the personal terminal. Every pure faction member has a personal terminal, which includes software that provides a taskbar function. On the taskbar, in addition to some official tasks released by the organization, individuals can also spend contribution points to post tasks. Of course, personal tasks need to go through official review. Not just any task can be posted. Completing these tasks allows one to gain contribution points, and accumulating a specific amount of contribution points will lead to a promotion in permissions. Wu Ming opened the software, and it prompted, "First time use, please enter your nickname." Wu Ming casually typed in Nameless. "Welcome newcomer Nameless. Looking forward to your contributions." Permissions, ordinary member, 1001000. Accumulated contribution, 40, current remaining contribution. He successfully entered. The taskbar displayed various tasks, and Wu Ming filtered the strength range to Blood Qi Realm, Skin Refinement Realm, and a location to Feihong City, which significantly reduced the number of tasks. There are also some tasks for martial arts consultation and hunting traders. Wu Ming clicked on a consultation task. It had a detailed description of the task, including the conditions that needed to be met and the contribution points reward. Scrolling down, he could see some comments from others. "Don't take it, slave price." Even dogs shake their heads. "Damn, it's you again upstairs. You said the same last time, and in the end, you were the one who brought it down to the lowest price." The contribution points for such consultation tasks are calculated daily and influenced by various factors, such as the difficulty of the technique and the teacher's realm. On the other hand, tasks like hunting traders or hunting powerful fusion faction members offer significantly higher rewards. Killing a Skin Refinement Realm individual often starts at hundreds of contribution points, more than 10 times that of consultation tasks. The conflict between the two factions is not made public, but is secretly fought in the shadows, a truly simple way of competition. In Wu Ming's view, these hunting tasks are much more cost-effective. These tasks generally provide specific locations, and he only needs to take action, allowing for legal killing. The corners of Wu Ming's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Ever since his physical body became increasingly powerful, his desire for battle had risen infinitely. However, there was no rush. He still needed to max out the techniques first. He turned into the restroom, walked to the familiar stall. Wu Ming opened a panel. First was the 9 Dragon posture, which had now dropped to minor achievement. He pressed the plus sign in his mind. Minor achievement, major achievement, perfection. Boom! In an instant, Wu Ming felt as if someone had detonated a piece of TNT inside him. Boundless blood, qi, surged towards every corner of his body, making his hair stand on end. Was that all? Not at all. The blood qi continued to increase, skyrocketing, surging wildly. The overwhelming blood qi transformed into long dragons rolling within Wu Ming's body, as if trying to break free from the constraints of his body, but was firmly held back, ultimately branding him with dragon patterns that looked like flowing lava, glowing brightly. At the same time, a white mist emanated from Wu Ming's body, transforming into a flowing silk ribbon that wrapped around his arms and behind him, making him look as if a celestial being had descended. The 9 Dragon posture has reached perfection. Blood qi smoke, dragon commanding 9 qi. Wu Ming gradually adapted to the immense power. Indeed, achieving perfection in this top-tier posture brought a power that far exceeded his expectations. He was now more than 5 times stronger than he was a second ago. If he had had such strength earlier, Qin Shui Wu Ti have lasted even a round before being cleaved in half by his palm. Although he hadn't yet practiced the techniques of the Skin Refinement Realm, even an average late-stage Skin Refinement Realm practitioner would no longer be his opponent. He slowly withdrew his energy. The white mist dissipated, and the dragon patterns faded into his flesh. At this moment, he noticed that when he first entered the dragon commanding 9 qi state, the heat emitted had warped the gel-like restroom door. Additionally, he had perfected various martial techniques he had previously recorded. The 8 directions palm, 100 styles of martial arts. Though there were about 10 martial techniques, few were of the same type. In his view, perhaps they needed to be of the same category. For example, with palm techniques, when he recorded about 10 palm techniques, he could trigger the panel's fusion function. Now, although he had perfected over a dozen martial techniques, including knives, guns, swords, spears, fists, palms, fingers, and legs, he considered this a failed attempt. The benefits of many martial techniques perfected at lower levels were far less than a single martial technique at human level 9. The difference between the 9 dragon posture and the basic posture clearly showed that they were not on the same level. Therefore, Wu Ming did not intend to master all categories of martial techniques. He would only choose one unarmed and one weapon category for in-depth fusion. For unarmed, he chose fist techniques, and for weapons, he chose the knife, which matched his bold and open nature. Having set his future development path, he took out his terminal to read the redeemable Jade Void Refining Essence Profound Technique, Skin Refinement Edition. The Jade Void Refining Essence Profound Technique is a series of refining techniques, including the Skin Refinement Edition, Bone and Flesh Edition, and Organ Edition. Wu Ming was financially strapped and could only redeem the Skin Refinement Edition for now. Moreover, he also planned to gather enough Skin Refinement Edition techniques to fuse them into a human level 9 skin refinement technique. If he was going to cultivate, he would cultivate the strongest method. In his past life, although he had a strong body and spirit, he was limited by his talent and lived a mediocre life. This time, with the panel's assistance, he was determined to achieve greatness and become someone who could do whatever he wanted. Panel, show me your limits. Jade Void Refining Essence Profound Technique, Skin Refinement Edition, Entry, Minor Achievement, Major Achievement, Perfection. Wu Ming's skin underwent 3 changes in an instant. First, under the impact of blood qi, it transformed into skin with a slight bronze metallic sheen, hard yet lacking in flexibility, the copper skin stage. Then it turned into skin with a black sheen, knuckles knocking like striking dark iron, leaving only white marks from knife and spear cuts, the iron skin stage. Finally, it returned to simplicity, smoother and more flexible than ordinary skin, instantly hardening upon impact, the jade skin stage. In just an instant, Wu Ming completed a journey that some people take a lifetime to finish. Thus, Wu Ming's panel showed. Name, Wu Ming Technique. 9 Dragon Posture, Perfection. Jade Void Refining Essence, Profound Technique. Skin Refinement Edition, Perfection. 8 Directions Palm, Perfection. Traits, Dragon Commanding 9 Chi, Skin like White Jade. 100 Styles of Martial Arts Realm. Skin Refinement Realm, Perfection. Looking at the panel, Wu Ming slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Who would have thought that in just one day, he had progressed from nothing to the perfection of the skin refinement realm? Although his physical body was terrifyingly strong now, after a day of various experiences, he still felt a bit mentally fatigued and planned to go back for a good rest. At this moment, his pocket vibrated, and he pulled out his terminal. It was a message from Zhang Chengwu. Right, I just forgot to tell you, with your current strength, you're qualified to enter the elite class. Go report tomorrow. The elite class has not only our people, but also the juniors of the fusion faction. Although you can defeat Qin Shui, that strength isn't enough to run rampant in there. Act a bit more restrained. Also, regarding the Li family, they can't openly deal with you, but secretly no one can manage it. So be careful in everything. Received, Wu Ming replied simply. Zhang Chengwu could never have imagined that just a while later, Wu Ming's strength would undergo a tremendous transformation. On the other side, in a private hospital room, Li Zhengxian was wrapped in bandages, with colorful medications being infused into his body through tubes. His eyes were wide open, bloodshot, staring blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and a stern-looking man walked in. Seeing Li Zhengxian awake, he said lightly, "You're awake?" Li Zhengxian's gaze instantly shifted to the man, filled with resentment. "Second uncle, I want him dead. I want Wu Ming dead." The man shook his head and replied, "That's not possible. He has joined the Purity sect, and we can't act openly." Li Zhengxian, unwilling to accept this, said, "If we can't do it openly, then we could just kill him secretly. The conflict between the 2 factions in Feihong City is intensifying. My elder brother believes it's not wise to stir up trouble and wants us to act cautiously. Where's my father? I want to see him. He will support me. My elder brother is teaching Li Zhengquan martial arts and has no time." Li Zhengxian suddenly erupted in a fit of rage, shouting, "It's always Li Zhengquan. I was almost beaten to death, and he still only cares about Li Zhengquan." Seeing this, the man shook his head and left the hospital room. How can 2 siblings from the same father have such different personalities and qualities? Li Zhengxian was eccentric, irritable, and had consumed many resources of the Li family, but was only at the 6th stage of qi and blood. In contrast, his brother Li Zhengquan was cultured, easygoing, and composed, and despite being younger, had already reached the bone and flesh realm. After a long while, Li Zhengxian calmed down, took out his phone, and dialed a number. "Uncle Bao, this is Li Zhengxian. Yes, I have something I want you to help me with." Chapter 8. My bag can be placed anywhere. Ugh. Wu Ming stretched lazily. It had been a long time since he had such a comfortable sleep. He walked into the bathroom shirtless and began to wash up. Looking at himself in the mirror, he saw a handsome face, well-defined muscles, and a tall figure, embodying a sense of golden proportion. Everything was just right. This was the change after he mastered the 9-dragon stance. Before that, he was muscular but a bit bulky, although he would undoubtedly choose strength over looks. He wouldn't refuse the bonus of a good appearance that came with his newfound power. Soon finished with his grooming, Wu Ming put on his clothes and headed out. On his way to school, he drank 2 big bowls of porridge, had several small steamed buns, and casually bought a large bag of bread. This was just his breakfast. There was no choice. Martial artists in the refining stage required more food as they grew stronger. For someone like him, it wasn't too much. But a warrior in the perfected organ realm would need to consume an entire cow daily just to maintain their bodily functions, and that was in standby mode. After a battle, their consumption would only increase. They had a strong absorption ability, and Wu Ti experienced the phenomenon of being like a manure machine. In fact, due to their powerful absorption capabilities, they output less than ordinary people. It was said that this situation would significantly improve after reaching the Qi refining stage, where warriors would disdain extracting matter and energy from food as it would be too inefficient. Of course, Wu Ming didn't fully understand the specifics yet. As people on the road saw Wu Ming devouring a large meat bun, they quickly made way for him. With such an appetite, it was obvious he was a well-trained warrior. Being a warrior often implied status and power, and ordinary people feared provoking one, as it could lead to trouble. Eating while walking, just as he finished, Wu Ming arrived at the school. Following the directions, he turned left and right, finally stopping in front of a building. The guidance ended there. This was where the top tier of students from Feihong No. 2 High School gathered. The people here were the ones with potential to go far on the path of martial arts. They could later apply to martial arts universities, join the army, become part of influential families, or join powerful enterprises. Their choices were abundant. Often, they could choose the path they wanted to take rather than being chosen by others. Even though Li Zhongqian was the young master of the Li family, his limited aptitude prevented him from entering here, which was truly laughable. Moreover, even though this was called an elite class, the entire building actually belonged to this so-called elite class. Wu Ming stepped inside. To his surprise, there was a reception desk. The receptionist was a girl with a short ponytail, 2 strands of hair falling beside her face, and she looked not much older than him. Her face was clean and delicate, and she had that sweet, gentle look of someone whose eyes crinkle when she smiles. However, she held no attraction for Wu Ming. As he was not seeking any so-called sweet love, he only desired power, and women would only slow down his punching speed. She was still focused on her work, casually tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Noticing someone had walked in, a newcomer, she was momentarily taken aback, her big eyes blinking. But soon recalling the announcement from yesterday about a new student arriving, she cautiously asked, "Are you Wu Ming?" "Yes," Wu Ming replied. "Okay, Shikong Xianyao. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Let me show you around a bit," she said sweetly. "Sure." Second floor. This floor had several large round tables, and behind them were food service windows. Shikong Xianyao stood still and looked at Wu Ming, saying, "This is the exclusive cafeteria for elite students. Practicing martial arts requires a large amount of food, and there are subsidies here, so the meals will be much better than the regular student meals, and you can eat as much as you want." Wu Ming nodded. That was good news. This solved his food problem. Otherwise, the little bit of money Li Zhongqian was providing wouldn't be enough for his meals now. Looking at today's menu, spicy stir-fried beef, body-enhancing medicinal chicken, blood-boosting assorted snacks, and nutritious grain porridge, Wu Ming was about to ask if it was time to eat. Shikong Xianyao looked at Wu Ming's rolling Adam's apple and smiled. "You'll have to wait until noon to eat." Oh, Wu Ming thought. This woman really did have a sweet smile. Third floor. Before reaching it, he already heard the chaotic sounds from that floor, dull thuds of bodies hitting sandbags, the crisp sounds of metal clashing, and the shouts of people. Shikong Xianyao pushed the door open, bringing Wu Ming inside, saying, "This is where you'll be training." Then she clapped her hands and called out, "We have a new member joining. Come say hello, everyone." After that, she turned to Wu Ming and said, "You can get familiar with your classmates now. If you need anything, find me." "Okay," Wu Ming replied, and after that, Shikong Xianyao left. At this moment, those practicing techniques, familiarizing themselves with martial skills, or slacking off all stopped. The entire floor quickly transitioned from a market-like clamor to an exam-like silence. All eyes turned to Wu Ming. Wu Ming noticed that while they were all on the same floor, The training area was vaguely divided into two sides, clearly indicating a division between two factions. It seemed there were constant fights here. Putting the two factions together was no different from having a room full of men and women alone together. Whispers gradually started. This guy is Wu Ming, right? He dared to hit Li Xiao, and even stepped over to hit a teacher. He S-bowled. I think his skills are just average. It's probably just a pure faction boasting. Humph. The pure faction S-Wu Shangnan ISNT here today. Let us take this chance to deal with him, right? Let us settle some scores while that guy ISNT around. Even if she comes back, what can she do? This was the fusion faction. He S Wu Ming. Such guts to hit a teacher. He S really brave. Big sister ISNT here today. I feel like those guys across are going to stir up trouble. Humph. Let them try. Am I scared of them? This was the pure faction. With Wu Ming's current physical strength, he could hear their whispers clearly. To him, the pure faction wasn't entirely friendly, but the fusion faction was completely hostile. Wu Ming took off his backpack and threw it on the ground. Immediately, someone shouted. A burly man from the fusion faction jumped up and yelled, "Hey, you can't put your bag there?" Wu Ming smiled. Everyone's bags were placed there, and he replied with a smile, "Oh, where should I put it?" The burly man replied rudely, "I don't care where you put it. You just can't put it there." At that moment, a member from the pure faction stood next to Wu Ming and said to the burly man, "Pang Hu, everyone's bags are placed there. Don't cause trouble." As he stepped forward, all 10 or so members of the pure faction stood behind him, and those behind Pang Hu gathered as well. A nearby person whispered to Wu Ming, "Classmate, our strongest fighter ISNT here today. No one can match Pang Hu. He has reached the perfected skin refining stage. If a fight breaks out later, we probably won. Farewell." Wu Ming replied lightly, "Thank for the kindness, but there's no need." Kindness? What kindness? We're worried about getting caught up in a fight. No need? What do you mean no need? What are you trying to stir up? The person beside him looked confused and hadn't regained their senses when they saw Wu Ming slowly step out and stand in front of Pang Hu. "No way. So arrogant?" Wu Ming said, "From now on here, my rules are the rules." The scene fell into complete silence. Logically speaking, they should have burst into laughter soon. However, Wu Ming didn't give them that chance. He raised his hand and threw a punch. The air was instantly torn apart, producing a sharp, explosive sound. In an instant, his fist reached Pang Hu's face. Boom! A thunderclap on flat ground. Before everyone could see what had happened, a figure was sent flying out. It was Pang Hu. Pang Hu was knocked away by a punch from Wu Ming, the newcomer. Now, there was a true silence. Even with the completion of the skin refinement stage, there was still a gap. Wu Ming patted his clothes and said, "From now on, I can put my bag wherever I want. Also, if you send him for emergency treatment now, you might still save his life." Chapter 9. Making amends after Pang Hu was knocked down like a dead dog by Wu Ming. Naturally, no one dared to shout anymore. Aside from 2 people hurriedly carrying Pang Hu out, everyone else silently returned to their spots, pretending to train. No one even dared to speak, fearing that Wu Ming would notice and they would end up with the same fate as Pang Hu. The person who had initially reminded Wu Ming came to his senses and exclaimed, "Awesome, brother. It's my first time seeing Pang Hu get so badly hurt." Even sister Shangnan only went 50-50 with him. The people nearby immediately chimed in, "Haha, I didn't expect Brother Ming to be this strong. That group of clueless idiots still dares to stir up trouble? They really are looking for shit and running into the toilet." Some people began to mock the others, who looked like quails and dared not speak, using very crude language. However, even with this, the others remained indifferent. Wu Ming's performance was just too overpowering. Even a fully perfected Pang Hu was taken down in an instant. What could they do? Moreover, if they went up and received a punch, wouldn't they be facing death? Who would dare to step up? With no reaction from the other side, those who were mocking quickly lost interest, and everyone began training again. After all, those who could be in the elite class were relatively disciplined and had their own goals, so they wouldn't easily waste their training time. Wu Ming also practiced for a while. Although all his martial arts skills were perfected and he didn't need to train, he still casually practiced to showcase his skills and warm up. After all, that Pang Hu went down so quickly that he hadn't even warmed up properly. However, soon after warming up, he walked over to the resting area because he had truly perfected everything and had nothing left to practice. As soon as Wu Ming walked to the resting area, the crowd began to liven up a bit. One guy wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "Phew." When Wu Ming is around, there's such a strong sense of oppression that people don't even dare to chat. Yeah, it feels uncomfortable like a teacher is present, probably because of his overwhelming strength. The elite class didn't have teachers. All the students present had martial arts knowledge and their own training habits, so they didn't need a teacher for instruction or supervision. Therefore, they hadn't felt that teacher-like pressure in a long time. Usually they train while chatting, but just now, no one dared to say anything. By the way, did the big guy just train for a while and then go to the resting area? Maybe he went there to comprehend martial arts? I don't understand. The world of the big guy is beyond me. Perhaps just his practice is equivalent to our entire morning of training. I need to ask the big guy. Aren't you afraid he'll knock you away with a single punch? With your strength, you probably wouldn't survive. Here, the saying that the strong are always right was vividly illustrated. Of course, Wu Ming couldn't hear their words because he was now in the resting area. However, Wu Ming generally wouldn't care about others' opinions of him. Whether in his previous life or now, he always had the personality of doing whatever he wanted, and he didn't care what others thought. Of course, if someone were to gossip behind his back and he heard it, then they shouldn't blame Wu Ming for slapping him in the face. The resting area was quite comfortable, with air conditioning constantly running at a suitable temperature. It was also isolated from the training area, so the sounds of intense training were completely inaudible. He walked to the fridge and took out a can of sweet drink. Puffed. The pressure inside the can was greater than the atmospheric pressure, and as the pull tab was opened, gas sprayed out, filling the air with a refreshing sweetness. It was fruit-flavored. After tossing the pull tab into the trash can, Wu Ming took a sip of the drink. Comfortable. He then took a few bags of spicy beef jerky from a basket nearby. After that, he lay back on the sofa and started eating and drinking happily while scrolling through his phone. He wasn't playing on his phone. In fact, Wu Ming was browsing the taskbar on the terminal, preparing to select tasks he could complete. He needed more martial arts skills to become stronger. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Brother Ming, can I come in? This is a public place. If you want to come in, just come in. Why ask me? Wu Ming replied. Soon the door was pushed open, revealing a face with a flattering expression, the same person who had been next to him earlier. Seeing Wu Ming looking over without any blame, he quickly stepped in and closed the door behind him. Brother Ming, can I sit next to you? He smiled as he leaned closer. Wu Ming glanced at his flattering smile. Although Wu Ming didn't desire women, he was a straight man and didn't like being too close to men. No, sit across from me. All right then, he said, a bit dejected after being rejected. But he still sat down opposite Wu Ming. After settling, he extended his hand and said, Brother Ming, let us formally introduce ourselves. I'm Zhao Ruofeng from the Zhao family. Today, Brother Ming showed great prowess, so I came over to befriend you. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face, especially since Zhao Ruofeng had lowered himself so much. Wu Ming also extended his hand and gave him a light handshake, saying, just call me Wu Ming. Zhao family? The Zhao family. One of the 3 big families in Feihong City? Exactly, Zhao Ruofeng replied. However, the Zhao family was different from the Li family. It was the only old-school force among the 3 big families in Feihong City. Not a new force supported by the Crimson Civilization, which was also why Zhao Ruofeng was considered a purist. No need to give orders. We can discuss some questions. Brother Ming, go ahead. Wu Ming chewed the beef jerky in his mouth, swallowed, took another sip of his drink, and asked, besides the cafeteria and training room, what other benefits does the elite class have? I'm referring to resources and martial arts skills. Of course there are. Members of the elite class receive a martial arts resource subsidy package every month, which includes things like blood revitalization injections, nutritional injections, and so on. However, Brother Ming, you came a bit late. There is only 1 month left until the martial arts examination, so you probably won't be able to enjoy this subsidy. Oh, right. Wu Ming suddenly remembered that the martial arts examination would be in a month, which was like the college entrance examination in this world. But so what? With his strength, he was still almost guaranteed to succeed. Besides, he didn't necessarily have to attend a martial arts university. The martial arts university that others dreamt of was just one of his options. What about martial arts skills? Are there any benefits in that regard? Zhao Ruofeng replied, yes. But it's quite strict. You can only obtain some undisclosed martial arts skills from the school as rewards by achieving results in certain competitions or joint examinations. There's a joint examination for middle schools in Feihong City this Friday, mainly for the elite students from various schools. Other students don't really need to participate. With your strength, Brother Ming, you'll definitely be able to get the martial arts rewards. Are you very short on martial arts skills, Brother Ming? Wu Ming stared at him for a moment and said, very short. Do you have any good leads? Zhao Ruofeng scratched his head and said, it's not really a lead. Most martial arts skills are monopolized by various forces, like families, enterprises, schools. The purists and fusionists are the 2 most powerful forces, and they certainly have the most collected martial arts skills. The Zhao family also has some martial arts skills they collected, but they're prohibited from being shared and can't be shown to you, Brother Ming. Plus, The contribution points for the purists are hard to obtain. However, I know of a place where the order is quite chaotic and martial arts skills can be traded. Wu Ming immediately became interested and asked, "What place?" Zhao Ruofeng didn't keep him in suspense and pointed downwards, saying, "That place is called the Black Gold Club, which is actually a trading market built underground in Feihong City. It covers a large area, has complex business dealings, and you can buy almost anything there. Even both the fusionists and purists can trade there, where only interests matter. Although the order is chaotic, everyone tacitly allows its existence. The only problem is that transactions can only be made with black gold vouchers." What are black gold vouchers? They're a type of currency issued by the Black Gold Club, which can be exchanged for federal coins. But the key point is that black gold vouchers are limited. It's not that you can keep exchanging just because you have money. Instead, after the Black Gold Club recycles a certain amount of black gold vouchers, they will issue a portion to maintain the total amount of black gold vouchers within a certain range. Hence, every single black gold voucher is highly valued. "It sounds like a very interesting place," Wu Ming said. "Let us go. Take me there now." Zhao Ruofeng replied, "No way, Ming. The Black Gold Club only opens at night." "Oh, then take me there at night." Chapter 10. Black Gold Club at night was like a waterfall, casting a shadow over everything. At this moment, Wu Ming was sitting in Zhao Ruofeng's sports car, heading to the Black Gold Club. "Not bad, you kid. You're really the young master of the Zhao family, driving a sports car to school," Wu Ming joked. After spending a day together, Zhao Ruofeng seemed like a decent person, someone worth getting close to. Despite being a rich young master, he didn't have an air of superiority or arrogance, and he was very loyal. He was the first to step up that day, even when Wu Ming didn't need him to. Hearing Wu Ming's words, Zhao Ruofeng smiled wryly and said, "Hey, Ming, don't make fun of me. In this world, wealth is based on strength. With your strength and potential, a sports car will just be a drop in the bucket in the future. If you like it, I can give you one another day." Upon hearing that Zhao Ruofeng wanted to gift him a car, Wu Ming shook his head and replied, "No, I can't afford to maintain it." Zhao Ruofeng was driving very fast. Wu Ming glanced at the dashboard, and it was speeding over 140 miles per hour. However, Zhao Ruofeng was also a mid-stage martial artist in the body refining realm, with reflexes and hand-eye coordination far exceeding those of ordinary people, so he was driving steadily. Soon, the sports car began to slow down as they arrived, and Zhao Ruofeng drove into the underground parking lot. After parking, Zhao Ruofeng took out 2 masks, handed one to Wu Ming, and said, "Ming, put this on. Since we haven't fought in the arena, we can only wear this kind of mask. But after fighting in the arena, we can get a corresponding black gold mask like those black gold fighters." Wu Ming took it and examined it. It was a very common white, smiley face mask. He put it on and asked, "Is there any difference between the masks?" I'm not too sure either. Besides identifying our status, maybe there are some privileges?" After putting on the masks, the two found an elevator. The elevator was currently at -2. They pressed the down button and stood waiting. This elevator only had -1 and -2. -1 was the current underground parking lot, and -2 was the Black Gold Club. At this moment, a group of 3 people approached. One of them was wearing an iron mask that had a slight metallic sheen, while the other 2 wore the same masks as Wu Ming and Zhao Ruofeng. The one wearing the iron mask was a burly man dressed in a tank top, with muscular arms exposed, covered in colorful tattoos, and long hair wild and unkempt. He looked like a tough guy, not someone to be trifled with. His gaze extended through the mask's holes, scanning Wu Ming and Zhao Ruofeng's masks, seeing that both of their masks were ordinary white ones. The burly man placed his hand on Wu Ming's shoulder, intending to push them aside to get to the front of the elevator. Wu Ming was standing in front of the elevator, arms crossed, wondering what kind of surprises the Black Gold Club would bring him. Suddenly, an ignorant fool stood beside him and put a hand on his shoulder. Was he trying to cut in line? In the burly man's view, this push would send Wu Ming flying aside. It was his first time bringing friends to the Black Gold Club, and he had to show off. Unexpectedly, even with all his might, he couldn't budge Wu Ming at all, no matter how hard he pushed. Zhao Ruofeng looked at him with a look of extreme pity. He didn't even know if the last person who provoked Wu Ming had survived. "You." At this moment, the burly man also realized something was off. He looked at Wu Ming and only saw his cold gaze. Wu Ming shrugged his shoulder, shaking off the burly man's arm. Then a powerful shoulder charge hit his chest. With a crack, accompanied by the sound of breaking bones, the burly man was forcefully sent flying, crashing into a pillar, cracking it, before finally stopping on ground. His 2 companions saw this turn of events. One hurried over to check on the burly man's injuries, while the other pointed at Wu Ming and started cursing. How just bumped into you, what the?" Before she could finish, Zhao Ruofeng flew forward and slapped her across the face, sending her spinning away. The elevator's here, Ming, let's go. Seeing the elevator arrive, the woman continued her whining, but Wu Ming was not the kind of person who would let it slide. It would be a disaster if he slapped her hard enough to send her head flying. Zhao Ruofeng, being kind, acted quickly and dealt with the woman before it could escalate. All right, Wu Ming nodded slightly, and the two stepped into the elevator, leaving the last member of the trio behind, who was dialing for help. The elevator descended for a long time, indicating how deep it was below ground. When the elevator door opened, it revealed an entrance. Faintly visible behind it was a dazzling scene, accompanied by booming music. Even deep underground, the air was fresh, with a hint of perfume. Two individuals wearing sunglasses stood at the entrance, clearly bodyguards. They looked sturdy, but it was unclear what their strength was like. Seeing the two come down, the bodyguards reached out to stop them, but upon Zhao Ruofeng presenting a gold card, they quickly let them through. Zhao Ruofeng explained, to enter the Black Gold Club, if you're a fighter, you can enter with a special mask or by showing a black gold voucher. If you have neither, you need to verify your funds. Even if you can only spend black gold vouchers inside, we can't let just anyone in. Zhao Ruofeng's gold card was a special bank card for those with deposits exceeding 10 million federal coins, very recognizable. As the two delved deeper, their vision gradually opened up, revealing a circular platform hanging above and a deep pit below. On the platform, several brightly dressed girls were DJing. The pulsating music seemed to ignite a person's desire for battle, making them more aggressive and bloodthirsty. In the center stood a host, explaining the battle situation in the pit below, his mouth moving non-stop, veins bulging in his throat, more excited than the competitors themselves. Below the platform hung several large screens, broadcasting the battle footage in real time. The fight seemed to have ended, and a scantily clad bunny girl barefoot was holding an electronic screen, smiling as she walked onto the stage. There was a railing around the pit, and many people were already leaning over, shouting and cheering. Wu Ming and Zhao Ruofeng were agile, and with a push, they quickly squeezed to the front. Below was a structure resembling a Roman Colosseum, surrounded by rows of spectators, with a ring at the bottom. As the victor was determined in the ring, the layered shouts drowned out the intense music. Zhao Ruofeng said, "This is the Black Gold Arena. The closer you are to the ring, the more black gold vouchers you need to sit, which attracts bloodthirsty, wealthy spectators. Those who enjoy the show will even throw black gold vouchers onto the ring. If you don't have black gold vouchers, you can only watch from the railing above. Moreover, for each round in the ring, betting is set up." No wonder the people outside were howling. They were all gamblers. Zhao Ruofeng led Wu Ming to the side and said, "This is the arena area, which is quite special. Besides this, there is also an entertainment area and a trading area. The entertainment area offers almost all the activities you can imagine, satisfying nearly all human desires. Ming, you should have noticed by now that this arena area constantly stimulates people's various desires, prompting them to go to the entertainment area to release those desires. The trading area is where you can trade martial arts techniques. Sellers price them in black gold vouchers. It may not have everything, but there are many things you can't buy outside. Chapter 11, I want to fight 10 as long as I participate in the challenge. Can I earn black gold vouchers and trade for martial arts techniques?" After a moment of thought, Wu Ming said to Zhao Ruofeng, "Very well. I want to go up and fight. Do you know how to participate?" Zhao Ruofeng originally just wanted to bring Wu Ming to see the trading area of the Black Gold Club. But now hearing Wu Ming say he wants to go up and fight in the Black Gold Arena, he was astonished and said, "I do know how to participate, but are you really going to fight in the Black Gold Arena? Minga, it's very dangerous up there. Once you go up, it's basically a matter of life and death." Wu Ming said calmly, "It's fine, just take me there. If he doesn't fight in the Black Gold Arena, how can he earn black gold vouchers in exchange for martial arts techniques?" Moreover, since he had leveled up, no one had allowed him to unleash his power properly. So he was feeling a bit restless. This Black Gold Arena was just right for him. All right then, since Wu Ming has said so, Zhao Ruofeng didn't think he could persuade him otherwise. Their relationship wasn't that strong yet. So, Zhao Ruofeng led the way down. Wu Ming followed closely behind, and the two quickly arrived at a doorway. After Zhao Ruofeng explained their intention to the person at the door, someone soon came out to guide them. "Excuse me, who is here to fight in the Black Gold Arena?" The person scanned Wu Ming and Zhao Ruofeng. "Me." Wu Ming slightly nodded in acknowledgement. "Please follow me." The person turned and walked into the door. Wu Ming followed closely, but when Zhao Ruofeng wanted to enter as well, he was stopped by the security personnel at the door, who said, "Only fighters can go in. This is Zhao Ruofeng's first time here," and he didn't expect that only fighters could enter. Hearing the commotion behind him, Wu Ming turned back and waved his hand, saying, "You can go back. Don't worry about me." Zhao Ruofeng could only respond, "Ming go. I'll wait for you outside." Wu Ming then walked inside to a registration area where a person was sitting in front of a computer typing away. There was also a machine next to him. "New fighter?" the person asked without looking up. "Yes," Wu Ming replied. "Please stand on that machine and assess your realm first," the person said, still not lifting his head, as if he had seen many people come to register for the Black Gold Arena. Wu Ming complied and stood on it. A light swept over him. "Quenching Skin Realm. This is your fighter mask. Keep it safe," he said as he handed over a silver mask. "What's next? What kind of arena do you want to fight in?" "The venues are limited. The ordinary difficulty arenas are already booked until this weekend. If you choose the high difficulty arena, we can arrange for you to go on stage quickly. Naturally, the more brutal the battle, the more the audience will cheer and get excited. Like ordinary people fighting ferocious beasts, or two ordinary people in a deadly struggle, it's definitely more exciting than two people just sparring. As for the fighter's life or death, who cares? What different choices are there? Ordinary difficulty. Two fighters of the same realm fight. Self-selected weapons. Life and death are disregarded. Difficult difficulty. One against two of the same realm. Self-selected weapons. Life and death are disregarded. Hell difficulty. One against five of the same realm. Self-selected weapons. Life and death are disregarded. Extreme difficulty. One against 10 of the same realm. Opponents can select weapons, or helmets and armor, while the challenger fights barehanded. Life and death are disregarded. Choose. He yawned a bit. In fact, he was sure Wu Ming would choose ordinary difficulty. The vast majority of people choose ordinary. He didn't think Wu Ming was special, and besides, he was a new fighter, so he should choose ordinary to get familiar, right? The more difficult, the faster to go on stage. "Then I want to fight 10. Without thinking, Wu Ming blurted out, "Ordinary, right? I just knew." Suddenly, he abruptly raised his head as if realizing something and asked, "What did you say?" I said I want to fight at extreme difficulty," Wu Ming replied, speechless. "This guy, has he woken up? Extreme difficulty?" He murmured, "It's been so long since anyone chose extreme difficulty. Is this person looking for death? Haha, even at ordinary difficulty, the death rate is still high. Choosing extreme difficulty. This person is either a madman or an arrogant fool. As for the remaining possibility, he really has that kind of strength, but that possibility is too small." However, the gambler's spirit in his heart suddenly ignited. What if? Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance. "Are you sure?" He shifted from his previous drowsy posture to a spirited one. The Black Gold Arena never rejects anyone challenging extreme difficulty, even if those challengers are weak. But just relying on that gimmick and the bloody scene of 10 people trying to kill one, the audience will definitely buy it. "Of course," Wu Ming replied naturally. "Good. Very spirited." The person noted Wu Ming's response and immediately registered him. He was going to take a big gamble today. After registration, Wu Ming was arranged to a preparation room to wait for his turn. According to what the registration person just said, because he chose extreme difficulty, he could go on stage tonight. There were not just Wu Ming alone in the preparation room. He looked around and found that everyone here wore silver masks. According to the information he had gathered, Black Iron Mask, Qi, and Blood Realm Warriors. Silver Mask, Quenching Skin Realm Warriors. Gold Mask, Flesh and Blood Realm Warriors. Black Gold Mask, Internal Organ Realm Warriors. Higher realms are usually held by high-ranking individuals who wouldn't come to fight in this match. The Black Gold Club wouldn't make things difficult for themselves by setting higher masks, as their upper limit is here. If they offend those masters, it'll be the end. At this moment, someone in the preparation room spoke up. "No way. I chose difficulty, and he just told me to postpone my turn. What's going on? What else could it be? Someone chose a higher difficulty. Hell, we're extreme. Haha, interesting. The Black Gold Arena says its opponents of the same realm, but in reality, they arrange high-level fighters of the same late realm for you. 1 against 1 is a test of strength. Extreme? I can't even imagine." A fighter sitting next to Wu Ming leaned over and said, "Brother, what do you think? Do you think it's held difficulty or extreme difficulty?" What can Wu Ming say? He just stood and watched, because by then he could only stand on stage. But he still said, "It should be extreme, right?" "Oh, how did you come to that conclusion?" the fighter asked curiously. "Because that person is me," Wu Ming replied. The fighter was stunned. In fact, when Wu Ming spoke normally, everyone in the preparation room heard him. Everyone was momentarily stunned. But soon, the broadcast broke the silence. The announcement in the preparation room called out, "Number HJ9527, extreme difficulty. It's your turn to go on stage." Wu Ming slowly stood up and walked outside, leaving a group of stunned fighters in the preparation room. It really is extreme. This young man, wow. Is he not afraid of death? Chapter 12. Instant millionaire Wu Ming stood on a circular elevator, gradually rising to the arena he had seen before. A spotlight shone on him, and as he appeared, the host's passionate commentary began. There was no time to mourn the challengers who had just met a tragic end. Now entering the stage is the new fighter from the skin-tempering realm, numbered HJ 9527. You won't believe the difficulty he has chosen. That's right. He has chosen to challenge our extreme difficulty. Next, let's welcome our defenders to the stage. As he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in excitement. What? An extreme difficulty challenge? It has been a long time since anyone chose this level. This new fighter has such high odds. I kind of want to bet on him. No way, man, don't. This is extreme difficulty. This challenger is doomed. And he's a newcomer too. Yeah, I bet this is just a sacrificial pawn brought out by the Black Gold Club to liven up the atmosphere. That is possible. Anyway, he can't win. It's more realistic to bet on how long he can last against the defenders. Across from Wu Ming, a similar circular elevator rose, revealing 10 warriors clad in armor, wielding weapons, and each with a different appearance. They're the so-called defenders. It is said that each of these defenders is an elite who has survived in the Black Gold arena, mostly strong individuals who have passed challenges on difficulty, later bought by the Black Gold Club to become defenders of the Black Gold arena. What about the Dragon Slayer becoming a dragon? Wu Ming thought to himself. After becoming defenders, the Black Gold Club provided them with a relatively advanced weapon-based martial arts. The goal is to highlight the difference between barehanded and armed combat in extreme challenges. There is a high wall between barehanded and armed combat, and this saying applies to warriors, at least among low-level ones. In lower realms, when personal strength cannot be projected outward, those at the same level with weapons and without weapons are completely incomparable. As soon as the 10 defenders appeared, the excitement in the venue surged again. The audience could hardly wait to see the defenders tear the challenger apart. Tear him apart, defenders. Do you see the Black Gold vouchers in my hand? A bloodthirsty spectator in the front row stood up, holding a stack of Black Gold vouchers high, eager to throw them in the defenders' faces, urging them to go and kill the opponent. The gaze from the defenders' helmets also revealed a desire for the Black Gold vouchers. Even they needed these. Here, no matter how many Black Gold vouchers you have, you can spend them all and will never have enough. If you like to eat and drink, there are literally pools of wine and mountains of meat. If you like women, there are all kinds of women in various professions, with different scenarios for your enjoyment. If you like to gamble, there are countless games to bet on, with dedicated people to gamble against you. In short, driven by their desire for Black Gold vouchers, the defenders looked at Wu Ming with even colder eyes, some even making throat-cutting gestures as provocation. Wu Ming, wearing a silver mask, had a disdainful expression. In reality, beneath the mask, the corners of his mouth curled into a wild smile. Interesting, it seems like a life-and-death match. As the atmosphere reached its peak, the host gave the command. Among the defenders, the tallest one, wearing a horned helmet and wielding a double-edged axe, looked quite formidable. He stepped forward, leading the others, charging towards Wu Ming, aiming to be the first to take his head. The heavy full armor and massive double-edged axe seemed to have no effect on him as he continually closed in on Wu Ming. Wu Ming also sprang forward, his feet pushing off the ground, causing radial cracks to burst from the floor, propelling his body towards the defender. Seeing Wu Ming not only refusing to retreat, but daring to meet him head-on, the horned defender sneered coldly beneath his helmet, practically looking for death. He gripped the double-edged axe with both hands, first swinging it up, then delivering a downward heavy chop, splitting the mountain. If the strike hits, it could directly split Wu Ming in half, and the audience would surely lavish their Black Gold vouchers as rewards. However, things would not develop according to his imagination. Wu Ming dodged the descending double-edged axe with a swift motion. Following the momentum, he raised his hand for an elbow strike. The tip of his elbow like a gun barrel or a heavy cannon, smashing into the chest of the horned defender. In an instant, the heavy armor on the defender's chest, along with his bones and flesh, was caved in. Wow! Blood mixed with internal organs sprayed out from the gaps in the helmet. And the horned defender, unable to control himself, knelt on the ground, his head bowed, with blood continuously dripping from the helmet. This guy is doomed. The tone has been set. Wu Ming stepped over the dying horned defender, heading towards the remaining 9 defenders. Although one had already fallen, the others showed no sign of fleeing. Firstly, every time they came to the stage, they did so with a determination to die. This time, their determination simply collided with reality. Secondly, escape? Can they escape? Wu Ming looked like a madman. How could he let them go? Their only way out now was to work together to kill Wu Ming, then receive the audience's rewards and enjoy themselves. One defender, wielding a long knife, charged towards Wu Ming, swinging the knife horizontally, aiming to sever Wu Ming's head. Wu Ming was faster, empty-handed, catching the blade with his right hand, while his left hand formed a knife shape, striking at the joint of the defender's arm, directly severing it with bare hands. Ugh! The long knife defender cried out in pain, clutching the stump of his severed arm. But then, in his line of sight, the world began to turn upside down, and he saw a headless figure with a severed arm. It turned out that Wu Ming had seized a long knife in his right hand and decapitated him in one swift motion. Good knife, Wu Ming praised. The long knife slid smoothly through the neck bone, showing no signs of hesitation. He flicked the long knife, and the remaining blood flew off the blade, creating a splatter pattern on the ground. A knife? He was familiar with that. Among the dozens of martial arts he had mastered, there was a perfect knife technique. Moreover, this extreme challenge only stated that he couldn't start with a weapon, not that he couldn't seize one. Having a knife always makes killing quicker. What had just happened took only an instant, and several defenders closed into attack. A defender with a large hammer swung down, the air compressing with a shrill scream. Wu Ming advanced instead of retreating, cleaving the point where the hammer landed while simultaneously striking out with his knife. The hammer-wielding defender stood in place, stunned. Moments later, his upper body crashed to the ground, leaving only his lower half standing. While his upper body fell, Wu Ming continued to slash with the long knife, decapitating the remaining defenders. Wu Ming stood on the blood-soaked ground, the blood still warm and not congealed. So didn't he stick to his feet? He slowly exhaled, tossed away the knife, and said, Extreme challenge, is that all? Easy and relaxed. But unexpectedly, a sudden change occurred. The sound of something cutting through the air suddenly rang out behind Wu Ming. However, even though this was unexpected, it still couldn't harm him. Wu Ming activated his qi and blood, instantly entering the state of Dragon Sovereign 9 Qi. The molten lava-like dragon patterns emerged on his body, and white mist steamed off, forming white satin rings around his arms and behind him. His right hand steadily caught the descending double-edged axe, and Wu Ming slowly turned around. Oh, it's you? Wu Ming sighed. It turned out to be the first horned defender who had attacked. At this moment, he was surrounded by qi and blood, evidently having unleashed some secret technique. Wu Ming glanced at the dented cavity in his chest and said, with such injuries, not only are you not dead, but you can still unleash a secret technique to explode your combat power? Truly a tenacious will. Let me give you a dignified way to die. The horned defender was now pushing down with all his might, but he still couldn't budge Wu Ming's right hand. Wu Ming exerted all his strength with his right hand. Accompanied by the sound of cracking, the double-bladed axe burst with cracks, and then he crushed it completely. Immediately after, Wu Ming's left hand struck the bullhorn helmet, and with a boom, the bullhorn defender, hit by this blow, seemed to lose all its strength, falling straight back to the ground, motionless, completely dead. The entire arena fell into silence, like the calm before a storm, just as Wu Ming was slowly withdrawing his energy. A fierce and fervent cheer echoed throughout the Black Gold Club. So strong. This challenger actually completed the extreme challenge with such ease. It's not that no one has completed the extreme challenge on the Black Gold Arena, but it has never been done so effortlessly. Dragon. Perhaps someone saw the dragon pattern ignited on Wu Ming and directly called out to him with this name. Soon, everyone started to call him that. Boxer Dragon. So strong. Dragon. I am willing to call you the invincible existence of the quenching skin realm. Accompanied by the cheers, the front row spectators began to throw the black gold vouchers they held into the arena, and Wu Ming saw that some were in stacks. Instantly, golden vouchers with black patterns were scattered all around the ring. The host's voice came through the broadcast, shouting, "This is truly an unprecedented moment. Dragon has effortlessly completed our extreme challenge. It seems that the extreme challenge is still not extreme enough. Now let us congratulate the boxer Dragon on his successful challenge." After the host finished speaking, 3 scantily clad bunny girls walked barefoot onto the arena, swaying. They carefully picked up the scattered black gold vouchers around the arena, skillfully bundling them into stacks of 100. Finally, they placed them in a small suitcase, opening it in front of Wu Ming. The 3 bunny girls squeezed in front of Wu Ming, all in their prime, with fair and tender skin, beautiful faces, and excellent figures, blinking their eyes at Wu Ming as if to say that he could have whatever he wanted from them. However, Wu Ming completely ignored them, his gaze fixed on the black gold vouchers. He reached out and pulled out one black gold voucher, which emitted a metallic tremor as it rubbed against the others. With a golden base and black patterns, according to Zhao Ruofeng, this one is worth over 10,000 Federation coins, but very few people exchange them directly for cash. He looked at the suitcase, which had 100 vouchers in a stack and with dozens of stacks inside. Had he just become a millionaire? Chapter 13. Diamond Glaze. No wonder so many people risk danger to participate in the black gold arena. It turns out that making money is so easy. Indeed, wealth is sought in danger, and the greater the risk, the more terrifying the rewards. However, what Wu Ming didn't know was that not everyone who wins can make a fortune like he did. Firstly, he challenged the extreme difficulty of the black gold arena, which had not been challenged for a long time, naturally igniting the audience's emotions. Secondly, he brutally pushed through 10 defenders, giving the bloodthirsty audience a thrilling experience. This resulted in him instantly earning over 1,000 black gold vouchers. For others, even winning a difficult level arena might not guarantee 100 black gold vouchers. However, Wu Ming's performance also came at a cost. He was banned from competing. That's right, because Wu Ming's combat power was so dominant at the refining skin stage. One could say he was invincible. If he continued to challenge the extreme difficulty, the audience would soon redefine their perception of extreme difficulty, thinking it was not as challenging as they believed, and their threshold for satisfaction would be raised, making it harder to please them. Therefore, they banned Wu Ming, allowing him to return only when he breaks through to the flesh and bone stage. By then, they could create another wave of excitement, with the fighter returning to challenge the extreme difficulty of the flesh and bone stage, which would surely ignite the audience's emotions again. Wu Ming naturally had no objections. Having earned over 1,000 black gold vouchers, he was already satisfied. Continuing to fight would only bore the audience, resulting in fewer tips, making it a thankless task. It was a win-win decision. Wu Ming then closed the small suitcase in front of him and carried it away. At the exit, Zhao Ruofeng was waiting. Although he wore a mask, it was still evident that he was very excited. Just like when Wen Jiao beheaded Hua Xiong, Wu Ming said he was going to earn black gold vouchers, and soon after, he smashed through the so-called extreme difficulty of the black gold arena, returning with a suitcase full of vouchers, with only the corner of his clothes slightly dirty. This completely refreshed Zhao Ruofeng's worldview. As a young master of the Zhao family in Feihong City, he had seen many people with higher realms than Wu Ming, but he had never seen someone with such fierce combat power at the same level. Before getting close, Zhao Ruofeng waved his arms and said, "Brother Ming, you're too strong. How did you do it? Is this really the combat power of the refining skin stage?" However, after saying that, Zhao Ruofeng felt a bit regretful. This question seemed a bit intrusive, and he was about to retract his previous statement. He then heard Wu Ming chuckle and say, "It's just hard work and sweat. Perhaps I have exceptional talent." "What? You're asking about a golden finger? How is that not considered Wu Ming's talent? Besides, without Wu Ming's point, would it move by itself?" "Oh, I see." Zhao Ruofeng felt embarrassed. Which martial artist wasn't forged by hard work and sweat? But Wu Ming was just ridiculously strong. Perhaps, as Wu Ming himself said, it was indeed exceptional talent. "All right, let's head to the trading area." Wu Ming interrupted the topic. In this high martial world, money only becomes one's own when it transforms into combat power. He couldn't wait to convert this pile of black gold vouchers into his combat power. Oh, Zhao Ruofeng hurriedly led the way. The two first passed through the arena area, where people were still shouting and the music was intense. Then they went through the luxurious and mysterious entertainment area. From the outside, it was illuminated by a soft amber light, with faint sounds of women's laughter and the clinking of wine glasses. Standing outside the entertainment area to greet guests were not two burly men like in the arena, but two young women dressed in kipeos, with slits reaching almost to their thighs, revealing their fair thighs. Zhao Ruofeng looked closely. Although the fair thighs were not covered in stockings, they glimmered slightly under the dim light, making them quite tempting, sparking a desire to play. The two women wore open-toe high heels, with only a few black straps holding their delicate feet, making their feet appear even wider beneath the black straps. Their exposed toes were rosy, with pink nail polish on their nails. The two women wore only light makeup, which was already alluring enough. Even from a distance, Zhao Ruofeng could smell the faint fragrance of their bodies. Zhao Ruofeng wasn't inexperienced. In fact, as a young master of a wealthy family, this was a compulsory lesson for them. However, even so, he felt slightly embarrassed at this moment, because as the welcoming committee for the entertainment area, these two women were exceptional in every way. When the two women saw someone passing by, they immediately revealed natural smiles. especially when they saw the small suitcase with golden patterns in Wu Ming's hand. Their gazes became even more heated. However, Wu Ming didn't pay attention to these things. His priority now was to go trade for martial arts techniques. Seeing that Wu Ming had no intention of entering, Zhao Ruofeng had to continue leading the way. The two young women felt slightly disappointed when they saw the two merely passing by. Not long after passing through the entertainment area, the two finally arrived at the trading area. Here, there were no welcoming guests. The inside was dimly lit, with fixed prices for the items. If you could trade, you would. If not, just leave, and no one bothered to speak, so it was quiet. On the central platform sat a person, mainly responsible for supervising the transactions. If anyone caused trouble, they could be killed on the spot. Wu Ming headed straight for the martial arts trading area, where several items resembling USB drives from his past life were laid out in front of him. Wu Ming recognized these items. All he needed to do was insert one into his phone to read the information inside. Each USB drive had a sign in front of it, detailing the specific martial arts name and introduction. Everything displayed here had been verified, so there was no need to worry about authenticity. Wu Ming glanced around and found mostly techniques for the blood chi stage and refining skin stage, with the highest being the flesh and bone stage. There were no higher realms available. The techniques for the refining skin stage fluctuated between 30 to 40 black gold vouchers. Wu Ming bought the lowest price techniques, continuously adding refining skin techniques to his panel. Acquired diamond refining method, acquired 10,000 ridges refining method, acquired little red gold refining method. Until Wu Ming had collected 9 refining skin techniques, spending 320 black gold vouchers, the panel finally popped up with a message. Detected too many similar techniques. Would you like to trigger beneficial fusion? Finally, he was waiting for this. Wu Ming immediately chose beneficial fusion. The familiar subsequent refining skin techniques twisted until they turned into black smoke, infusing into Jade Void, refining essence secret art, refining skin chapter, becoming its nourishment. Jade Void refining essence secret art, refining skin chapter, twisted into a new name, traversing 10,000 ridges diamond glaze skill. As expected, the progress of the martial art dropped to minor completion, but that was fine. He could fill it up later. Wu Ming checked this martial art, and, as expected, it was another top-level human tier 9th grade technique. It seemed that with just 10 basic techniques, he could fuse them into a top-level technique. Not finished yet. Wu Ming prepared to continue fusing a human tier 9th grade fist technique and a human tier 9th grade sword technique. He continued to purchase techniques. Acquired 9 refinements fist technique. Acquired shattered jade fist technique. Acquired 5 tigers breaking the door blade technique. Acquired 6 blade technique. Finally fused into 7 kills 100 cracks fist technique and listening thunder breaking steel blade technique. Phew! Wu Ming slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling refreshed. After fusing the refining skin techniques and the fist and blade techniques, he wanted to practice into top-level techniques. His obsessive-compulsive disorder was finally satisfied. On the side, Zhao Ruofeng completely did not understand. Wu Ming first bought a bunch of low-level refining skin techniques, then some low-level fist and blade techniques, directly spending over 700 black gold vouchers, which was over 7 million. What kind of hobby was this? However, he didn't dare to ask. Perhaps this was just the caprice of the strong? Chapter 14. Red Bones. Even after spending so much, Wu Ming still felt unsatisfied and asked Zhao Ruofeng, "Can weapons be traded here?" "Trading is possible, but you can't carry weapons outside without a permit," Zhao Ruofeng replied while rubbing his chin. "Never mind. Let's go take a look," Wu Ming said. Soon, the two arrived at the weapon trading area, browsing and chatting. Wu Ming asked, "Are there any differences in the weapons used by strong fighters like divine weapons? Do they exist?" Wu Ming hadn't seen this part in the library and casually asked Zhao Ruofeng. After a moment of thought, Zhao Ruofeng replied, "It is said that in the past, before Blue Star came into contact with the Crimson Civilization, the materials used for weapons by warriors were all the same. However, after being used by some strong fighters over a long period, they would develop extraordinary qualities and become remarkable divine weapons or magic blades. For example, strong fighters who cultivate chi and spirit would use their energy and spirit to nourish their weapons, causing them to undergo transformation. Nowadays, when it comes to materials, after contacting the Crimson Civilization, a new metal called crimson ingots was introduced. Weapons made from crimson ingots are inherently stronger than those made from ordinary materials. And after being nourished by strong fighters, they only get stronger. Like these gloves at this stall, they're said to be made from crimson ingots." Oh, Wu Ming looked at the stall beside them, and indeed saw a pair of blood red, metallic-looking fingerless gloves with the knuckles slightly protruding. Priced at 200 black gold vouchers. Is it really that expensive? Wu Ming looked at Zhao Ruofeng. Yes, if they are indeed made from crimson ingots, they are worth that price. The Black Gold Club should have verified that they are made from crimson ingots. Zhao Ruofeng said. Wu Ming reached out to try them on, but the stall owner said, if you're not buying, don't touch. How can I know if they fit without trying them on? If I don't know if they fit, how would I buy them? Wu Ming retorted. Oomph. The stall owner seemed to have noticed the suitcase in Wu Ming's hand and ignored him. Wu Ming picked up the gloves. The exterior was made of metal, but it didn't affect flexibility. After putting them on, he found that they had a layer of treatment inside, cool and comfortable. According to the description, these gloves could effectively reduce the recoil generated when the fist strikes an object, but for the enemy, they would face the hard knuckles. A good item. Unfortunately, bargaining wasn't allowed here, so Wu Ming had to buy them directly, spending nearly 1,000 black gold vouchers in total. Wu Ming put on the pair of crimson ingot gloves, feeling as if a scarlet exoskeleton had grown on his hands, which he decided to call red bones from then on. The higher the realm of the techniques, the more expensive they became. The remaining money was not enough to buy techniques for the bone and flesh realm. After thinking for a moment, Wu Ming pulled out 100 vouchers and offered them to Zhao Ruofeng, saying, do you want this? I'll exchange it for 5,000 federal coins each. Zhao Ruofeng quickly nodded, of course I want it, but let's exchange it at market price. I can't let you take a loss, Brother Ming. Wu Ming replied indifferently. It's up to you. After all, Zhao Ruofeng's family was wealthy, and this amount of money was nothing to him. After saying that, Wu Ming patted Zhao Ruofeng on the shoulder and said, I'm going to the restroom first. What? Why are you going to the restroom? Of course, to enhance my techniques. With the techniques in hand, I can't feel at ease unless I perfect them, Wu Ming thought. As soon as he walked into the restroom, his phone notified him that over $1 million had been deposited into his bank account. With this money, he should be able to cover his daily expenses for a while. Turning off his phone, Wu Ming opened his panel. He firmly pressed the plus sign behind the all-encompassing diamond glass technique and maxed it out. Small success, great success, perfection. At the moment he completed the points allocation, Wu Ming's skin took on a glass-like quality, radiating a golden light. Accompanied by the chanting of Buddhist sounds, a layer of thin silk inscribed with Sanskrit covered his skin. Characteristics: skin like white jade. Diamond glass with the perfection of the all-encompassing diamond glass technique. Wu Ming's skin underwent another transformation. Whenever someone attacked him, his skin would automatically manifest the diamond glass silk robe, significantly reducing the force of the impact, while also reflecting that force back, potentially injuring or even killing the enemy. Well, now he could just stand there and let others hit him without dying. Oh wait, he should say that now he could just stand still and kill others. Others at this stage could often only withstand large caliber firearms, but with his current defensive power, he might even be able to withstand machine gun fire, though he hadn't tried it yet. Next was the 7-kill 100-shattering fist, leveling up again. Entry: small success, great success, perfection. In an instant, a flood of memories surged into his mind. He practiced his punches day and night, tirelessly, honing his fist to the point of flattening it, repeatedly breaking his knuckles, and finally perfected the 7-kill 100-shattering fist. This fist technique was ferocious and violent, with punches like a torrential storm, capable of tearing apart the enemy's defenses in an instant. If the enemy was particularly tenacious, a relentless barrage of punches would convert their vitality into punch strength, driving it into the enemy's body and then detonating it. The enemy would immediately have broken bones and shattered organs. Essence: 100 shattering. Continuing with the thunder-listening steel blade technique, maxing it out. Entry: small success, great success, perfection. Wu Ming closed his eyes for a moment before suddenly opening them. The dim restroom suddenly brightened as if lightning had flashed. The thunder-listening steel blade technique emphasizes accumulating power, secretly listening for thunder and waiting for the lightning to strike. When the lightning strikes, the steel breaks. It's somewhat similar to a sword-drawing cut. Essence: listening for thunder. At this point, the panel displayed. Name: Wu Ming Techniques. 9 Dragon Stance Technique, perfection. All-encompassing diamond glass technique, perfection. 7-kill 100-shattering fist, perfection. Thunder-listening steel blade technique, perfection. Characteristics: Dragon commands 9 chi, diamond glass essence. 100 shattering. Listening for thunder realm. Perfection of the skin refinement realm with all techniques maxed out. Wu Ming took a deep breath and finally felt comfortable. He didn't even know how strong he was now. Could he fight across realms against the bone and flesh realm? He didn't know. He would only find out by fighting. Previously, when Wu Ming fought across realms from the Chi blood realm to the skin refinement realm, it didn't cause much of stir, as the power gap from the chi blood realm to the skin refinement realm wasn't large, and that person was only at the early stage of skin refinement. As mentioned earlier, the combat power of the organ realm could withstand supersonic missile strikes and shatter main battle tanks with a single punch. Therefore, the power gaps between each stage are significant, which is why few people mention fighting across realms. Even the extreme challenges of the Black Gold Club only involved fighting 10 extreme warriors of the same realm, not across realms. Now could Wu Ming, with the skin refinement realm, fight across realms against the bone and flesh realm? While pondering this, Wu Ming walked out of the restroom. Zhao Ruofeng was waiting nearby. When he saw Wu Ming come out, he said, "Brother Ming, did you receive the money?" "I did." Wu Ming nodded. "Why do I feel like you changed into a different person after just going to the restroom? There seems to be an indescribable change in your aura." Zhao Ruofeng observed for a moment and asked curiously. Wu Ming naturally knew what Zhao Ruofeng meant. In the short time he spent in there, he had maxed out 3 level 9 techniques. How could the change not be significant? However, he couldn't say that directly, so he casually replied, Yes. I just went to the restroom and transformed to save the world. Let's head back." Zhao Ruofeng had initially wanted to spend some time in the entertainment area, but hearing Wu Ming say that, he had to give up and nodded all right. Chapter 15. Ambush. At this moment, the starry night was desolate, and there were very few vehicles on the highway. Wu Ming was still sitting in Zhao Ruofeng's sports car, speeding towards the city with the roar of the engine. Zhao Ruofeng had one hand on the steering wheel, concentrating on driving, but inadvertently glanced at the rearview mirror and noticed something unusual. He said alertly, "Ming, go look. ISNT, there's something off with the car following us." Upon hearing this, Wu Ming immediately looked into the rearview mirror and indeed found something wrong. He saw several identical cars forming a pin shape, closely following behind and surrounding them. What's going on? Zhao Ruofeng wondered. Suddenly, he saw a sunroof open on one of the cars, and a bare-chested man emerged, holding a light machine gun, with a large caliber bullet chain extending straight from the sunroof into the car. He pulled the bolt back, grinning savagely, and aimed the gun directly at Wu Ming and the others. "Damn!" Zhao Ruofeng exclaimed in shock. "What kind of grudge is this? Are they really going to use a machine gun?" He was only at the mid-level of the skin refinement stage and couldn't possibly withstand this. Wu Ming was also puzzled about where these enemies came from. If they were here for him, it could only be the Li family. However, he quickly said, "No problem. I'll take care of them." The door of the speeding sports car was flung open, and Wu Ming promptly leaped onto the roof of the car. The man with the machine gun saw the target on the roof and grinned even wider. According to the intelligence, the target was just a late-stage Blood Chi realm lackey, and could not withstand the sweeping fire of a large-caliber machine gun. Staying inside the car was a slim chance of survival. But what was the target doing on the roof? Was he seeking death? With this thought, he raised the machine gun in his right hand and pressed down on the barrel with his left hand. For a martial artist, this little recoil was nothing. At this distance, he was confident every bullet would hit Wu Ming. He then pulled the trigger, ready to turn Wu Ming into a sponge-like mass. However, Wu Ming leaped forward, using the sports car to propel himself into a dent, his body shooting towards the machine gun man like a cannonball. The machine gun man sensed something was off, but didn't let go of the trigger. The bullet chain trembled as he fired off a dozen rounds in a second, unleashing a storm of bullets towards Wu Ming. The expected scene of blood mist erupting and the target being turned into a sieve did not occur. The 12.7mm bullets hit Wu Ming and immediately triggered his diamond-glazed silk armor, which offered no penetration. Instead, the bullets were flattened by inertia into metallic sheets that shattered. "What?" the machine gun man exclaimed in shock. In his view, bullets hit the target, triggering a burst of golden light, yet the target was completely unharmed. How was that possible? Meanwhile, Wu Ming had already arrived in front of the machine gun man. As mentioned earlier, he shot forth like a cannonball, crashing directly into the machine gun man. Boom! In an instant, a cloud of blood mist exploded as Wu Ming smashed the man's upper body along with the machine gun into a mixture of flesh and metal, silencing the gunfire. Afterward, he punched through the steel roof of the car, grasping the broken opening to bring the vehicle to a stop. Once the car was halted, he punched down on the driver's seat above, breaking through the roof and directly exploding the driver's head, splattering red and white throughout the cockpit. After dispatching this vehicle, ignoring the shocked gazes of nearby drivers and the spraying of Uzi submachine guns, he kicked off again. Without a driver to control it, the vehicle was flipped over by his kick, while he himself was propelled towards the other vehicles. During this flight, as he passed one car, he grabbed onto the roof and lay flat on top. A man in black leaned out, holding an Uzi submachine gun, and crazily opened fire at him. Witnessing the gruesome fate of the previous occupants, this person still dared to attack him. Truly commendable courage, Wu Ming thought. What he didn't know was that the man was actually driven mad by fear. Wu Ming had first turned people into mush and then exploded another's head. It was simply too brutal. Wu Ming, however, paid no mind to this. He struck out with one palm, disassembling the weapon in the black-clad man's hands into pieces. With another palm, he struck the black-clad man's face, twisting his head around several times before finally locking it in place, resulting in his death. At this time, in the last car at the back, the driver turned to the people in the back seat and said, "Boss Leopard, the situation is bad. The brothers can't hold on anymore." Boss Leopard, also known as Wan Bao, was a strong figure at the early stage of the flesh and bone realm. He was here to help Li Zhengxian eliminate Wu Ming to repay a favor. Initially thinking it was just a small fry in the blood-chi realm that could be easily killed without him needing to intervene, he now realized it wasn't that simple. Wan Bao pondered for a moment and said, the intelligence was wrong. You tell the brothers to retreat. I'll handle him personally." The driver received confirmation and quickly picked up a walkie-talkie, saying, "Brothers, fall back. Boss Leopard is going to take action himself." Wu Ming had just killed the black-clad man shooting at him and was about to kill the driver when he noticed a change in the surroundings. The cars that had originally surrounded them scattered, revealing the last car at the back. The car door of the speeding vehicle was kicked open and a figure rushed out. Wu Ming saw clearly that it was a wild-looking man with long hair. His muscles were not bulky, but rather lean with low body fat, giving him an explosive, muscular appearance. After bursting out the car door, he sprinted straight towards Wu Ming, his speed far exceeding that of the fully speeding vehicle. Quickly catching up and reaching Wu Ming's side. "Isn't that you, the high-speed old lady?" Wu Ming quipped while raising his fist to strike Wan Bao. Wanted to test his strength. Wan Bao naturally was not afraid and raised his fist to meet the blow. The two fists collided, creating a shockwave that pushed Wan Bao back repeatedly. Wu Ming, with one hand gripping the car, rolled the entire vehicle away, which ultimately exploded into a fireball. "Is he dead?" Wan Bao thought to himself, but he quickly refuted his own question. "No, it's impossible. Based on the target's performance, just now, he definitely wouldn't die so easily." Sure enough, from the sea of flames created by the explosion, a figure wrapped in golden light, as if draped in golden silk, slowly walked out. Although Wu Ming was in the fire, he felt as if he were in a refreshing breeze while activating his diamond-glazed silk armor. As he walked out of the fire, the golden silk armor gradually dissipated. Wan Bao focused his gaze and saw that this guy had suffered such damage yet remained unharmed. His expression began to grow serious. It seemed the target was a bit tricky. However, soon his expression relaxed. Over the years, he had encountered many tricky situations, and even scenes where he faced death were not rare. Yet in the end, all his enemies had been defeated by his violent wind 36 leg techniques. Even if they could withstand his leg techniques, what awaited them would only be stronger trump cards. Wu Ming would not be an exception. Chapter 16. The death of Wan Bao. The bone and flesh realm has 3 stages: early, mid, and late. In the early stage, the practitioner undergoes 100 refinements of their muscles, becoming incredibly strong. They can easily lift a semi-trailer truck and run at speeds exceeding 140 km/h, essentially becoming superhuman. In the mid-stage, the practitioner's bones undergo 1,000 rounds of nourishment from their vital energy and blood, significantly enhancing their hardness and hematopoietic ability, further increasing their strength due to the reinforced bones. In the late stage, their muscle fibers resemble steel bars, capable of generating explosive power to lift steel coils. Their bones, harder than steel, can support their power freely and provide strong defense. Wan Bao, an early-stage practitioner of the bone and flesh realm, is adept at the 36 leg techniques of the fierce wind and has lost count of how many enemies he has defeated with his legs. Wu Ming's fate will be the same, and he won't be the last he kills. Especially considering his trump card, Wan Bao wore a confident smile. However, he would not let his guard down. As the saying goes, even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. So, he was preparing to provoke Wu Ming into revealing a flaw, thinking it would give him an advantage. Unexpectedly, Wu Ming spoke first. "That old dog. Your strength is quite impressive. You can actually take a hit from me. You must be at the bone and flesh realm, right? Coincidentally, my strength has increased significantly. So let us see if you can reach my limits." As soon as Wu Ming spoke, Wan Bao could no longer hold back. His expression turned cold. While others respectfully called him Lord Bao, Wu Ming casually referred to him as Old Dog. He clearly didn't regard him highly. intending to use him as a sharpening stone. Wan Bao found it amusing. The younger generation seemed to be so unaware of their own limits. Just because he had exchanged one blow with him, he thought he had already won. It seemed he had killed too few people in recent years. And the younger generation didn't know who he was. But that was fine. Today he would grant Wu Ming a cruel death and make his name resound once more. Without further ado, Wan Bao couldn't contain his urge to tear Wu Ming apart. He pushed off the ground with his toes, instantly increasing his speed, leaving a phantom behind him as he created a whirlwind. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on Wu Ming. Wu Ming, however, was not afraid. He greeted Wan Bao with a teasing remark. "Old dog, are you in such a hurry to die?" Wan Bao was even angrier at this, and his leg came at Wu Ming like a sharp axe. Fierce axe! Wu Ming, with his crimson bones, laughed heartily and threw a punch, colliding with Wan Bao's leg. The sound of their clash was deafening to the onlookers who had stopped their vehicles to watch. Wu Ming felt Wan Bao's strike was incredibly powerful. He was indeed the strongest opponent he had faced so far. The gap between the bone and flesh realm and the skin-tempering realm was like a chasm, and even he felt the strain. However, he hadn't even exerted himself to the fullest yet. This strike was merely a prelude. The real battle was just beginning. Wan Bao's legs transformed into an unending series of fierce axes, violent and forceful, striking one after another. Wu Ming, not to be outdone, unleashed the 7 Killings 100 Cracks fist, turning his fists into pile drivers. The torrential strikes could not be completely resisted even by a strong practitioner like Wan Bao. Occasionally, some punches landed on his chest and abdomen, causing him pain. Wan Bao's full-force strikes against Wu Ming often merely triggered his indestructible armor, leaving it most a bruise on his body. As the battle intensified, Wu Ming became more frenzied, laughing maniacally. "Old dog, are you still able? I see you're getting more and more out of breath, old man. Then meet your death." With the use of his profound technique, 100 Cracks, the already storm-like punches became even more powerful. Wan Bao was shocked. He couldn't withstand Wu Ming's relentless punches to his body, hitting his organs, limbs, and head. How could this guy be so strong? After a moment, Wu Ming ceased his attack. Wan Bao was stunned. Why had he stopped? Could it be that he had exhausted his strength? Then it was his turn. But unexpectedly, Wu Ming looked at Wan Bao and smiled lightly. "Old dog, you're already dead." Wan Bao, seeing Wu Ming's confident smile, mocked. "Have you lost your mind? You've exhausted your strength. Haven't you?" Just as Wan Bao was about to strike and kill Wu Ming, he found he couldn't move his body. What? When did this happen? His blood vessels, bones, muscles, and even his internal organs suddenly exploded from within, blood gushing from his orifices and his skin oozing blood. Had he already died? Wu Ming had previously unleashed the 7 Killings 100 Cracks fist technique, delivering hundreds of punches to Wan Bao's body in a short time, injecting hundreds of hidden energies formed by his vital energy and blood. At that moment, Wan Bao was already doomed. Gasping, Wan Bao felt his knees, seemingly on the verge of collapse. The onlooking henchmen quickly fled, realizing that if even Lord Bao could not win, what hope did they have? If they didn't run, would they wait to die? Lord Bao had also been defeated. How could this be? How could this kid be so strong? Without saying another word, they ran for their lives, not wanting to stick around. The wise ones had already jumped into their vehicles, flooring the accelerator. Though it seemed Lord Bao was doomed, he had not yet died. In a weak voice, he said, "Do you think you've won for sure, young one?" Wu Ming raised an eyebrow and replied, "Oh, what other tricks do you have, old dog? Show me." Wan Bao wanted to say something, but unexpectedly, Wu Ming's fist came crashing down, using all his strength to strike Wan Bao's forehead, causing his head to snap back 180 degrees, with the back of his head pressing against his back. Though Wu Ming was not afraid of Wan Bao's tricks, this old dog dared to act tough in front of him. Wu Ming paid no mind to whether he transformed or unleashed his ultimate move. This punch would kill him, and he would see if he still wanted to act tough. However, Wan Bao's head instantly snapped back to its original position, his normal human face morphing into one with yellow fur, his eyes becoming slitted pupils, and his legs transforming into animalistic reverse joints, as if he had turned into a beast man. Interesting, this effect resembled the use of a genetic serum from the Crimson Civilization. The transformed Wan Bao was enraged, wanting to vent all the humiliation he had suffered at this moment. He aimed to brutally kill Wu Ming. "Is that all you can do?" Wu Ming scoffed. "Dragon-S might. 9 Qi." The violent vital energy surged within Wu Ming, reigniting the dragon patterns on his body. Steam transformed into white satin, wrapping around him and emitting high temperatures that scorched Wan Bao's yellow fur, causing it to curl and carbonize. What? You think you can kill me? Wu Ming seemed like a divine being descended to earth, his fist striking down like thunder. Boom! 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 The dust billowed. How could Wan Bao possibly defend against this? He was left with no escape. Moments latte. The punches ceased and the dust settled. All that remained was a large pit in the ground and a puddle of flesh, signifying the events that had just transpired. Chapter 17. Gifted. Looking at the crime scene, Wu Ming took out the purification terminal, first taking a photo to send to Zhao Chengwu, then messaging him about everything that had happened here. Zhao Ruofeng watched as Wu Ming walked over nonchalantly, glanced at the flesh mush in the deep pit, and gave Wu Ming a thumbs up, struggling to say, "Brother Ming, you truly refresh my perception with every move." Wu Ming brushed off the dust on his shoulder and said, "You'll get used to it. Let's go." "What about all this?" Zhao Ruofeng pointed at the horrific scene, the puddle of flesh in the deep pit, the wreckage of vehicles after the explosion and fire, and a car that had been violently dismantled. "I've already messaged Director Zhang about all this. Let's leave the professional matters to the professionals," Wu Ming replied. "Okay, let's go," Zhao Ruofeng said, obediently. Thus, the two left behind a scene of devastation and drove away calmly. The next day, a day later, Wu Ming sat in the student office again. Zhang Chengwu still wore his meticulous attire, one hand resting on the table while rubbing his temples, the other holding a document. At this moment, he was looking at the document with a strange expression while sizing up Wu Ming. After a while, he finally exhaled a breath of stale air and said to Wu Ming, "The professionals have just restored the head of that martial artist. We've identified his identity based on the available information. Take a look." Saying that, he pushed the document towards Wu Ming. Wu Ming took it and began to read, saying as he looked, "Wan Bao, Beast Soldier of the Wan Beast Mercenary Corps, early stage bone and flesh realm expert, after activating beastification ability. His strength is infinitely close to mid-bone and flesh realm. He is also listed on the bone and flesh realm bounty list. Wan Beast Mercenary Corps? Beast Soldier? Beastification? I've never heard of these terms," Wu Ming remarked. Zhang Chengwu patiently explained. The Wan Beast Mercenary Corps is said to be a force supported by the Crimson Civilization. However, unlike other emerging forces, we have not openly torn our faces with them. The Wan Beast Mercenary Corps, on the surface, is opposed to the Blue Star Federation. Yet their strength is formidable, and their headquarters is hidden. They often revive after being eradicated for a time, making them quite troublesome. Beast Soldier is the rank of cadre within the Wan Beast Mercenary Corps, ranked from high to low as Wan Beast King, 1,000 Beast General, 100 Beast Lieutenant, 10 Beast Captain, and Beast Soldier. Even the lowest-ranking Beast Soldier cadre must be at the bone and flesh realm to compete. The beastification ability is obtained after injecting the beastification type gene agent provided by the Crimson Civilization. Almost all cadres of the Wan Beast Mercenary Corps possess this ability. "Oh, I see," Wu Ming said, learning new knowledge. Zhang Chengwu, seeing Wu Ming still calm, couldn't hold back his excitement. "So, you killed such a renowned early-stage bone and flesh realm expert, turning him into a puddle of flesh. How did you do it? I remember you barely defeated Qin Shui, an early-stage skin refinement realm martial artist, just the day before yesterday, right? Am I mistaken? Is my memory confused?" "You're not mistaken," Wu Ming nodded in acknowledgement. He had no intention of hiding. Having talent and strength should be displayed. So what? If he didn't show his talent, how would others allocate resources to him? What era is it now? Still playing the act of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Is that interesting? What he needed was resources, continuously acquiring new techniques, stronger techniques. That way, he could quickly rise to the top and aim for the highest. As for those troubles attracted by his talent, did they matter? To Wu Ming, who was rapidly growing in strength, their lives were no different from fireflies. He could snuff them out with ease. Seeing Wu Ming directly admit it, Zhang Chengwu indeed had a moment of daze, but he quickly straightforwardly asked, "How did you do it? I mean your rapid improvement in realm and terrifying combat power." Wu Ming looked directly into Zhang Chengwu's eyes and said, "Perhaps I am exceptionally gifted, just like the ancient texts record. Some people gain enlightenment in a day and ascend during the day. Can I be that kind of person?" Zhang Chengwu rarely lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. Those familiar with him knew that he liked to use smoking to mask his excitement. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly laughed. "Maybe you really are like the figures recorded in the ancient texts, the reincarnation of a Buddha, a celestial being reborn. Otherwise, It really can't explain your situation. Wu Ming also smiled and said, does this matter? What adults care about is profit, right? With my potential, standing on your side is ultimately a choice that benefits you more than harms you, right? Zhang Chengwu nodded in agreement. You're right. It's no harm to tell you. In fact, I've reported this matter to the principal and even the city lord. They unanimously believe you are worth our continued cultivation. This is the choice for maximizing benefits. Moreover, I just compared your current genes with the previous ones and found no changes, which means you Haven T injected the gene agent. You still belong to the pure faction. However, even within the pure faction, it is still profit above all. Any organization will inevitably form different teams internally due to interests. We hope that when the time comes for you to stand out, you can still stand on our side. Without hesitation, Wu Ming directly replied, of course. Repaying kindness is one of my few bottom lines. Today's choice will definitely be right. Zhang Chengwu smiled and said, I hope so. Wu Ming pondered for a moment and said, by the way, Director Zhang, what realm are you in? Why is it that even though my strength can counter the bone and flesh realm, I still can't perceive your extraction of my genes? Zhang Chengwu proudly said, I'm a martial artist of the Qi gathering realm. After refining Qi, true Qi is produced within the martial artist's body with boundless uses. There's a world of difference between me and martial artists in the refining essence stage. If I want to kill you, you would have died 1,000 times already. So don't just look at your promising potential. Transforming that potential into strength still has a long way to go. You must be cautious in your future endeavors and cannot be reckless like before. I see. I will be careful in the future. Wu Ming nodded in agreement, but only he knew what he truly thought. Just as Wu Ming was about to take his leave, he was suddenly called back by Zhang Chengwu. Zhang Chengwu patted his head and said, look at my memory, I almost forgot. The principal thinks that given your growth speed, staying in school is somewhat limiting. You don't need to take the martial arts exam like ordinary people to get into martial arts university. So he wants to recommend you to join the Lunyuan division. With your potential, you can advance more quickly in the Lunyuan division. The Lunyuan division has existed since ancient times, and it contains not only powerful relics left by strong individuals, but also techniques that even the pure faction has not recorded. In the Lunyuan division, as long as you make enough contributions, you might even directly access the Blue Star Federation Council. However, he wants you to complete a task first. What do you think? Chapter 18, Where to Go. How many to kill? Lunyuan division? Directly connected to the Blue Star Federation members? One can tell just by hearing it that the treatment is good, and Wu Ming certainly wouldn't miss it. With this in mind, Wu Ming spoke up. I naturally have no objections. What is the mission? Where to go? How many to kill? Zhang Chengwu raised an eyebrow. This kid has quite the killing intent, always talking about killing. No wonder that Wan Bao was beaten into a puddle of meat. Collecting his thoughts, Zhang Chengwu took out his personal terminal and operated it for a bit, then said, it's not a killing mission or a wanted mission. This task is a bit awkward. I sent it to you on the terminal. Take a look. If you complete it, not only will the principal recommend you to Lunyuan division, but you'll also receive contribution points as a reward. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming took out his personal terminal, and indeed a message popped up, which he opened. Mission name, find Mo Yuqing mission description. Find Mo Yuqing and bring her back. Mission reward, 2,000 contribution points. Wu Ming looked at Zhang Chengwu with confusion. Without Wu Ming needing to say anything, Zhang Chengwu knew what he wanted to ask, so he spoke first. Ahem, let me explain in detail. Mo Yuqing is the principal's granddaughter. She usually has a bit of a romantic mindset, and later, I don't know how, she saw Li Zhengquan, the second son of the Li family. That Li Zhengquan is indeed quite handsome and capable, having reached the bone and flesh realm at a young age. Handsome, wealthy, and strong. So Mo Yuqing developed a crush on him, always fantasizing about having a sweet romance with him. As he said this, Zhang Chengwu seemed a bit uncomfortable. He paused before continuing. But you also know, that's impossible, right? The relationship between the pure faction and the fusion faction is like fire and water. The principal has strictly forbidden her from meeting Li Zhengquan. If she were to go out and be controlled by the Li family, wouldn't the principal be at their mercy? However, the day before yesterday, she actually sneaked out. It's obvious she went to meet Li Zhengquan. But now, the streets are filled with surveillance. And in order not to be caught and brought back, Mo Yuqing is hiding from the cameras and doesn't know where she is. But she is probably still looking for Li Zhengquan. On one hand, it's a family disgrace that can't be made public, and on the other hand, to avoid alarming everyone. The principal hasn't announced it. This task isn't publicized, and only a few people can see it. So we hope to entrust this task to you outstanding young people. Your reputation is still low, so it won't alert the Li family. You need to find her before she meets Li Zhengkuan, or it will be difficult. Originally, this task was assigned to Wu Shengnan, and the Longyuan division spot was also hers, but you suddenly popped up, so it was given to you, and the spot for Longyuan division has been transferred to you. This matter will probably make her feel a bit resentful if you two end up clashing because of this. Take it easy. After finishing, Zhang Chunwu let out a sigh of relief. Wu Ming thought to himself, chasing stars, romantic mindset, all buffs stacked up. What a ridiculous task. He thought it was about killing, which is his forte. Finding some brainless woman. How could he keep up with her thinking? How to find her? That M.O. Yuching. If he finds her, he would have to slap her twice hard. Damn it. Just because of a brief encounter, you betrayed your family? Whatever. He decided to push through. After all, he didn't want to miss this opportunity to enter Longyuan division. Suddenly, he remembered something and said to Zhang Chengwu, Director Zhang, I remember Wan Bao was on the bounty list. Since I've taken him out, can I get his bounty contribution points? Of course. That was applied for a long time ago. You can check it. It should be credited by now, Zhao Chengwu replied. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming opened the taskbar interface on his phone. Permission, junior member, 1,510,000. Cumulative contribution, 1440. Current remaining contribution, it's indeed credited. Wan Bao's bounty contribution points are 1,400. Wu Ming looked again. After reaching the junior member permission level, the techniques for the bone and flesh realm were also unlocked for redemption. Just right. He would exchange for a bone and flesh realm technique before doing the task and then max it out. After doing all this, he put away his personal terminal and said to Zhang Chengwu, It's indeed credited. Director Zhang, I'll take my leave first. I need to hurry to do the task. Zhang Chengwu had no objections and nodded, signaling Wu Ming to leave. Once again, stepping out of the student office, Wu Ming pondered how to handle this task while browsing through the bone and flesh realm techniques. Soon he came across Yushu Lianjing Xiangong, Bone and Flesh Edition. An old acquaintance he had previously exchanged for Yushu Lianjing Xiangong, Skin Refinement Edition. As he continued browsing, he found that the contribution points required for the Bone and Flesh Edition had generally skyrocketed to 1,000, and there were no level 9 techniques available. Most were level 4 or 5, with the highest being a level 7 technique. This means that level 9 bone and flesh realm techniques could only be synthesized through panels. Sticking to the low-level to high-level synthesis route, and while advanced techniques might be lacking, low-level techniques would definitely not be in short supply. With this in mind, he first exchanged for Yushu Lianjing Xiangong Bone and Flesh Edition, which is a level 1 technique. Permission, junior member, 1,510,000. Cumulative contribution, 340. Current remaining contribution, after the exchange. Wu Ming was about to head to the restroom to max out his newly acquired technique and then think about how to find M.O. Yuching when suddenly a figure blocked his path. Wu Ming looked down. A girl in tight clothes stood in front of him. She had a buzz cut, and her originally delicate face appeared quite resolute under her hairstyle and sharp gaze. As for how Wu Ming knew she was a girl, just look at the two prominent headlights hanging in front of her. At this moment, she was staring intently into Wu Ming's eyes and said, You are Wu Ming? Wu Ming replied coolly, I am. Who are you? Who am I? Wu Shangnan was almost laughing in anger. Who am I? She actually laughed, and this smile seemed to cover up her buzz cut and sharp gaze, revealing the original beauty of her face. She said, You took my spot, and you don't even know who I am? With this, Wu Ming naturally understood and suddenly realized. So you are Wu Shangnan? Let me state in advance. This spot wasn't taken by me. They insisted on giving it to me, so I accepted it. After saying this, Wu Ming paused and said, I have something to do. Do you have any questions? If not, then step aside. He was in a hurry to go to the restroom to level up. If this woman continued to block him, he would have to push her aside. I want to see what kind of expert can have them transfer the spot. Wu Shangnan retracted her smile and said seriously, No interest, Wu Ming said flatly, bypassing her and walking toward the restroom. Don't want to know where M.O. Yuching is? Wu Shangnan spoke from behind Wu Ming. Hearing this, Wu Ming stopped in his tracks, turned around, and said, How do you want to enlighten me? Chapter 19, I'm in a hurry. Wu Shangnan looked at the returning Wu Ming and said proudly, Let's go to the arena. No need, I'm in a hurry. Wu Ming took a step forward. When he moved, it was as swift as lightning. His right hand formed a knife shape and slashed downwards, demonstrating the essence of listening to thunder breaking steel knife technique. Listening to thunder. He executed it with his hand knife. The hand knife sliced through the air, tearing it apart and creating a wailing sound as it aimed for Wu Shengnan's head. Wu Shangnan watched as the hand knife came down. as if she saw a thunderbolt explode, and under the thunder, a blade of light was even faster. Sensing the killing intent from Wu Ming, she realized she couldn't withstand this strike. It would kill her, splitting her in half. Whoosh! The hand knife hovered in front of Wu Xingnan's forehead, the force of the wind blowing her clothes to flap loudly. The anticipated scenario of being split in half did not occur. Was she not killed? Wu Xingnan stared at the hand knife that was frozen in front of her, feeling somewhat relieved to have survived. Facing his attack, she couldn't even react in time. Reflecting on her years of hard training in martial arts, she found herself utterly powerless in front of her peers. Wu Xingnan was left speechless. Wu Ming slowly retracted his hand and said lightly, "How is it? Have you learned your lesson?" Wu Xingnan stared straight at Wu Ming, dazed for a moment, and suddenly felt lost as she said, "You are very strong. I'm completely no match for you now. The title of a martial arts master belongs to you." However, she quickly rallied and said, "But one day I will catch up to you. Just wait for me ahead, and when that time comes." Wu Ming was not interested in knowing about Wu Xingnan's past or future. He only wanted to know the whereabouts of Mo Yuqing. So, he interrupted her, saying, "So where is Mo Yuqing? If you can't provide a clear answer, I will really chop you to death." Wu Xingnan frowned and said, "Mo Yuqing is going to find Li Zhengquan, so she must be in a place where Li Zhengquan frequently appears. I've checked all the other places, and there's only one left. I was about to investigate it when this task was passed to you." "Oh, where is it?" "It's a villa in the suburbs where Li Zhengquan often stays." "Are you saying Mo Yuqing might have already left the city?" "That's right. You need to hurry, otherwise." Wu Ming nodded slightly, acknowledging that Wu Xingnan had a point. He could check her first. He then turned around and walked back towards the restroom. Wu Xingnan watched Wu Ming's departing figure, feeling no anger at being underestimated, only an infinite desire to chase after him. She needed to train harder and defeat Wu Ming head-on in the future. Wu Ming confidently walked into the restroom stall. He took out his personal terminal and brought up Jade Void Refining Essence Mysterious Technique, Bone and Flesh Chapter to browse. Moments later, he learned Jade Void Refining Essence Mysterious Technique, Bone and Flesh Chapter. This technique had already been recorded on the panel. Wu Ming opened the panel and pressed the plus sign behind the technique. There was no time to explain. Fill my panel. In an instant, the progress behind Jade Void Refining Essence Mysterious Technique, Bone and Flesh Chapter kept changing from entry level to small success, to great success, to perfection. 100 forged fine skin, 1,000 tempered tough bone, steel like flesh and bone. Realm, perfected bone and flesh realm after completing the upgrade. Wu Ming felt his weight noticeably increase due to changes in muscle and bone structure. Although he looked no different from a few seconds ago, in reality, his skeletal muscles hidden beneath the skin now had a strength that could match or even exceed that of steel. As for anyone asking where the excess energy and material came from, they could go ask the panel. If a golden finger can't create something out of nothing and reverse the energy meter, how can it be considered a qualified golden finger? Isn't a golden finger meant to break through energy conservation and material conservation? Wu Ming lightly clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, the strength that had increased once again. The sound of muscles flexing resonated like steel being pulled taut. His current strength was completely inhuman, reaching the level of mechanical creations, easily tearing apart iron sheets and bending steel bars. As he pressed his finger against the wall, the concrete wall collapsed like tofu, pierced directly by his finger. He threw a punch, and with the terrifying force propelling it, the acceleration rapidly increased his punching speed to supersonic levels. Boom! The supersonic punch created a sonic boom that shattered the restroom's window glass. Passers-by outside the restroom were stunned, wondering who made such a loud noise. It was terrifying. At this realm, the gap between martial artists and ordinary people was so vast that, aside from appearances, no one would likely consider them the same species. A martial artist could literally flatten an ordinary person, and ordinary firearms couldn't harm a martial artist at this level. And this was merely the perfected bone and flesh realm. The road ahead was still long. Characteristic, steel like flesh, and bone. Wu Ming's current panel was as follows. Name, Wu Ming Techniques. 9 Dragon Stance, perfected. All-encompassing Vajra Glaze Technique, perfected. Jade Void Refining Essence Mysterious Technique, Bone and Flesh Chapter, perfected. 7 Kill 100 Shatter Fist, perfected. Listening to Thunder Breaking Steel Knife, perfected. Characteristics, Dragon Controls 9 Chi, Vajra Glazed, Steel like Flesh and Bone Essence, 100 Shatters. Listening to Thunder Realm, perfected bone and flesh realm with everything prepared, Wu Ming exited the restroom. He quickly walked to the school parking lot and approached a parked motorcycle. This motorcycle had a sharply defined carbon fiber body, and its matte black main color shimmered under the sunlight like liquid metal, emitting a cold gleam. Below, the turbine-shaped exhaust pipe radiated a unique dark golden color of titanium alloy. At first glance, it looked like an aggressive mechanical beast. It was a Frenzy Beast Series motorcycle. On the way back yesterday, Zhao Ruofeng thanked Wu Ming for his help, saying otherwise he would have been shot to pieces. Seeing that Wu Ming didn't have a vehicle, he insisted on gifting him a motorcycle as thanks. Wu Ming couldn't refuse and accepted it, mentioning that he preferred motorcycles. To his surprise, Zhao Ruofeng informed him the next day that he had already delivered the motorcycle to the school, showing remarkable efficiency. In fact, neither of them knew who the Wanbao from last night was chasing after. This motorcycle was merely a gift from Zhao Ruofeng to befriend Wu Ming. Looking at the crouching beast, Wu Ming was quite fond of it. He swung his leg over and sat down. As he gripped the handlebars, the motorcycle immediately recognized Wu Ming's identity and automatically ignited. The two front headlights flashed red, as if the frenzied beast had awakened. The engine trembled and roared like a feral beast. Wu Ming retracted the kickstand and twisted the throttle. Boom! With the engine emitting a beast-like roar. The exhaust pipe vibrated with blue-purple flames, and the tires screeched against the ground. Wu Ming rode the motorcycle like an arrow shot from a bow, flying out. In the blink of an eye, he burst out of the school, and people on the street turned to look, but before they could see the motorcycle, the frenzied beast carrying Wu Ming vanished at the end of the street, leaving only the roar of the engine echoing in the air. And Wu Ming drove the frenzied beast straight out of the city. Chapter 20. Do I need to consider your opinion while taking you away? With a roar of beasts, Wu Ming twisted the throttle to the limit, and the wild beast raced past cars speeding on the highway. Under his powerful control, a traffic accident was impossible. To be honest, if Wu Ming ran on his own, he would probably be faster than the wild beast, but this was exhilarating. In his previous life, he had always wanted to do this, but never had the opportunity. Meanwhile, Mo Yuqing had arrived at Li Zhengquan's villa in the suburbs. Li Zhengquan was the young master of the Li family and the strongest student at Feihong No. 1 High School, or rather, the strongest student in Feihong City. Being the strongest at No. 1 High School meant being the strongest in Feihong City, right? As a result, Li Zhengquan was immensely popular among the young girls of Feihong City, almost every girl fantasizing about him being their Prince Charming, dreaming of one day marrying him like Cinderella. This way, not only could they gain a handsome, powerful, and promising husband, but they could also marry into a wealthy family. Mo Yuqing had initially looked down on these brainless fans, thinking they were just a bunch of superficial admirers, incapable of recognizing anything of value. However, when she saw Li Zhengquan in person one day, it wasn't his strength that impressed her. She was already accustomed to strong individuals in her family and had no concept of power. Instead, it was Li Zhengquan's handsomeness and his elegant demeanor that deeply moved her. After that, she became a fan of Li Zhengquan, just like those brainless fans, fantasizing about being with him one day. No, she wanted to be even more fanatical. Even though her grandfather had warned her about the pros and cons, saying that if she fell under the control of the Li family, he would be at a disadvantage and forbid her from such behavior, they had ended up in a huge argument. Thinking of her grandfather's words about the Fusion faction and the Purist faction, Mo Yuqing sneered. Just because they shared a bit of blood and he had nurtured her a little since childhood, he thought he could control her life, try to confine her and obstruct her from being with the one she liked. Absolutely not. Mo Yuqing's life would never be controlled by others. She was determined to be with Li Zhengquan, and what happened to others was none of her concern. Just a biological grandfather, after all. Thus, she found an opportunity to escape and came to Li Zhengquan's villa to encounter her Prince Charming. Just then, there was a noise outside. Is Li Zhengquan back? Mo Yuqing's heart leaped with joy as she walked toward the sound. It was indeed Li Zhengquan returning. He often came to this villa to rest, as it was one of the few places where he could take off his mask and relax. He was dressed in a white casual outfit and held a finely crafted long sword in his hand. As he approached the villa, he saw Mo Yuqing. Swoosh! The long sword was instantly drawn. Who are you? He blurted out, as this villa had always only been occupied by him. Where did others come from? After sizing up Mo Yuqing slightly, he retracted his accusation and instead said, Where did this beggar come from? Did you come here to die? Mo Yuqing had been out for a few days and, having carefully avoided surveillance and running to the outskirts of the city, looked disheveled, like a beggar. Seeing that her crush regarded her as a beggar, although Mo Yuqing felt hurt, she quickly shyly explained, Zhengquan, I I'm not a beggar. My name is Mo Yuqing, and I've liked you for a long time. I came here specially to find you. Enough. Li Zhengquan looked at the stinky, disheveled beggar, saying she liked him, and the way she kept calling him Zhengquan made him feel nauseated. He was about to send her away with a sword strike. Suddenly realizing something, he softened his tone and asked, "What did you say your name was?" Mo Yuqing? Then who is your grandfather? Mo Yuqing felt wronged when Li Zhengquan suddenly yelled at her, but hearing his gentle inquiry made her heart surge again. However, why was he asking about her grandfather? Mo Yuqing could only answer, "My grandfather is Mo Yanwu." Zhengquan, why are you asking about him? As expected, Li Zhengquan carefully scrutinized Mo Yuqing's face, finding it identical to the information he had. As elites, they had to remember relevant information about every enemy, especially since this one was not ordinary. Montak Yanwu, the principal of Feihong No. 2 High School, was a top-tier powerhouse of the pure faction in Feihong City. His granddaughter had come to him on her own. Controlling his granddaughter would restrict a top-tier powerhouse of the pure faction. Considering the fierce struggle between the two factions, this move was like severing an arm of the pure faction, which was undoubtedly a significant achievement. And such a good thing had come to him. A gentle smile appeared on Li Zhengquan's face as he said, "So it's Sister Yuqing. I didn't recognize you just now. Have you been waiting for me for a long time? Let's go inside and rest, shall we?" Mo Yuqing was eager for this and quickly replied, "Sure, sure." Li Zhengquan thought he had succeeded, preparing to enter the house with Mo Yuqing. But out of the corner of his eye, he saw someone standing on the wall. Who? Li Zhengquan turned sharply to look at the figure on the wall. Wu Ming. Another expert? When did he arrive? Wu Ming had already been there, having watched the farce since Li Zhengquan returned, but he remained silent. "I'm here to take her away." Wu Ming pointed at Mo Yuqing and then leaped down from the wall, speaking. His intentions had never needed to be concealed. Any obstacles in front of him would be crushed effortlessly. Li Zhengquan stared at Wu Ming's face and suddenly said, "I recognize you. Your name is Wu Ming?" Oh, Wu Ming was genuinely surprised. Had his reputation grown so large? Li Zhengquan laughed heartily. "You're the one who crippled my useless brother. Thanks to you, I didn't have to take action myself." So it was, Wu Ming then stated as if stating a fact. "No need to thank me, because I will kill you now. Your fate will only be worse than Li Zhengqian's." Hearing this, Li Zhengquan's expression turned cold. "You're so arrogant. With your strength, you might as well kneel down and commit suicide for a more dignified death." Thinking he had the upper hand, Li Zhengquan did not wait for Wu Ming's reply and asked Mo Yuqing beside him, "Yuqing, do you want to go with him?" Mo Yuqing shook her head and said to Wu Ming, "Unless you commit suicide right now, I won't go back with you." Wu Ming was speechless. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and a deep pit opened up beneath Wu Ming's feet, propelling him like a cannonball toward the two. In an instant, he was in front of them, the wind from his movement forcing Li Zhengquan and Mo Yuqing to squint their eyes. Then, he slapped Mo Yuqing's face. Just before she was sent flying, she could still hear Wu Ming's voice. "Idiot, do I need to consider your opinion while taking you away?" After sending Mo Yuqing flying, Wu Ming saw Li Zhengquan swing his sword at him. He gently extended his palm, flicking his fingers, and struck the incoming sword. The finely crafted long sword made of high-strength steel was directly shattered into pieces. Dozens of fragments, carrying terrifying energy far surpassing that of large-caliber bullets, enveloped Li Zhengquan's body. Puff, puff, puff. Li Zhengquan's body was instantly drenched in blood mist, turning into a sieve and leaking blood everywhere. At that moment, Li Zhengquan was still reeling from the series of events when he felt as if his body was falling apart, strength continuously draining away. However, Wu Ming was not done with him yet. With a slight buildup of power, he threw a punch that easily reached supersonic speed, creating a sonic boom. This punch landed squarely on Li Zhengquan's face. If he had dynamic vision, he would have seen Li Zhengquan's face begin to twist and deform under the impact, reaching the limit of what flesh could endure before bursting, blood and flesh exploding out. Boom! Li Zhengquan's head was directly smashed by this punch, as if a watermelon under a hydraulic press, completely crushed. "No!" Wu Ming heard a heart-wrenching wail coming from behind. Chapter 21. Don't worry, Zhengquan. How dare you? How could you? Mo Yuqing was knocked to the ground, her mind nearly crashing, shouting in disbelief. Just a moment ago, the man she had feelings for, Li Zhengquan, was killed with a punch to the head by Wu Ming, as if crushing a crawling insect. No, even simpler than that. Noisy. Wu Ming felt disgusted upon hearing Mo Yuqing's screams. just like those women he encountered in his previous life who would shout at the start of a fight. Still screaming, Mo Yuqing had yet to realize the seriousness of the situation when she felt a gust of wind fiercely hit her, and Wu Ming's figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Slap! Another slap landed on Mo Yuqing's face. Wu Ming controlled his strength well. This slap neither killed Mo Yuqing nor did it allow her to continue screaming. It turned out that classical mechanics could indeed treat a quantum brain's madness. After Wu Ming slapped Mo Yuqing away again, her eyes suddenly cleared up and she stopped crying and making noise. The effect was excellent. She hesitated, seemingly wanting to say something harsh, but she couldn't fight back against Wu Ming, and Li Zhengquan had just been killed. What could she say? That's right. She thought of her grandfather, and only her grandfather could give her the courage to say something tough. She seemed to regain her confidence and coldly said, "Even my grandpa has never hit me, you." Great. Wu Ming was waiting nearby, and before she could finish, he slapped her again, hitting exactly where it hurt. After being slapped away again, Mo Yuqing's eyes were now filled with fear as she looked at Wu Ming. Wu Ming, however, stood beside her, seemingly eager to try, waiting for her to speak. Seeing this, Mo Yuqing simply shut her mouth and closed her eyes, no longer speaking. Wu Ming saw that she had become like this and nodded in satisfaction, finally feeling comfortable. He picked up Mo Yuqing, bounced off his feet, and easily leapt over the villa's wall, heading towards where he had parked. After reporting the task progress to Zhang Chengwu, he tied Mo Yuqing to the back seat of his motorcycle, mounted the beast, twisted the throttle, and accompanied by the roar of the beast, drove towards Feihong City. Outside Feihong City, in a manor, Zhang Chengwu was playing chess with an old man. The chess game was intense. Suddenly, a vibration came from Zhang Chengwu's pocket. It was a message from a personal terminal. He took out the terminal and saw that it was a message from Wu Ming about the task being completed. So quick. He thought to himself. Just as he was about to speak to the old man spoke first. "Chengwu, are you so busy with work that you have to check your terminal, even while playing chess?" Zhang Chengwu smiled and said, "Principal, don't joke. The task you issued has been completed." The old man was none other than Mo Yinwu, the principal of Feihong No. 2. Mo Yinwu said with slight surprise, "Oh? So fast. You must have just handed the task to that kid today, right? Is it Wu Ming?" Zhang Chengwu nodded and said, "Yes." "I didn't expect it would be so quick." Mo Yinwu smiled and said, "That's good news. Just let him come over here. It's just right to meet our genius youth." "Great." Zhang Chengwu sent the location to Wu Ming on the terminal and added a note telling him to come here. Moments later, a roar resembling that of a wild beast approached and finally stopped outside the manor. Hearing this sound, Zhang Chengwu said, "He must have arrived. This student really acts swiftly and decisively, very much like I was in my youth." Mo Yinwu stroked his beard admiringly. The two looked and saw Wu Ming walking in directly, carrying Mo Yuqing. Looking at Mo Yuqing's swollen face from the slaps, Zhang Chengwu almost couldn't hold back his laughter. It was indeed Wu Ming's style of doing things. He stood up first and introduced Wu Ming to Mo Yinwu. "This is Principal Mo Yinwu, and this is our student Wu Ming." It was Wu Ming's first time seeing the principal of Feihong No. 2. His strength should be at least as strong as Zhang Chengwu's, making him an unbeatable presence for Wu Ming at the moment. However, Wu Ming still respectfully said, "Hello, Principal. I have not failed my mission." After saying that, he placed Mo Yuqing on the ground. Mo Yuqing, seeing her grandfather in front of her, felt both hatred and fear towards Wu Ming. She hurriedly hid behind Mo Yinwu and pointed at Wu Ming, saying angrily, "Grandpa, this person hit me." Before she could finish her sentence, Mo Yinwu slapped her hard across the face, hitting her even harder than Wu Ming, knocking out several of her teeth and sending her spinning. Then Mo Yinwu turned to Wu Ming with a smile and said, "Well done. It's my fault for pampering her too much before, which almost caused a disaster this time. Not only did you bring her back, but you also taught her a lesson. I'm truly grateful." Mo Yuqing lay on the ground in a sorry state, unable to believe that her previously loving grandfather would allow someone else to hit her, even personally slapping her in front of everyone. Whether she liked it or not, two people came over and carried her away from the reception room. At this moment, Mo Yuqing realized that without her grandfather's love, she was just a stray dog on the roadside, bullied by others. However, her awakening was too late. For a strong person like Mo Yinwu, their lives are long, and they do not value family ties as much as ordinary people do. In his eyes, Mo Yuqing may have previously been a cute pet whom he pampered, but recently she dared to harm her master. So what would her fate be? Therefore, in Mo Yinwu's eyes, whether Mo Yuqing could regain his affection was unimportant. What mattered was whether he could use this opportunity to win over a genius like Wu Ming. Wu Ming said lightly, "Principal, you overestimate me. Since I accepted the task, this is what I should do." "Hey, calling me principal is too formal. I am only a few years older than you, and have taken a few steps ahead in martial arts. If you don't mind, just call me Mo Lao. Montak Yanvu Lao Kit. Montak Lao." Wu Ming readily complied. "Good. Ha ha ha, sit down quickly." Mo Yenwu laughed heartily and gestured for Wu Ming to take a seat. After Wu Ming sat down, Mo Yenwu poured him a cup of tea. Mo Yenwu smiled kindly and said, "Did you encounter any danger during this task?" Wu Ming pondered slightly. Perhaps Mo Yenwu was worried that someone might see Mo Yuqing go looking for Li Zhengkuan, which would bring about bad consequences. So he said, "No danger encountered. Although Mo Yuqing did meet Li Zhengkuan, there is no need to worry. I've already dealt with him." "Dealt with? You got rid of Li Zhengkuan. How did you do that?" Zhang Chunwu, who was listening beside them, couldn't help but ask. "I killed him," Wu Ming said. Well, since Wu Ming could kill Wan Bao, it was reasonable that he could kill another Li Zhengkuan. Zhang Chunwu had a feeling of foreboding. However, that wasn't the point. Zhang Chunwu said to Mo Yenwu, "Principal, the Li family really treasures their Li Zhengkuan. Now that he has been directly killed by Wu Ming, they might retaliate?" Mo Yenwu waved his hand and said, "What is the Li family? Can they even speak in Feihong City?" Then turning to Wu Ming, he said, "No need to worry. Under the mutual checks and balances of various forces in Feihong City, each strong person has rival strong people watching them. They simply don't have the time to bother with you. As for those juniors, you could crush them with one hand. Besides, once you join the Longyuan division, you won't have to bother about them at all. They're just a bunch of insignificant characters." After saying that, Mo Yenwu took out a gold-embossed envelope and handed it to Wu Ming, saying, "This is a recommendation letter for the Longyuan division. You can enter the Longyuan division with this." Chapter 22. Dragon Abyss. Wu Ming took the envelope handed to him by Mo Yenwu and asked, "What exactly is the Dragon Abyss?" Mo Yenwu took a sip of tea and began to explain the Dragon Abyss slowly. Unlike the Fusion faction and Pure faction, it emerged in modern times due to the upheaval brought by the Crimson Civilization. The Dragon Abyss has existed since ancient times and was the most powerful violent organization in the hands of the court. As time progressed, the Dragon Abyss continuously transformed. And in today's era, it is also known as the Federal Security Bureau. In ancient times, the purpose of the Dragon Abyss was to maintain the Emperor's rule, using violence to rectify and suppress all heresies. In modern times, the purpose has shifted to maintaining the security of the Blue Star Federation and eliminating any existence that opposes the laws of the Blue Star Federation. Throughout history, countless strong individuals have gathered here, and after their deaths, their divine weapons and magical blades were collected together, referred to as the Dragon Abyss Armory. Furthermore, the Dragon Abyss possesses a terrifying reservoir of martial arts techniques, with some special techniques not even included in either faction. Those with a sufficiently high rank within the Dragon Abyss can even serve as representatives in the Blue Star Federation. These advantages attract countless Blue Star citizens to it. Controlling the Dragon Abyss is akin to controlling a position in the Blue Star Federation. As a result, both factions continuously send people in. To this day, the Dragon Abyss is filled with various factions, competing for power, divine weapons, techniques, and merits. Even so, countless people still wish to enter but cannot. Because if you can win the competition, the benefits are immeasurable. Mo Yenwu took another sip of tea and looked at Wu Ming, asking, "Are you brave enough to go in and compete?" Wu Ming replied calmly, "Of course I am." Mo Yenwu praised, "Good. Young people should have that kind of spirit. The Dragon Abyss only recruits once every few years and requires recommendations from individuals with sufficient strength. If you miss this opportunity, you'll have to wait a few more years. Given your growth rate, waiting a few more years is unnecessary. Originally, this position was a bit of stretch for Wu Shangnan, but it's just right for you." Wu Ming nodded and said, "I must thank you for your recommendation, old Mo. I will definitely repay you doubly in the future." Upon hearing this, Mo Yenwu's expression relaxed, clearly pleased with the response. However, he still laughed and said, As long as you're sincere. This is just a little help we old folks leave for the younger generation." Meanwhile, someone was walking towards Li Zhengkuan's villa while calling him. A phone vibrated next to Li Zhengkuan's headless corpse. As a talented heir of a prominent family, Li Zhengkuan's father had high expectations for him, meticulously arranging his training schedule every day. His daily routine was often packed tightly, which was one of the reasons he achieved the bone and flesh realm at such a young age. Now it was time for him to train his bone and flesh. yet he hadn't arrived at the training room. Consequently, the private tutor responsible for this area called to inquire about his situation. Unexpectedly, he didn't even answer the phone. If Li Junquan didn't train during this time, his father would blame him, and the first to suffer would be the responsible tutor. In the past, if Li Junquan didn't have time, he would clearly write a reason for asking for leave. Why had he suddenly ghosted today? Strange. Fortunately, he knew Li Junquan's schedule. Before training, he would return to his villa for a short rest, and he might still be there, so he thought about going to check. In an instant, he arrived at Li Junquan's villa. As he opened the gate connected to the wall, he saw Li Junquan's headless corpse lying on the ground. The blood had long since drained, soaking the ground in a pool of crimson. Of course, there was also the vibrating and glowing phone beside him. This is Li Junquan. Li Junquan was killed. He stepped closer to take a look. The clothing and body shape matched Li Junquan, but with the head missing, he couldn't be sure. It's over. The sky has fallen. Rationality told him that there was a 99 chance this was Li Junquan, with only a 1 in 10,000 chance that this was someone else dressed as him. Trembling, he dialed the phone. Something big has happened. Moments later, at the Li family residence, a figure rushed in from outside, wrapped in faint blue threads, moving at incredible speed, clearly exceeding the speed of sound. In an instant, he zipped past the hurried pedestrians of the Li family, who didn't even have time to react. Strangely, despite his speed, he didn't create a sonic boom, and bystanders didn't even notice. Whoosh! He instantly arrived at his destination, where a crowd had gathered, and in the center lay a human-shaped object covered with a white cloth. Only when he came to a stop did the blue threads around him dissipate, and the crowd finally noticed his arrival. Brother! A man nearby called out upon noticing him. Head of the family. Others also shouted. It turned out he was the current head of the Li family, Li Junquan's father, Li Gao Li Sai. Brother, my condolences, said a man beside him, who was Li Gao Li's brother, Li Gao Zheng, with a slight sigh. Li Gao Li slowly walked to the white cloth, lifted it, revealing Li Junquan's corpse. He then lifted the clothing, exposing a birthmark on Li Junquan's waist, but the birthmark had been pierced and was no longer intact. Covering the white cloth back up, he turned to Li Gao Zheng and asked, "Have you checked the DNA?" Li Gao Zheng nodded. "Sai, I've checked. It's definitely Junquan." Li Gao Li took a deep breath and coldly asked, "Who did this?" Li Gao Zheng took out his phone, opened it, and handed it to Li Gao Li. It contained the footage retrieved from the surveillance of Li Junquan's villa, capturing the entire process. At that time, Wu Ming had not paid attention, but even if he had, he would still have killed Li Junquan. Li Gao Li calmly watched the whole process, and then the phone was crushed into pieces in his hand, falling like tiny shards from his fingers. He lost control and roared, "Wu Ming, I will kill him." Wu Ming had once crippled his eldest son, and he recognized him. However, since his eldest son was a waste and didn't earn his affection, and Wu Ming had joined the pure faction, he held back. Now, however, his proud second son had been killed outright, and he could no longer tolerate it. After saying this, the blue threads reappeared around him, clearly indicating he was a man of action, ready to find Wu Ming and kill him. Li Gao Zheng hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Brother, calm down. Stay calm." "How can I stay calm? Junquan is dead." Li Gao Li Shota. "I know. Junquan was also raised by me, and I am equally pained. But brother, you can't act recklessly. The pure faction is just waiting for you to expose a flaw." Li Gao Zheng said, "There are many ways to kill Wu Ming. You don't need to go personally." Li Gao Li's anger subsided slightly. He realized he had been a bit carried away. He coldly said, "Put a bounty on him. I want him dead." Chapter 23 Assessment Core Area of Feihong City. Here lies a complex of buildings surrounded by a wall, a place that people dared not approach in the past, not only because of the unusually serious atmosphere, but also because of the gilded words embossed on the large stone at the entrance. Federal Security Bureau, Feihong Branch. That's right, this is the Federal Security Bureau, the branch of Lunyuan Division in Feihong City. At this moment, just as the sky began to lighten, the two guards at the entrance had just completed their shift change, replacing the previous night's shift guards. They suddenly noticed two red lights in the distance, resembling the blood-red eyes of a beast, and the two guards immediately became alert. When the rumbling sound approached, growing louder, they realized it was a motorcycle. The earlier two red lights were the headlights of the motorcycle. The two red lights stretched into a line as the motorcycle raced forward, arriving at the entrance of Lunyuan Division in the blink of an eye. The motorcycle was parked steadily in the parking area, and a person dismounted from it. He stood at about 185 meters tall, with a handsome appearance and a strong, yet not bulky physique. This person was Wu Ming, and he was here to report to the Feihong branch of Lunyuan Division. The recruitment for Longyuan Division was nearing its end, and he did not want to miss this opportunity to join. As Wu Ming approached the entrance, the two guards extended their hands to stop him and said, "Sir, do you have business here? You cannot enter freely." Seeing this, Wu Ming took out the recommendation letter that Mo Yinwu had given him and handed it over, saying, "I am here to join Longyuan Division. This is my recommendation letter." The two guards exchanged glances, and one of them took the letter to examine it carefully. The envelope of the recommendation letter was issued by Longyuan Division, bearing their anti-counterfeiting mark, which was nearly impossible to replicate from the outside. The seal on it also bore the name of the corresponding recommender. There was no need to open it to verify its authenticity. The guard took a quick glance and recognized it as genuine. He first looked at his companion and nodded. Then he handed the recommendation letter back to Wu Ming and said, "No problem. The recruitment for Longyuan Division is about to end, and you must be the last one to arrive in Feihong City. The others have arrived a long time ago. Please come in." Wu Ming took the letter and followed the guard's guidance to a place resembling a service hall. The staff in the hall noticed him approaching and proactively asked what business he needed to handle. Not only could newcomers register here, but most of Longyuan Division's business could also be processed here. So even though there weren't many people registering newcomers at the moment, it was still bustling with chatter. Wu Ming said, "I am one of the newcomers. I am here to register." After explaining his purpose, the staff led him to a window. After recording some basic identity information, the staff handed him an identification card and said, "Dear Mr. Wu Ming, this is your Longyuan Division identification card. Please keep it safe. However, your treatment level and department are not yet clearly recorded on it. After the assessment and rating, that information will be automatically updated." Wu Ming took the card and asked, "Assessment? What is that?" Mo Yinwu hadn't mentioned this to him. The staff, seeing that Wu Ming was unaware of the assessment details, patiently explained, "It's like this. Although Longyuan Division accepts external recommendation personnel, Longyuan Division has its own internal assessment system." Wu Ming understood that although those who were recommended could enter, not everyone would have the same treatment. There would be distinctions in levels. No worries. Wu Ming was naturally confident in his abilities. "How do they assess?" he immediately asked. "First, you need to install the Longyuan app, then open the internal map of Longyuan and go to Longyuan Tower," the staff patiently replied. Longyuan Tower has 9 levels, and enemies will be generated automatically based on your strength. When Wu Ming heard this mysterious method of generating enemies, he wondered if such advanced technology existed in Blue Star, or if it was the ability of martial arts masters. The assessment method is simple. Just defeat the enemies generated by Longyuan Tower and climb the tower. The higher the level, the better the assessment result. The assessment results are categorized according to the heavenly stems in the Chinese calendar, divided into 10 levels: Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Geng, Xen, Ren, and Gui. After explaining, the staff showed Wu Ming his phone, which displayed the grading of assessment results and corresponding treatments. It stated, "Those who break through to the 9th level of Longyuan Tower enjoy a level treatment, can enter the Zhulong department, receive a long cane knife, a piece of Filong armor, any level 9 martial art, and receive 100,000 federal coins plus 3 Longhu refining pills each month, with priority selection for tasks. Those who break through to the 8th level enjoy B-level treatment, can enter the Zhulong department, receive a long cane knife, a specific level 8 martial art, and receive 50,000 federal coins plus 1 Longhu refining pill each month. Those who break through to the 5th level enjoy E-level treatment, can enter the Qinghuan department, receive a specific level 5 martial art, and receive 20,000 federal coins plus 1 Qizong Gufu Dan each month. Those who have not broken through to the 1st level enjoy Gua level treatment, can enter the Xiangui department, and receive 10,000 federal coins each month. Wu Ming looked closely. There were also explanations for some specialized terms below. Longyuan Division is divided into 3 departments. The Zhulong department is mainly responsible for combat and is the core department of Longyuan Division. Candidates for some high-level positions in Longyuan Division can only be selected from the Zhulong department. The Qinghuan department is mainly responsible for intelligence work, while the Xiangui department handles cleanup and aftermath. The basic process is that the Qinghuan department prepares intelligence in advance. The Zhulong department goes in to eliminate all targets, and then the Xiangui department comes to carry out cleanup. In summary, the higher you climb, the better the treatment is, and it also benefits future promotions. Wu Ming nodded and said, "Okay, I understand." He then turned and followed the direction indicated by the phone to head towards Longyuan Tower. Chapter 24. Class of following the navigation on his phone. Wu Ming turned left and right, quickly arriving in front of the Longyuan Tower, which was quite large. Without hesitation, he stepped directly into the Longyuan Tower, where there were no guards, only automated processes. A light curtain scanned his body, and a large door behind him closed. Then, a cold voice echoed through the space. Challenger. Wu Ming, a perfected bone and flesh realm martial artist. First level, battle against a perfected bone and flesh realm martial artist. As the announcement finished, strands of silk gathered, forming bones, then flesh, skin, and finally a person appeared before Wu Ming. Wu Ming admitted he was a bit surprised. He thought there would be some complex generation process, but it turned out to be printed on-site. However, he noticed that the person had vacant eyes. They were likely just some kind of creation, possibly the result of a god refinement realm, or even stronger martial artist techniques. After all, he didn't understand the bizarre powers of martial artists who refine chi and spirit. As soon as the figure was created, it lunged forward and threw a punch at Wu Ming. Wu Ming easily dodged the incoming punch, effortlessly avoiding its attacks. Although the punches were powerful, they couldn't even touch Wu Ming. Interesting, but still too weak for me. Wu Ming had cultivated top-tier techniques to perfection in his previous realms, establishing a strong foundation and giving him dominating combat power at his current level. Just now, he was merely observing the structure of this creation. Otherwise, with his strength, he could have torn it apart in an instant. However, with his current cultivation level and perspective, he still couldn't comprehend the structure of this thing. Another punch came at him, but this time, Wu Ming didn't dodge. He threw a similar punch back. The moment their fists collided, the opponent's fist and even forearm shattered completely, transforming back into strands and dissipating into the air. How to put it? The feel is a bit strange, but the opponent indeed exhibited the strength of a perfected bone and flesh realm. Without further ado, Wu Ming delivered a whip kick to the side of the opponent's face, directly exploding its head and scattering it into strands. Little did he know, while Wu Ming was undergoing the assessment in the Longyuan Tower, a group of people had gathered outside. Hey, do you think he can get to which level? Can he enter the Zhulong department? Not a chance. I think he's aiming for the Xiangui department. Look how long it took him to clear the first level. That first level is still spinning, which means he's still on the first level. Exactly. When I was assessed a few days ago, I cleared the first level in under a minute, and I still couldn't enter the Zhulong department. How long has he been on the first level? True. I think this newcomer is going to get the Gui treatment. Ha 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 ha. The Gui treatment is as rare as the A-class treatment. It turned out they were all newcomers to the Longyuan division. They gathered there because the dormitory area for newcomers was right next to the Longyuan Tower. At this moment, the newcomers had just entered the Longyuan division not long ago. Most of them hadn't taken on tasks yet, and were still familiarizing themselves with the environment and making friends. Just as Wu Ming stepped into the Longyuan Tower, the top of the tower slightly glowed, catching people's attention. Someone took a picture and posted it in the newcomer forum on the Longyuan app, instantly attracting a crowd. After all, everyone was not too busy at the moment and were more interested in joining the fun. Wait, look, it stopped. The first level isn't spinning anymore. Could it be that he really got the Gui treatment? What a revelation. No, the second level has started spinning. Oh, there's more to see. At this point, Wu Ming had already reached the second level. There were no other segments. The cold voice announced again. Second level, battle against 3 perfected bone and flesh realm martial artists. Sizzling sounds filled the air as countless strands of silk gathered from all directions, quickly weaving into 3 human forms. Just a moment ago, Wu Ming wanted to take a look at these creations and study their structures. Now, however, he had no interest in that because it was beyond his understanding at the moment. He only wanted to finish quickly and obtain the level 9 human tier technique. Indeed, he was aiming for the A-class treatment, which would allow him to choose a level 9 human tier technique. The A-class treatment had already been regarded by Wu Ming as within his grasp. As soon as the 3 figures were fully formed, Wu Ming charged in like a whirlwind, his hands forming into knife shapes, tearing through the air, unleashing a sonic boom. Listen to the thunder. Wu Ming's figure flashed past. The 3 humanoid creations behind him were instantly dismembered, then scattered into strands and vanished. The second level of the Longyuan Tower quickly stopped spinning. Is it stopping here? That was expected. After all, it took so long for the first level. It's understandable that the second level fell quickly. Wait, look, the third level is starting to spin. It really is. Could it be that he didn't just win instantly, but actually defeated it in an instant? It stopped again, and now the fourth level is spinning. How is that possible? The fifth level, the sixth level, the seventh level, the eighth level is starting to spin. He broke through 6 levels in a row and entered the Zhulong department. Yeah, each level was an instant clear. This guy is terrifying. In the 8th level, Wu Ming was facing the assault of 10 perfected bone and flesh realm martial artists. An extreme challenge? This reminded him that he still had some techniques stored in the Black Gold Club. It was time to retrieve them. He smiled slightly. It was meaningless. The number did not matter. His strength had completely transcended to another realm, and trying to defeat him with numbers at the same level was too difficult. Every punch he threw could obliterate a humanoid creation of the same realm, and in a second, how many punches could he throw? Boom, boom, boom. Like thunder in a storm, every punch released echoed with a thunderous roar, a sonic boom brought by supersonic speed. As he punched in an instant, all the enemies surrounding him were blasted into strands. As if it were as easy as eating and drinking, Wu Ming casually walked into the 9th level. Outside, the crowd had fallen silent. Initially, they had come to watch the show, but now they were witnessing a nuclear explosion. Completely unexpected. How could this be possible? Their thoughts were in this state. Finally, someone moved their lips, struggling to utter a sentence. Could it be that he is going to obtain the A-class treatment? Who knows? Someone replied slowly. Yeah, no one knows, except for Wu Ming. The cold broadcast voice echoed again. 9th level, battle against early stage Zongfu realm martial artist. As martial arts progressed, the power gap between each stage grew larger. The transition from bone and flesh to Zongfu was indeed a chasm. Could Wu Ming achieve it? Dragon Mastery 9 Chi. Diamond Glass. He immediately activated 2 states. Instantly, the hidden dragon patterns were reignited, emitting a molten glow as if they had come to life. He exhaled a breath of white air, and the white mist behind him gathered into white satin wrapping around his arms and back, while a layer of diamond glass attire slowly appeared on his body. Wu Ming struck first. Bang, bang, bang. It was like a giant running, with the ground being pounded into deep pits. Harnessing this terrifying power, Wu Ming's body broke through the sound barrier and fiercely shot towards the Zongfu realm silk creation. In an instant, he was in front of the enemy, delivering a full power punch. The silk creation reacted quickly, crossing its arms in front of itself. Boom! The double arms of the silk creation were directly caved in by this punch, and then its entire body was smashed against the wall by the overwhelming force. Bang! The entire tower seemed to shake violently. Wu Ming grinned, exhaling a puff of white air. It seemed the gap between the bone and flesh realm and the Zongfu realm wasn't that big after all. Not one to show mercy, he charged directly at his opponent. The thread creature did not sit idly by. With a stomp on the ground, its body transformed from lying down to standing up due to the recoil, and then it thrust out an elbow. The fists and elbows collided, creating a deafening sound, and a shockwave swept Wu Ming's hair back. Even though Wu Ming wore a diamond-like silk robe, he still felt a twinge of pain. It wasn't over yet. The thread creature delivered a knee strike aimed directly at Wu Ming's abdomen. Wu Ming side-slapped its leg, evading the attack while using the momentum to move to its side. 100 cracks. Taking advantage of its exertion, Wu Ming unleashed his ultimate technique. Boom, boom, boom. A torrent of punches, heavy and fast, came in an unending barrage. Under this terrifying pressure, the thread creature's legs were directly pounded into the ground. In an instant, there were hundreds of punches. The thread creature struggled continuously, trying to fight back, until Wu Ming unleashed hundreds, even thousands of punches. The entire upper body of the thread creature was finally beaten into threads, shattering apart. Phew! Wu Ming stood dazed in place, his hands like meatballs, completely exhausted. Although the bone and flesh cultivation technique he practiced wasn't top tier yet, he still won. As he shattered the thread creature, a melodious bell echoed from the Longyuan Tower. Not only those inside, but also the people outside heard it clearly. Did he win? What does this bell signify? He won, and this bell represents the birth of a first-class being. Chapter 25 Reward Few. Wu Ming let out a sigh of relief. Given his current state, it was still somewhat strenuous for him to challenge the Viscera realm. If he switched to the human-level 9th rank technique after reaching the bone and flesh realm, it would definitely be much easier. Suddenly, he felt his phone vibrate. He took it out to check and saw a message on the Longyuan app. He opened it and found that the news about receiving the A-level treatment had already been synced to the app. Now the app was pushing a message for him to go to the hall he had registered in earlier to collect the corresponding reward. After putting his phone away, Wu Ming walked down from the 9th floor of the Longyuan Tower. As the door of the Longyuan Tower opened, Wu Ming stepped out slowly. However, he saw a crowd of people standing outside, all silent and staring at each other. Wu Ming was puzzled. Why were there so many people? Were they all here for the newcomer assessment? Didn't the staff say he would be the last one? Whatever, he thought. ignoring them. Wu Ming stepped forward as he still needed to collect his reward. The group outside remained in eerie silence, watching Wu Ming leave until he gradually walked further away. At which point someone broke the silence, and the crowd finally began to chatter. Is it the expert who gained the A-level treatment? Indeed, just looking at his stance shows how terrifyingly strong he is. Didn't you say at first that he couldn't enter the Zhulan department? Now you're starting to brag? Changing your tune so quickly from arrogance to humility is laughable. What do you know? Don't say this guy has a rare A-level treatment. Even if it were B-level treatment, I would carry his shoes. Moreover, looking at those who can obtain A-level treatment, most of them can eventually hold the position of Force Spirits General in the Long Yuan Division. And it's not impossible for them to become the Dragon Master of the Long Yuan Division, right? Such a person is in a different world from us. Even now, we can only look up to him, and in the future, we won't even be able to see his shadow. At this point, Wu Ming could no longer hear their discussions, as he had already returned to the hall he had been to before. As mentioned earlier, this place not only handled newcomer registrations, but also various other services. The phone directed him here to collect his reward. The receptionist at the entrance looked slightly puzzled when she saw Wu Ming returning so quickly. Strange, how did he come back so fast? Did he not complete the assessment? Or was he quickly eliminated after finishing the assessment? She approached him and asked, "Hello, how can I assist you?" Wu Ming replied, "I've completed the assessment and came to collect my reward." So he really finished the assessment? It was so quick. The result probably wasn't ideal, right? However, even if it was a D-level treatment, it was still much better than what these staff members had. So she politely guided him. "All right, please follow me." After saying that, she led Wu Ming to a window. Wu Ming directly showed his phone, which had the Long Yuan app open, clearly indicating his A-level treatment. Okay, A-level treatment. The staff member glanced at the phone. Just as she was about to get the corresponding items for him, she suddenly realized, wait, what kind of treatment is written there? A-level treatment. To know that she had been working here for so long, and it was her first time seeing someone with A-level treatment. Once she realized, she didn't dare to delay and quickly prepared the rewards. First, she handed over a long wooden box that looked very valuable. Like the golden silk Nanmu from Wu Ming's previous life. Wu Ming took it and smelled a faint sandalwood fragrance before gently opening the wooden box. Inside was a long knife wrapped in a shark leather sheath, with the end of the sheath gilded, and it was about a meter long. He then took the long knife in his hand. The sheath felt warm to the touch. He held the wrapped handle with his right hand. Swish! The blade was drawn out in an instant, gleaming coldly, and a wave of coolness rushed over him. Wu Ming examined it closely. This dragon sparrow knife had a shape similar to a broadsword. The blade was narrow and straight, about 80 centimeters long. He gently traced the shallowly engraved dragon sparrow inscription at the base of the blade, his fingers gliding from the base to the tip. Buzz! A chill spread along his fingers. He then casually picked up a strand of hair and let it fall freely, positioning the blade horizontally in its path. Swish! The hair was effortlessly cut into 2 pieces. Good knife. He quickly sheathed the blade and slung it around his waist. After joining the Long Yuan Division, he was now authorized to carry weapons outside. Of course, the rights obtained from joining the Long Yuan Division went far beyond this. Force searches, priority law enforcement, and executing first and reporting later were all permitted. As an institution that has existed since ancient times, the Long Yuan Division retained these unreasonable privileges. Not to mention that the law enforcement personnel inside were among the best martial artists, making it even more difficult to impose restrictions in this world where strength was paramount. Someone nearby saw this scene and said to their companion, "What is that person holding? The dragon sparrow knife? Did he just complete the newcomer assessment?" The companion observed closely and said, "It is indeed the dragon sparrow knife. Didn't you see the forum? It said someone was being assessed at the Long Yuan Tower today. It must be him. I'm so envious." Although the dragon sparrow knife isn't a divine weapon, it's not standard equipment either. Each one is personally crafted by a master craftsman, extraordinarily sharp, and only those who achieve B level or higher during the newcomer assessment can obtain it. Not just the dragon sparrow knife. Look, the companion looked over and saw that the staff member had handed Wu Ming 2 more wooden boxes. Wow, it's A-level treatment. Open them all. The first one was a folded inner armor, which was the flying dragon inner armor. Wu Ming picked it up. It felt cool and soft, and wearing it would surely be very comfortable. It was said that this layer of soft armor could withstand the impact of anti-material firearms without being torn apart, making it like having a second life. The second box was opened, revealing 3 round pills. As soon as it was opened, a fragrant medicinal aroma wafted out, refreshing the mind. This must be the Dragon Tiger Refining Essence Pill, a good item that could promote the cultivation progress in the refining essence stage. Effective for both the skin refining realm and the viscera realm. It was also beneficial for breaking through bottlenecks, offering numerous advantages. However, for Wu Ming, this was more like a waste. The technique in his hands was already perfected, so there was no need for him to take this. It could only be used to exchange for other things later. After handing over these physical rewards, the staff member cautiously said, "Here are the physical rewards for the A-level treatment. You need to select the techniques to redeem on the app. The dormitory is next to the Longyuan Tower, and it will be automatically assigned after the assessment." Although it wasn't explicitly stated, the A-level treatment should come with a set of apartments. Do you have any questions? No problem. Wu Ming glanced around and saw nothing was missing, then turned and walked toward the dormitory. Chapter 26. Divine Hidden 11 Cave Heaven Return to Origin Skill. Wu Ming followed the guidance and quickly arrived at his own dormitory. Well, in fact, according to Wu Ming's perspective, this didn't quite match his idea of a dormitory. It wasn't that it was too shabby, but rather too luxurious. The dormitory door lock used electromagnetic induction, and his information had already been synced to the device. As he pressed the Longyuan Division's credentials against the door handle, beep, the door lock clicked open. He turned the handle and pushed the door open. What came into view was a spacious living room. Wu Ming felt it was large enough for him to play badminton in. In addition, there were 2 bedrooms with independent bathrooms and a simple training room. Utilities like water, electricity, and internet were all free, allowing him to stay as long as he wanted. The living room was equipped with a standing air conditioner and a high-definition projector, so he could lounge on the sofa, enjoy the air conditioning, and watch movies during his free time. Wasn't this the dream he had in his previous life? This kind of laid-back lifestyle was exactly what he longed for after being tormented by work and life in his past life. But fate has its tricks. When he yearned for these things in his previous life, he could never possess them, and now he obtained them with ease, yet it wasn't his desire anymore. The place was very clean. It seemed that even when unoccupied, someone came to manage it regularly. Wu Ming sat on the sofa and began to contemplate his upcoming schedule. First was the skill exchange. He needed to use up this opportunity to exchange for a human-level 9th grade skill. He planned to exchange it for a human-level 9th grade organ skill, which was the most beneficial choice. As for the human-level 9th grade bone and flesh skill, wasn't he there the Black Gold Club? He had noticed it when he went to trade for the skin refining skill last time. The higher the realm of the skill, the rarer it became. At the Black Gold Club, they could only trade for organ skills at most. It seemed they didn't want to trade for higher-level skills, but they simply couldn't provide them. However, the organ skills available for trade there were too few, far from enough to synthesize a human-level 9th grade organ skill. On the other hand, the bone and flesh skills available for trade were barely sufficient to synthesize a human-level 9th grade bone and flesh skill. Using this opportunity to exchange for the organ skill was just right. This way, he could directly reach the perfect organ realm. Moreover, it would be the strongest, perfect organ realm. The organ realm. After refining the muscles and bones with vital energy, one begins to advance to the organ level, refining the body's 5 internal organs. It consists of 3 stages. The first stage is organs like golden bells. The 6 organs refer to hollow containers, including the small intestine, gallbladder, stomach, large intestine, bladder, and triple burner. After refining with vital energy, the 6 organs become unified and can easily withstand external impacts, eliminating the situation where one could withstand a punch to the skin and bones but have their internal organs shattered. Furthermore, the functions of the 6 organs are enhanced, leading to better digestive capabilities. This is known as organs like golden bells. The second stage is 5 organs rotation. The 5 organs refer to solid organs: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. After refining with vital energy, the internal breath flows continuously within the 5 organs, allowing the martial artist to fight without exhaustion for 7 days and nights. As long as their internal energy isn't completely depleted, they won't feel tired under the rotation of the 5 organs. Meanwhile, the enhancement of the 5 organs significantly boosts the martial artist's physical qualities. The heart beats like thunder, the lungs become strong enough to burst tires, and the detoxification ability of the kidneys improves, making them immune to toxins. This is known as 5 organs rotation. The third stage is tiger leopard thunder sound. At this stage, the organs, along with the previously refined muscles, bones, and skin, are unified into a whole. When this whole operates, it resonates and releases a sound similar to a tiger or leopard's roar, akin to the continuous rumbling sound from clouds before a thunderstorm. This signifies the martial artist's perfect organ realm, as well as the perfection of refining essence, making the entire body a harmonious unity. Every punch and kick gathers the martial artist's full strength, causing injury upon contact, and every hit taken is evenly distributed throughout the body, greatly enhancing the ability to withstand damage. After recalling the description of the organ realm, Wu Ming opened the Lunyuan app and found the skill exchange section. He searched for organ skills and filtered for human level 9th grade. The final results were few, only about 10 entries. The higher the realm, the fewer the skills, let alone top-tier skills. It seemed he would have to rely on himself to synthesize higher-level skills. This was still a good deal for him. Once a top-tier skill is perfected, not only does it significantly enhance physical qualities beyond ordinary skills, but it often grants characteristics that far exceed those of the third stage of the current realm. Just like the 9 Dragon Stance skill and vertical and horizontal 10,000 Rin Golden Glaze skill he practiced earlier, which granted him powerful traits like dragon control of 9 Chi and Golden Glazed. This was also the reason behind his overwhelming combat power against opponents of the same level, and even those of higher levels. The previous skills were all synthesized, and the traits they provided were not selectable. Now, however, he could choose. Wu Ming browsed through the options. There were skills like 9 Transformations Golden Organ skill, Crimson Dragon Burning Heart Blood skill, Yin Yang New Moon Dual Threshold skill, and Mystical Cold Pool Kidneying skill. These top-tier skills were all powerful. Upon reaching the Tiger Leopard Thunder sound, they could enhance a specific organ. For example, the Crimson Dragon Burning Heart Blood skill focuses on strengthening the heart, and when perfected, the heart's strength would far exceed that of other martial artists, allowing it to enter a super-frequency state and unleash tremendous combat power. Training in these skills often requires more than just hard work. It also necessitates special elixirs and environments. Of course, none of this posed a problem for Wu Ming. As long as there were plus signs later, he could achieve perfection instantly. The key point was that these skills were too extreme, only enhancing a single organ. Wasn't there one that enhanced all of them? A little challenge wouldn't be a problem. Flipping to the last page of the list, Wu Ming saw a skill called Divine Hidden 11 Cave Heaven Return to Origin skill. The name alone was impressive, and he clicked in for more details. Upon opening it, he saw 4 large characters, caution in practice. Why? As he continued reading, he learned that this skill required continuous refinement of a person's 5 internal organs until they transformed into 11 cave heavens. This was done so that later, one could store their entire essence in one cave heaven, repeating this 11 times to fill all 11 cave heavens. Thus, each cave heaven would contain a terrifying amount of essence, equivalent to carrying 11 hidden energy sources on one's back. In critical moments, when exhausted or seriously injured, one could directly use Return to Origin. This would release the essence stored in one of the cave heavens, containing terrifying life energy that could not only replenish stamina, but also heal injuries and regenerate severed limbs. As long as the body's area was not damaged more than 40%, using Return to Origin, one would essentially restore them to full health and energy, rounding up to 12 lives. It was even possible to use Return to Origin multiple times, detonating a large amount of essence to unleash terrifying attacks. After reading this, Wu Ming exclaimed, "Supermodel, it's so damn supermodel." But why did such a supermodel skill come with a caution? Because during the training process, injecting essence into the 11 cave heavens was overly dangerous, easily leading to the explosion of the internal organs, resulting in severe injuries or even death. Hence the caution in practice. Oh, what did that have to do with Wu Ming? Was it difficult to practice? He would just let the panel handle it. Selecting Divine Hidden 11 Cave Heaven Return to Origin skill, he exchanged. Chapter 27. The mission regarding the black gold after exchanging for the cultivation method. Wu Ming's current task is to first go to the Black Gold Club to trade for the Bone and Flesh Realm cultivation method. Once he merges the Bone and Flesh Realm cultivation method to reach the 9th level of the human rank, he will then practice the Divine Hidden 11 Caves Returning to Origin technique. However, there is no rush right now, as the Black Gold Club only opens at night, and he plans to browse the forum and tasks on Lunyuan to see if he can conveniently take on some tasks. It would be best if he could overlap with the tasks from the Pure faction, allowing him to benefit from both sides. The contribution value systems of Lunyuan and the Pure faction seem similar, yet different. Generally, accumulating contributions to a certain extent allows for promotion. The difference lies in the fact that in Lunyuan, besides contributions, One's strength is also considered for promotion. Currently, Wu Ming's contribution in Long Yuan is as follows. Name, Wu Ming. Affiliation, Candle Dragon Division. Authority, Apprentice Long Yuan Guard, 0-10,000. Body Organs Realm. Accumulated contributions. Contributions, 0. Current remaining contributions. When he reaches a contribution value greater than 10, 000, and his strength reaches the Body Organs Realm, he can apply for promotion to a formal Long Yuan Guard. He first opens the forum to gather information, as some people look for teammates for tasks there. To his surprise, as soon as he opens it, he sees the current hot topic at the top, titled a rare class, a genius of the decade. Could it be referring to me? Wu Ming clicks to check, and indeed it is, with his photo posted as well, though he doesn't know who took it. In the photo, Wu Ming is wearing a long knife with golden floral patterns hanging from his waist, holding 2 boxes in his hands, taken from the side when he received his reward. It doesn't matter. Wu Ming doesn't bother to look at the comments below. Whether they praise or criticize, he isn't afraid of anything. After all, anyone who dares to obstruct his path will be crushed. Scrolling down, Wu Ming sees many posts about tasks. Some are recruiting, intelligence gathering task, department not limited. 3 missing 1, suitable ones hurry up. Chasing down a rogue with bone and flesh realm genetic instability. The target is a bit tricky. Needs someone strong, preferably from the Candle Dragon Division. There are also self-recommendations. I am at the peak of bone and flesh realm, proficient in palm techniques. My combat power is decent. Looking for partners. My lightness skill has reached perfection. My movement is exceptional. I excel at protecting teammates. Seeking partners. You excel at running away, right? Selling out teammates? Is anyone really going to team up with you? Is anyone looking for me? Just turned 18 this year. Could be sweet or savory. Can manage both the living room and the kitchen, and can warm the bed. Not the guy above. I checked your profile. Why are you guy posing as a girl? Wu Ming's fingers keep scrolling through dozens of posts. Suddenly, he sees an interesting post and clicks on it. Task name: Investigate the Black Gold Club. Task details: Recently, there have been frequent cases of youth disappearing in various districts of Feihong City. After investigation by the Long Yuan guards, clues point to the Black Gold Club. To avoid alerting the enemy, a 2-person investigation team is dispatched for basic intelligence gathering. Task suggestion: 1 member from the Qingyuan Division for intelligence gathering, 1 member from the Candle Dragon Division for combat support. Strength, at least bone, and flesh realm. Body organs realm preferred. Task reward: 5,000 contribution points. Then below is the poster's comment. I am from the Qingyuan Division. Currently need someone capable. Department not limited. Is this actually a task about the Black Gold Club? Youths disappearing. Interesting. However, there are very few replies to this post. I wonder why. Has it already been taken? With the thought of doing it conveniently, Wu Ming immediately replies, I'll do it. Unexpectedly, shortly after he sends it, someone messages him privately. It is the poster, named Du Qingxiao. She says, are you really going to take it? Wu Ming naturally intends to take it. He doesn't have time to waste here. Replying, of course, I'm familiar with the Black Gold Club, and my combat power is decent. All right, I'll find you. She seems a bit eager, likely because not many have contacted her for this task. A moment later, there is a knock on Wu Ming's door. Zofust. Wu Ming, surprised, opens the door. Standing outside is a slightly shorter girl with a short ponytail and a petite figure. She is about 1.6 meters tall, looking up at Wu Ming. Before Wu Ming can speak, she extends her small hand and says, hello, my name is Du Qingxiao. Please take care of me. Wu Ming shakes her hand lightly and says, I'm Wu Ming, come in. The girl complies and walks in, closing the door behind her. Once inside, Du Qingxiao looks around the hall and curiously asks, why is your dormitory so big? It's different from ours. Wu Ming casually replies, because I have Class A treatment. This is my personal dormitory. Since she will find out sooner or later, it's better to tell her now. Revealing his strength can make his teammate feel more secure during the task. Upon hearing this, Du Qingxiao responds, so it's because you're Class A, huh? She quickly realizes, looking at Wu Ming's profile, and exclaims, oh, so you're the Class A genius of this generation. No wonder your face looks so familiar. She then slumps onto the sofa and says, so the task is guaranteed to succeed with a big shot leading the way. Let us discuss the task. I'll just handle the combat. Wu Ming pours her a cup of tea and says, let us talk about the task. As soon as the task is mentioned, Du Qingxiao becomes serious, sitting up straight from her slouched position on the sofa. She takes out her phone and plays a video for Wu Ming. In the video, there is an elderly woman with a feeding tube in her nose, breathing heavily. Each word she says is followed by pauses, as if it exhausts her. All she says is, it's my fault for dragging Xinshin down. I harmed him. Then she slowly pulls out a photo, showing a sunny young man. She gazes at the photo, murmuring, Xian lost his parents at a young age and has been by my side. He is a good kid. I've raised him by collecting garbage and selling it, and he has always understood without complaining. Until then, my wretched old body fell ill, neither dead nor fully alive. Just lying in bed, becoming a bottomless pit that consumes money. Xian said he had a way. He would definitely find a way to save me. At this point, she stops, not because she doesn't want to continue, but because she chokes up, unable to speak. She carefully caresses the photo, murky tears falling onto the bed as she chokes out. Then, I never saw Xian again. I know he must have been taken away by bad people. It's all my fault. Finally, she reaches out her hands towards the camera, as if trying to grasp something, crying out in desperation, Miss Du, I know you're a martial artist and an important figure in the Federal Security Bureau. I beg you, please help me find Xian. The video abruptly stops. And Du Qingxiao says, this is an old lady I unexpectedly encountered during my last task. At that time, her health was very poor, and she was almost at her end, with no money to go to the hospital. I was the one who paid to send her there. Du Qingxiao takes a sip of tea to moisten her throat and continues, back then, I thought it was an isolated case and wanted to make a video to help her find her grandson online. Later, I discovered that there have been frequent reports of young people going missing in various districts. They are just ordinary young people who lack money. The reason we pinpointed the Black Gold Club is that a relative of one of the missing persons received a text message with just the word Black Gold after their disappearance. Later, I reported this information to the Longyuan Division, and they issued this task. Now, there is only one clue, so we can only go to the Black Gold Club to take a look. Wu Ming refilled her tea and casually asked, how did the old lady fare later? Du Qingxiao shook her head and sighed. She is no longer here. Chapter 28, returning to Black Gold. As dusk fell, the clouds rolled ominously, as if brewing something. The motorcycle sped along the elevated bridge, and with Wu Ming continuously revving the engine, the roar of the beast grew louder, and naturally, the speed increased. Du Qingxiao sat on the back seat of the beast, gripping Wu Ming's clothes tightly. As the speed intensified, Du Qingxiao felt the scenery around them blur, the light stretching into lines. Wu Ming casually said, fortunately, my clothes are of good quality. Otherwise, if they tear, it's one thing, but if you fall off, idea to turn back against traffic to pick you up. Du Qingxiao felt dizzy and slowly replied, why are you driving so fast? Can't you go slower? Wu Ming remained indifferent, saying, it's going to rain. I don't want to get wet. Boom. As Wu Ming finished speaking, lightning raced through the clouds. Several bolts converging into one, striking down like a distinctly branched bolt of lightning, illuminating the entire night sky for a moment. After a while, Wu Ming asked, you've been waiting for another person for this mission for quite a while, right? Why hasn't anyone responded? Du Qingxiao pondered for a moment and replied, because this mission doesn't have a clear enemy level. As far as I know, the highest combat power of the Black Gold Club should exceed the Organs realm. Although we are just here to scout, not to engage in battle, if we touch on their secrets, we might encounter danger. The mission requirement stated that it is suitable for those in the bone and flesh realm to the Organs realm. But people in the Organs realm look down on this little contribution value, let alone those above the Organs realm. For those in the bone and flesh realm, this mission is too dangerous. So, even though you're a genius with treatment of Class A, don't be too headstrong. We'll scout first. And if it's indeed true, we can just call someone over. Right now, all we can do is scout. Wu Ming nodded in agreement. But Du Qingxiao didn't know that Wu Ming was actually thinking about leveling up first. And then, after leveling up, what would Wu Ming be capable of? Naturally, he could do whatever he wanted. Wu Ming then asked, why has the Black Gold Club been able to exist in the Black Zone for so long? As a member of the Qingwan department, Du Qingxiao had more intelligence, and Wu Ming wanted to take this opportunity to ask more. I don't know. Maybe it's because many dignitaries consume there, or perhaps it involves several major families, and there are also people from the fusion faction within the Longyuan division. It was fine before, but if it is really investigated now for using civilians for something, the Longyuan division 1T let it off. That's right. Du Qingxiao was also part of the pure faction. She could only say that once one's cultivation reaches a certain level, everyone has to take sides. No one can stand alone. In the Longyuan division, it is often the pure faction teaming up to complete missions and the fusion faction doing the same. As for mixing the two for missions, it's not unheard of, but it's relatively rare, and the process wouldn't be very pleasant. Wu Ming pondered for a moment and asked, do you have any investigation plans? Du Qingxiao was taken aback and said, this is my first time here. Although I've learned a bit about this place from the intelligence before, I'll just follow you to get familiar with the structure. Wu Ming had no objections and nodded, saying the Black Gold Club requires Black Gold vouchers for consumption. So I'll first go participate in a Black Gold match to get some vouchers, and then use those vouchers to help you get familiar with the place while scouting around. How does that sound? Wu Ming wanted to prioritize leveling up all the martial arts he could enhance to perfection. Right now, he held the Shun Song 11 Cave Heaven Returning Origin technique at the Organ's Realm, but he couldn't T-level it to perfection yet, which made him feel restless. Black Gold match? Isn't that dangerous? Wu Ming replied nonchalantly, it's just a simple task. Oh, since you put it that way, I naturally have no objections. Du Qingxiao thought. After all, she didn't understand the thoughts of a genius. Moreover, based on her past experiences, she never thought they could complete the investigation in one night. Tonight was just for familiarizing themselves with the place. The mission had just begun, so there was no rush. The motorcycle sped at full throttle, slicing through the night sky like lightning, overtaking numerous fast-moving cars, leaving behind the roar of the engine as their companion. From the perspective of other drivers, Wu Ming maneuvered the beast into their view in a flash, then just as quickly disappeared, all within less than a second. Even though this was only his second visit, Wu Ming had already firmly memorized the route in his mind. Soon, Wu Ming skillfully drove the motorcycle to their destination and parked in the lot. He then put on his silver mask, symbolizing his identity as a silver fist fighter. While Du Qingxiao donned the ordinary white mask Wu Ming had prepared for her in advance. The two approached the elevator, and this time, no one dared to cut in line. Ding! With a soft chime, the elevator arrived, and the two stepped inside. Like last time, they felt a sense of weightlessness as the elevator descended rapidly, but it seemed to be taking longer than expected to reach the bottom, remaining in a downward motion. Du Qingxiao suddenly thought of something, hesitated for a moment, then took out her phone to type. Moments later, Wu Ming's phone vibrated. It turned out Du Qingxiao was sending him a message. Was she afraid that speaking would be monitored by the equipment here? Du Qingxiao, if the Black Gold Club is indeed the mastermind, and this place is where those missing persons converge, then to go so deep, they must use the elevator. The likelihood of using the stairs to descend to such depths is too low. And these elevators commonly used by customers definitely wouldn't be used to transport those missing persons. That would be too easy to discover. Of course, they might be transporting them during the day, but theoretically, they should have another elevator, perhaps a dedicated one that goes directly to that destination. Wu Ming looked at Du Qingxiao's message on his phone and nodded slightly. What Du Qingxiao said made some sense. But that was based on the premise that the Black Gold Club was indeed the shadowy figure behind it all. It could only be considered a starting point. There was no rush. Once Wu Ming leveled up his techniques, he would have the confidence to break through here. Chapter 29, still the limit, the sensation of weightlessness, turned into a feeling of heaviness as the elevator slowed down. This also meant they were almost there. Soon, the elevator doors opened, revealing the familiar scent. They could still hear distant shouts coming from the Black Gold Arena. This time, because of the fighter's mask on Wu Ming's face, the security did not stop them and let them through directly. Wu Ming headed straight for the Black Gold Arena, while Du Qingxiao followed closely beside him, glancing around at the surroundings. The two arrived at the railing of the Black Gold Arena and looked down. Although the Black Gold Club had just opened for a short time, the stand below were already packed with people. At that moment on the arena's stage, two martial artists were engaged in a deadly weapon fight. As one side made a mistake, his arm was immediately severed by the enemy. Accompanied by the beating of his heart, arterial blood gushed out in a spray from the severed limb, quickly accumulating into a pool of blood on the arena floor. Before losing his arm, he was no match for his opponent. Now, having lost an arm, he naturally could not escape death. Soon, his head followed the fate of his arm and was severed on the spot, resulting in immediate death. The sight of bloodshed and death in the arena did not frighten the audience. Instead, it made them even more excited. Some were gamblers who had placed bets and were now winning Black Gold vouchers. Others simply enjoyed the thrill as the fighters' reckless slaughter ignited their bloodlust. Du Qingxiao saw how brutal the Black Gold Arena was, with such a high fatality rate, and asked worriedly, "Are you really going to fight in this? It looks so dangerous." Wu Ming waved his hand and said, "No need to worry about me. But during this time, you'd better not act alone. Wait for me to finish." After that, Wu Ming pointed at his phone and said, "Remember to keep in touch. I'll just go for one fight and be back soon." Du Qingxiao blinked and nodded, saying okay. As an adult and a strong person capable of entering the Longyuan division, Du Qingxiao naturally had her own thoughts. Wu Ming didn't intend to intervene, but it was indeed dangerous for her to act alone. It was best if she could wait until he finished a match in the Black Gold Arena, which would be very soon. After communicating with Du Qingxiao, Wu Ming went to the registration area from last time. The same registration staff was there. He noticed someone coming in and quickly focused on Wu Ming's silver mask. Stifling a yawn, he was about to ask Wu Ming what difficulty level he wanted to participate in and then arrange it for him. However, as Wu Ming stepped out of the shadows, he saw the number on Wu Ming's mask clearly. He exclaimed, "It's you?" He remembered this number. Although Wu Ming was just a silver-level fighter in the refinement stage, he had chosen to challenge the extreme difficulty. The key was that he had won, which led to the staff placing a bet on Wu Ming in the last match and unexpectedly winning a large amount of black gold vouchers. Did he come this time to fight in the black gold arena again? But wasn't he suspended? He could only compete again once he reached the bone and flesh stage. In fact, it had only been a few days since Wu Ming last fought in the black gold arena. He quickly added, "Weren't you suspended? We can't arrange for you to participate in the refinement stage matches anymore." Wu Ming replied calmly, "I naturally know that. I'm here to participate in the bone and flesh stage matches." You've already advanced to the bone and flesh stage so soon, and you're going to fight in the black gold arena right after your promotion? The registration staff exclaimed again. It was no wonder he was so startled. Those who came to register for matches here were all martial artists at the peak of their current realm. Why? As mentioned before, the opponents arranged for the black gold arena were all peak martial artists of the same realm, bought off by the Black Gold Club. So he was astonished that just a few days ago, Wu Ming was still in the refinement stage, and now, although he had advanced to the bone and flesh stage, it had only been a few days. What could be accomplished in such a short time? How could that be enough to hone his strength? In his view, Wu Ming at the bone and flesh stage was just a nobody. What kind of strength could he have? Going up on stage would just be a death wish. However, as just a registration staff member, he had no intention of dissuading Wu Ming. He didn't have time to care about Wu Ming's life or death. So he pointed to a nearby machine and said, "You should step on this first to test it. Only if you're truly at the bone and flesh stage will I arrange for you." Wu Ming complied and stepped on it. As a beam of light swept over him, the analysis report of Wu Ming's realm appeared on the registration staff's computer. This realm judgment device was introduced from the Crimson Civilization. Although not very precise, it could roughly distinguish realms, which was sufficient. Looking at the computer, the registration staff secretly thought, "Indeed, he's at the bone and flesh stage." Then he handed Wu Ming a golden mask and said, "As usual, what difficulty do you want to fight in?" "Still the extreme," Wu Ming replied without hesitation. The registration staff looked at him with an incredulous expression, wanting to say something but hesitating. Finally, he couldn't help but say, "You want to fight at extreme difficulty right after your promotion? Just arrange it," Wu Ming said calmly. Looking at Wu Ming's calm expression, the registration staff momentarily didn't know whether it was him who had a problem or if Wu Ming had a problem. After all, he was just a registrar. Why should he care so much? As they say, it's hard to advise a doomed ghost. This guy must have become arrogant because of his previous victory. Did he think he could still rampage through the bone and flesh stage? He dared to bet that this guy was definitely going to die this time. According to the usual practice, he arranged the extreme difficulty match first, and Wu Ming was about to go up soon. Just then he wondered, wait, your match has been postponed. Let me see what is going on. Just as he was checking the system for the reason, his phone suddenly rang at his waist. Glancing at the caller ID, he quickly answered and held the phone to his cheek. He slightly covered his mouth with his hand and nodded as he communicated with the person on the other end of the line. However, with Wu Ming's physical fitness, he naturally heard their conversation clearly. A deep male voice came from the other side. "Chungjiu, can you hear me?" Yes, supervisor," he replied. "Did you just arrange a bone and flesh stage extreme difficulty match over there?" "Yes, supervisor, but I don't know why his match was postponed." "It was me who did it." "He is still with you, right? Bring him to the reception room to see me." As if too lazy to say more, the call was directly hung up. Wu Ming listened to the whole conversation and thought to himself, "Looking for me? What do they want from me?" The registration staff, also known as Changjiu, looked at the hung-up phone with some confusion. However, he still said to Wu Ming, "Your match has been postponed by our supervisor. He wants to see you now. What do you think?" Wu Ming just wanted to fight in the arena, get a black gold voucher, and trade for technique. Why were there so many things? But it seemed that he couldn't avoid this so-called supervisor now. So he decided to meet him and see what he was up to. Immediately, Wu Ming said, "Lead the way." Chapter 30, Match Fixing? No need. The registration personnel said to wait a moment. He first called someone to take his place, then led Wu Ming to the backstage. They turned left and right, and soon arrived at an elevator, taking it down. Indeed, there were other structures here. Perhaps black gold was truly related to the mission, Wu Ming thought to himself. With no time to ponder, the elevator quickly reached the bottom. As the doors opened, a space revealed itself. The elevator was built within a cylinder. Outside was a circular space with walls in white and blue tones, feeling cold and metallic to the touch, exuding a strong sense of technology. Multiple doors were distributed around the circular edge, likely leading to different locations. The man brought Wu Ming to a door, gently knocked twice. It was a sliding iron door that required identity verification to open. This must be the reception room. With a mechanical sound, the door slid open. A tall woman in a short skirt and a white mask stood beside the door, presumably the one who opened it. "Please come in." A clear but cold voice came from beneath the white mask. Cheng Jiu looked inside with some fear and said to the woman, "Sister Snake, I've brought the person. I'll take my leave now." "Go ahead." Cheng Jiu received a reply and quickly stepped back. Wu Ming then walked in. The inside was spacious. Beside them was a tank of ornamental fish and some flowers and plants. It's hard to believe this was underground. On the sofa in the middle sat a man wearing a black mask that only covered the upper half of his face, revealing his stubbled chin. His hair slicked back as he leaned against the sofa. "So this is the so-called supervisor?" Seeing Wu Ming enter, the man slowly stood up and said, "Hello. I'm a supervisor of Black Gold Club. Please have a seat." Wu Ming sat on the opposite sofa. The woman, referred to as Sister Snake, approached with 2 glasses and a bottle of red wine. She first placed the wine glasses in front of both of them. With a pop, she uncorked the bottle, and wisps of white smoke floated out, quickly filling the room with the aroma of wine. Blood-red wine poured from the bottle, flowing like a delicate red ribbon into Wu Ming's glass. The woman stood beside Wu Ming pouring the wine. A scent that was both fragrant and slightly fishy emanated from her, overpowering the aroma of the red wine, wafting into Wu Ming's nose. After pouring the wine, she held the bottle and stood behind the man. The man raised his filled wine glass, gently swirled it, the blood-like liquid sloshing inside. He then brought it to his lips, took a sip, and sighed, "This red wine is quite rare, gifted to me by an old friend of many years. The fragrance is rich and thick. I usually hesitate to bring it out for guests." Wu Ming also raised his glass, gently swirled it, but did not drink. It wasn't out of fear of poisoning, but because he was wearing a mask that covered his entire face, unlike the man's mask, which only covered the upper half. However, Wu Ming was not here to taste wine. He directly asked, "I wonder what the supervisor wants with me?" Upon hearing this, the supervisor seemed to smile beneath his mask and said, "Good. I like young people who are straightforward. You passed the extreme difficulty challenge during the skin refinement stage. Very impressive. I was paying attention to you back then. First, I want to ask if you're interested in joining Black Gold Club." Wu Ming had no interest in joining Black Gold Club. He was busy with tasks to earn contribution points. Not to mention, this Black Gold Club might be the target of his mission. Wu Ming remained silent and simply shook his head slightly. Seeing Wu Ming's immediate rejection, without a hint of hesitation or contemplation, the man looked a bit disappointed, almost regretful. He continued, albeit with a tone less enthusiastic than before, "Oh, that's quite a pity. You just recently advanced to the flesh and bone stage. Do you really want to challenge the extreme again? Are you confident?" Wu Ming replied, "I have my own considerations." The man, hearing Wu Ming's words, thought Wu Ming was merely a boastful gambler without real confidence. So he laughed heartily. "Haha, you want to challenge the Black Gold Arena? You must be after the Black Gold vouchers, right? There's a way to earn a lot of Black Gold vouchers without risking your life. Just step onto the stage. We'll announce your name, and the audience will surely remember your past achievements. They won't be that rational. They'll think you have a great chance of winning, and many will bet on you. Then, you could deliberately lose. The Black Gold vouchers earned will be split 3 to 7. How about it?" After saying this, the man leaned back against the sofa, looking at Wu Ming indifferently. Such terms were quite good. No need for life and death struggles to obtain a large number of Black Gold vouchers. It seemed he could already see Wu Ming agreeing. As the corners of his mouth beneath the mask gradually curled up, under his gaze, Wu Ming slowly spoke. "You mean you wanted to fix the match?" "Fix the match? Collecting the gambler's money? And only getting 30%? Without waiting for the man to speak, Wu Ming continued, "No need. What belongs to him, he will take with his own fists. There's no need to resort to such despicable means. Is there any essential difference between this behavior and the scams of my past life? You want him to do what he despised in his previous life. If it weren't for the fact that now is not the time to alarm the snake, Wu Ming would have already punched his head off." As Wu Ming's words left his mouth, the atmosphere became cold after the man was rejected twice. The scent emanating from the woman grew stronger, like a snake preparing to strike. Wu Ming also felt a subtle threat from her, at least the strength of the internal organs stage. So what? Not to mention that even an early stage internal organs expert was not his opponent. Even if a perfected internal organs expert came, he would not back down. If worst comes to worst, he would directly max out the Divine Cave 11 Heavens returning to origin technique. Yes, this technique had already been incorporated into his panel, though it was a bit regrettable to max out this technique without having the top-level techniques of the flesh and bone stage. Wu Ming was never someone who fretted over gains and losses. However, the situation was obviously not as dire as he had imagined, at least not for now. After a while, the man's suppressed laughter echoed throughout the reception room. All right, your arena will proceed as usual. Perhaps we will have a chance to cooperate again. The woman behind him walked to the door, opened it, and gestured for him to leave. Wu Ming naturally knew they were seeing him off and turned to leave. This matter was probably not over yet, but who cares? Wu Ming was ready to take on whatever trouble came his way. As the door closed, the man no longer maintained his previous elegance. He first took a gulp of red wine and then smashed the wine glass hard onto the floor. He angrily shouted, unappreciative. The woman quickly walked to his side, rubbing his back, and said, Father, don't be angry. Not being able to become our brother or sister is his loss. Seeing the man calm down a bit, the woman asked, Father, why didn't you let me kill him just now? The man snorted coldly. Killing him now would be too easy for him. Let him die on the arena and serve as final value. After a pause, he took out his phone and dialed a number, saying, How? There will be an extreme arena soon. You should join as well. Yes. The woman was surprised and said, He's just a newly advanced flesh and bone stage. Do you think he can handle the extreme difficulty? You still want how to step in? The man coldly replied, I always consider my actions thoroughly. A how is just a safeguard. After speaking, he pulled the woman into his arms and said, Ashi, help me vent my anger. As his hand reached under the skirt, the living room was filled with the woman's suppressed yet joyful voice. Chapter 31, A How. The conversation ended unhappily. But Wu Ming felt indifferent. He had offended many people in this world. A black gold club was not enough to make him tremble in fear. If he became anxious every time he offended someone, he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. On the contrary, Wu Ming was somewhat looking forward to what tricks the other party would come up with. When he tore those tricks apart one by one, the enemy's true colors would surely be spectacular. As Wu Ming thought, he walked quickly to the elevator and arrived at the backstage of the registration area. The previous Cheng Jiu was still waiting for him here, perhaps afraid he would run around after coming up. Cheng Jiu saw Wu Ming and hurriedly said, Your match is about to start. Quickly go to the preparation room. Wu Ming nodded and followed Cheng Jiu to the preparation room. As expected, with the announcement over the loudspeaker, number HJ9527, extreme difficulty, it's your turn to appear. Wu Ming slowly stood up and walked to the circular elevator. This elevator would take him to the ring. The elevator rose continuously, and the lighting technician skillfully turned on the spotlight, illuminating Wu Ming's figure in front of the audience. He was tall and straight, arms crossed over his chest, wearing a golden mask with a determined gaze. His short hair danced wildly in the wind, and the muscle lines that were inadvertently revealed looked chiseled like they were carved from stone. His impressive appearance immediately drew cheers from the audience. Of course, the golden mask was also important, as most who fought in the black gold ring wore silver masks, which indicated they were in the skin refinement realm. Although the black gold ticket was enticing, the stronger the person was, the more they valued their lives, and there were more paths available to them. It was rare to see someone from the flesh and bone realm who fought purely for the black gold ticket. Usually, the audience might only see one or two such fighters a night, making it a highlight performance. Thus, the audience's cheers were loud, and the tips for the black gold ticket were plentiful. As for those in the internal organ realm, they couldn't even be considered lackeys in their respective factions, so there was no need to mention them. They basically wouldn't show up for matches. At this moment, the host's passionate voice came through. Before I even introduce him, the audience's cheers are already this high. But what if I say that many of you actually know this fighter? The audience below questioned, Many people know him? I don't believe it. The golden fighter in my memory is not this one. No impression at all. Hearing the audience's doubts, the host laughed heartily. His number is HJ9527. For some of you, you might still not recognize him, but let me say another name. Fighter Long. Oh, it's him. The memory suddenly returns. Oh, I didn't know. He's the one who fought in extreme difficulty. Isn't he a silver fighter? Why is he wearing a golden mask? He must have advanced to the flesh and bone realm. The host held the microphone in one hand and gestured passionately as he shouted. That's right. He has successfully challenged extreme difficulty before. And now, After advancing to the flesh and bone realm, he is going to challenge extreme difficulty again. Just advance to the flesh and bone realm. And he's here for an extreme challenge? Is he seeking death? I saw him crush his opponents last time. He doesn't seem to be here to die. Maybe he has something up his sleeve? I think so too, let's bet. The world of the strong. I don't understand. Although some people doubted and others believed without question, the audience's emotions have been completely stirred up, and the cheers surged like waves across the arena. On the other side, Wu Ming's opponent, the defender, was also slowly rising in the elevator. 10 defenders had various postures, some standing, some crouching, some fiddling with their weapons, and others warming up, but all had in different expressions. They were all instructed by their master to go all out and give the enemy in front of them the most brutal death possible. They were naturally full of confidence. A mere newly advanced flesh and bone realm fighter dared to challenge extreme difficulty. They probably thought any one of them could easily kill him. Moreover, the most crucial person was also present. The other 9 looked vaguely at the last one. With that person there, Wu Ming went from a 9-death situation to a 10-death situation. Even if Wu Ming could complete this extreme difficulty challenge, encountering that person would leave him with no chance whatsoever. That person was Ahau. As one of the 3 adopted sons of the supervisor, Ahau was not only at the top of the hierarchy in the Black Gold Club, but also had reached the internal organ realm. Could a newly advanced flesh and bone realm Wu Ming really escape from his hands? It was absolutely impossible. Wu Ming was doomed. The defenders thought in their hearts. At this moment, Ahau stood at the back of the defenders, his hair braided and draped over his shoulder, wearing the most ordinary white, smiling mask, concealing his expression, perhaps due to his confidence in his own strength or disdain for the enemy's strength. Even though the extreme difficulty defenders could wear heavy armor, he only wore casual clothes. At this moment, he held a long knife in his right hand, unsheathed. The long knife had faint red bloodstains, not like an ordinary weapon. His left hand, with distinct knuckles and pale fingertips, gently pressed on the blade, slowly caressing it. The gaze from behind the white mask was intoxicated as he looked at his long knife, as if gazing at his lover. I'm going to use you to kill again. How exciting. He didn't know whether it was the problem with the person or the knife. Whenever he used this knife to kill, Ahau would become exhilarated, even more so than when fulfilling his physiological desires. This wasn't the first time he used this knife, nor the first time he killed for his father. How should he put it? This was what he should do. He, Aishi, and Asia, the 3 of them were orphans, homeless since childhood. They could only fend for themselves in the old city, scavenging for food and sleeping under overpasses. Once, Aishi was so hungry that he stole food and got caught. The 3 of them were beaten up. Just when they thought they were doomed, their father appeared. He still remembered the moment his father reached out. He seemed like a god, bringing salvation to the 3 of them. Not only did his father rescue them from the abyss, but he also elevated them to heaven. From then on, their father not only gave them a home they never dared to dream of, providing for their food, clothing, and shelter, but also resources for them to practice martial arts. They transformed from 3 homeless beggars who could starve to death on the streets into powerful martial artists who had no worries about food and clothing. Their lives were all given by their father. So, if their father wanted Wu Ming dead, he would come to kill Wu Ming. Anyone who defied their father had to die. Wu Ming was not the first, nor would he be the last. Of course, he actually didn't think Wu Ming needed him to take action. A newly advanced flesh and bone realm lackey. What strength could he have? He had seen many like this. Those with a bit of strength thought they were invincible. It wasn't worth his effort. However, since his father wanted him to come, he came. Chapter 32. Killed in front of him on a high platform, the supervisor stood there, coldly looking down at the arena. To be precise, he was looking at Wu Ming. In his eyes, Wu Ming was already a dying man. His only purpose now was to liven up the atmosphere of the arena. This was his own choice. He wanted to use the Black Gold Club as a tool to earn Black Gold vouchers, but didn't want to join the Black Gold Club, leading him to this conclusion with no other possibilities. A fighter who could not be utilized could only be destroyed. As she stood beside him, slowly feeding him a piece of fruit, Wu Ming, in the arena, seemed to sense someone watching him. He turned his head, quickly spotting the supervisor and Aishi on the high platform. Seeing this, he smiled, even with his mask on. Are they preparing to watch my miserable state? They must have arranged some means, right? It's so hard to guess. Wu Ming looked back at the defender opposite him, who was still absent-mindedly stroking his knife, even though the arena was about to start, and he wasn't wearing armor. Such a show-off? It's obvious that this person is not right. But doesn't team matter? Time is tight, and the task is heavy. I'll just kill them all. All right, it seems both sides are ready. The arena begins now. With the host command, the audience immediately heard a loud explosion, almost coinciding with the last syllable of the host's voice. It was Wu Ming. He instantly entered a state, Dragon Emperor S9 Chi, Diamond Glaze. Then he pushed off the ground with his feet, shattering the solid stone slab beneath him. The terrifying power propelled his body to instantly break the sound barrier, creating a loud bang, transforming into a blurred shadow rushing toward the opponent. How fast is breaking the sound barrier? Over 340 meters in a second. To put it simply, a standard basketball court is 28 meters long and 15 meters wide, with a perimeter of 86 meters. In 1 second, he could almost run 4 laps around the basketball court. Before the defender could react, he saw Wu Ming already in front of him, his whole body shimmering with dragon patterns, accompanied by a howling wind. Too weak. Wu Ming sighed. He was already in front of him, and the enemy still looked like he hadn't woken up. But Wu Ming wouldn't let him off just because the enemy was too weak. With a punch surrounded by dragon patterns, he directly tore through the air and struck the defender's chest. The heavy armor was like paper in front of this punch, easily pierced. As for his body, to put it bluntly, although it was slightly stronger than heavy armor, it was still on the same level as paper. It was as if he had been hit by a tank's main cannon. This punch directly shattered the defender's entire upper body. The blood and flesh that made up his upper body splattered onto the floor behind him, like an ordinary person smashing a blood-sated mosquito with a slap. His bone fragments and heavy armor shards, in this situation, turned into hidden weapons more powerful than grenade shrapnel, shooting towards the back of the defender. Some scraped against the heavy armor, producing a sound of tearing metal, leaving horrific marks on the armor. Some were lucky enough to shoot directly into the defender's eyes, instantly turning his brain into mush. That Ahau had decent strength. When the shrapnel flew over, he finally stopped looking at his long knife and turned to the flying fragments. He wielded his long knife wildly, shattering or deflecting the incoming shrapnel. However, just as he stopped his knife, Ahau saw Wu Ming's punch coming, the fist growing larger in his eyes. This punch, wrapped in reddish-hot dragon patterns, even had faint Buddhist chants echoing. This punch tore through the air, creating a sonic boom. This punch would kill him if he couldn't take it. What? Ahau's calm demeanor vanished, replaced by shock, his pupils revealing fear. He barely had time to cross his long knife in front of his chest. Bang! This punch struck the blade, producing a deafening sound of metal striking metal. Some audience members in the front row, lacking strength or being ordinary people, had their eardrums shattered by this terrifying sound, blood seeping from their ears. This punch bent the blade, then with unrelenting force, struck Ahau's chest through the blade. Boom! Ahau sprayed blood from his mouth and nose, being sent flying, unable to hold onto the bent long knife, which clattered to the ground. The blade was of good quality, definitely not made of ordinary materials. If it had been an ordinary knife, it would have shattered, and Ahau should have been pierced through the chest and killed instantly. However, now he would die anyway. Before Ahau even hit the ground, Wu Ming swiftly closed the distance. He reached out, grabbed his blade, and using his momentum, slammed him down hard onto the ground. Boom! The stone slab ground was smashed into a human-shaped indentation, surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks mixed with splattered blood. But that wasn't the end. Wu Ming raised his leg high, his muscles exploding with power, and slammed his heel down. The heel, carrying terrifying force, smashed into Ahau's skull. Execution! Thud! On the human-shaped indentation on the ground, the area where the head was located imploded once more, causing the ground to shake violently, sending shockwaves that made the front row audience's hair dance wildly. Now Ahau is thoroughly dead. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. No, you should die. She, witnessing Ahau's tragic state from the high platform, couldn't help but let out a painful cry. But it was quickly drowned out by the audience's enthusiastic cheers. Unable to contain herself, she was about to rush to save Ahau, to kill Wu Ming. How could that be? The supervisor, with a complicated mind, was shocked by Wu Ming's strength, lamenting Ahau's tragic death, and feeling anxious about the disrupted plan, hurriedly reached out to stop She, angrily stating, Ahau is dead. Going down now is useless and might expose our plan. Hearing this, She never disobeyed her father's orders, so she could only accept Ahau's tragic death, kneeling on the ground and crying. No one understanding how deep their feelings were among the three. Amidst the sadness, she vowed to kill Wu Ming. Wu Ming looked back at the high platform and indeed saw the supervisor and She's unusual behavior. This knife-wielding guy must be the means they arranged. inserting a Zongfu realm into the flesh realm arena. They really are something. Unfortunately, his strength is average, far inferior to that early-stage Zongfu realm on the last floor of the Lonyuan Tower, which he had to hit with thousands of punches to explode. What Wu Ming didn't know was that the string-like creature on the Lonyuan Tower felt no pain or fatigue and was naturally much stronger than a Hao. Moreover, a Hao had initially underestimated Wu Ming, being hit first and directly killed in one set, dying quite rashly. Wu Ming glanced at a Shi, who was kneeling and twitching as if crying, seemingly close to the deceased. However, Wu Ming had no interest in learning their story. If she wanted, he could send her down to meet this guy. Chapter 33. Golden Skin and Jade Bones. Return to origin of divine caves. I will kill you. A defender who survived the recent slaughter madly swung a great sword at Wu Ming. Wu Ming did not dodge or evade. With a right whip kick, he instantly shattered the air. His steel whip-like right leg first kicked the great sword into pieces, then struck at the defender's waist, completely exploding it, scattering colorful objects all over the ring. The last defender immediately died, and the match ended. The audience was first in dead silence. Then cheers erupted like a tsunami. In fact, with Wu Ming's strength, the spectators with no real power could no longer comprehend the fight. Wu Ming broke the sound barrier at the start, disappearing from the audience's sight in an instant, followed by a loud explosion, and then the upper body of the powerful defender exploded, with the fragments killing a group of enemies behind him. The defender wielding a long knife was a bit tougher, surviving several hits before finally dying. However, looking at the blood-soaked ring, the audience understood that Wu Ming had won once again. For these spectators, they didn't need to understand how he won. The bloodthirsty audience saw limbs flying and blood spraying, and that was enough. The gambling audience who won big were also satisfied, having made a fortune. Thus, they all began to shout, throwing black gold vouchers from the front and back rows, which floated down, accumulating into a terrifying number. The host seemed stunned, his lines stuck in his throat. This was not according to the script. Wasn't the supervisor supposed to kill this fighter? How could even the supervisor's adopted son be killed? What to do now? He looked at the supervisor on the high platform. Although the supervisor was furious and wanted to have Wu Ming killed immediately, he could not act directly while Wu Ming was in the ring. Otherwise, the Black Gold Club he had managed for many years would be finished. Moreover, there were some shady dealings within the Black Gold Club that were not suitable for major actions. He could only let Wu Ming go for now and kill him outside later. With that thought, he nodded at the host, signaling him to proceed with the settlement. Seeing the supervisor nod, the host quickly got into character and shouted with great enthusiasm, The strength of fighter HJ9527 is truly unfathomable. Let's congratulate him on once again passing the extreme challenge and winning a large number of black gold vouchers." As the host's words fell, 10 bunny girls swayed their bodies onto the stage to collect the black gold vouchers for Wu Ming. There were so many black gold vouchers this time that it took the 10 bunny girls a long time to gather them all. These vouchers were bundled into stacks of 100 and placed in a large briefcase, totaling over 100 stacks, which amounted to more than 10,000 black gold vouchers. This was more than enough. Wu Ming calmly closed the briefcase and walked towards the audience. Next, he needed to trade for martial arts techniques. He didn't expect the supervisor to allow him to finish the match and even let him take the black gold vouchers. What was he worried about? Wu Ming thought as he walked, soon arriving at the trading area with ease. There were still people setting up stalls selling various items. Wu Ming went straight to the martial arts trading area, where there were only a little over 10 techniques at the bone and flesh stage. They were distributed among 3 people, and it was unclear what made these individuals choose to trade their techniques. A bone and flesh stage technique roughly required several hundred black gold vouchers. Wu Ming proceeded with the trading, having plenty of vouchers. After spending over 7,000 vouchers, he finally acquired 9 low-level bone and flesh stage techniques for synthesis. With the remaining black gold vouchers, he planned to exchange them all for federal currency. The Black Gold Club might not last long, and keeping so many black gold vouchers would ultimately be worthless. He first found a restroom and opened the panel. Name: Wu Ming Martial Arts. 9 Dragon Stance, perfect. Traversing 10,000 Ridges Diamond Glaze skill, perfect. Jade Void Refining Essence Mysterious skill, Bone and Flesh Edition, perfect. Divine Caves 11 Return to Origin skill, beginner. 7 kills 100 cracks fist, perfect. Listening Thunder Breaking Steel Knife, perfect. Characteristics: Dragon Commands 9 Chi, Diamond Glaze. Steel Bone and Flesh Essence, 100 cracks. Listening Thunder Realm. Bone and Flesh Stage perfect. After recording the recently traded techniques onto the panel, the expected notification popped up. Detected excessive similar techniques. Would you like to trigger beneficial fusion? He clicked agree casually. The bone and flesh stage techniques transformed into black smoke and merged into the jade void, refining essence mysterious skill, bone and flesh edition. Slowly twisting and changing into mountain crushing golden skin and jade bone skill, with the progress of the technique dropping to small success. Wu Ming had experienced this process many times before and was already familiar with it. Now, being in the restroom and alone, it was a good opportunity for improvement. Wu Ming mentally clicked the plus sign on the mountain-crushing golden skin and jade bone skill, progressing from small success to great success to perfect. Intense pain surged from his skeletal muscles. This was the first time he had experienced such discomfort during an upgrade. Every muscle fiber felt as if it was being ripped apart into dozens of strands. Then each expanded back to its original size, only to be twisted into a single muscle fiber again, repeating this process multiple times, ultimately forming golden skin. Accompanied by the excruciating pain of muscles tearing and being twisted together, the density and strength of each muscle fiber skyrocketed. He didn't know how many times stronger it was than before. It wasn't over yet. Next came the bones. The bones felt as if they were being burned by fierce flames, melting and then combined with other materials, being hammered into shape, solidifying through repeated cycles, forging into jade bones. After a while, the transformation ended. Wu Ming's entire body was flushed red, steam rising from his surface like a piece of iron just forged and immersed in cold water, due to the increased density of his muscles and bones. Although his physique did not change, his weight had increased by an unknown number of times. The tiles beneath him couldn't bear his weight and shattered. Wu Ming felt immensely powerful now. He didn't know how many times stronger he was compared to before. He only knew that if he fought against his former self, he could easily pin him down with one hand. His palm formed into a fist, instantly creating a sonic boom. The restroom door rattled from the air pressure generated by this sudden burst, and a shockwave caused Wu Ming's hair to flutter. With such strength, he did not need to wait for the completion of the internal organs stage. He could now dismantle a main battle tank with his bare hands. He hadn't even upgraded the techniques of the internal organs stage, and he was already this strong. Now, he was about to elevate the Divine Cave's 11 return to origin skill to perfection. How strong would he become then? Without further ado, he mentally clicked the plus sign on the Divine Cave's 11 return to origin skill, progressing from beginner to small success to great success to perfect. The intense pain returned, and with the elevation of the realm, the method of adding points seemed to become increasingly tumultuous. However, in Wu Ming's view, this pain was merely a minor issue. In an instant of excruciating pain, he traversed the years of relentless training that others endured. Moreover, at the same time, he was countless times stronger than others. Intense pain surged from his internal organs. They were undergoing tremendous changes. From the visceral gold bell to the 5 organs rotating and then the thunderous roar of tigers and leopards. Directly enhancing the strength of the internal organs was too slow. Wu Ming's internal organs were directly torn apart and emptied. For a brief moment, he lost all his internal organs. Then different molecular elements converged, reassembling into new internal organs. This set of internal organs directly pointed towards the completion of the internal organ stage, aiming to be stronger and more powerful. Then came the characteristics of the Divine Cave's 11 return to origin skill. Wu Ming seemed to enter a space to practice the Divine Cave's 11 return to origin skill. The essence was injected into his internal organs, but directly detonated them, and the intense pain struck, killing him on the spot. But soon, he came back to life and practiced again, repeating this process countless times. Wu Ming finally grasped the trick. Injecting vital essence became as natural as eating and drinking. Gradually, Wu Ming regained his senses. The enhancement had ended, feeling like merely a momentary daze or perhaps a century had passed. He sensed his body. The 5 internal organs and 11 celestial caves were already filled with vital essence, and he no longer needed to fill them himself, which was a benefit of the cultivation method's enhancement. Wu Ming slowly stood up. This time, the increase was a bit too much. He felt strangely powerful, almost absurdly so. As he steadied himself and focused his entire being, his body began to emit a humming sound, like the noise of clouds brewing thunder and lightning. This sound and vibration shook the entire restroom, causing the restroom door to tremble as if someone were continuously pushing against it. Then, he took a deep breath and exhaled onto the iron door lock of the restroom, as if it were hit by a high-pressure water gun, and the entire lock was blown apart. This was no joke. Now, Wu Ming could kill someone with just a breath. Chapter 34. Learning on the spot, Wu Ming's current panel is as follows. Name, Wu Ming cultivation techniques. 9 dragon stance, perfect. Vertical and horizontal 10,000 run diamond glaze technique, perfect. Mountain crushing golden body jade bone technique, perfect. Divine cave 11 heaven return to origin technique, perfect. 7 kills 100 cracks fist, perfect. Listening to thunder breaking steel knife, perfect. Traits, dragon commands 9 chi, diamond glaze, golden body jade bone. Divine cave return to origin essence. 100 cracks, listening to thunder realm. Perfect organ realm, looking at all the perfect cultivation techniques on the panel, along with the displayed traits and essence. Wu Ming revealed a smile reminiscent of an old farmer seeing a bountiful harvest. He let out a soft breath, finally feeling comfortable. Wait a minute, it seems he forgot something. All right, where did Du Qingxiao go? He had originally told Du Qingxiao to wait for him at the Black Gold Arena and not to act alone. However, after finishing at the Black Gold Arena and coming out, he didn't see her, and in his eagerness to change cultivation techniques, he forgot about it for a moment. But Du Qingxiao is also an adult and a member of the Qingwan department. She doesn't necessarily have to follow his opinions. Perhaps she has her own method for secretly gathering intelligence, and maybe she has already completed her investigation. Wu Ming took out his phone, intending to contact her and understand the current situation. He clicked on her avatar and sent a message. Wu Ming, got the message? Soon, Du Qingxiao replied, got it. They were communicating through the Longyuan app. During missions, the Longyuan app operates in mission mode, requiring verification for every message sent. This is also to prevent any member from being captured, and if the enemy gets their hands on their phone, they wouldn't be able to directly view or input messages. So theoretically, Du Qingxiao was still safe. Wu Ming breathed a slight sigh of relief. If something happened to Du Qingxiao, it would be a small matter if she died there. However, having a note in his record stating that his first mission led to a teammate's death would be unacceptable. With this thought in mind, Wu Ming sent another message. Have you started acting? Du Qingxiao, yes. Feeling that acting alone might not be right, Du Qingxiao added. While I was wandering around earlier, I infiltrated their back end and found a secret passage that isn't open to the public. There was a guard nearby, but he left for a while, and I thought it was a good opportunity, so I went in. Sorry. Then Du Qingxiao sent the location of the passage and the time she had previously noted to Wu Ming. Wu Ming looked at it and realized that this time frame was when the supervisor had called him to the reception room. Could it be that because of him, the guard was absent, allowing Du Qingxiao to sneak in? In fact, it was true. The guard had left for a while to replace the person in charge of the boxing match registration, which allowed Du Qingxiao to sneak in. Wu Ming said, wait for me. I'll come to meet you right away. Du Qingxiao, have you practiced breath-holding techniques and light body skills? Otherwise, it might be difficult to sneak in. Wu Ming thought to himself that this was simple. He still had black gold vouchers left. He could buy and learn on the spot, right? Wu Ming replied, I have practiced. Just wait for me, don't rush. Du Qingxiao, okay. In fact, Du Qingxiao had already stopped moving forward. Going further would likely lead her to the core area, which would definitely be filled with surveillance. As a member of the Qingwan department, acquiring intelligence requires many skills. Skills like concealment and counter-surveillance are mandatory courses, and the Longyuan office offers these resources to them at half price. As a professional, Du Qingxiao had her own considerations. The reason she dared to act alone earlier was partly because the surveillance was sparse, allowing her to easily avoid detection. However, that wouldn't be the case moving forward. The area ahead was filled with surveillance, making it impossible to evade, at least not at her current level. She could only rely on technology, like the Divine Bird Type 2 counter-surveillance reconnaissance device she wore at her waist. As long as she flipped the switch, the nearby surveillance would continuously transmit the last frame of footage, achieving counter-surveillance effects. However, this device has a usage limit. If she went in first, and Wu Ming didn't have a counter-surveillance device, he wouldn't be able to enter and meet her. He would have to wait for Wu Ming before they could act together. At this time, Wu Ming had already arrived at the cultivation technique trading area again. He found a technique dealer with whom he had transacted the most cultivation techniques. The dealer was dressed in black and wore a white mask. The black-clad man recognized him. Every time he came with a pile of black gold vouchers to buy low-level techniques, and since they had just completed a transaction, it would be hard not to know him. Wu Ming approached him, opened his briefcase, and the remaining thousands of black gold vouchers instantly appeared before his eyes. What? Is he going to keep these black gold vouchers as waste paper? Wu Ming intended to exchange all these black gold vouchers for cultivation techniques. He had quite a few shortcomings, and since he didn't believe in overextending himself, any technique he acquired would be instantly perfected. The eyes of the masked man, which were not covered by the mask, nearly bulged out upon seeing so many black gold vouchers. Did you rob the Black Gold Club? Don't be fooled by Wu Ming's ability to earn so many at once. That was due to others' rewards, each person giving him one, and with 10,000 people. That's 10,000 vouchers. Moreover, that was an irreplaceable event. Normally, rich individuals might only hold 1 or 2,000 black gold vouchers. That's why the black-clad man was so shocked. Wu Ming had previously exchanged a few thousand black gold vouchers for techniques, and now had another few thousand. How could he have acquired them if he didn't rob the Black Gold Club? Wu Ming ignored his shock and said, "Do you have any techniques for concealing breath and light body skills? Get some for me." The black-clad man took a moment to recover from his shock and then grinned, saying, "Hee, I don't have anything else here, just a lot of techniques. Although the levels aren't high, there are definitely plenty of categories." After saying that, he lined up a new set of techniques, such as turtle breath technique, feigned death escape technique, etc. As soon as he finished, he reached out and lined up another set, including grass flying, snow treading without a trace, ghost shadow step, etc. Not finished yet, he raised both hands in front of him, like a magician revealing cards, and with a flick, 2 books of techniques appeared in his hands. However, with Wu Ming's keen eyesight, he could clearly see that he had taken them out from his sleeves and clothes. The black-clad man didn't seem to know what he was dealing with. His strength wasn't strong, but he had a bunch of low-level techniques. Wu Ming glanced at all the manuals and said lightly, "Which faction did you rob this from?" The black-clad man waved his hand and quickly said, "I wouldn't dare to speak carelessly, just trying to make a living. The 2 rows on the ground are the breath-concealing and light body skills you wanted. The 2 books in my hand are the special techniques bone, shrinking transformation, and 1,000 sounds, which can change a person's skeletal appearance and voice, and are quite rare in other places. How about it? Are you interested?" Upon hearing this, Wu Ming said, "Do you have more? Bring them all out. I'll take them all." Chapter 35, Beast. Reagent moments later, Wu Ming retracted his aura and transformed into a ghostly shadow, darting from the trading area to the arena area. Passers-by only felt a gust of cold wind and had no idea someone had passed by. At this point, his panel had added several new techniques, and he was currently using the top-tier breath-concealing technique, breath dissipation form, which was a combination of several breath-concealing techniques, along with ghostly shadow untraceable, a combination of several lightness techniques. After executing breath dissipation form, he could condense his vital energy, lowering his breathing and pulse, making his entire body seem like a lifeless object. Without using breath dissipation form, a martial artist could sense him as easily as seeing a fluorescent light in the dark. Ghostly shadow, untraceable, allowed him to unleash maximum speed under the most secretive circumstances. However, this speed could not surpass Wu Ming's full-powered state, where he could create deep pits with each step he took. His focus was on stealth. After all, before refining chi, martial artists could not violate the law that the faster you run, the more noise you make. If it were supersonic, it would produce a sonic boom, and the accompanying wind could blow a person away, making it impossible to sneak in without being heard within 100 meters. It was said that after refining chi, martial artists could achieve various mysterious feats, even moving at supersonic speeds silently. Of course, that was a later discussion. In any case, Wu Ming's 2 techniques could indeed help him conceal his form to the greatest extent, even though his speed was not yet supersonic. Some weaker martial artists could no longer detect him, only feeling a gust of cold wind pass by. In the blink of an eye, Wu Ming avoided one surveillance camera and guard after another, arriving at the entrance that Du Qingxiao mentioned, which was not open to the public. A guard was still standing at the entrance. "What to do? I can't get around." Wu Ming transformed into a gust of cold wind and appeared before the guard. It was only when Wu Ming stopped that the guard realized his presence. Before he could shout or take any measures, Wu Ming's large hand had already grasped his neck, tightening instantly. On the other side, Du Qingxiao was hiding in a storage room. She had been in the corridor earlier, and just ahead was another area filled with surveillance, so she was waiting for Wu Ming to act together. However, staying in the corridor wasn't ideal either. If someone came by, it would be over, so she retreated to this storage room, waiting for Wu Ming's arrival. In the core area at the end of the corridor, there were several staff members dressed in white lab coats and wearing masks. Some were involved in a complex process of preparing reagents. A few staff members surrounded a hospital bed where a person was bound. His eyes were tightly closed and his arms were covered in needle marks. One staff member opened a small box in his hand, revealing a row of blue reagents, which contained particles that glimmered, evenly distributed in the test tubes, making the reagents appear stunning. This was the Beast-type 1 gene reagent, the research goal of their laboratory. In their ideal scenario, the power of the Beast-type 1 gene reagent would far exceed the currently claimed most stable beastification series gene reagents. They had sacrificed so-called stability in exchange for the most powerful and ferocious strength. Haha, they had finally succeeded in their research, not wasting the time and effort they had spent. Surely the upper echelon, the crimson nobility, would not be stingy with their rewards. Oh, of course, the test subjects had almost all died, but so what? They were just a bunch of ordinary people. Being able to participate in the development of the Beast gene reagent was their honor. One staff member, who seemed to be the core of the team, took a reagent from the box and placed it under the light for a careful observation. It was so beautiful that for a moment, he even thought about injecting it directly into his heart. Talp, talp, talp. Footsteps approached, and the staff members looked over at the sound. It turned out to be the supervisor, along with a she. At this moment, she was no longer in the deep sorrow of when a How had just died. Instead, she was filled with endless hatred and killing intent. Supervisor, the staff members greeted. Has the beast been developed? The supervisor asked. Upon hearing this, the staff members quickly handed over a blue reagent, saying, after preliminary testing, the Beast Type 1 is exactly as we expected. We are about to conduct a complete test on the test subject. The supervisor took the reagent, gently shook it, and the previously glowing particles suddenly shone brightly. A small reagent emitted light comparable to a high-powered fluorescent lamp, but the light quickly dimmed, returning to its original appearance. This indicated the reagent's extreme instability. It was possible for the injector to maintain human form, but it was very difficult, often requiring someone with great willpower to control themselves. Moreover, it would come with various side effects that would need to be continuously optimized in subsequent models. Returning the reagent to the staff member, the supervisor asked, "Is this the last test subject?" The staff member nodded, saying that's right. He has a strong obsession and thus a strong desire to survive. He has survived through multiple rounds of preliminary testing, and we are now ready to inject him with a real Beast Type 1. The supervisor asked with interest, "Oh, how do you know he has a strong obsession and not just strong willpower?" The staff member smiled under the mask, saying, "During the preliminary tests, he kept mumbling in a daze, calling out for his grandmother, saying things like, 'Wait for me.' This piqued my interest, and later I looked in his file. It turned out he came here because his grandmother was seriously ill, and he wanted money to save her." The supervisor patted his shoulder and laughed. This fool really thinks he has a chance to get money back to save his grandmother." The staff member shook his head, saying, "He has no chance. I checked later. His grandmother has already passed away. He can only blame himself for being stupid." The supervisor was about to laugh again when he suddenly stopped, saying, "He won't hear us and affect the experiment results, will he?" The staff member quickly replied, "No, we already injected him with an adequate amount of anesthetic. He cannot hear anything now." "That's good." The supervisor nodded and signaled. "Then let's begin the final test." They didn't notice that on the bed, the test subject with his eyes tightly closed had a tear the size of a bean sliding down from the corner of his eye, falling onto the pillow. The staff members were unaware that after multiple injections of the preliminary test reagents, his physical condition had slightly improved, and the previously adequate amount of anesthetic could no longer render him completely unconscious. In a hazy state, he heard the truth of the situation and learned of his grandmother's death. Chapter 36, I Came to Kill a Staff Member placed the Beast Type 1 reagent into the injector's reagent chamber and slowly pushed out the air inside. An assistant next to him lifted the test subject's shirt, exposing his chest, and then located the position of the heart to mark it. The staff member then inserted the injector into the position of the heart until the entire needle was submerged with the tip right inside the heart, and pressed the injection button, immediately injecting a full syringe of reagent into the heart. Suddenly, Asha's eyes transformed into slits, and a long, thin tongue flicked out, trembling at the tip. "Will there be anyone in the storage room during this time?" Her voice was cold and hoarse as she asked lightly. The staff members exchanged glances and shook their heads. The supervisor also looked at her and asked, "What's wrong? Did someone come in?" "There is a heat source in the storage room that is motionless. It could be." Asha explained. "Go check it out. If it is, get rid of it," the supervisor said coldly. At this stage, he absolutely could not allow anyone to disrupt his research. Asha nodded and quickly left the laboratory. Du Qingxiao was hiding in the storage room, communicating with Wu Ming, and learned that Wu Ming had already entered the passage. Just as Du Qingxiao was about to reply to Wu Ming, she heard footsteps approaching from outside the storage room, getting closer and closer. Is someone coming in? She thought, feeling unlucky that it was happening at this moment. She quickly scanned the storage room and soon found a suitable hiding spot. It was a corner position where a shelf was filled with items, and many objects were stacked beside it, leaning against the walls on both sides. So, as long as she crawled under the shelf, unless the person came straight in and looked under the shelf, she wouldn't be discovered. As the footsteps got closer, Du Qingxiao finally crawled in. Just after she got in, the storage room door creaked open. Top, top, top. It was the sound of high heels. A woman entered. Du Qingxiao could smell a strange scent that was a bit bloody, yet fragrant, as the woman walked in. She wondered what the woman was there to take. Accompanied by the crisp sound of high heels on the floor, the woman almost walked the entire storage room. Du Qingxiao even saw a fair, slender calf with exposed toes and high-heeled shoes pass right in front of her, the toenails painted with purple polish, slightly reflecting light. Suddenly, the woman stopped right in front of her, and Du Qingxiao stared at her calf, the skin smooth and tender, with no visible pores. The calf muscles slightly tense from wearing high heels. Is she here to take something from the shelf? Or is she coming for me? This thought crossed Du Qingxiao's mind. However, she quickly dismissed it. The woman walked away toward the door. The storage room door was closed again. The strange bloody fragrance gradually faded. She left, and Du Qingxiao breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, she began to crawl out. It was too cramped inside, and it was uncomfortable lying down. But just as she crawled out and stood still, she caught a whiff of the strong, bloody fragrance again. This time, she clearly smelled it coming from behind her. What? Du Qingxiao instantly turned around and indeed saw a woman standing there. The slits in her mask were filled with mockery and cruelty, like a predator toying with its prey. Although startled by her sudden appearance, Du Qingxiao certainly would not surrender easily. She reached into her waist, where two claw knives were hidden, and pulled them out. As she rotated them a few times, she gripped them firmly. When she reappeared, Du Qingxiao broke through the smoke and came to Asha's side. The claw knives whirled, first cutting the throat, severing tendons, slicing open the abdomen, even targeting the groin. The movements were clear in Du Qingxiao's mind. No, she didn't even need to think. Her muscle memory would automatically do this. This was the purpose of her continuous training. However, just as Asha had thought, their strengths were too disparate. Asha seized the blade with her hand before it could strike. A layer of green scales crawled over her palm, and the blade of the claw knife struck against the green scales, leaving no mark at all. Du Qingxiao tried hard to pull the knife from her enemy's hand. Asha's hand was delicate and fair, with no nail polish, yet it radiated a natural pink hue, and the slight green scales on her hand appeared even more enchanting. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, Du Qingxiao could not retrieve the knife from her hand, as if it were clamped by an iron vise. At least at the visceral level, it's over. Despair filled Du Qingxiao's eyes. Such an enemy was beyond her ability to defeat. Wu Ming. Even if Wu Ming was a top talent from the Lonyuan division, he was still a newcomer who hadn't grown yet, and he wouldn't be her match. His arrival would only lead to his death. She had to warn Wu Ming and let him escape. With this thought, she simply released the knife and stepped back. Her hands fell to her sides, intending to release the thermal smoke again, hoping to use this opportunity to escape or send a message to Wu Ming. But Asha would not let her have her way. Previously, when Du Qingxiao had the chance to release the smoke, it was only because Asha was toying with her. Just like when Asha had clearly known where Du Qingxiao was hiding, but pretended to leave to lure her out. Tap, tap. Even in high heels, Asha's speed was unaffected. She rushed toward Du Qingxiao, enveloped by a bloody wind, her fair skin gradually covered in green scales, like a great green snake, swimming toward its prey, ready to swallow a whole. Not good. Someone is coming to kill us. A figure burst through the storage room door, blocking Asha's path, shouting. Asha recognized this person. Wasn't he the one guarding the entrance to the secret passage? He was one of their own, and Asha stopped in front of him, the bloody wind hitting her face. Who is coming to kill us? Asha coldly asked, wanting to clarify. As for Du Qingxiao, she was already in her grasp and was not worth worrying about. The guard, panting heavily, said, It's. Suddenly, he raised his hand and threw a punch at Asha, exclaiming, I came to kill. In Asha's eyes, the heat source of this person started out as small as a firefly. As he gasped for breath, it grew brighter and hotter, until he threw his punch. The heat he emitted appeared terrifying in Asha's eyes, like the sun. Chapter 37. None of my business. The gatekeeper threw a punch. How fast was this punch? It was beyond merely breaking the sound barrier. As the fist advanced, the air filled with a burnt smell. a phenomenon caused by the friction of the fist against the air at an excessively high temperature. Even though Asha had heat source sensing and had already been alerted, she quickly dodged this terrifying punch she had never seen before. Still, she was lightly grazed on her right arm. Just being grazed was enough. All her internal cultivation, all her blue scales were utterly useless. Her right arm twisted and exploded into a mass of mangled flesh in an instant. It was as if a small animal lying on the tracks had been run over by a train, completely crushed. The immense force sent her flying, smashing through the reinforced concrete wall of the storage room, before crashing down hard on the ground. The gatekeeper, Wu Ming, slowly retracted his fist. After killing the gatekeeper, he used shrinking bone, changing shape, and thousand sounds to transform into his form and voice, donning his clothes and swaggering in. He never expected that upon arriving here, he would see Asha battling Du Qingxiao. Thus, the subsequent developments unfolded. Earlier, not only did he use shrinking bone, changing shape, but he also employed concealing breath and releasing qi. Now, in a full burst of power, his form expanded back to its original size, and his vital energy surged forth unabated. "Are you all right?" Wu Ming turned to look at Du Qingxiao's position and asked casually. Hearing Wu Ming's voice, Du Qingxiao was momentarily stunned. This voice is Wu Ming. She had imagined many scenarios for this mysterious person who had suddenly appeared and sent a master of the internal organs realm flying, rivaling the Black Gold Club, a senior from the Longyuan division, and so on. But she never thought it would be Wu Ming. Du Qingxiao slowly emerged from a shelf in the storage room. Still in disbelief, she asked in confusion, "Wu Ming." "It's me." Wu Ming nodded in response, seeing that Du Qingxiao was unharmed. Hearing the confirmed answer, Du Qingxiao fell silent, feeling foolish. She knew first-class geniuses were strong, but she never expected them to be this powerful. After all, Wu Ming had just entered the Longyuan division. She thought he was merely an unbeatable presence in the bone and flesh realm, which was already exaggerated. She could not imagine Wu Ming could defeat someone in the internal organs realm as easily as eating or drinking. The thought of having urged Wu Ming to run earlier made her feel ridiculous. Not bothering with the stunned Du Qingxiao, Wu Ming turned his attention to Asha against the wall. At this moment, Asha's mask had fallen off during the intense movement, and half of her face was splattered with the flesh and blood from her shattered right arm, now dusted with a layer of stone powder from crashing into the wall. Even so, one could still see the original beauty and charm of her face. Her right arm hung limply at her side, and though it wasn't completely shattered, it was rendered useless. Her clothing was tattered from smashing into the wall, revealing patches of her fair skin. Some bloodstains smeared across her snowy skin made her even more alluring. Her expression was no longer calm and mocking, but filled with fear as she stared in the direction of the storage room. That guy was insurmountable. This level of power could not possibly belong to someone in the internal organs realm. It could only be a monster at the chi refining stage. But he didn't quite resemble Asha, which was strange. To be fair, the vitality of someone in the internal organs realm was indeed strong. Despite sustaining such injuries, Asha had not lost her combat effectiveness and appeared as if nothing had happened. She pressed her left hand against her mangled right arm, gritting her teeth. Ugh! With a muffled grunt, she tore her right arm off completely. This arm was already useless, and keeping it would only hinder her performance. As her right arm was severed, the stump did not spray blood. Instead, the muscles and blood vessels quickly tightened and healed rapidly. Then, Asha kicked off her high heels and stood barefoot on the ground. Facing such a strong opponent, just like when Du Qingxiao faced her, she dared not underestimate him. She could only give it her all to have a slim chance of survival. However, as long as she could hold on until Asha returned, it would be fine. With such a commotion, her father would surely notify Asha. Once Asha returned, he would settle everything. It had always been this way. Just as Asha was thinking this, boom, the wall Asha had broken through exploded again. Concrete shattered and steel bars snapped. Asha crossed her arms to shield herself from the flying dust and concrete chunks, concentrating her gaze there. With a whoosh, as she exhaled, the dust was blown away, revealing Wu Ming's towering figure. It turned out the original hole was too small for Wu Ming to pass through, so he supplemented with another punch. Asha trembled slightly as she watched Wu Ming slowly emerge. Perhaps because she had injected the Beast Transformation Series gene drugs, she was more sensitive to this. At that moment, she felt like a snake caught by an eagle's claws or a rabbit bitten by a tiger. The fear of facing a top predator in the food chain surged upon her. Asha knew she would not be able to withstand even a second, or rather, Not even a single move. Today was her day of death. Her voice was no longer cold but turned hoarse, as she desperately said, "Is there some misunderstanding between us? If we have offended you in any way, please feel free to ask." Wu Ming thought to himself that there was actually no enmity. He had merely come to investigate secretly. But since they had sent someone in the internal organs realm to his bone and flesh realm arena, there was now a grudge. This woman seemed to have not recognized him yet. With his techniques all perfected, Wu Ming was in a good mood and decided to enlighten her. Wu Ming recalled how the woman in front of him had cried sorrowfully when he killed that knife-wielding practitioner in his arena. Thus, he made a grabbing gesture and said lightly, "When I was on the arena, his braid was easy to grab." Upon hearing Wu Ming's words, Asha was momentarily taken aback, but then carefully discerned Wu Ming's voice and what he said. She quickly realized that the man before her was the one who had killed a Hao in the arena. Her face instantly twisted in rage, resembling a vengeful ghost, and she spat, "It's you. You killed a Hao. My family." This resentment even allowed her to overcome her fear of death. Her whole body was covered in blue scales as she charged at Wu Ming. "What? Your family? None of my business. Didn't you initiate this? Wielding a knife to kill, breaking the blade, and then blaming others for being too hard. What kind of logic is that? Also, where was your anger and resentment when you were killing others? Double standards. Huh?" Wu Ming rarely smiled mockingly as he said, "You don't know what you're talking about. Unable to grasp your own strength and the gap between our powers, sending your so-called Ahau to his death. It was you who killed him, right?" To Wu Ming, her anger seemed so unreasonable, her words so ridiculous, and her power utterly insufficient to support her absurd claims. Chapter 38. Do you feel it? Asha, filled with rage, charged at Wu Ming like an enraged green snake. In Du Qingxiao's eyes, Asha's speed was astonishing, almost impossible to track with the naked eye. Despite having learned from past experiences, she couldn't help but worry for Wu Ming. Yet, in Wu Ming's perspective, Asha's movements were as slow as a snail. He could even take his time to contemplate what kind of technique would be best to kill her. Perhaps killing her would be too merciful. Suddenly, Wu Ming unleashed his ultimate move. He darted towards Asha with a speed far beyond her reaction capabilities. The two instantly crossed paths, and the target Asha had been aiming for was suddenly behind her. Wu Ming vanished from her sight in the blink of an eye. Before she could react and move her legs, she found that they were no longer under her control. Looking down, she realized that her legs had been severed at some point, and not just her legs, her only remaining hand had also been cut off. Asha, now devoid of her hands and feet, lost her ability to act. However, as a practitioner of the visceral realm, this did not mean she was dead. Her remaining body crashed to the ground. She understood that the gap between her and Wu Ming was insurmountable. Not only was killing Wu Ming an unrealistic goal, but even surviving under his hands was merely a fantasy. Though she had been filled with anger and resentment moments ago, that did not change the reality of her situation. All she could do now was buy time. Time until her father's experiment was completed. Time until Asha Xia returned. "What are you waiting for?" Wu Ming said lightly, looking at Asha, who was now just a torso on the ground, unable to move. "Shoo." Without waiting for Asha to respond, Wu Ming, noticing her astonished expression, raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. He then pointed to his ear and glanced towards the laboratory, saying calmly, "Just now, I heard something interesting. Letting you die like this would be too easy for you. So let's give you a chance to see." Asha followed Wu Ming's gaze towards the laboratory. Was it her father? What was happening over there? Ignoring Asha's feelings, Wu Ming grabbed her neck as if she were an object. In an instant, he broke the sound barrier and sped towards the laboratory. "Hey, wait for me." This area fell into silence, with only Du Qingxiao remaining, who couldn't help but shout. But before she could finish, even Wu Ming's figure had vanished. Time rewound to when the staff injected the Beast Eye gene serum into the last experimental subject's heart for the final test. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the performance of Beast Eye in this final evaluation. As for Asha handling the rats, that was merely a trivial matter. No one believed she would fail. Thus, all attention was focused on the present. The experimental subject was bound with iron chains. Although Beast could significantly enhance a person's physical attributes, causing multiple parts of the body to undergo beastification, the enhancement was far superior to the beastification series of gene serums. However, the experimental subject was just an ordinary person, not a martial artist. Therefore, even after being enhanced by Beast, the subject might not be able to break free from the chains. One of the reasons for using an ordinary person as the experimental subject was this very fact. Additionally, there were cost and tolerance issues. When an ordinary person could endure from beast eye, a martial artist would definitely be able to handle. To get back to the point, even if the subject managed to break free from the chains, the supervisor, being at the peak of the flesh and bone realm, could easily suppress this experimental subject. Indeed, although he was the supervisor of the Black Gold Club and the overall head of the laboratory, he was merely at the peak of the flesh and bone realm. This was not only due to his 3 powerful adopted sons, but also because he was a direct contact for the nobility of the Scarlet Civilization. The establishment of the laboratory and the development of gene serums were all driven by the nobility of the Scarlet Civilization. They aimed to consume Blue Star without getting their hands dirty, supporting their respective representatives or puppets instead. The supervisor was one such representative of the Scarlet nobility. As they awaited the effects of Beast Eye with excitement, the serum was pumped throughout the experimental subject's body. This gene serum could not only change genes in a short time, but also contained immense energy to facilitate the transformation. The experimental subject's body immediately tensed up. It was hot, unbearably hot, as if he were in an oven. The words he had faintly heard before surged back into his mind, and it was unbearable. He didn't want to endure it any longer, nor could he continue. He had been deceived. Not only would he not receive any money, but he was also being treated as a free experimental subject, subjected to inhumane torture every day through the injection of the serum. His grandmother had died. She had been gravely ill and passed away while waiting for her beloved grandson to return. He had lost his obsession, unable to bear the torment any longer. Was he to just die like this? To go to another world to find his grandmother? His remaining consciousness told him he could not, absolutely could not die like this. Otherwise, all the suffering he had endured would have been in vain. Those ordinary people who had been captured with him would have died for nothing. Though he had lost his obsession over his grandmother, he developed a new fixation: to kill them all, to kill those who had deceived them into this place, to kill those who injected the serum into their bodies. If it weren't for them, at least he could have been by his grandmother's side, spending her last moments with her. These people deserved to die. This obsession was stronger than ever. His heart pumped furiously, and the serum in his blood reached its peak effect under these circumstances, even surpassing the expectations of the experimenters. The staff, watching the experimental subject's electrocardiogram, which had been on the brink of failure, suddenly stabilize and improve, felt a surge of secret delight. Then they saw the experimental subject undergo a tremendous transformation. His body suddenly swelled. A layer of thick black skin first covered his surface, followed by a tough layer of gray scales. Spikes of bone protruded from his spine, instantly piercing through the hospital bed. On his arms, tumor-like muscles piled together, stretching the skin, with his upper arms nearly as thick as 2/3 of his torso. Although his legs were robust, they appeared slender in comparison to his arms, barely supporting his upper body, with his calves transforming into backward joints. This exceeded the experimenters' estimates. The so-called chains were suddenly stretched to their limit, emitting a painful wail. With a slight exertion, the subject broke free. Now transformed into a monstrous figure, he stood up, his massive back muscles blocking the laboratory's lights, casting a huge shadow. "I'm going to kill you all." The words that came from his mouth sounded garbled to the experimenters, like the murmur of an ancient god. However, what he needed now was not to be understood by the experimenters. He only needed to kill. He grabbed a stunned experimenter with both hands and, with a slight effort, tore him in half, blood, guts, and limbs spilling everywhere in an instant. At that moment, a sonic boom erupted as Wu Ming arrived at the scene with Asha. Wu Ming surveyed the chaotic scene, each frame of the image flashing through his mind, quickly piecing together the story. Although the monster's face was twisted by muscles, Wu Ming still recognized him, the boy known as Xian Xian in his grandmother's words. The bright and cheerful boy in the photograph. "Is this your masterpiece?" Next, let's watch a good show." Wu Ming did not interfere with the scene, but instead looked at Asha in his hand and grinned. The monster was virtually unstoppable, tearing apart, ripping, and devouring every experimenter in its path. The supervisor, seeing Wu Ming holding Asha, whose limbs had been severed, felt a sense of dread in his heart. But now, the monster was charging towards him. There was no choice but to deal with this monster first. He struck out with a palm, hitting the monster's chest muscle. That palm-sized scale armor trembled violently, and the thick skin underneath quivered, but that was all. What? The supervisor was taken aback. How was this possible? They had developed the serum. How could they not know how strong it would be? In fact, the subject, after undergoing layers of preliminary experiments and drug residues, combined with the intense emotional stimulus this time, truly unleashed strength beyond anyone's expectations. At this moment, Even the supervisor at the peak of the bone and flesh realm could do nothing against him. That was his full force strike. The monster grabbed the supervisor's arms and tore with all its might, producing the sound of metal twisting and deforming in the arena, which was the lament of the supervisor's steel-like bones and iron-like body at full completion of the bone and flesh realm. As tendons and muscles were ripped apart, the supervisor couldn't help but let out a wail. Poof! Soon, the steel and iron bones were torn apart. The supervisor's cries suddenly stopped as the monster bit into his waist, consuming his upper body. With both hands pulling at his lower half, it yanked hard. No! She cried out in pain upon seeing this. But reality would not bend to her feelings. Poof! The supervisor's body was directly torn apart. Wu Ming looked at her expression of despair and said lightly, "Now, you should be able to empathize, right?" Chapter 39, Do you think saying stop means I will stop? Without any skilled opponents to intervene, the experimental subject quickly killed all the experimenters. Then, his blood-red eyes turned towards Wu Ming. Hungry. Kill. Almost losing all rationality. Only the desire for biological predation remained, and he charged at Wu Ming in an instant. Wu Ming looked at the approaching experimental subject and calmly spoke his name, Xian Xian. Upon hearing these two words, the attacking experimental subject seemed struck by lightning. This name was his childhood nickname, something only his grandmother ever called him. Ugh, ugh, ugh. He covered his slightly smaller head with his large hands, crying out in pain. It was as if two personalities were fighting for control of the body. He had lost strength at that moment, and his massive body fell heavily to the ground, creating a loud thud. Wu Ming remained silent, just watching quietly. After a while, the experimental subject seemed to regain a bit of rationality. He looked up at Wu Ming and weakly asked, "Do you know my grandmother?" Wu Ming replied, "Part of the reason I came here is because of your grandmother's request." The experimental subject suddenly exclaimed with joy, "Grandma is still alive?" Wu Ming shook his head. He had never been in the habit of lying and despised telling any kind of white lie, especially since this could hardly be considered a benevolent lie. The experimental subject's mind was already quite diminished. At that moment, it was merely a flash of clarity before the violent effects of the drugs took complete control, turning him into a monster that would only submit to biological instincts. Wu Ming only wanted to awaken the last remnants of the experimental subject's consciousness to ask for his last words, so that he could depart in peace. Wu Ming said, truthfully, "It is your grandmother's request from before her passing." The experimental subject's expression fell, and he said in despair, which was to be expected, "Yes. They wouldn't need to lie to me." His expression twisted as he continued with difficulty. "I'm so tired, so sleepy. I can't hold on much longer. Just kill me." Wu Ming asked, "Do you have any last words?" The experimental subject blurted out without thinking, "Grandma. Bury me next to Grandma. I miss her." Wu Ming nodded to indicate he understood and then said, "I will fulfill your wish." Boom! Accompanied by a sonic boom, Wu Ming appeared in front of the experimental subject, his right palm heavily pressing down on the subject's crown. The experimental subject seemed to feel no harm and looked slightly confused. But then, like a television that had lost power, his life was instantly extinguished. His head, which had just been raised, fell limply, without even the slightest sensation of pain. He died in an instant. It was the 100 cracks. Wu Ming used the 100 cracks method to inject his internal energy into the experimental subject's body and then detonated it, instantly shattering his brain while leaving a complete corpse behind, which was still somewhat presentable. After dealing with the experimental subject, Wu Ming turned to Shi and slowly walked her aside. "The show is over. It's time for you to go as well," Wu Ming said. Shi said nothing. Her eyes were only numb. In one night, two of the most important people in her life had died. It was unclear if she felt the pain of the relatives of those experimental subjects. "Not talking? You still have to die." Wu Ming's fist came crashing down. He was determined to end this mission. This mission had exceeded expectations. Not only had he investigated the reasons for the personnel going missing, but he had also eliminated the criminal organization behind it. After reporting the situation, Long Yuan-Si would surely offer additional rewards. They would not just rigidly look at the tasks you completed. Hurry up and finish. At this time, he could still go back to sleep well. "Stop." At that moment, an arrogant command rang out. Upon hearing that voice, Ashi's previously numb eyes instantly lit up. It was the light of hope. It was Asya. Asya had returned. Asya, he was a genius, invincible. He would save her. He would kill Wu Ming. Kill this demon who had killed Hao and the supervisor. Indeed, she blamed Wu Ming for the supervisor's death, when in fact, the supervisor had merely been backfired by his own experimental subject. It had nothing to do with Wu Ming. Wu Ming naturally heard this, But just because you say stop, do you think I will? Who do you think you are? Are you God? Does your word make the law? If you want Wu Ming to kill quickly, he might actually stop, but if you tell him to stop, he will definitely kill. His fist crashed down, smashing both Ashi's head and the ground beneath, creating a large pit. It also shattered Ashi's hope and Xia's arrogance. Watching Ashi die tragically before him, Xia instantly broke down, shouting in both grief and anger, "You're seeking death. Can't you hear me when I tell you to stop?" Wu Ming looked at Xia, examining him carefully. He was a tall and muscular man. He wore a black trench coat over a fitted outfit, and on his back was a long black box. Muscles were faintly visible on his body, and his right eye seemed to have been slashed by a long knife. A scar crossing from his forehead over his eye to his cheek. His slightly long hair paired with a light blue stubble made him appear wild and unruly. "Ha!" Wu Ming chuckled, kicking Ashi's torso towards Xia. With Ashi missing her limbs and head, what was left but her torso? Wu Ming shrugged and said, "I heard you, so what?" Seeing Ashi's torso flying towards him, Xia hurriedly caught her remains. Ignoring Wu Ming's words, Xia trembled as he caressed Ashi's skin, unable to bear looking at her broken neck, as if he wanted to say something to her. But it was all too late now. Whoosh! Xia seemed to transform into a gust of wind, silently breaking the sound barrier. Was he actually a powerful martial artist at the Qi refinement stage? He carried Ashi's remains to an intact experimental bed and gently laid her down. When he turned to look at Wu Ming again, he had already suppressed all his sadness, and his expression had turned grim. Before he could speak, Wu Ming said again, "You two had a good relationship, huh? But you just came back, so you must not know some things." He pointed to the supervisor's remaining lower half and said, "This is the supervisor." Then he gave a thumbs up and pointed behind him in the direction of the black gold ring, saying, "And another one named Hao. I killed him on stage." With each word Wu Ming spoke, Xia's eyelids twitched. However, Xia ultimately held back, coldly saying, "Very well. I could have killed you with a single strike, but now I will crush every inch of your bones, sever your limbs, and stuff you into a urinal for everyone to use, making it so you cannot live or die." Wu Ming naturally would not back down. Having perfected all his martial arts, he had completely transcended the Qi refinement stage. The chasm between the Qi refinement and essence refinement stages was non-existent for him. With his unprecedented power, Wu Ming desperately needed a worthy opponent to vent his strength. Having immense power, but being unable to unleash, it was as uncomfortable as holding millions without being able to spend it. Wu Ming was currently filled with fighting spirit, frenziedly saying, "Then use all your strength and give it a try. Come, try to please me." Chapter 40, Killing Move. 8 directions, thunder, transformation with 10,000 blades kill. Previously at the Black-Clothed Man's place. Wu Ming spent nearly all of his black gold vouchers to acquire many martial arts techniques from him. Now that he has perfected them all, Wu Ming's current status panel is as follows. Name, Wu Ming Martial Arts. 9 Dragon Stance, Perfection. Vertical and horizontal 10,000 Ring King Kong Glaze Skill, Perfection. Burden Mountain Crush, Perfection. Divine Storage 11 Caves Return to Yuan Skill, Perfection. 7 Kills 100 Cracks Fist, Perfection. Listening to Thunder Cutting Steel Blade, Perfection. Qian Yuan Thunder Movement, Perfection. Ghost Shadow Invisible, Perfection. Gather Breath Scatter Chi, Perfection. Shrink Bones Change Shape, Perfection. 1,000 Sounds, Perfection. Traits, Dragon Commands 9 Chi. King Kong Glazed. Golden Skin Jade Bone, Divine Storage Return to Yuan Essence. 100 Cracks, Listening to Thunder, Transformation of Thunder, Ghost Tracks, Pretend Death Turtle Breath, 100 Appearances. 1,000 Sounds Realm. Organ Realm Perfection like the previously mentioned Ghost Shadow Invisible. Qian Yuan Thunder Movement is also a top-tier body technique of human rank level 9. The difference is that Ghost Shadow Invisible focuses on concealment, emphasizing the fastest speed under the most hidden conditions, while the maximum speed it can unleash is far inferior to Wu Ming's limit speed when not using techniques. In contrast, Qian Yuan Thunder Movement can consume Qi and blood to unleash a speed that far exceeds Wu Ming's previous limit, completely not concealing its might. When fully exerting its essence, it resembles a surging thunder, rushing like lightning, with an imposing aura that captivates the heart. Wu Ming also discovered earlier that as the core technique for synthesis, its inclination means the direction of the synthesized technique can be controlled by selecting different core techniques. Back to the main point, both Wu Ming and Asha were eager to kill each other. Without further ado, it was like the thunder stirring the earth fire. Boom! The two instantly moved towards each other to kill. However, their styles were completely different. Asha was wrapped in red threads. Indeed, this was true chi. Even though Asha was merely at the first step of the chi refinement stage, the gathering chi realm. But beneath the gathering chi, all are ants. There's a world of difference between having true chi and not having it. Just like now, Asha's speed had already broken the sound barrier. Yet it did not trigger a sonic boom. His feet stomped heavily on the floor, yet it did not crack the floor. All thanks to the marvelous uses of true chi. Of course, the marvelous uses of true chi go far beyond this. Both offense and defense can be amplified to an incredible extent. Thus, Asha rightly thought, how could Wu Ming fight him? Without entering the chi refinement stage. No matter how strong his combat power, he was still an ant. On the other side, Wu Ming's aura was simply terrifying. The moment the battle commenced, he activated all states. Dragon Commands 9 Chi, King Kong Glazed, Golden Skin Jadebone, whether active or passive, were all triggered to their maximum state. At this moment, he was draped in a light golden gauze robe, radiating waves of Buddhist chanting, with dragon patterns swirling on his body in a magma-like color. A white satin cloak on his back, muscles taut and emitting a golden sheen. As he exhaled a breath of white air, it instantly transformed into thunder, breaking through the sound barrier. Each step was like a war trampling, cracking the ground beneath his feet, creating deep pits, thus gaining a terrifying acceleration. If this weren't the lowest layer, the ground would have long been easily trampled through. Dust just began to rise when it was swept away by the explosive shockwave. The two approached instantly. One was surrounded by dragon patterns and white satin, exuding a terrifying heat and might. The other was entwined with red threads, seemingly silent. Yet his fist speed had already broken the sound barrier. The fists collided. Boom! It was as if a bomb with a charge of 10 tons of TNT had been detonated. The terrifying shockwave swept through, bursting out of the laboratory and heading towards the previous corridor. At this moment, Du Qingxiao was hurrying through the corridor towards the laboratory. She had no idea what was happening, as the speed of the shockwave far exceeded the speed of sound. Before she even heard the massive noise, the terrifying shockwave had already swept her away. Only after she rolled and fell to the ground did she hear the enormous sound coming. She stared blankly towards the direction of the laboratory. What happened there? In the laboratory, the two who had just exchanged a punch naturally could not cease. Bang, bang, bang. Fist, foot, elbow, knee. Every part of their bodies turned into weapons, continuously clashing. The terrifying power and attack speed. Any punch or kick that leaked out touched objects in the laboratory, shattering them instantly like stones hitting tofu. Powerful shockwaves surged, lifting the laboratory's bed, equipment, and even Asha's remnants into the air. During the fight, Asha saw Asha's body being blown away by the shockwave, shouted loudly, and faced Wu Ming with a palm strike. Both sides exerted their full strength in this palm. With this force, Asha retreated to Asha's side and caught her falling body. After catching Asha, Asha glared at Wu Ming, his brows slightly furrowed. How could he be so strong? Is this the strength achievable in the organ realm? Truly unbelievable. With the amplification of true chi, each of his punches and kicks carried tremendous power, with explosive energy not less than detonating 10 tons of TNT. In this situation, Wu Ming of the organ realm could not only take one of his punches, but could also fight back. Just moments ago, they exchanged over 100 moves. Wu Ming looked at him with a faint smile and expectation. What other moves do you have? Is the gathering chi realm going to stop here? This still cannot please him. Asha took off the long box from his back, tore his clothes, and wrapped Asha behind him. Then he opened the long box, which revealed a short dagger and a long handle. Asha picked up the two components, slowly screwed them together. It turned out to be a long halberd with blood patterns inscribed on the halberd shaft and two crescent blades on both sides of the halberd tip, with blood grooves engraved at the tip. Asha held the long handle, planted the halberd on the ground, and said lightly, I admit you are strong. To reach this level in the organ realm, you have forced me to bring out the blood beacon. You should know that even those at the same realm as me are few who can achieve this level. However, you will stop here. Wu Ming reached behind him to take off the long object wrapped in black cloth. A weapon? Who doesn't he have one? Unraveling the black cloth revealed a golden scabbard long knife, which was indeed the dragon sparrow. Upon seeing this, Asha's pupils shrank, murmuring, dragon sparrow knife. So it turns out to be Long Yuan division. Then it was even less likely to end well. Asha kicked the base of the long halberd, dancing it towards Wu Ming first. The red threads on the halberd surged, transforming into red lightning, occasionally detaching from the halberd and striking the ground. leaving behind a bottomless scorched mark. Spinning dance. The long halberd was spun into a circle by Asha and smashed down towards Wu Ming. Listening to thunder. The dragon sparrow unsheathed, swung by Wu Ming, struck against the descending long halberd. Clang. The two weapons clashed. Neither was an ordinary weapon, and neither was damaged in this violent collision. The long knife steadily blocked the long halberd. Asha kicked out, and Wu Ming responded with a kickback. With this strike, both were simultaneously knocked back. However, Asha's red line swayed, directly dissipating the shock, and then he rushed in again. The long halberd dragged on the ground, rising from below. Sweeping towards the moon, Wu Ming and Asha's strengths were now roughly equal. As Asha swung the long halberd, it had an unstoppable momentum. Wu Ming did not meet it head-on, but narrowly avoided it. Asha held the long halberd with both hands, using its upper position to slash downwards. Divine spear. One move followed another, each exceptionally powerful, spinning dance. Wu Ming dodged the long halberd, secretly thinking, it seems this is martial arts from the Qi refinement stage. Each move stirring the true Qi, with extraordinary power. Looking at Wu Ming, who was merely dodging, Asha sneered. Have you run out of tricks? Are you only able to hide like a rat, dodging left and right? Wu Ming gazed at the descending long halberd and said lightly, do you have any other moves? If not, then this is your dying wish. What? My dying wish? What a joke. But looking at the calm Wu Ming, Xia's heart tightened. He had no other choice but to strike down fiercely with his spear. Ding! Wu Ming lightly flicked the blade. Return to origin. The essence of 11 cave heavens was directly detonated, and the massive essence surged out from Wu Ming's body. Qin Yuan, thunder movement. Transform into thunder. Thunder listening steel blade. Listening to thunder. Under the terrifying propulsion of the essence, Wu Ming seemed to truly transform into a bolt of lightning, constantly flashing in this small space. The long knife in his hand swung wildly, each flash representing a profound meaning. Because the speed was too fast, the light from the previous flash hadn't even extinguished before it lit up again, with layers of overlapping light slashing at Xia's body. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Wu Ming had slashed over 10,000 times. However, at this moment, one could still hear the buzzing sound of the blade being flicked back. Oh, it turned out that only a breath had passed. A breath of 10,000 blades. Killing move. 8 directions, transforming thunder, 10,000 blades kill. Chapter 41. The fall of black gold under this terrifying killing move. Axia froze in place, not daring to move, because now his body was already shattered. He thought to himself, such a fast blade, his eyes couldn't help but slightly shift. Just this slight movement broke the original balance, and before he could say a word, his entire body suddenly collapsed into neat chunks of flesh, which mixed with blood plasma and spilled onto the uneven ground. Axia, gathering Qi realm dead. It turned out that Wu Ming was right. That was indeed his last words. Looking at the deceased Axia, Wu Ming sheathed the dragon sparrow and began to survey the surroundings, cleaning up the battlefield. After a while, Du Qingxiao finally arrived here. As soon as she entered, she saw a devastated laboratory. The ground was littered with deep pits, and the walls were riddled with countless cracks from the repeatedly exploding shockwaves. Swaying dangerously. Originally, the ground was covered with the severed limbs and flesh of the experimental personnel, but under the sweep of the shockwaves, this blood and flesh covered the entire laboratory. The laboratory equipment was torn into pieces scattered everywhere, with a giant corpse of a monster lying in the corner. What exactly happened here? Where's Wu Ming? Du Qingxiao scanned the laboratory and quickly found Wu Ming's figure. He was standing in the ruins, holding a box. Noticing Du Qingxiao approaching, Wu Ming flashed and appeared in front of her. Wu Ming, what happened here? Du Qingxiao asked impatiently. She looked at the laboratory that seemed to have been bombed and the corpses everywhere, contrasting sharply with Wu Ming, who was unscathed, all of which piqued her curiosity. In response, Wu Ming handed her the box he was holding. Taking the box, Du Qingxiao first glanced at Wu Ming, and after seeing him nod, she slowly opened the box. Inside were 4 slots, 3 of which contained test tubes filled with blue liquid, evenly distributed with slightly glowing particles. These were the remaining beast gene reagents, and the empty slot was for the one injected into the last test subject. This box had good protective capabilities. Even in a situation where almost all equipment couldn't survive, it remained undamaged. Moreover, there was a layer of shock-absorbing cushioning inside, which well protected the reagents. What is this? Du Qingxiao looked at the sci-fi-like reagents in confusion. Seeing that Du Qingxiao had opened the box, Wu Ming slowly said, based on my investigation just now. Those missing personnel were indeed brought here. The purpose was to use them for experiments on gene reagents. The reagent in your hand is their research result. All of this can be verified from that giant corpse. Du Qingxiao stared blankly at Wu Ming, surprised that the investigation was already complete. You just rushed into the enemy's stronghold, investigating face to face? She said in a daze, just now, it was booming here like cannon fire. Was that you investigating? Oh, not quite. Wu Ming explained. Just as I was getting a rough understanding of the situation, someone rushed in shouting something about stopping and tried to kill me. So I just killed him. There shouldn't be any threats here now. Du Qingxiao furrowed her brows even tighter. Was this what genius looked like? She completely couldn't understand. Du Qingxiao struggled to speak. So there is no longer any threat? You mean we completed our reconnaissance mission while also eliminating the enemy's criminal lair? You can understand it that way, Wu Ming said nonchalantly. He was here to complete a mission and earn contributions. The more efficient the contribution, the better. Now, not only had he successfully investigated, but he also directly completed the subsequent unpublished tasks, so the contributions would come rolling in. However, there should still be many places I haven't explored. Perhaps they still have their experimental data or something like that. I'm not good at that, Wu Ming continued. Du Qingxiao hadn't yet recovered from Wu Ming's previous words and said drowsily, I'll report to the Dragon Abyss Division. Have them come to clear the scene and extract information. I'll also report the relevant information about this mission to apply for an adjustment of contribution points. Good. Wu Ming believed she would do well since it concerned the contribution points of the two of them. After giving Du Qingxiao a basic rundown of the incident, Wu Ming walked to where Axia had died, dismantled his large halberd, and placed it in a long box. This weapon looked good and should be worth something. Wu Ming took it away. Moreover, this weapon was from a gathering Qi realm expert, which was also evidence of his kill of a gathering Qi realm expert. As for the remains, that pile of flesh was probably unidentifiable, so the long halberd must be well preserved. In fact, Wu Ming had already taken a round of information from the scene using his phone, and he was preparing to send it to Mo Yinwu. This time, the Black Gold Club, secretly researching gene reagents, was clearly the work of the Fusion faction. Right now, he not only discovered it, but also destroyed their laboratory, and even killed the gathering Qi realm martial artist of the Fusion faction. The Bloodflame halberd was the evidence. It's worth noting that the previous director Zhang Chengwu was only a gathering Qi realm expert. I didn't expect Wu Ming to catch up to him so quickly. This was a significant achievement. He had to go there to claim his reward, right? As his realm increased, the contribution points required to exchange for manuals also grew higher. If he didn't double dip, when would he gather enough contribution points to exchange for techniques? On the other side, with Du Qingxiao's report shortly after, a large number of Dragon Abyss guards arrived at the Black Gold Club, and the entrances were immediately secured tightly. This core area was still at a height above. Plus, with good sound insulation, the upper area was completely unaffected and continued with their business. However, with the arrival of the Dragon Abyss guards, the Black Gold Arena was called to a halt, and the men and women in the entertainment area were dragged out. The rats in the trading area tried to flee, but soon found nowhere to escape since all exits were firmly guarded. The crowd was gathered together, with the Dragon Abyss guards surrounding the outer layer. What is going on? An angry audience member of the Black Gold Arena shouted. The arena was in the midst of a fierce fight, and he had placed a hefty bet. Now, these people had come to disrupt it, ruining everything. Among the gathered Dragon Abyss guards, a path was cleared, and a man holding a baton stepped forward, appearing to lead this operation. He first swung his baton at the face of a troublemaker, knocking him to the ground. Then he displayed his credentials, which read Federal Security Bureau. He coldly shouted, Federal Security Bureau at work. Dare to obstruct, and you will be killed without mercy. There were still people who were dissatisfied. A man broke free from the crowd. He had just been enjoying himself in the entertainment area with several young women when he was dragged out. He pointed his finger at the baton-wielding Dragon Abyss guard and angrily shouted, Do you know how much I spent? Do you know who my father is? The baton-wielding Dragon Abyss guard's gaze turned cold. Was someone looking for death? Before he could finish, the guard exerted a little force, swinging the baton again and striking the side of the man's temple, causing his head to cave in slightly. He fell silent and lay down directly, looking as if even if he recovered, he would be drooling. The originally overturned audience of the arena wanted to make a fuss, but upon seeing this, they didn't dare to make a sound anymore. They obediently lay on the ground, not moving at all, controlling these people. A small team from the Dragon Abyss guards split off to explore downwards. Finally, in a laboratory, the baton-wielding Dragon Abyss guard stood next to Du Qingxiao, holding a stack of documents. Sister Qingxiao, look, These are the documents we found. They do record the missing personnel and the experimental process. He flipped through the documents, showing them to Du Qingxiao, indicating he was familiar with her. Finally, he pulled out a document and quietly said to Du Qingxiao, also, I used the equipment to analyze the extent of the damage to this laboratory, and I found that the combat intensity in this laboratory actually reached the Gathering Qi realm. This means that at least 2 Gathering Qi realm experts fought here. After speaking, the two exchanged glances, both carrying a hint of disbelief. There were indeed rumors that the high-level combat power of the Black Gold Club surpassed the Organ Realm, yet now only Wu Ming remained alive. Could it be that the other practitioner of the Gathering Energy Realm was Wu Ming? Did he kill the Gathering Energy Realm expert of the Black Gold Club? Considering Wu Ming's previous performance, even though it contradicted her earlier worldview, it was very likely. Just then, Wu Ming approached. With the evidence now irrefutable and the mission successfully completed, he was ready to leave. Du Qingxiao quickly called out to him and asked, Wu Ming, is this the result of your battle with the last expert? Wu Ming nodded in acknowledgement, and without paying any attention to their shocked expressions, he walked straight away. Chapter 42. The Scarlet Noble on Blue Star. In a mansion far from Feihong City, a man reclines on a large sofa. Unlike the Blue Star inhabitants, he has long crimson hair that appears as if soaked in blood, giving the impression that it could be squeezed to produce blood. His scarlet pupils are reminiscent of finely carved rubies, exuding an eerie charm. At this moment, he holds a goblet filled with a crimson liquid, occasionally bringing it to his lips to taste. He watches the program broadcasted on the television with great interest, muttering to himself, the Blue Star people really know how to enjoy life. Although his body structure is almost identical to that of a Blue Star inhabitant, his pronunciation of their language is still not quite standard, marked by a regional accent. Indeed, he is not a Blue Star inhabitant, but a noble of the Scarlet Civilization. Do not lump all beings of the Scarlet Civilization together. This civilization spans hundreds of star systems, with life forms categorized into slaves, citizens, and nobles. Slaves are intelligent beings conquered during interstellar colonization, and along with their descendants and their home planets, they are forever slaves of the Scarlet Civilization. Their lifelong purpose is to provide value for the operation of the Scarlet Civilization. Occasionally, beings that catch their eye may be granted the status of citizens, but they can never become nobles of the Scarlet Civilization. Even among the original races of the Scarlet Civilization, a clear boundary is drawn between ordinary members and nobles from birth. Once born a noble, one is a noble. If not, there is no way around it. Nobles possess an innate ability known as the blood core. Only members with a blood core are considered nobles. The blood core exists within them and can move freely. Those who possess a blood core have long lifespans, are hard to kill, and can freely alter their flesh and blood. The reason he currently resembles a Blue Star inhabitant is that he has used the ability of the blood core to change his flesh. Aside from his crimson hair and pupils, he appears no different from a Blue Star inhabitant. Even his internal structure, apart from having an additional blood core, is nearly identical to that of a Blue Star inhabitant. With this ability, combined with the physical templates provided by the many races they have conquered, they can almost transform into any body and survive in any environment, provided that the energy reserves in the blood core are sufficient. As for the physical template of the Blue Star inhabitants, although initially feeble, it can actually grow stronger through cultivation, eventually becoming powerful enough to shatter their cosmic warships. It is truly remarkable. During their previous interstellar colonization efforts, they had never encountered such unique life forms. Unfortunately, they cannot directly transform into the bodies of the strong who have successfully cultivated. They must personally cultivate to that level before they can take on bodies of corresponding strength. Nevertheless, the powerful personal combat strength and long lifespan achieved through high-level cultivation still firmly attract many nobles of the Scarlet Civilization. To fully seize this treasure, they have no choice but to interact with Blue Star in a tactful manner. Accustomed to speaking arrogantly with other cosmic races, the current peaceful coexistence feels somewhat uncomfortable. But it won't be long. This kind of life will soon come to an end. With this thought, he takes a hearty sip of the crimson liquid in his goblet. The liquid is thick, clinging to the cup, and emits a faint metallic smell, which is indeed human blood. Their blood core requires the intake of energy and material, and the flesh and blood of Blue Star inhabitants are quite suitable, serving as high-quality sustenance. Without martial arts, Blue Star would be a qualified breeding planet, where they would graze Blue Star inhabitants. Once they completely seize martial arts, perhaps that will be the case. The first step is to sever their martial arts. Then, They will transform Blue Star into a tourist destination for nobles. The Blue Star inhabitants would seem to live normally here, while visiting nobles would take on the appearance of Blue Star inhabitants, coming here to disrupt the existing order, indulging in feasting and procreation amid their screams. It's quite amusing to think about. At that moment, there's a gentle knock on the door. "Come in," Albert casually says after taking a sip from his cup. "Lord Albert." At the sound of the Scarlet Noble's permission, a figure darts in, a muscular man wrapped in blue silk threads, who turns out to be a martial arts practitioner at the chi refining stage. He kneels before Albert like a dog. "I apologize for disturbing your enjoyment," he says humbly. "Speak, what is it?" Albert replies indifferently. "The Black Gold Club has been destroyed." The martial arts practitioner stammers. "What?" Upon hearing this, Albert violently throws the goblet in his hand, smashing it against the head of the martial arts practitioner, causing blood to splatter all over him. He simply bows his head lower. "Waste." Albert seethes with anger. The Black Gold Club was established with his support, primarily to develop the beast potions, which are far more potent than the beastification potions, serving as a crucial tool for arming his martial arts practitioners. It is also his capital in the struggle against other Scarlet Nobles. They did not come here to enjoy themselves, but to fight over the cake that is Blue Star. Now that the plan has been disrupted, he is naturally furious. "Who did it?" Albert asks coldly, slightly calming his anger. "It was a Blue Star inhabitant named Wu Ming, a newly inducted member of the Purists. Additionally, he has joined the Longyuan Division. He got involved in this matter through a task from the Longyuan Division." "A newly inducted member? He can't have killed Asha, right? Where's Asha? Why didn't she stop him?" Albert questions, puzzled. The martial arts practitioner replies in fear. "All the high-level members of the Black Gold Club have been annihilated. Asha is also suspected to be dead." Albert lightly taps his fingers on the table in front of him. Complaining now is useless. After pondering for a moment, he coldly states, "The information on the beast must have flowed to the Longyuan Division, where we have people. You go retrieve the information. Also, notify our people to find out the truth behind Asha's death. And no matter what method you use, kill that Blue Star inhabitant named Wu Ming and bring him here. I want to replicate his martial arts talent. Is there a problem? If not, get out." "Yes." The martial arts practitioner, receiving the order, feels as if he has been granted a reprieve and quickly exits the room. Chapter 43. The 7 Ultimate Skills, Breath of Life in a Courtyard. Zhang Qingwu and Mo Yinwu were engaged in a game of chess, both with furrowed brows, as if burdened by heavy thoughts. After placing a piece, Zhang Qingwu looked up at Mo Yinwu and broke the silence, asking, "Principal, is what Wu Ming said true?" Mo Yinwu glanced at him, stroked his beard, and replied, "How would I know? He is here, you can ask him yourself." Zhang Qingwu perked up and listened intently, and indeed, he heard the familiar roar of a motorcycle growing closer. Wu Ming had arrived. The motorcycle's roar gradually stopped outside, and steady footsteps approached. Wu Ming, carrying a long black box on his back, strode into the courtyard. Mo Lao, Director Zhang, he greeted as he saw both men standing to welcome him. Mo Yinwu waved his hand and gestured for Wu Ming to take a seat at the front, smiling as he said, "No need to be polite, sit down." Wu Ming sat down and took the tea poured by Mo Lao. Mo Yinwu looked at him with a smile and sighed. The quota for the Longyuan Division was truly given to the right person. Not only did you gain top-tier treatment upon entering, but you also dismantled a genetic drug research lab of the fusion sect. It makes me feel ashamed. I've wasted so many years. Wu Ming took a sip of tea and replied, "Mo Lao, you flatter me. I was merely lucky this time." Zhang Qingwu looked at him strangely, thinking, "Lucky? You killed a Gathering Chi Realm practitioner, and he himself is only a Gathering Chi Realm." Although Wu Ming had given him so many shocks that he felt somewhat numb, it was still hard to believe that Wu Ming's strength had skyrocketed to the point of being able to kill someone at the Gathering Chi level in such a short time. This was not only due to the worldview he had formed over the years, but also because just a few days ago, he had quietly extracted biological tissue and genetic information from Wu Ming without him knowing. Now, just a few days later, to say he could kill a Gathering Chi Realm practitioner, this made it seem like they truly had wasted their lives. With this thought, Zhang Qingwu wrapped an azure thread around his arm, preparing to silently pluck a hair from Wu Ming right in front of him. He had done this before, and Wu Ming was completely unaware. However, this time, he noticed Wu Ming's eyes moving, looking at his arm, and then Wu Ming's hand shot out, blocking Zhang Qingwu's path and deflecting his hand away. Wu Ming smiled and said, "Director Zhang, so that's how you extracted my genes before?" Zhang Qingwu was shocked and retorted, "You little brat, Try taking another slap from me. With that, he struck out a palm towards Wu Ming. Although he used all his strength with Mo Yinwu beside him, he was not worried about hurting Wu Ming and wanted to test how much strength his kid had now. Wu Ming also struck out a palm. Boom! The two palms collided, instantly creating a shockwave that swept outwards. Just as Wu Ming thought that the shockwave would shatter the teacups, toss the chessboard, and wreak havoc in Mo Yinwu's courtyard, a vast amount of true qi surged from Mo Yinwu's body, expanding and quickly enveloping the entire courtyard. Wu Ming, Zhang Chenwu. The teacups, the chessboard, the table and chairs, the air, and the shockwave all turned into insects sealed in amber, unable to move under the pressure of this qi. Only Mo Yinwu remained leisurely sipping his tea. As Mo Yinwu's true qi fully expanded, the entire courtyard seemed to transform into his domain, where everything was under his control. It was as if a person on the shore witnessed a 100-story-high tsunami rushing in, or as if standing in the middle of the sea, staring at the unfathomable depths of the ocean. This was a true chasm, a genuine lack of resistance. Moreover, Wu Ming could feel that Mo Yinwu was not using his full strength. The true qi covering the entire courtyard was merely the tip of the iceberg. Hidden within his old, thin body was a vast amount of true qi akin to the ocean that, with just a slight churn, could unleash disaster in reality. This was the qi sea realm. Soon, the true qi was retracted, all returning to Mo Yinwu's body. Everything returned to normal, except the shockwave was dissipated. Mo Yinwu smiled and said, "Fortunately, I acted quickly. Otherwise, with all this commotion, we wouldn't even have tea to drink." He then looked at Zhang Chengwu and said, "Little Zhang, you don't need to fuss anymore. Wu Ming just held back earlier, and you're no longer his match." "What?" Zhang Chengwu felt as if struck by lightning. He had just given it his all, yet Wu Ming had held back and was able to match him palm for palm. He felt a bit dejected. After years of hard training, he had been overtaken by Junior. Mo Yinwu smiled at Zhang Chengwu and said, "You don't need to feel down. Wu Ming cannot be measured by normal standards. Even I cannot stay ahead of him in martial arts for long." Zhang Chengwu quickly adjusted his mindset. Yes, Wu Ming was not a normal person and could not be judged by ordinary standards. He looked at Wu Ming and said seriously, "Could it be that you really are a reincarnated sage?" Before Wu Ming could answer, Mo Yinwu took over, sighing honestly, "I would rather Wu Ming was a true reincarnated sage." The fusion sect's influence is growing, and the cities are locked in a stalemate with few variables left. The hearts of those within the sect are uneasy, and the pure sect is already in decline. After all, even the #1 martial artist of Blue Star back in the day could not fully repel the cosmic fleet of the Crimson Civilization, and the fusion sect has the entire support of the Crimson Civilization. Perhaps our war with them was never winnable from the start. We are merely struggling in defiance. He turned his gaze to Wu Ming and continued, "Now that we old folks can still move, they cannot openly act against you yet. If you can maintain this speed of progress, there may still be a glimmer of hope." Zhang Chengwu looked at Mo Yinwu, surprised that he had such high expectations for Wu Ming, while also feeling a wave of sadness. The pure sect was showing signs of decline. Where exactly was the future of the pure sect on Blue Star? As he slowly articulated his thoughts, Mo Yinwu brushed aside his earlier gloom and smiled again, saying, "Earlier, you killed a gathering Qi realm practitioner from the fusion sect and confiscated his weapon. Did you bring the weapon with you?" "With proof of the weapon. Some petty people in the sect won't dare to speak out." Hearing this, Wu Ming took down the box from his back and opened it, revealing 2 segmented parts inside. Zhang Chengwu pieced them together and gently stroked the bloodstains on them. After a moment, he nodded and said, "This is indeed the blood beacon. I have dealt with that guy before. This long spear is incredibly powerful in his hands. I'm quite impressed. It can't be wrong." Mo Yinwu lightly stroked his beard and praised. "Excellent. That settles it then. They have already verified the information you sent earlier. There are no mistakes. You did very well this time. You've attracted the attention of some old folks at the top, so the rewards are quite generous. They are 150,000 contribution points, 3 calming breath pills, each worth 50,000 contribution points, and a book titled Breath of Life, Tai Xian Wuxiang Howling Wind, one of the 7 ultimate skills." Chapter 44 Suppression. Upon hearing the news, Wu Ming felt a surge of joy in his heart. This reward was indeed quite generous. However, what exactly were the 7 supreme skills? This was the first time he had heard of it, so he asked, "Old Mo, what are the 7 supreme skills?" Old Mo smiled slightly and said, "Oh, you haven't heard of it? Let me explain. The 7 supreme skills refer to 7 powerful martial arts techniques. These techniques have no rank division. If forced to categorize, they would be considered as saint-level, 9th-tier martial arts. However, unlike 9th-tier, saint-level martial arts, which require a foundation in the law avatar realm to practice, these 7 supreme skills can be practiced at the refining essence stage. Once perfected, regardless of whether you are at the refining essence, refining chi, or refining spirit stage, you can dominate others of the same rank using these 7 martial arts. Even if one day you advance to the law avatar realm, this technique will still be exceptionally strong. However, conversely, they're difficult to master. The 7 supreme skills have been dispersed in various locations from ancient times to the present, and each force that possesses these skills strictly prohibits external transmission. The Lanyuan division has a book titled Vision, Taihao Divine Thunder Burning Skylight, which is one of the 7 supreme skills. After finishing, Mo Yinwu paused for a moment, took out a book, which turned out to be made of paper, and instructed, "You have good luck." This book on the 7 supreme skills is a gift from an old senior in the sect. It also contains his handwritten annotations. If exchanged for contribution points, it would amount to an astronomical figure. Remember to keep it well, do not share it, and destroy it after you have memorized it. Wu Ming solemnly accepted it. This was indeed a valuable item, but it wasn't over yet. Mo Yinwu took out a box. The surface of this box was inscribed with golden patterns, and the opening was sealed so tightly that it was almost undetectable unless looked at closely. Mo Yinwu said, "Inside this box are 3 breath-absorbing chi pills, each worth 50,000 contribution points. They can help you comprehend the vitality of heaven and earth, accelerating your entry into the gathering chi realm. This is a reward from the city lord. He intended to meet you today, but he was too busy to make time. Keep it safe. Do not open it unnecessarily to prevent the medicinal properties from dissipating." Wu Ming looked at the exquisite box he was handed, first accepting it, then shaking his head. "Old Mo, I appreciate the city lord's kindness, and I will definitely thank him in person next time. However, I have no use for this. Could you help me exchange it for contribution points?" Wu Ming wanted to break through to the gathering chi realm, find a technique for that realm, and directly perfect it on his panel. Although the pills were good items, they were of no use to him, so it was more practical to exchange them for contribution points. Mo Yinwu frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, "Many geniuses get stuck at the gathering chi realm for months or even years because they can't comprehend the vitality of heaven and earth. This pill can accelerate your comprehension. Are you sure you don't want it?" Wu Ming still shook his head. Montag Yan was tightly vorvit beausgelext. It seemed he had underestimated this so-called reincarnation of a sage. He took back the box from Wu Ming's hands and said, "All right then. I will take the initiative to exchange it for contribution points, totaling 300,000 contribution points. How's that sound?" "Thank you, old Mo. And this weapon, let us convert it into contribution points as well," Wu Ming said upon hearing this. "Let me take a look." Old Mo took the blood blaze and examined it carefully. This spear must be very much loved by its owner. The blood patterns on the surface are due to the owner's true chi soaking into it. Over time, this weapon will become increasingly sturdy and sharp until it exhibits extraordinary properties. However, it is a pity that it is just one step away from being a true Earth tier weapon. It is still a human tier weapon, at most a half-step Earth tier weapon. Unless it encounters a suitable master to continue soaking it with true chi, it can quickly transform into an Earth tier weapon. However, the probability is very low, so the price won't be too high. I will offer you 50,000 contribution points for it. How about that?" Wu Ming nodded and said, "That's fine, thank you." Old Mo, he had no use for this spear. It would just gather dust in his possession. Considering his contribution, the price offered by Mo Yinwu was likely high. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't be worth that much in contribution points. On the other side, in the Lanyuan division, in an office, a man was looking at a box on the table, inside which were 3 glowing blue reagents, and on the right side was a stack of documents. In the darkness, his face was blurred, and his expression could not be discerned. He gently picked up one of the reagents, examining it closely. Was this the fierce beast he wanted? He chuckled. So they're already finished products? And these experimental data. Isn't this an easy way to gain credit? The corners of the man's mouth curled slightly. Just then, he heard footsteps outside, getting closer and closer. Someone was coming to find him. In an instant, he placed the reagent back in the box, closed the lid, and put away the box and documents. As if recognizing the visitor, his previously furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Bang! The office door was soon pushed open forcefully, slamming against the wall. The light from outside illuminated the man's face, revealing a handsome man who bore a striking resemblance to Du Qingxiao. Upon seeing the visitor, he didn't need to look closely. He recognized the voice immediately. He feigned anger and shouted, "In turn, Long Yuan guard Du Qingxiao, I've told you many times. You must knock before entering." "Oomph. Du Qingyun, explain to me what is going on." Du Qingxiao slammed a document heavily on the table. "Here, just call me Deputy Director Du." Du Qingyun shot her a glare, then looked at the document on the table. "Oh, so it's this matter. I thought it was something serious that made Du Qingxiao so angry." He looked back at Du Qingxiao and said, "The investigation task was originally 5,000 contribution points, but you exceeded expectations, so it has been adjusted to 15,000 contribution points." Very reasonable. What's the problem? Killing just one person at the organ realm should be worth more than that, right? Not to mention, he also allegedly killed a strong opponent in the gathering Qi realm. Du Qingyun crossed his arms, leaning back in the chair, and said lightly, "Even with you as a witness to prove he killed someone at the organ realm, we still can't determine the exact realm of the enemy. Isn't it just worth 1,000 contribution points? As for the gathering Qi realm, how could that be? Not to mention the suspicion, there needs to be evidence. Without evidence, who would believe such a fantastical claim? I need to maintain credibility." Even though Du Qingyun's arguments were reasonable, Du Qingxiao still sensed the ulterior motive behind this harsh contribution point reward. Are you trying to suppress him? Suppress Wu Ming? Why? Just because he stands with the city lord? Just because our Du family is at odds with the city lord? The pure faction is already weak, and we are still fighting among ourselves. How can we unite to fight against the fusion faction? Even disregarding the big picture, I was almost killed on the mission, and yet you want to suppress my savior? I'm your sister. Du Qingxiao's words bombarded Du Qingyun's heart like a barrage. Seeing that Du Qingyun still had a cold expression, Du Qingxiao realized that the outcome could not be changed. With a cold huff, she ran out of the office. Other words could not break through his defenses, but the last sentence pierced through. After Du Qingxiao left, Du Qingyun let out a sigh. Yes, Du Qingxiao was his biological sister, his last family member. After their parents passed away, he led the Du family, one of the 3 great families of Feihong City, overcoming each obstacle with extraordinary talent. Not only did he maintain the Du family status among the 3 great families, but he also climbed to the position of deputy director in the Longyuan division. Until today, his only Achilles heel was Du Qingxiao. This time, he truly had failed to protect her. However, did Du Qingxiao really think he was suppressing Wu Ming because of his relationship with the city lord? In fact, it's not the case. The pure faction is already a crumbling tower, and it will inevitably come to an end. It would be wise to distance oneself from it as soon as possible. Staying in the pure faction can only lead to a reckoning when defeat finally comes. Everything I do is for you, Du Qingxiao. As for Wu Ming, Du Qingyun's assessment is that he was born at the wrong time. Perhaps his talent is indeed strong, but it's useless. Can he be stronger than that man who once faced the cosmic fleet alone? That man was defeated after all. Wu Ming is destined to be crushed by the wheels of time. Given this, why not become a stepping stone for him to advance further in the fusion faction? With that thought, he crumpled Wu Ming's documents on the table into a ball and tossed them into the trash can. Chapter 45, Perfecting Qi Gathering. Completing breath control, Longyuan Division, dormitory. Wu Ming lay back on the sofa. This place was more spacious and better equipped than his original dormitory, so he was currently living here. At this moment, he was using the Pure Style personal terminal to browse Qi gathering techniques, with the contribution points from before now credited. His Pure Style contribution had reached permission. Senior member 350,0001,000,000. Total contribution earned. Contribution 350,000. Current remaining contribution. Decimal not written. The Qi gathering techniques were thus unlocked for exchange. Looking at the increasing contribution required for unlocking permissions, Wu Ming crossed his arms and pondered, showing a difficult expression. Based on this rate of increase, when the hell would he be able to exchange for techniques of the law manifestation realm? Too slow. Even though this speed was already fast enough for others, it was still too slow for Wu Ming. Not to mention that there was a fusion style pressing in, bearing down with the weight of an interstellar civilization. Suddenly, he recalled Mo Yinwu's words. Even the #1 martial artist of Blue Starback then couldn't completely repel the universe fleet of the Crimson Civilization. Time was not on his side. He needed to be faster, to reach the peak of martial arts, to become stronger than anyone else. He would become a new #1 martial artist of Blue Star, stronger than that person from back then, and to surpass that person. He could only follow the previous path and cultivate the strongest techniques. After thinking it through, he pulled up all the Qi gathering techniques. With Earth-level first-rank Qi gathering techniques costing around 100,000 contribution points. Soon, he found a domineering and fierce Earth-level first-rank Qi gathering technique. And using this technique as the core, the top-level techniques synthesized later would also lean towards this. Tiangan Qi gathering technique. Worth 110,000 contribution points. Exchange. After the exchange, Wu Ming directly pulled it up to read. Moments later, a message popped up on the panel. Learned Tiangang Qi gathering technique. Seeing this, Wu Ming pressed the plus sign behind the technique's name with his mind. Entry, minor success, major success, perfection. The three stages of Qi gathering realm are food Qi, gather Qi, and control Qi. After reaching perfection in the organs realm, a martial artist's physical quality is refined to the limit, almost impossible to enhance further without external forces. Only when a martial artist's body is strong to this extent can they endure what is called true Qi. This true Qi is not the true Qi from the novels of Wu Ming's past life, which is generated from within the body. In this world, there exists various invisible energy substances distributed throughout the universe, referred to as the primordial energy of heaven and earth. Martial artists perceive their existence and refine them into their bodies, transforming them into their own. This is Qi refining. The first stage, food Qi, involves the martial artist attempting to refine the primordial energy into their body after perceiving its existence, transforming it into the energy and materials they need. At this stage, martial artists can no longer rely on food intake to replenish the necessary energy and materials. In ancient times, this could also be called fasting. The second stage, gather Qi, sees martial artists dissatisfied with merely using the primordial energy to replenish their own energy and materials. Instead, they refine it into true Qi, completely transforming it into their own. Although martial artists at this stage cannot control true Qi, their bodies previously shackled experience a comprehensive surge in strength, ultimately surpassing the organs realm. The third stage, control Qi, allows martial artists to manipulate the true Qi within their bodies at will, understanding it thoroughly. True Qi has boundless applications. Martial artists who have mastered true Qi can wrap it around various parts of their bodies, greatly enhancing both their attack and defense in those areas. They can achieve incredible effects, such as wrapping true Qi around their feet to walk silently and prevent the terrifying force of powerful beings from breaking the ground. With true Qi enveloping their entire body, they can also silently break through the sound barrier. This truly is beyond what Newton could contain. In summary, true Qi is something that greatly enhances a martial artist's strength, while also catering to their daily life. It is an essential ability for both killing and traveling. In an instant, Wu Ming comprehended the primordial energy of heaven and earth, which others would take a long time to grasp. The primordial energy gathered. Food Qi, gather Qi, control Qi. In the blink of an eye, he achieved perfection in the Qi gathering realm. Wu Ming slowly opened his eyes. Dark threads crawled up his body as he slowly extended his palm, and the dark threads immediately wrapped around it. With a thought, the dark threads surged, transforming into black lightning, striking the air, impressively powerful. However, this was his dormitory, so it wasn't suitable for experimentation. Then, his body seemed to experience a moment of frame drop. It turned out he had just left the sofa, circled the entire dormitory, and sat back down. Throughout this process, he maintained supersonic speed, but thanks to the true Qi, the floor was not shattered beneath him, and the furniture was not swept away by the hurricane he created. Excellent. In the past, if he grabbed someone and took them with him at supersonic speed, he might have directly killed them, but now, he could even wrap them in true Qi to protect them. Now it seemed that true Qi had a touch of the biofield sensation from superheroes in Wu Ming's past life. Then Wu Ming took out the secret manual, Breath Control, Taixian Wuxiang Whistling Wind, that old MO had given him. This manual was claimed to be one of the 7 forbidden techniques. Wu Ming wanted to see if it lived up to its name. Rustle. The book was quickly flipped through, and Wu Ming could move freely at supersonic speed, his neural reflex speed naturally terrifying. The rapidly turning pages' contents entered his eyes one by one, stored in his brain like photographs, with his brain parsing them synchronously, flipping and analyzing simultaneously. In an instant, this thick manual was read and understood by him. Learned Breath Control, Taixian Wuxiang Whistling Wind. Still full. Entry, minor success, Major success, perfection. In a moment, a sharp pain surged through his entire respiratory system and brain. Wu Ming had never felt so uncomfortable. His lungs spasmed, and his throat and mouth twisted. Undergoing inexplicable changes, Wu Ming collapsed on the sofa. Given his physical quality, he shouldn't sweat anymore, but now cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. After a while, the sharp pain turned into an intense itch, a maddening itch that made Wu Ming want to rip out his lungs to scratch them before putting them back in. He didn't know how long it had been, but the change finally ended. After a while, Wu Ming slowly crawled up from the sofa, which was now soaked in his cold sweat. Truly, as one of the 7 forbidden techniques, it was indeed extraordinary. He had just fully understood why the changes brought by perfecting breath control were so drastic. Firstly, breath control was not like previous martial techniques, which were divided into refining essence, refining qi, and refining spirit, each requiring blood qi, true qi, and mental energy to activate. Although the 7 forbidden techniques could be practiced in all 3 aspects, the perfected breath control required simultaneous consumption of all 3. Then the problem arose. Wu Ming hadn't reached the refining spirit stage yet. He didn't have mental energy. Well, the golden finger directly turned the tables and provided him with mental energy. This was the reason for his intense headache. Now, Wu Ming had awakened his mental energy ahead of time. He didn't need to look back to see the scenery behind him within a certain range. He could sense attacks coming from behind, but that was done through his powerful physical quality, using hearing, touch, and sensing vibrations. Now, it was as if he had eyes on his back, directly able to see. This was the manifestation of mental energy. However, this mental energy was very weak. The panel only established the prerequisite for him to use perfected breath control, but did not make excessive changes based on that. Furthermore, perfected breath control also required a specific respiratory system, which led to the need for modifications to his respiratory system. As one of the 7 forbidden techniques, reaching perfection in breath control naturally required various conditions and was difficult to practice. However, the panel directly turns cause into effect, first providing the conditions for perfection, and then achieving it. At this point, the gathering of energy is complete, and the breathing technique is successful. Chapter 46 Weakness. The completion of breath Taixian Wuxiang Xiaolan Wind not only contributed in essence to his panel, but also provided him with a corresponding characteristic due to the drastic transformation of his body structure. Name: Wu Ming Cultivation Techniques. 9 Dragon Stance complete. Vertical and horizontal 10,000 Run Diamond Glaze Skill complete. Mountain Carrying and Mountain Crushing Golden Skin Jade Bone Skill complete. Divine Storage 11 Caves Returning to Origin Skill complete. Heavenly Gang Gathering Qi Method complete. Breath Taixian Wuxiang Xiaolan Wind complete. 7 Kill Hunter Cracks Fist complete. Listening Thunder Cutting Steel Knife complete. Qinyuan Thunder Movement complete. Ghost Shadow No Trace complete. Breath Gathering Dispersion complete. Bone Shrinking Shape Changing complete. Thousand Sounds complete. Characteristics: Dragon Riding 9 Qi, Diamond Glazed, Golden Skin Jade Bone, Divine Storage Returning Origin, Heavenly Gang True Qi, Taixian Wuxiang Breath Essence, Taixian Wuxiang Xiaolan Wind. 100 Cracks, Listening Thunder, Transforming Thunder, Ghost Trace, False Death Turtle Breath, 100 Aspects. Thousand Sounds Realm. Gathering Qi Realm completion, he picked up an iron cup and gently blew on it, as if a light breeze had passed. However, the upper half of the cup was directly blown into iron powder. During this process, he did not consume any vitality, true qi, or mental power, nor did he use any special breath techniques. It was simply a pure, gentle blow. It was merely a bodily instinct, akin to the sulfur sparks naturally emitted in the breath of a giant dragon, born this way. Now that Wu Ming's respiratory system had been transformed, it naturally possessed the ability to silently turn everything into powder. This characteristic was called Taixian Wuxiang breath. Just this instinct alone had such terrifying destructive power, if fully unleashed. Who knows what kind of devastation it would bring? It can only be said that it truly deserved to be called one of the 7 ultimate techniques. With this in mind, Wu Ming became interested in the other 7 ultimate techniques. He heard from old Mo that the Long Yuan division also had a 7 ultimate technique, so he needed to find a way to obtain it. Ding ding. The message notification pulled him out of his thoughts. It was a message from Du Qingxiao. Du Qingxiao, I'm sorry, you messed it up. I only managed to apply for 15,000 contribution points for that task. This is my fault. I didn't put in much effort during the task, so I won't take any and will give all to you. Wu Ming frowned after reading it. Only 15,000? That was indeed too little. There was no need to compare it with the rewards from old Mo. After deducting the 5,000 contribution points for the investigation, it only added a mere 10,000 contribution points. The subsequent task of destroying the behind-the-scenes gang would certainly yield more than that. Not to mention the seized experimental data and genetic agents, contributions from defeating enemies at the Organ Realm, gathering Qi Realm, and so on. Could it be that Du Qingxiao pocketed some for herself? Wu Ming checked the detailed task information in the Longyuan app, and indeed, the contribution points had been adjusted to 15,000. Du Qingxiao said she would give it all to him, so it was unlikely that she pocketed any contribution points for herself. Was someone sabotaging it? It was possible. If that were the case, Du Qingxiao couldn't be blamed. However, Wu Ming had anticipated this day long ago. Acting recklessly would inevitably invite suppression, not to mention that he had many enemies. The Leaf family, the 10,000 Beast Mercenary Corps, the Black Gold Society's fusion faction behind it, and various other small fry. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. Although Wu Ming was not afraid of such situations, they were bound to exist. Wu Ming looked at the task details again, and there was an explanation for why it was adjusted to 15,000, which was quite reasonable. The task initially had only 5,000 contribution points, making it difficult to argue with him. In the end, it would only be a waste of time. No matter, next time, Wu Ming would only accept tasks with fixed contribution points from Longyuan Division. If she dared to stir trouble again, Wu Ming would go directly to confront her. After thinking this through, Wu Ming replied, "It might be that someone is targeting me. It shouldn't concern you. You noticed?" Du Qingxiao replied nervously. The one targeting Wu Ming was her own older brother. How should she tell Wu Ming? Although one was her brother and the other was someone she had only recently met, Wu Ming had saved her life during the task. Moreover, her ideology differed from her brother's, and she did not support his actions. After a moment, she sighed and honestly replied, "It's my brother, Du Qingyan. He is the deputy chief of the Feihong branch of Longyuan Division, opposing another deputy chief in the fusion faction. The adjustment of the contribution points is in his hands. However, he has a poor relationship with the city lord, so he may have vented his anger on you." What Du Qingxiao did not know was that it was not just Du Qingyun and the city lord who were at odds. He had already betrayed the Purity faction and jumped onto the ship of the fusion faction, becoming a spy for them. This time, it seemed like he was merely suppressing the members of the city lord's faction due to their conflict, but in reality, he had become a lackey for the Scarlet Nobility, intending to take Wu Ming's life. So was Du Qingyun, Du Qingxiao, Du Qingyun. It turned out they were from the Du family, one of the three great families of Feihong City. However, as the deputy chief, Du Qingyun was not only inactive but also dared to suppress him. Suppressing him meant continually cutting down his contributions, which equated to robbing him of his skills. Robbing his skills meant obstructing his path to becoming stronger, and obstructing his path to becoming stronger equated to wanting his life. Du Qingyun wanted to kill him. Now that the matter had been made clear, Wu Ming replied, "Thanks for the reminder. However, I must say this up front. Since he has brought this upon himself, he must have thought through the consequences. It would be quite reasonable for me to kill him, right?" Wu Ming was very serious. If he said he would kill him, he would indeed kill him. As for whether this would affect Wu Ming's relationship with Du Qingxiao, he could only say that their relationship was not close enough to that extent. For enemies daring to obstruct his path, he had always preferred to eliminate them swiftly. Du Qingxiao was taken aback and didn't know how to respond. In the end, she could only choose silence, leaving the matter unresolved. Wu Ming looked at the silent Du Qingxiao. Knowing that the faint friendship they had developed through a joint task had come to an end, he understood that this was the sorrow of the weak. She could not intervene in Du Qingyun's choices, nor could she intervene in Wu Ming's choices. She could only watch as Wu Ming and Du Qingyun determined each other's fate, unable to change anything, only accepting the predetermined outcome. Wu Ming, however, was different. In this life, he was an absolute powerhouse. He did not need to adapt to the world, nor did he need to cater to the times. He only needed to do what he wanted to do, even if it meant going against the current or resisting the tide. His strength was his greatest confidence. Chapter 47. Longyuan Authority. After understanding Du Qingyun's situation, Wu Ming set the tone for this matter. Anyone who targeted him would only have one path, death. As for Du Qingxiao, Wu Ming saved her life, and she informed him of this news, so they were even. Soon, the contribution points were credited. Although Du Qingxiao remained silent, she still followed through and gave all her contribution points to him. His current contribution in the Longyuan division had reached 15,000. However, since Wu Ming had not yet updated his realm information, His authority still remained as a trainee Longyuan guard. Name, Wu Ming. Affiliation, Candle Dragon Department. Authority, trainee Longyuan guard 1500-10000, Zongfa Realm. Total contribution earned. Contribution, 15,000. Current remaining contribution. Authority not only relates to treatment, exchange rights, and information rights, but also concerns the range of tasks one can accept. Members of the Longyuan division can accept tasks corresponding to their current authority's realm, as well as tasks that fluctuate by one realm up or down. For example, a trainee Longyuan guard corresponds to the bone and flesh realm, so he could accept tasks in the skin refining realm, bone and flesh realm, or Zongfa realm. Although this is the established guideline, the Longyuan division encourages members to take tasks that correspond to their own realm. This is because lower-level tasks are relatively less dangerous, which is not conducive for members of the Longyuan division to hone their skills, and the benefits are too low, so it is suggested to leave them for members below. On the other hand, higher-level tasks come with greater danger and corresponding rewards, which would be a bit reckless, so only those confident in their strength may attempt them. In reality, regular members do this as well. Out of respect for their own lives, few dare to challenge tasks of a higher realm than themselves. Not everyone can advance like Wu Ming. However, if Wu Ming were to take on tasks, he would definitely need to at least accept tasks of the Gathering Qi realm, as that would yield contribution points the fastest. Now, due to not having updated his realm information yet, although he met the contribution point requirement, his authority still remained at trainee Longyuan guard. Thus, he could only take on Zongfa realm tasks for now and needed to update his realm first. Thinking of this, Wu Ming immediately took action. Black threads of energy wrapped around his body, and then his figure disappeared. The door opened and closed, and Wu Ming had already rushed towards the business hall. It must be said that this true energy was very useful. If it were in the past, he would not have dared to go supersonic in a crowded place. The shockwave generated by supersonic speeds could directly tear ordinary people apart and cause tremendous destruction to the environment. At this moment, he advanced at full speed, and the people around him were completely unaware of his presence. Only those who were also in the Gathering Qi realm could see his movements. The Gathering Qi realm is already a scarce existence among various forces, and even in the Longyuan division. There are only about 10 people at this branch in the Gathering Qi realm. Stronger individuals typically gathered at the headquarters and other places. In Feihong City, as an 18-line city, those in the Yuquang realm were already the strongest combat power, essentially the decision-makers of various forces, while those in the Qi realm were the next level of high-ranking members. The Gathering Qi realm could be considered the backbone of the higher-ups. While thinking and rushing along, Wu Ming quickly arrived at the business hall. Upon reaching his destination, his speed suddenly decreased, and the encircling true energy dissipated, allowing passers-by to finally see him. Some people looked over, and suddenly there was an extra person in their line of sight. Clearly, in the previous frame, there was no one here, but in the next frame, a person suddenly appeared. What the hell? Someone exclaimed, looking at Wu Ming, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. A knowledgeable companion beside him pulled him back and whispered an explanation. You should be a senior in the Qi refinement stage. They often come and go like the wind. This one is already a senior in the Qi refinement stage? He looked so young. After hearing his companion's explanation, he was even more surprised. Wu Ming's face looked to be around 18 or 19 years old. Members of the Longyuan division at this age stage are often only in the bone and flesh realm, with a very few exceptional geniuses reaching the Zongfu realm. Why do I say this? Because those who can join the Longyuan division are inherently geniuses. A single brick here can knock down a whole bunch of geniuses, but they are generally only in the bone and flesh realm. Yet Wu Ming is in the Gathering Qi realm. How is that possible? Unheard of. Hey, now that you mention it, that is true, and his face looks very familiar. It seems I've seen him somewhere. The companion pondered, rubbing his chin. Suddenly, he realized, I remember now. Isn't he the newcomer from a few days ago? Which one? Oh, you mean the newcomer who received the A-grade treatment on the forum. After recalling in his mind, the passerby compared and indeed recognized it was Wu Ming. It's him. They only knew he was a newcomer who had obtained A-grade treatment, but they had no idea he was also a senior in the Qi refinement stage. In the Longyuan Tower, they don't look at your realm. They only consider your combat power corresponding to that realm, which means this one, at this age, not only has a realm far ahead, but can also maintain unparalleled combat power. Terrifying. All these whispers, which they thought were low, fell into Wu Ming's ears. However, he had no time to pay attention and walked straight to the front desk, telling the staff, I need to update my realm information in the system. The front desk staff had no objections and pointed. "All right, this way, please." He led Wu Ming to a room where there was a machine, one that Wu Ming had seen at the Black Gold Club before, used for detecting realms. Wu Ming stood on it with ease, and the machine swept across with a light screen. The front desk staff watched as the numbers on the machine screen climbed higher and higher until it broke the limit, and the machine emitted a series of beeping sounds. What's going on? He was momentarily stunned, then recalled that the machine's instructions mentioned that such a situation occurs because the energy level of the person being tested is too high, far exceeding the Zongfu realm. This person's cultivation level is already beyond the Zongfu realm? Oh, I'm sorry, it's like this. If it's above the Zongfu realm, the detection by this machine may not be very accurate, and manual verification is needed. After realizing this, he quickly explained. So troublesome? How long will it take? Wu Ming frowned slightly. Mr. Gong isn't here today. Let me contact him. It should be quick. Please wait a moment. Seeing this, he hurriedly made a call to summon help. He also cursed inwardly that Mr. Gong only collects his salary without working, being absent all day, and is unreachable. However, since Mr. Gong is a powerful figure, he did not dare to complain. The phone was quickly connected, and the voice on the other end was chaotic and noisy. Wu Ming could vaguely hear the sounds of women laughing and playing. Before the staff could speak, a woman's voice with a smile came through. Hey, what do you want with my husband? Both Wu Ming and the staff frowned at the same time. Chapter 48. Come back in 10 minutes at this moment. In Feihong City, inside a luxurious private room of a 5-star hotel. Although it was called a dining room, it was actually equipped with a tea table, tea sets, a sofa, and an independent bathroom. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could overlook the night view of the river and get a glimpse of the core area of Feihong City. A team of waiters brought up the dishes, all served at the same time. There was no waiting for one dish to be finished before the next one arrived. Moreover, a team of chefs provided independent service, and these dishes were freshly prepared. The leader was likely the manager, who was introducing each dish to the guests one by one. At the tea table sat 2 men facing each other. One was a smiling, plump middle-aged man who, upon hearing the manager's introduction, nodded slightly. The quality of the dishes and the environment were suitable for entertaining the man in front of him, which was not beneath his dignity. Mr. Gong, the dishes are here. Please take your seat. He gestured to guide the man in front of him to the main seat at the dining table. Mr. Gong had short hair like steel needles and a strong build, clearly a martial arts expert. All right, Mr. Gong said indifferently. Although he was the guest, he confidently took the main seat without any need for modesty. The ladies sitting on the sofa also took their seats. The plump man turned the dining table's rotating tray and brought a plate of food in front of Mr. Gong, saying, Mr. Gong, this dish is not simple. The ingredients are lobsters caught from the East Sea this morning, and it is cooked with the 8 treasures chicken from Feihong Mountain just outside the city. The lobster meat is placed in the broth made from the 8 treasures chicken and blanched for a moment, named Mountain and Sea Fresh, emphasizing its freshness. Not only is it delicious, but it also invigorates the blood and energy. Haha, it's beneficial for a martial arts expert like you. Mr. Gong nodded slightly, picked up a piece of white lobster meat wrapped in broth with his chopsticks, and put it in his mouth to chew and taste. It was fresh, fragrant, and crunchy. Indeed, quite good. But for Mr. Gong, this was the greatest merit of the dish. As a strong practitioner of the gathering Qi realm, he viewed food merely as a way to satisfy his appetite. As for invigorating blood and energy, he had no need for that. It's not bad, Mr. Gong said truthfully. That's great. That's great. Upon hearing Mr. Gong's praise, the plump man finally relaxed. Mr. Gong was not only a martial arts master, but also held a position in the Feihong branch of the Longyuan division. Many people usually flattered him, but today he needed Mr. Gong's favor and had to serve him well. Soon, everyone had eaten quite a bit, and the ladies put down their chopsticks and began to laugh and chat about gossip. Seeing that the time was almost right, the plump man filled his glass with wine and said to Mr. Gong, It is my honor that Mr. Gong has come out to have a meal with me this time. Let me toast to you first. He downed the wine in one go and was finally about to state his purpose. Mr. Gong, you see. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a ringing sound came from Mr. Gong's body. There was a phone call. He took it out and frowned immediately, cursing inwardly. Didn't I say I was busy today? Don't call me. Now he was negotiating important matters with others, and this was the time to disrupt it? Seeing this, the plump man hurriedly said, Does Mr. Gong have something urgent? You go ahead. Urgent? What could be so urgent? Mr. Gong handed his phone to a lady beside him, who was his wife, and said, Help me deal with it. Then he told the plump man, It's nothing, you continue. Meanwhile, on Wu Ming's side, the call was quickly connected. and the voice on the other end was chaotic and noisy. Wu Ming could vaguely hear the sounds of women laughing and playing. Before the staff member could speak, a woman's voice filled with laughter came through. "Hello, what do you want with my husband?" Both Wu Ming and the staff member frowned simultaneously. The staff member was also irate. This was not the first time. This Mr. Gong was in charge of their business hall, and he had to make decisions on even slightly larger matters, but he was always unavailable, and his wife always answered the phone. Usually it was fine, but today there was a newly promoted gathering Qi realm expert waiting here. However, the staff member did not dare to vent anger towards Mr. Gong. Instead, he patiently explained, I'm from the Longyuan division. I have an urgent matter to discuss with Mr. Gong." Hearing this, the woman looked at Mr. Gong, who was still chatting with the plump man, and said indifferently, "Oh, but my husband is busy right now." The staff member took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Gong is the person in charge here. There's a suspected gathering Qi realm expert who needs to undergo a realm verification. Could you please let him take the call?" Mr. Gong naturally heard this, a newly promoted gathering Qi realm expert. So what? What does it matter if the verification is delayed for a couple of days? Is he in a hurry to reincarnate or something? Seeing her husband still chatting with the plump man, the woman grew more confident and impatiently said, "Didn't I just say my husband is busy right now?" Not only was she impatient, but so was Wu Ming, who could no longer tolerate it. Originally, he was anxious to complete the verification quickly and accept the task, but he encountered a careless fool. The staff member wanted to say something, but found that the phone had already been taken by Wu Ming. "Hello, is that Mr. Dog there? Can you hear me?" Wu Ming first offered strategic reading. Without waiting for a response, he began to speak. "It's working hours now. You have 10 minutes to come back. Or just wait for me to come over and break your neck." In an instant, the scene fell into a dead silence. The staff member was stunned, as if in a dream, confused about what had just happened. How did things escalate to this point? On the other end of the phone, the woman looked at her husband as with wide-open eyes and tremblingly passed the phone over. The flushed Mr. Gong picked up the phone, just about to speak. Beep. The call was hung up by Wu Ming. Crack. The phone was instantly crushed in his hand. "Damn it. Do you think being a gathering Qi realm expert makes you invincible? You're simply asking for death." His figure instantly vanished from the private room. Inside the room, everyone exchanged glances, not daring to speak. The staff members looked at Wu Ming with fear and asked, "What should we do? What should we do?" Wu Ming crossed his arms and waited in place. "What should we do? Of course, we'll give him a grand reception. With the speed of a gathering Qi realm expert, 10 minutes is more than enough." Just a few minutes passed. Boom. The wooden door was smashed to pieces, and a figure stood at the entrance. It was Mr. Gong, his face flushed, unsure if it was from running or from anger. His gaze swept across and landed on Wu Ming, who stood calmly in place, and he immediately guessed that he was the one who spoke on the phone. Looking for death. All his words turned into one sentence as Mr. Gong instantly lunged at Wu Ming, throwing a full-force punch filled with rage. Oomph. This punch is to teach him not to be arrogant and to learn how to speak to his seniors. Wu Ming had been waiting for this moment. He struck first. Boom! A powerful shockwave swept out, and the wall was instantly collapsed. If it hadn't been for the supporting column, this blow might have brought the entire building down. Mr. Gong's anger instantly transformed into fear. He knew that before Wu Ming reached the gathering Qi realm, he could already spar with his xia, and now, with his enhanced physical abilities and the support of true energy, he was in trouble. First, the true energy threads wrapping around Mr. Gong's arm were shattered. Then, his arm twisted and deformed, bones snapped, and finally it exploded into a pile of flesh. Mr. Gong was sent flying out at a speed faster than when he had come in. Wu Ming, of course, could not let him escape. He easily caught up to the flying Mr. Gong, clasped his hand on his head, and lifted him up. "How is it, Mr. Dog?" Wu Ming said with a faint smile. Mr. Gong was held in Wu Ming's grasp, while his remaining hands and feet struck out with punches and kicks, creating waves of impact. Unfortunately, these attacks either failed to reach Wu Ming due to the barrier of true energy or were absorbed by the golden glass-like robe, not even dirtying the hem of Wu Ming's clothing. Seeing this guy unaware of his imminent danger, Wu Ming slightly exerted force with his palm, and his 5 fingers began to slowly press into Gong's skull. In no time, his head would explode like a watermelon under a hydraulic press. Feeling the excruciating pain in his head, Mr. Gong's remaining hand tried to pry Wu Ming's hand away, but it was impossible. Amidst the intense pain, he wept and noticed Wu Ming's cold gaze. He truly might die. Wu Ming really would kill him. "Please spare me." Finally scared, he hurriedly spoke up. "So, does this mean I've officially entered the gathering Qi realm?" "Yes, of course." Receiving an answer, Wu Ming released his grip, and Mr. Gong fell to the ground, not daring to move again. At this moment, the walls of the room were battered by the shock waves, but fortunately, everyone present was a martial arts expert, and no one died from the impact. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Wu Ming calmly said, "He attacked first. I was just acting in self-defense." Chapter 49. Accepting a task. Seeing that the person in charge had acknowledged his realm certification, Wu Ming looked at the stunned staff behind him. Even though they were just staff here, their martial arts cultivation was not bad. They survived the aftermath of the battle, albeit a bit dirty. "Did you hear that?" Wu Ming signaled to him. "Oh." The staff quickly took out a device and registered it. He was still a bit dazed from his turn of events. "Huh, Mr. Gong, you finally had a day like this." The staff in the business hall had been holding back on him for a long time, and today they finally got to see him take a hit, which made them feel much better. Wu Ming refreshed the information in the Lunyuan app, and sure enough, he had passed the realm certification. ISNT this moving along quickly. If Mr. Gong continued to neglect his duties, who knows how many more days I would have to wait. Now the authority had changed to a formal Lunyuan guardian, and the only thing left to advance to the next level of authority was contribution points. Name, Wu Ming. Affiliation, Zhulong Division. Authority, Formal Lunyuan Guardian 15000-100000. Gathering, Qi Realm. Accumulated contribution, 15,000. Current remaining contribution. Now that it had come to this, Wu Ming finished his business and gathered his true energy, instantly disappearing from the business hall. What? Wu Ming seriously injured Mr. Gong and also damaged public equipment. What to do? Of course, it's Mr. Gong's responsibility. He struck first. Wu Ming was just acting in self-defense. It has nothing to do with him. Passers-by exchanged glances, although they had experienced a strong shock wave upon entering the business hall. Fortunately, everyone was fine, tough, and not seriously injured, and they even got to witness some drama. One bystander wondered aloud, "Is that the top-tier genius Wu Ming? Why did he fight with Mr. Gong?" A nearby guy sneered and said, "The last time I handled a business, other staff had no authority to assist and could only look for him, but that idiot delayed me for several days." Didn't you hear Wu Ming say? Realm certification. I bet he was delayed by him on that. Exactly. I heard that to speed things up. You even have to give him a bribe. Let us see if he dares to do that again. Someone rubbed their thumb between their index and middle fingers, indignant. Bad luck for him. He kicked a hard board this time. Top-tier geniuses are indeed terrifying. He can crush seasoned gathering Qi realm practitioners right after his promotion. Hey, even if Wu Ming is justified, isn't it too much to beat him like this? Sigh. In Lunyuan, there's no beating around the bush. It's usually the victors take all. Strength is paramount. Not to mention Mr. Gong is in the wrong. He can only swallow his grievances. I see. At this moment, Wu Ming had already returned to his dormitory. He then opened the Lunyuan app, preparing to accept tasks. Even if someone tried to sabotage him, there were still many things in Lunyuan that Wu Ming wanted, and he couldn't let a setback stop him. He could only find an opportunity to eliminate the troublemakers. Leaning back on the sofa, he scrolled through his phone, clicked into the taskbar, and selected Gathering Qi Realm tasks. Quite a few. How could this be? Logically, higher-level tasks should be fewer. Moreover, there were so many Gathering Qi Realm tasks waiting here. After clicking in to look at the details, Wu Ming discovered the issue. It turned out that most of them were leftover tasks, with their release dates far in the past. These tasks were often too difficult. Not everyone had combat power like Wu Ming, so they would weigh their strength against the difficulty of the tasks, leaving behind those that were too challenging. Even though the information related to the tasks was continuously updated, no one took them. To attract people to undertake them, the contribution rewards would keep increasing until they became so high that people's greed outweighed their rationality. I'll take it. Wu Ming felt delighted. How hard could it be? How difficult could it be to confront a gathering Qi realm powerhouse? Thinking about one of his perfected 7 absolute techniques, Breath of the Void. He hadn't even properly tested its power yet. Could it be blocked by a gathering Qi realm? The overwhelming power of breath and the might of Mo Yenwu's Qi Si kept clashing in Wu Ming's mind. Perhaps only by trying what he know. But first, let us accept the task. The reason he previously did that task with Du Qingxiao was mainly because it was on the way, and it was Wu Ming's first time accepting a task, so he wanted to familiarize himself. Now, he would act as quickly as possible to accumulate contribution points. Naturally opting for solo action, teammates would only be a burden. Sorting by reward in descending order, Wu Ming clicked on the highest reward task. Task name: eliminate the gene out-of-control warrior in the Gathering Qi realm. Task details: according to continuous observations by the Qingyuan division. There is a gene out-of-control martial artist appearing on Feihong Mountain, often hunting creatures in the mountains, suspected of having lost their sanity. Preliminary judgment indicates that they are a gathering Qi realm martial artist who injected a large amount of gene serum and went out of control, causing significant ecological damage and personal threats to Feihong Mountain and its vicinity. It is now required to eliminate them. Task suggestion: this gene out-of-control warrior's strength is extremely terrifying. It is suggested that at least a full team of gathering Qi realm practitioners be sent. Task reward: 400,000 contribution points. Eliminate the gene out-of-control warrior in the gathering Qi realm. Because it hadn't been taken for a long time, the task reward had been raised to an astonishing level. This isn't difficult. The location is provided. Just go and kill. And a lot of contribution points will be in hand. As for the suggestion, Wu Ming didn't take it seriously at all. Except, task name: eliminate the gathering Qi realm terrorist. Task details: according to continuous observations by the Qingyuan division, a gathering Qi realm terrorist has fled from Yunjin City, having killed over 2,000 people, rapidly advancing in strength, suspected of having a special opportunity, posing a serious personal threat to the citizens of the Blue Star Federation. The Longyuan division's Feihong branch is now required to intercept or eliminate them. Task suggestion: this terrorist possesses terrifying strength and has rapidly advanced, having killed multiple gathering Qi realm practitioners. Task reward: 350,000 contribution points. A terrorist? Killing? Special opportunity? Interesting. Accept. Wu Ming kept accepting tasks. There was no limit to task acceptance, but failing to complete a task within a month would result in a deduction of contribution points. To this, Wu Ming thought, a month? That's too long. By then, he might have already dominated the Blue Star, starting to advance into the stars. On the other side, someone was watching the high-difficulty tasks being accepted one by one from the taskbar. Are you crazy? What kind of new way to die is this? Suddenly, a new task popped up in the taskbar. What a coincidence! A new task was released. Task name: arrest the martial arts thief. Task details: according to investigations by the Qingyuan division, a gathering Qi realm martial arts thief is located in Feihong City, carrying a large number of stolen martial arts techniques. It is now required to arrest them. Task suggestion: according to continuous observations by the Qingyuan division, their strength is approximately in the early stage of the gathering Qi realm. Task reward: 100,000 contribution points. This is good. I'll take it. Such an easy gathering Qi realm task is rare. That person was quick to react and snatched it up before they could even feel happy. They saw the task they had just accepted disappear. Finding the task again and clicking in, they saw it had already been accepted. But the executor had changed to Wu Ming's avatar. What the hell? Why could you snatch it from me when I'd already accepted it? Chapter 50, a tragedy triggered by a door before that person clicked in. He discovered that the high-difficulty tasks he was trying to take were all claimed by the same person who was snatching his tasks. Where did this madman come from? He finished all the tasks. Thinking of this, he contacted a friend from the Gathering Qi realm, someone he often teamed up with for tasks. He reached out to ask what was going on. To his surprise, as soon as the call connected, the other party couldn't hold back. Damn, I just took a task a while ago, and then I watched helplessly as someone snatched it from my task list. What? You got robbed too? So did I. I just refreshed a new task. I accepted it, and then it was snatched away. What's going on here? It looks like a priority task selection, right, for Class A. They say it's a priority selection, right? But this is outright snatching. Isn't it? Class A. Is that pure faction guy in this division? Has he already reached the Gathering Qi realm? So fast. Accepting so many tasks alone. Looking for trouble, huh? Whether he has Class A or not, we haven't found a chance to deal with him. But he came looking for trouble first. Just got a gathering Qi, and doesn't he know the sky as height or the earth as depth? Let us go. I know where his dormitory is. Let us go teach him some rules. On the other side, in Wu Ming's dormitory. Good. Wu Ming looked at the several high contribution tasks he had accepted. Once these tasks were completed, not to mention the next level of permissions, he probably had enough contribution points for the level after that as well. These tasks required high combat power, and for Wu Ming, he should be able to complete them quickly. Although Wu Ming's brain was being enhanced, and his processing speed was extremely fast, his super brain told him to use his super strength quickly. If he could solve things with strength, why bother with his brain? Otherwise, wouldn't his martial arts training be in vain? Just then, Wu Ming looked toward the door. Oh, someone's coming. Who could it be? With a whoosh, a large hole was directly punched through the door lock, and without the lock, the door naturally swung open, revealing two burly men behind it. Wu Ming's expression turned cold. In the eyes of martial artists, this door was practically non-existent. And everyone knew that. But if you break the door lock directly, it was undoubtedly looking for trouble. Is it you who snatched the task? Class A, huh? Damn. Do you understand the rules? One of the burly men cursed. So it was because of the task. Wu Ming snatched it, so what? The Longyuan division gave him this right to encourage him to snatch tasks, right? Stronger people robbing the resources of weaker ones. Isn't that just natural? What? Should I ask you for permission? The key point is that you even dare to break my door lock. You're simply looking for death. Before he could finish, Wu Ming's figure instantly vanished and then appeared in front of them. Huh, so fast. One burly man was shocked and quickly activated all his defensive abilities. He saw gray scales the size of an infant's fist growing on his body, muscles twisting and bulging, his body growing taller and larger, instantly transforming into a 3-meter-tall armored muscle man, while earth-colored true energy wrapped around his entire body. So he is a mixed faction brat, Wu Ming thought to himself. The armored man finally completed his defensive measures and just began to feel a bit of safety when a whip kick struck towards him. With twisting black, true energy forming black lightning that continuously whipped around him. Before the whip kick reached him, the black lightning had already arrived, directly slicing through the tough scales and meat, leaving behind charred holes. Then came the whip kick. This strike directly shattered his protective true energy, bending his body into a U shape, and the hard scales grown from his beastification ability were instantly shattered, blood gushing out of his mouth like it was free. Wu Ming's dormitory was on a high floor, over 20 stories up, and they were fighting on the balcony. This strike sent the burly man flying into the air. Before his companion could react, Wu Ming's figure disappeared again, appearing next to the armored man. He locked one hand around the man's head and kicked upwards. The air seemed to turn solid under his kick, creating a sonic boom, and with this reaction force, Wu Ming's body shot down towards the ground. The distance of over 20 stories was covered in an instant, and the two quickly approached the ground, with Wu Ming swinging the man's head down towards the ground. Boom! It sounded as if a bomber had dropped a bomb with an extremely high explosive load. The ground was directly shattered, producing a deafening sound, and the people upstairs felt a noticeable tremor, with huge clouds of dust billowing up. At this moment, his companion finally reacted, shooting out bone blades from his fingertips and sprouting feathers from his arms, rushing into the massive cloud of dust on the ground. As he approached the dust, he flapped his arms, stirring up a whirlwind to disperse the spreading dust, revealing the situation below. A deep pit had been smashed into the ground, and the armored man lay in the center of the pit, his head stepped on by Wu Ming, his body still twitching slightly. Wu Ming shook his head in admiration. He didn't die from such a heavy blow. Truly impressive, those genetic potions. The body of a martial artist was already ridiculously strong and in a beastified state. Its strength was greatly enhanced. It was reasonable for the pure faction to be weaker when contending against such monsters. If it were an ordinary gathering chi realm, like Mr. Gong, if he took this hit, he would be dead by now. Let him go. The feathered man flapped his arms, somehow managing to hover in the air. But he didn't dare to come down. You say let go, and I just let go? Wu Ming's foot twisted slightly, and the armored man's body twitched even more violently. Two gathering Chi Realm mixed faction members. If this weren't the Longyuan division, I would have already killed them for contributions. It was just a misunderstanding. Let him go first. The feathered man was furious. His companion was looking for trouble out of anger, but unexpectedly, instead of finding trouble, he ended up lying here like a dead dog, dragging him along. Misunderstanding? You dare break my door. Wait until I rip your wings apart. Then we can talk about misunderstandings. As soon as the words fell, Wu Ming vanished from his spot, because Wu Ming's speed far exceeded the speed of sound. Where? The feathered man flapped his wings and flew upward, while scanning for Wu Ming's location. Boom, boom, boom. The air suddenly exploded with sound. That was Wu Ming stepping on the air, so strong that he could treat the air as a stepping board, achieving the effect of walking on air. The feathered man was horrified. Is this a human? He quickly began to fly in circles, trying to shake off Wu Ming, but it was useless. With the last sonic boom erupting, Wu Ming had already reached his side. One hand gripped the feathered man's arm, and the other gripped his shoulder. With a slight force, it was as if he was tearing off a roasted chicken wing, and the feathered man's wing was instantly ripped off. The feathered man cried out in pain as he lost one arm and could no longer maintain his balance, plummeting straight down. It was as if he had crashed. Chapter 51. The animal man becomes a vegetative state for the feather man in the Chi gathering realm. Simply falling from a high altitude is not fatal. One could even say it's not a big deal. So, Wu Ming kicked off the air. Boom! Accompanied by a sonic boom. He instantly appeared behind the falling Featherman and threw a punch. This fist was wrapped in black true chi, like black thunder rushing forth, striking hard against the Featherman's back. The Featherman's body was directly bent backwards at an unnatural angle, and then he transformed into a supersonic missile shooting towards the ground. Boom! The ground exploded next to the armored strongman, and the powerful shockwave sent his lifeless body flying far away, finally crashing down onto the ground, bouncing several times like a stone skipping on water before coming to a stop. Thud! Meanwhile, Wu Ming landed steadily, creating a web-like crack on the ground. As Wu Ming gently blew, a gust of wind dispersed the dust raised by the Featherman's impact. Just as he expected, in the deep pit created by the armored strongman, the Featherman had created an even larger pit, now quietly lying there. He wasn't dead, as Wu Ming had controlled his strength, but according to Wu Ming's output, he should be incapacitated. Following that, Wu Ming took out his phone and snapped a picture of the two, sending these images and their information to Mo Yenwu. How should he put it? He incapacitated 2 Qi Gathering Realm combatants from the Fusion faction. Each should be worth at least 200,000 contribution points, right? This definitely calls for some credit. Wu Ming, Mo Lao, 2 Fusion faction Qi Gathering Realm animal men, came looking for trouble, and I've turned them into vegetative states image. Can I exchange this for some contribution points? Mo Yenwu, busy with official duties, looked at the message that popped up on his phone and was astonished. This young man has somehow incapacitated 2 Qi Gathering Realm combatants again, and they were even beastified ones. According to Wu Ming, both of them were from the Longyuan division. A quick check would confirm this, so it should be true. At this rate, the next message he receives will probably be about 2 lying on the ground in the Qi Si realm, right? Mo Yenwu felt a mix of numbness and significant pressure. Haha, I'm getting old. It's only natural for the younger generation to catch up with me. Mo Yenwu steadied himself and replied, Good, I'll have them evaluated and transfer the contribution points to you shortly. Seeing Mo Yenwu's response, Wu Ming smirked. The cold Fusion faction colleagues had transformed into warm and pure contribution points. Immediately afterward, Wu Ming dialed a number and said, Yes, Building A, Room 2201. The door is broken. Please send someone to fix it. Of course, he was looking for someone to fix the door. Was he supposed to call someone to rescue the two? With a detached gaze, he glanced at the 2 oblivious animal men, and in an instant, Wu Ming vanished from spot. He had directly gone to complete a task. Outside Feihong City, in the dense forest. Even though it was noon, the environment in the dense forest was dark and cool, as the tall trees blocked the scorching sun, only occasionally allowing a few weak rays of light to filter through. The forest should have been filled with the sounds of cicadas and birds, but it was eerily silent, seemingly because this area was the territory of a fierce beast, and many small animals dared not make a sound due to the predator's presence. Du Qingyun stood proudly with his hands behind his back, blending into the shadows cast by the tall trees. If one did not look closely, they would not notice him. Did you bring the things? Suddenly, a voice broke the silence in the dense forest. Du Qingyun's eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? How could I have not noticed him? As a Qi Si realm cultivator, Du Qingyun maintained a true Qi domain within 100 meters around him. In this domain, any disturbance would be instantly detected. This does not mean that his true Qi domain could only cover 100 meters. It was merely the passive state of the Qi Si realm, which they could maintain 24 hours a day, and the energy consumed to maintain this state was far less than the energy they absorbed from the natural world. To think that someone could approach him without being detected meant at least they were at the sky control realm. And the sky control realm, does it simply mean one can fly? Not at all. There are numerous means of flight available to powerful cultivators, just like Wu Ming, who can fly by stepping on the air. The Featherman could fly after being injected with a genetic serum and beastifying. Even if one learns a ground-level movement technique, they could probably fly as well. The sky control realm means that the martial artist has reached a state of unity with the natural energies of the world. From then on, they can draw upon the natural energies as needed. Much like placing a pump in the ocean, your energy is nearly limitless, and the strength of your combat power is determined only by the size of your pump's capacity. A strong person can destroy a city with a single punch, while a weaker person may not exert such power instantly, but they can still bombard continuously. Destroying a city is just a matter of time. Reaching unity with the natural energies also means that the energies can support the martial artist's flight, allowing them to move through the energies like a fish in water, at speeds that could rival rainbows. Moreover, due to this unity, it becomes difficult to detect their traces. Even true chi coverage cannot perceive them. To think he is at the Sky Control Realm. It should be noted that there are only 2 Sky Control Realm practitioners in Feihong City. Thus, the balance of Feihong City easily disrupted. Joining the fusion faction was indeed the right choice. Du Qingyun determined that the voice was coming from behind him and slowly turned around. There stood a burly man whom Du Qingyun did not recognize, but who was notably the one who had knelt before Albert to apologize that day. Now, seeing Du Qingyun looking at him, the man's imposing aura was revealed, and his body instantly connected with the natural energies, as if the entire cosmic energy was pressing down on Du Qingyun. To Du Qingyun, it felt as if the sky was about to collapse. An overwhelming pressure descended upon him. If this continued, he would die, as even this aura could crush him. So, he quickly prostrated himself, submitting fully, and the pressure finally dissipated. Cold sweat rolled down Du Qingyun's forehead, but he did not dare to wipe it away. Since Du Qingyun had embarked on his path, he had experienced smooth sailing. He had never been treated this way before, and for a moment, he felt both fear and resentment. The burly man spoke lightly. "I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. It's just that you've recently joined the fusion faction, and I want to make sure you understand the rules. Don't offend the master when you see him, or you'll be seeking death for no reason." "Yes, the senior teaches well. May I ask how to address you, senior?" Du Qingyun quickly responded, seizing the opportunity to ask. My name is Wan Shou. You can call me however you like." The burly man replied indifferently. Du Qingyun certainly could not address him casually. He carefully said, "Then I shall call you Wan to run. How about that?" "Whatever. Did you bring the things?" Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Du Qingyun finally wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, took out a box, and handed it to Wan Shou. "Venderein. This is what the master wanted, fierce beast." Du Qingyun explained. Wan Shou opened the box, and inside were 3 blue vials and a stack of experimental data. After a brief glance, Wan Shou nodded in satisfaction. Good. To think there's already a finished product. The master will definitely be very pleased." "You've done well." Chapter 52. The coming storm. With these items in hand, Wan Shou felt a sense of relief in his heart. He could finally report back to the master. Moreover, they had already developed the potion, which would surely please the master. Thinking of this, Wan Shou noticed Du Qingyun still kneeling on the ground. He had just given him a show of strength, and now it was time to let him taste some sweetness. "Get up," Wan Shou said lightly, retracting the pressure on his body. "Thank you, Lord Wan." Du Qingyun quickly got up from his humiliating position, and now he even had to thank Wan Shou. Once Du Qingyun stood up, Wan Shou patted him on the shoulder and said, "You did well this time. Your loyalty is commendable. I will share some secrets with you." "Please speak, Lord Wan." Du Qingyun immediately adopted an attentive posture. Wan Shou slowly began. "The master's base is in Feihong City. The forces under him already possess the strength to overturn the balance of Feihong City. But he does not want to make a move too early. The pure faction is no longer a concern. What we need to consider now is how to occupy a larger territory within the fusion faction and divide more benefits. The master's compatriots are watching closely, hoping to get a bigger piece of the pie. If he shows too much strength at this time, he will be besieged by other compatriots. Therefore, the master plans to accumulate strength while maintaining balance, and when the time is right, he can seize Feihong City. The pure faction will undoubtedly be defeated. You chose a good time. You are quite clever. Thank you for the praise, Lord Wan." Du Qingyun felt secretly pleased. The pure faction indeed had no future. It was timely for him to extricate himself, and with his talent, he believed he could achieve something in the fusion faction. There's one more thing. Was the death of Xia at the Black Gold Club caused by that junior named Wu Ming? Wan Shou asked again. He had come this time to clarify the cause of Xia's death and to bring back Wu Ming's body. Du Qingyun pondered for a moment and then said, "The surveillance equipment in the laboratory was destroyed in the aftermath of the battle. So we cannot confirm 100 that it was Wu Ming who killed him, but given his strength, it is highly likely." "Oh, it really could be him? Isn't he a newly promoted Lonyuan guard? Show me his profile." Du Qingyun quickly accessed Wu Ming's file using his permissions. 1 realm a day. He reached the Gathering Qi realm in just a few days. How is that possible? Are you kidding me? Wan Shou looked at Du Qingyun in disbelief, as if to say, "Are you messing with me?" Seeing this, Du Qingyun explained, "The Gathering Qi realm is what he recently certified, which is indeed astonishing. However, the A-level treatment cannot be faked. It is judged by the Lonyuan Tower. Perhaps he is a genius hidden by the pure faction, trying to stabilize the morale through God-making? One show stared for a moment and suddenly laughed. Hee, God-making? That is indeed possible. I have known about the A-level geniuses in Long Yuan division. Historically, which Long Master has not been A-level? Just look at the last Long Master, the one who claimed to be the #1 martial artist of Blue Star, who single-handedly faced the cosmic fleet. Even his life experience is not as terrifying as this junior. Is this junior even stronger than him? What they did not know was that others received A-level treatment because they could only receive A-level treatment. But Wu Ming received A-level treatment because it was the highest available. His talent could not be defined. If it had to be defined, it could perhaps be described as such. When an existence that overturns the worldview appears, people often do not accept it, but try to explain it with reasons that can be understood. This brings us to the lifespan of martial artists in the Gathering Chi stage. After completing the Refining Chi stage, a martial artist can live for 3 jiazi, which is 180 years. In the Gathering Chi realm, one can enjoy 300 years. In the Chi Si realm, one can reach 500 years. In the Sky Control realm, one can reach a terrifying 1,000 years. This lifespan allows one to witness the evolution of technology and the rise and fall of civilizations. As a being in the Sky Control realm, Wan Shou has a long lifespan, with a limit of over 1,000 years. He reached the Refining Chi stage during the war between Blue Star and the Crimson Civilization, and afterwards chose to become a lackey of the Crimson Noble Albert. As the first Refining Chi martial artist to pledge loyalty to Albert, he gained access to a wealth of resources and genetic potions. Now, having reached the Sky Control realm, his body has become incredibly powerful due to the genetic enhancements. He is the sharpest blade in Albert's hand. Over the course of hundreds of years, his life cannot be described as particularly exciting, but his worldview has long been solidified. If someone tells him about such a genius, his worldview would directly refute it. Impossible. Absolument impossible. Wan Shou shook his head and said, it doesn't matter. Even if his talent is indeed so miraculous, that is even better, because his talent will become the master's talent and serve as the master's ticket to the pinnacle of martial arts. Du Qingyan nodded in agreement. What Lord Wan said is correct. Do you have any recent traces of him? Preferably outside the city. Inside the city is the territory of the Lord of Feihong City. Any slight disturbance will surely provoke his thunderous methods, which would be detrimental to our plans. Mentioning the Lord of Feihong City, Du Qingyun recalled that strong figure who ruled Feihong City with an iron fist, another fusion faction powerhouse in the Sky Control realm. Under his pressure, no one dared to make any small moves. Seemingly noticing Du Qingyun's thoughts, Wan Shou said, I heard you have a conflict with the Lord of Feihong City. No worries, he won't last much longer. Du Qingyun praised, with Lord Wan's assistance. The Lord will naturally not be a match. Then he pulled up Wu Ming's task list and said, he who desires to bring about destruction must first make them mad. This guy has taken a series of Gathering Chi tasks. He is truly insane. Most of these tasks are outside the city, so he should be going to these places recently. Is Lord Wan going to take action himself to kill him? Wan Shou smiled lightly at him. A mere Gathering Chi realm. Do you think it's worth my effort? Du Qingyun quickly denied. He certainly doesn't deserve it. I just wanted to ask if you need me to take action. Wan Shou slightly shook his head. No need. I will arrange for someone to kill him. You and the other deputy director just need to manage the Long Yuan division branch well. Your identity should not be exposed. Yes. Hearing this, Du Qingyun felt somewhat regretful, but still complied with the arrangement. Killing a mere Gathering Chi realm like Wu Ming wouldn't take much effort. If he took the task, he could earn credit for himself and show off in front of Wan Shou, which was a pity. Speaking of which, his last task was also earned for him by Wu Ming. Not only did he pocket Wu Ming's contribution, but he also handed it over to Wan Shou, earning his first merit in the fusion faction. Wu Ming, oh Wu Ming, just rest in peace. I will always remember your contributions. Chapter 53. Feihong Mountain outside Feihong City. On a vast road that seems to stretch endlessly, there stands a sign by the roadside that reads, 60 kilometers to Feihong Mountain. This is a road leading to or passing through Feihong Mountain. Speaking of Feihong City, one cannot help but mention Feihong Mountain, which, as the name suggests, is home to many flying geese. Although Feihong City is quite a distance from Feihong Mountain, its name is indeed inspired by the mountain. At this moment, a lizard crawls from under the sign onto the road. Suddenly, it seems to hear something, raises its head, and pricks up its ears to listen. It sounds like the roar of a beast or the rumble of an engine. Oh, it turns out to be a motorcycle speeding down the road like a wild beast, appearing out of nowhere, accompanied by a buzzing sound. The motorcycle swiftly passes the sign, crushing the lizard, and heads towards Fei Hong Mountain, quickly disappearing from sight, leaving only the lower half of the lizard behind, its hind legs still twitching. The rider of the motorcycle is Wu Ming, wearing sunglasses. Even at such speed, he manages to free one hand to fix his hair, which has been tousled by the wind. What got stuck to my tire? With Wu Ming's reflex speed, he clearly sees that it was a small lizard. However, he doesn't even hit the brakes because there's no need to. Just like those senseless provocateurs, crushing them is just a casual act. Should he give way to them? His purpose for this trip is to carry out the task of eliminating the gene runaway in the Qi gathering realm. The task location is on Fei Hong Mountain. What? You ask why Wu Ming is riding a motorcycle instead of running faster than the bike. Perhaps Wu Ming enjoys this feeling. Or maybe he wants to feel the wind in his hair, or it could be that riding a mount seems more dignified. In any case, there are many reasons. Wu Ming even wonders if there are any dragon-like races in the vast universe among the interstellar species. Capturing one as a mount would surely be quite interesting. On the other side, in Fei Hong Mountain, two people are hidden among the dense tree branches. They're equipped with various devices, some to cover body temperature, some to muffle sound, and even some to mask odors. They wear a device on their heads that resembles a helmet-like thermal imaging instrument. In fact, this device does have thermal imaging capabilities, but its functions go far beyond that. As one of them rotates the lens in front of him, a map pops up in their field of view, displaying numerous green dots and a red dot. They are observers from the Qingyuan department of the Lonyuan division. The red dot represents the gene runaway, while the green dots are the distributed observers. Seeing that the red dot is not near them, one observer can't help but exclaim irritably, "Damn it, hasn't anyone come to deal with it yet? How long has it been? Can't they send someone from the Qi Sea realm if the Qi gathering realm can't handle it?" His companion thinks for a moment and replies, "Who knows what the higher-ups are doing? Anyway, we still get contribution points, right?" The irritable observer, seemingly harboring long-standing grievances, complains, "But it's dangerous. Recently, the creatures in this mountain are almost exterminated by that thing, and it is becoming more and more insane. If we get discovered, we're definitely dead." The contemplative observer sighs. "I understand, but the monster isn't leaving the mountain. The trees are tall and dense, and satellites can't observe it. We can only rely on manual observation. Don't worry, I just checked the forum and saw someone mention that someone has taken the task." Upon hearing that someone has taken the task, the irritable observer finally calms down a bit and asks, "So they're finally sending someone from the Qi Sea realm?" The contemplative observer scratches his head and replies, "Not exactly, although it's just a newly promoted Qi gathering realm. They say he's a first-class genius. He should have some confidence." The irritable observer becomes agitated again, angrily saying, "A newly promoted Qi gathering? Is he here to deliver? What's the use of being a genius? That monster won't care if you're a genius." Just as the contemplative observer is about to respond, a red exclamation mark suddenly appears on the map in their view. The red dot has disappeared. This means it is no longer within the line of sight of any observers. A warning comes through their earpieces. "Warning. Warning. This is Sparrow. The target has lost trace within the area, suspected to have moved toward Oriole." Oriole is the contemplative observer's codename. The two quickly hush and dare not move. Indeed, after waiting for a moment, they feel a slight tremor. It's coming. A figure appears deep within the dense forest. This monster stands a full 4 meters tall. It has a metallic exoskeleton growing on its head, covering its entire face and transforming into an all-encompassing helmet, with excess bones growing on its head like a crown of bones. Even the exposed golden vertical pupils are protected by a layer of transparent membrane when opened. Its entire body is muscular, possessing terrifying muscles that surpass that of a Belgian blue bull, with fishgill-like organs emitting puffs of white vapor near the main muscle groups. Thick bluish-purple veins snake through its muscles. At the elbow of its forearm, a sharp bone blade protrudes. Its spine extends into a long bony tail, which is sharp at the end and has barbs. Each step of its 4-meter-tall body causes tremors in the ground. A large boulder blocks its path, and it immediately raises its long tail, which is wrapped with red threads. It can even use true energy. The tail blurs slightly, and before the two can figure out what happened, boom, an unknown number of tons of boulders are instantly shattered, with some large fragments shooting off at terrifying speeds, instantly breaking a tree as thick as a person's embrace. A large fragment grazes the tree branch where they are hiding, clearing everything in its path. The contemplative observer realizes he has just brushed with death. If that fragment had hit him just now, his body would probably be scattered on the ground, unable to piece himself back together. Just as he breathes a sigh of relief, He hears a muffled grunt beside him. Turning his head, he sees that the irritable observer has a hole in his thigh, blood gushing out uncontrollably, having been struck by a small fragment carrying terrifying kinetic energy. It's over. The monster is indeed looking up now, even though the devices on them can slightly mask sound and the smell of blood. They are too close to the monster for the device's effects to be effective, and they have still been detected. The contemplative observer thinks to himself that they are doomed this time. Just then, the roar of an engine comes from the foot of the mountain, clearly audible here. To the mindless monster, it sounds like the roar of another beast. Roar. The monster throws its head back and howls, seemingly responding to the roar. And then its figure instantly disappears from sight. It's gone. The contemplative observer is taken aback, but quickly tends to the irritable observer's wound and moves positions with him. At this moment, the earpiece finally transmits. A vehicle is heading up the mountain. Wasn't it already sealed off? Chapter 54. Gene Outlaw. Someone in the channel responded. I observed him. He might have directly broken through the blockade. It's over. There's no saving him. He's making such a loud noise. The Gene Outlaw must have gone towards him. Wait, he isn't just here to complete a mission, is he? What? Is that for real? Is he really that reckless? Just charging in like that? In fact, it was true. Wu Ming didn't care about any blockade and just charged straight in. Where's the Gene Outlaw? You're not even at Fei Hong Mountain. Where did you hide? At that moment, Wu Ming's gaze sharpened. Here it comes. In the distance, a 4-meter-tall muscular skeletal monster, wrapped in blood-red true qi, charged straight at Wu Ming. It had clearly lost its rationality, yet it could still use true qi. Interesting. Wu Ming leaned his motorcycle to one side, his foot digging into the ground, as true qi wrapped around the bike, bringing it to an instant halt from full speed. Once the motorcycle was stable, Wu Ming similarly enveloped himself in black true qi to face the monster. He was mainly worried that the aftermath of the battle would directly wreck his motorcycle. In a situation where both he and the monster were supersonic, the distance vanished in an instant. The monster crashed into him fiercely, seemingly wanting to smash Wu Ming to pieces, as it had no rational thought left to stop its charge. But Wu Ming didn't want to collide with it. He drew his dragon sparrow. The black true qi surged, flickering like thunder on the blade. Listen to the thunder. The long knife was wielded by Wu Ming like lightning, slicing through the monster countless times in an instant. Wu Ming's body passed by the monster, appearing behind it, and sheathed his long knife. The monster was still furious, searching for the lost prey, wanting to roar, but found it couldn't make a sound. Just moments ago, Wu Ming had slashed 5 times, severing it into 6 pieces from both sides of its knees, elbows, and neck. The 6 pieces of its body maintained their original speed, flying out like cannonballs. Wu Ming shook his head slightly. What Gene Outlaw? Is this it? I'll show no substance, this big fool. He hadn't even warmed up, and his opponent was already down. At this moment, the personnel from the Qing Luan department, who had been observing, couldn't help but say in the channel, damn, the Gene Outlaw was instantaneously killed, directly cut into 6 pieces. What? How is that possible? You must be mistaken. That 4-meter-tall monster was killed. Why would I lie about something like this? The observer also felt a bit surreal. At that time, the few pieces of the body had already flown far away, and he looked towards the torso of the monster, wanting to observe and confirm its death. Wait, something's not right. He saw the pieces of the monster's body moving. He wasn't too far from Wu Ming and hurriedly stood up to warn him. Brother, that monster isn't dead yet. Wu Ming's perception was many times stronger than his, and without any equipment, he could see the moving pieces of the monster's body, fully understanding the situation. He raised his hand to signal the observer to calm down. If it wasn't dead, then it would just take a few more hits to finish it off. He saw that the severed edges of the monster were sprouting flesh buds, and the corresponding severed ends were bouncing and probing, seemingly confirming their direction. Once positioned, the 2 flesh buds shot towards each other and intertwined. Then they pulled, and 5 parts were dragged back to their original positions. But that wasn't all. The entire body of the Gene Outlaw began to be covered in a layer of white bones, as if it had donned a suit of white armor. It wasn't regrowth of severed limbs, but rather a retrieval. That makes sense. The stronger the body's strength, the more energy and materials are required for regrowth. And retrieval is indeed a more economical method. Moreover, this white bone wasn't generated from Wu Ming's slashes. Was it? Could it be evolving? Eliminating its weaknesses? What perfect being? Forget it. Just blow its head off. In that case, what other means do you have? Wu Ming's figure instantly vanished from spot. The monster stood up again and charged at Wu Ming, its vertical pupils revealing cruelty. This prey had made it feel pain. It must eat him. An explosive sound erupted. Before it could react, Wu Ming was already above its head. At this moment, Wu Ming was in full condition, dragon patterns rolling on his surface, emitting waves of heat, and surrounding him were black thunderbolts that lashed out. He was about to use his thunderous methods to crush this so-called gene outlaw. He first kicked off from above, creating a sonic boom, giving himself terrifying downward speed. Then he struck down, his heel wrapped in true chi, transforming into a sharp axe aimed at the top of the monster's head. The monster's beastly instincts sensed a severe life-threatening danger and quickly wrapped true chi around its arms, crossing them above its head. Boom! It was completely useless. The red true chi only slightly resisted before being obliterated by the black thunder swirling around Wu Ming. The newly formed white bones were shattered like mere decorations, and the forearm, as thick as a pillar, was directly severed, bone shards flying everywhere. From the severed end, blood vessels like water pipes spewed out thick plasma. It couldn't withstand it. The monster could only hurriedly turn its head to prevent its crucial head from being shattered. But the next to suffer was its shoulder. The scapula was broken, followed by the ribs and internal organs. Wu Ming's kick directly sliced into its abdomen, shredding everything in its path. Roar! The intense pain and colossal force made the monster kneel, letting out a mournful scream. Seeing the monster tilt its head to avoid a fatal blow to its head, did it truly feel the life-threatening danger? The head is indeed a vital point. ISNT it. But want to dodge? Can you? With the explosive sound, Wu Ming's figure vanished and then appeared at the monster's side. Because the monster was too tall, Wu Ming had to remain airborne to strike, constantly using air steps to move. He delivered a powerful whip kick. Boom! The whip kick landed heavily on the monster's massive head, shattering its skeletal crown, breaking its faceplate, and causing its entire head to explode on the spot. The massive head, indeed rich in content, sent blood and flesh debris, red and white, raining down on the ground. Fortunately, Wu Ming had been covering himself with true chi, allowing him to avoid being drenched in plasma and brain matter. With its head lost, the monster's body collapsed to the ground, convulsing for a moment before falling still. It seemed the head was indeed its vital point. Once shattered, it couldn't regenerate. Gene Outlaw dead. Wu Ming landed gracefully. Is this what the so-called Gene Outlaw is like? Without rationality, just having bulky muscles and true chi made it too simple for Wu Ming. But simple is fine. This way, another contribution value is in his hands. Recalling the Gene Outlaw's retrieval of severed limbs and the evolution of white bone armor. Could it be that someone is trying to develop a genetic drug that would make warriors into perfect beings? Seeing this, the observer swallowed hard, struggling to get the words out as he spoke again in the channel. It's dead. This time it's really dead. How brutal. The Gene Outlaw's head was directly smashed. Chapter 55. Extinguishing the Chi Si, Wu Ming expressionlessly pressed the button to turn off the ultra-high-speed law enforcement recorder worn on his chest. He had been using true Chi to protect this device during the battle, so it hadn't fallen or been damaged despite the high-speed movement. He then uploaded the footage from the recorder to the Long Yuan app, applying to complete the mission. If anyone tried to find an excuse to cut his contribution points again, they could just wait to die. Clap, clap, clap. Applause came from a distance. This sudden change caused the observers to hurriedly look toward the source of the sound. He was using professional equipment to observe from a high point and had not detected anyone else's presence until he heard the applause. It turned out to be a thin old man dressed in a black cloak, slowly walking towards Wu Ming from afar, chewing on something, occasionally revealing black teeth as he clapped slowly. Is he a master? What does he want by appearing now? Wu Ming glanced over at the right moment and pressed the button to turn on the law enforcement recorder. It was just an old man. What was he trying to show off? Realizing that Wu Ming was looking at him, the old man stopped clapping, holding the chewed item in his cheek, no longer chewing. He then smiled slightly, revealing 2 rows of black teeth, and said in a hoarse voice, "You must be Wu Ming. To kill a gene runaway so easily, your strength is not bad." Before he could finish speaking, Wu Ming directly interrupted him. "Hey, you old dog, what are you mumbling about? I'm in a hurry, so just roll aside if you have nothing to say. You." As soon as these words were spoken, the old man's face immediately turned cold. "Want to say a few more words?" Unexpectedly, Wu Ming interrupted him again. "What do you mean, you? Are you getting anxious? Can you even pretend to be calm? Do you really think you can act the part? Truly an old dog, living so long only to end up like this." Boom! The old man could no longer endure it. His true chi surged forth like a tsunami, sweeping outwards. In an instant, everything around turned to amber-like insects. The observers maintained a dumbfounded expression from a distance, unable to move their eyes. The trees and weeds that had been blown by the strong wind were stuck in a tilted position. Within a radius of several kilometers, everything had become part of this old man's domain. Chi realm, the observers shouted in their minds. This terrifying amount of true Chi they had only seen in books or videos was at least that of a Chi realm expert, and now it was over. This expert was coming in full force and had been angered, fully unleashing his true Chi domain. Even that predecessor who killed Jin runaways like chickens was suppressed by this ocean of true Chi, unable to move. Indeed, before being immobilized, he had looked in Wu Ming's direction, and now he could clearly see that Wu Ming was standing still, unable to move. The old man's expression was furious. His face slightly flushed as he walked slowly in front of Wu Ming. What an ignorant younger generation. He had achieved the Chi realm for so many years and was being scolded to the point of turning red for the first time. However, wasn't he now being pressed down to the point of being unable to breathe by the old man's terrifying true Chi? This state could only restrict the body, not freeze time and space, so the person being suppressed could still think normally. He, the old man, chuckled lightly, thinking that Wu Ming's mind must be filled with fear, unwillingness, and dread of him as a strong opponent right now. So he leaned in closer, wanting to closely observe the fear reflected in Wu Ming's eyes. Unexpectedly, instead of fear, he saw Wu Ming's eyeballs slightly moving. What? He wasn't being suppressed. Boom! Wu Ming struck first, launching a full power punch at the old man's approaching face. This punch was unleashed with all of Wu Ming's energy, without any reservation. The dragon patterns rolled on the fist. Black lightning surged, and the high temperature emanating from it caused the surrounding ocean of true Chi to slightly twist, as if it were about to evaporate. The fist easily pierced through the obstruction of the true Chi ocean, crashing toward the old man's face. Not good. The surrounding true Chi crazily rushed to his face, forming a protective layer. Boom! The fist met the protective layer with a thunderous sound. The shock wave swept out, flattening the ground and breaking giant trees. The destructive power could no longer be concealed by true Chi. In a breath? Perhaps not even a breath. The protective layer on the old man's face was directly shattered, and then the fist slammed into his old face. The cheek was smashed, black teeth were shattered, and the chewed item flew out in a swirl. The old man's entire jaw was shattered into pieces. Bang! Then, the old man was sent flying into the mountains like a missile, the violent tremor triggering landslides, with dozens or hundreds of tons of giant rocks rolling down, resembling a natural disaster. The true Chi ocean lost control in a short time, all spontaneously rushing toward the old man's body in the mountain. The true Chi suppression was instantly lifted, and the observers fled in panic, running for their lives. When gods fight, mortals suffer. If he hadn't been at a high point with cover just now, the explosive shockwave would have been enough to tear him apart. Now he had narrowly escaped with his life, so he ran. Moreover, it was clear that a battle in the Chi realm wouldn't end so quickly. The observers knew this, so how could Wu Ming not know? The Chi realm would never die so easily. A giant rock weighing dozens of tons rolled down, crashing toward Wu Ming, who caught it with one hand. Then, true Chi wrapped around the giant rock. Boom! The giant rock instantly broke the sound barrier, and Wu Ming threw it toward the old man's direction like tossing a baseball. Swoosh! Just then, a black slash swept past, cutting the giant rock smoothly in half, continuing its momentum toward Wu Ming. Wu Ming slightly sidestepped to dodge, and the slash flew through, plowing the ground, shattering trees, and finally dissipating into the air. From the source of the slash, as the dust settled, the old man's figure was revealed. At this moment, the true Chi ocean gathered completely, forming a black armor around him. This black armor sometimes flowed like liquid, sometimes surged with flickering black flames. The true Chi ocean was merely a means against the weak, too loose in texture. When fighting against opponents of the same level, it was all about transforming the true Chi ocean into armor, maximizing one's own strength. The old man recognized Wu Ming's strength. At the same time, he wielded a large curved knife, and his shattered jaw was replaced by a black, lifelike jaw made of true Chi. He clearly hadn't been carrying a weapon before. There was only one possibility, an earth-grade weapon. Martial artists at the refining Chi stage continuously nurture their weapons with true Chi, altering the material of the weapon until it can merge with true Chi and be absorbed into the body. From then on, the weapon becomes sharp and sturdy, far surpassing its previous form, and possesses potential for further advancement. At this moment, the old man's eyes held neither anger nor shock, only a calmness as he looked at a dead person. The big boss only asked him to bring Wu Ming back, but never specified that he had to capture him alive. He spoke blandly, "You are quite strong. Given time, perhaps I would only be able to look up at your back, but unfortunately, you won't have a future." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man sensed something was wrong. His senses provided him with an extreme warning of danger. He would die. There was something here that would kill him. In the air, something unknown surged, terrifying and colossal. Whoosh! In a daze, the old man seemed to see a divine being sitting high above the sky. Accompanied by the gentle breath of the divine being, stars were extinguished and constellations turned to dust. And he, such a tiny existence, would naturally perish under this breath. In reality, the true chi armor on the old man's body was blown away, flesh and blood erased, bones annihilated. Even the massive rocks of the mountain wall behind him were shaved away. Breath, Taixian Wuxiang howling wind. Wu Ming had just unleashed his full power breath, drawing upon the mental energy to awaken some unknown great existence. Before the old man's body was blown away, his soul was scattered first. The vital energy is gone, leaving no complete corpse. Chapter 56, The True Intentions of the Purists. In a certain place in Feihong City, a man was meditating in a training room. The vital energy of heaven and earth flowed around him, transforming into flowing satin ribbons, as if they were his loyal servants. Suddenly, the man's brow furrowed, and he abruptly opened his eyes. At the moment he opened his eyes, a sharp light flashed within them, which could have frightened an ordinary person to death if they had looked directly at it. The man murmured to himself, "Failed again. This small threshold feels like a chasm to me, blocking me for decades." This man had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, with a handsome appearance that seemed to be only about 20 years old, yet his words casually implied decades of time. As his emotions fluctuated, the vital energy around him took on different forms, reflecting his mood. He waved his hand, and the vital energy dispersed, truly like a servant. With a flicker of his figure, he exited the training room. Standing at the doorway of the training room were two young girls, around 18 or 19 years old. Upon seeing the man come out, they hurriedly said, "Master." The man nodded slightly, extending his arms, and the two girls began to change his clothes. After changing, the man sat on the sofa, and the two girls stood behind him, ready to serve him at any moment. He opened his phone to see if anyone had contacted him, as he did not bring his phone during training to avoid disturbances at critical moments. To his surprise, a dozen or 20 messages popped up as soon as he opened it. The messages were from Mo Yinwu. "This kid Mo has gone crazy." At that moment, a girl walked in from outside and said, "Master, Lord Mo Yinwu has arrived. Should I let him in?" So anxious? Did he come directly because he couldn't reach me? The man became increasingly curious and placed his phone on the sofa, wanting to see what could make Mo Yinwu so eager to find him. "Let him in," the man said calmly. "Yes." Upon receiving her master's permission, the girl quickly retreated to let Mo Yinwu in. Soon, without a sound, Mo Yinwu's figure appeared at the doorway. "City Lord," he called out. It turned out that this man was the city lord of Feihong City, Gu Changfeng. "Mo, how many years have you been with me?" Gu Changfeng asked lightly. About 100 years, I suppose," Mo Yinwu replied, unsure of why Gu Changfeng was asking him this. "You've been with me for so long. You should have seen some grand sights. Why are you so shocked today?" Gu Changfeng slightly tilted his head, and the girl next to him immediately understood, elegantly handing over a small wash fruit for Gu Changfeng to eat. This city lord, take a look at this," Mo Yinwu said, pulling out his phone and opening a video to show Gu Changfeng. The video clearly showed Wu Ming using a law enforcement camera to blow out that old man from the Qi realm. It turned out that after Wu Ming blew out that old man, he sent the video to Mo Yinwu to confirm whether he was from the fusion faction, in order to take credit later. Gu Changfeng took the phone, wanting to see what could make Mo Yinwu so anxious. As the video played, Gu Changfeng's calm expression gradually became serious, then shocked. Mo Yinwu looked at Gu Changfeng's shocked expression and thought to himself, "Why is the city lord reacting even more than I am?" In reality, Gu Changfeng's shock was due to seeing something that Mo Yinwu could not see. His calmness was because he did not take it seriously. His seriousness came from seeing the Qi realm being blown out. And his shock was because of the perfect level technique, the breath of the 7 absolutes, that Wu Ming had displayed. That feeling indicated the involvement of a great existence from beyond, absolutely a perfect level of breath. But how could this be possible without spiritual power? How could one perform a perfect level of breath? Could it be that Wu Ming had already entered the God refinement stage? It should be known that even Gu Changfeng had not stepped into the God refinement stage. No, if Wu Ming had already reached the god refinement stage. How could killing a Qi-Si realm be so difficult? Why would he need to use the breath? Wasn't it something that could be extinguished with a flip of his hand? Could it be that there were other opportunities that allowed him to unlock spiritual power ahead of time? After pondering for a moment, Gu Chanfeng concluded this. He restored his calm expression and waved his hand. The two girls behind him slowly retreated. Gu Chanfeng then said to Mo Yinwu, "This person must not be kept. Montag Yanwu was stunt." What? Who must not be kept? Wu Ming. Gu Chanfeng looked at the shocked Mo Yinwu and said lightly, "Considering how long you've been with me, I'll tell you this. At first, when Wu Ming's talent hadn't caused such a stir, no one from above paid attention, treating him as an ordinary genius to cultivate casually. A useful tool. Later, he reached a new realm every day, catching the attention of those above. With such powerful talent, why should it be possessed by a mere country bumpkin? Innocent men suffer from having something precious. You asked me before why didn't T cultivate him vigorously and give him all the techniques? I now tell you, this is a decision from above. They absolutely do not allow anyone to rise above them." Mo Yinwu was stunned by this statement. But he quickly realized the blind spot and asked, "Now that the purists are in a precarious situation, without Wu Ming, how can we contend against the fusion faction? Is the upper level not caring about their lives?" Gu Chanfeng shook his head and laughed softly. "Lulamo, your vision is still too narrow. Do you think that Wu Ming's talent cannot be seized by others?" Mo Yinwu suddenly understood. Could it be seizing the body? Gu Chanfeng nodded and said, "Exactly. You know that. It's not Wu Ming that we need. It's just his talent." Initially, those above were assessing his talent and hadn't decided to take action. Otherwise, why do you think they rewarded him with a technique that can't reach perfection in the god refinement stage, instead of a direct method to reach the Dharma form? With his talent, if they decided to cultivate him, they would have opened the technique library for him long ago. However, with this report to the upper level, they should have decided to take action. He is growing too fast. If we wait any longer, it might be too late. Mo Yinwu was completely stunned. "So that's how it is. The contribution points I applied for earlier, don't give them to him for now, just hold him back." Gu Chanfeng said lightly to Mo Yinwu, "You've been with me for so many years, you naturally know what should be done and what shouldn't. All right, you can leave." Mo Yinwu's eyes flickered, as if weighing the pros and cons, but there was no need to weigh anything. Even if Wu Ming's talent was strong, without techniques and resources, it would be of no use. And without having grown up, he would never be able to resist the colossal purist faction. Thus, Mo Yinwu firmly said, "I understand." He sighed inwardly. Wu Ming, how pitiful. Even with unparalleled talent, he is not accepted by either faction, merely a stepping stone for the higher-ups. Alas, don't blame me. I am just following orders. Chapter 57. The Heaven and Earth Demon Hunting Hidden Blade. Wu Ming naturally did not know that both the purists and the fusionists wanted to put him to death. In this world, it seems there is no place for him to hide anymore. It seems he has fallen into a deadlock. At this moment, Wu Ming stood quietly by a large road, seemingly waiting for someone. He held a mobile phone, which displayed his own location and a small red dot. The red dot rapidly approaching him. The target was coming. After killing that old man in the Qi-Si realm, Wu Ming was heading to the next task. Task name: Eliminate Qi Gathering Realm Terrorist. Task details: According to continuous observation by the Qingwan Department, a Qi Gathering Realm terrorist has fled from Yunjin City, having killed over 2,000 people, advancing rapidly, suspected of having special opportunities, posing a serious threat to the citizens of the Blue Star Federation. The Lanyuan Division's Feihong branch has been requested to intercept or eliminate him. Task suggestion: This terrorist possesses terrifying strength, advancing rapidly, and has killed several Qi Gathering Realm practitioners. Task reward: 350,000 contribution points, killing countless people, advancing rapidly, special opportunities. These all piqued Wu Ming's interest. The contribution points were just the basics. Being able to obtain other good things on top of that was what made it exciting. Wu Ming looked forward to it. Soon, a figure rushed over. Although his speed had broken the sound barrier, he did not wrap his whole body in true energy. As he swept past a truck filled with goods, a sonic boom instantly shattered the glass, deafening everyone inside, and the vehicle was flipped over. With screams, the entire truck rolled off the cliff beside the road. Wu Ming watched. This was the task target, named Zhang Sanchu. Zhang Sanchu's reckless sprint had instantly killed several people in the truck. He felt no guilt. Instead, he excitedly licked the corner of his mouth. Shortly after, he noticed Wu Ming standing by the roadside in the distance. "Oh, there is someone up ahead, waiting for me? Here, to kill me? That must be a martial artist." right? No problem. He had seen plenty of people like this. He had already killed several in the Qi gathering realm. This one in front of him was just another experience package. His eyes were bloodshot, seeming to have gone mad from killing. The corners of his mouth slowly stretched into a grin as he charged towards Wu Ming with wild laughter. Red threads crawled out and wove into a blood-colored long knife in his hand. He was engulfed in a violent wind, instantly arriving in front of Wu Ming, raising his knife to split Wu Ming in half. Boom! Wu Ming, who had been delayed, launched a punch, tearing through the air, with black lightning twisting and rolling on the fist. Before the fist even reached him, the compressed air transformed into a shockwave that struck Zhang Sanchu's face first, deforming his bloodshot eyes as air rushed into his eyelids and nostrils. Boom! This punch landed solidly on Zhang Sanchu's face. His nose collapsed, facial bones twisted and shattered, and his entire face was caved in. Zhang Sanchu broke the sound barrier and flew backward faster than he had come. However, Wu Ming did not want him to fly away. It would be a hassle to chase him over such a distance if he shot out at supersonic speed. Wu Ming flashed forward, catching up to the flying Zhang Sanchu, pressing his palm against his chest and slamming him hard onto the concrete pavement. Boom! Like thunder crashing, Zhang Sanchu created a large crater in the ground, with cracks radiating outwards. Wu Ming slowly withdrew his hand. He had not used all his strength just now. Otherwise, Zhang Sanchu's head would have been blown apart by a single punch. The reason he spared his life was that Wu Ming wanted to clarify whether the so-called opportunity was real or not. Wu Ming looked coldly at the deep pit. Zhang Sanchu lay there, and after enduring these 2 hits, his eyes seemed to have regained some clarity, as expected of a Qi gathering realm practitioner. Even with such severe injuries, they were not fatal. In fact, he was rapidly recovering with the aid of true energy. With difficulty, Zhang Sanchu turned his eyes to the Wu Ming standing with his hands behind his back, slowly crawling out of the pit. By the time he stood up, the indentation on his face had become less obvious. His face was now deformed, and in a strange voice, he said, "Why don't you kill me? With your strength, that first strike could have completely killed me." Without needing Wu Ming to answer, he then smiled strangely. "Haha, I understand now. You want my martial arts technique, right? Or perhaps more greedily, you want to get my technique first and then kill me." Hearing this, Wu Ming thought to himself, is there really such an opportunity? So he calmly replied, is there really such an opportunity? If so, it's life or the martial arts technique. You choose. I stand by my words and do not disdain to deceive you. As for whether Zhang Sanchu believed him or not, that was none of Wu Ming's concern. The opportunity had already been given to him. If Zhang Sanchu offered a common martial arts technique, he should not blame Wu Ming for punching him to death. Zhang Sanchu assessed Wu Ming's expression and said, "Interesting, you don't know the details? It seems you're not in cahoots with them. With your strength, you could indeed hold your own against them for a while. I can give you the technique, but do you dare to take it?" Wu Ming was puzzled. Why wouldn't he dare? If you dare to give it to me, then I dare to take it. Zhang Sanchu, seeing Wu Ming's nonchalant expression, explained to him. It turned out that Zhang Sanchu was originally a student from Yunjin City with decent martial arts talent. His family supported him in practicing martial arts, and life seemed promising until that day when his father brought out a manual telling him it was a martial arts technique passed down through the family. Since no one in the family had shown remarkable martial arts talent before, this manual had been collecting dust until now, and it was finally to be passed to him. Later, Zhang Sanchu made great strides in martial arts with this technique and successfully got accepted into a martial arts university. His father, in a moment of joy during a banquet, accidentally let the news slip, which spread out. In the end, it attracted the covetous eyes of the Yun family from Yunjin City, leading to the demise of his entire family. Only managed to escape through his skills with this technique. In other words, if you learn this technique, the Yun family's dominance will definitely not let you go. How about it? Do you still dare to take it? Zhang Sanchu looked at Wu Ming with great interest. Hearing that Zhang Sanchu had fought his way out with this technique, Wu Ming's interest grew even more. As for the Yun family from Yunjin City, he had never heard of them. If they came looking for trouble, he would just kill them directly. Whether there was one more or one less did not matter to him. Just say it, Wu Ming said impatiently. Hearing Wu Ming urge him on without fear of the Yun family's power, Zhang Sanchu laughed loudly. After all, for him personally, having come this far was almost a dead end. He was truly exhausted, having fled like a lost dog, unable to avenge the blood feud of his family. It was uncertain whether he was happy to pull Wu Ming down with him or happy to add another enemy to the Yun family. All right, he laughed crazily. Then listen well, This martial arts technique is called the Heaven and Earth Demon Hunting Hidden Blade. Chapter 58. What You Don't Give. I will take by force. Zhang Sanchu stood in place, his mouth moving rapidly as he explained the so-called Heaven and Earth Demon Hunting Sealing Blade to Wu Ming. The physical book of this technique had long been destroyed by him, and now perhaps the only place in the world to find this technique was in his mind. However, even with his incredibly rapid speech, Wu Ming could hear everything clearly, analyzing as he listened, and he was able to store this information word for word deep in his mind. Soon, as Zhang Sanchu finished speaking, Wu Ming's panel confirmed the successful acquisition. He had learned the Heaven and Earth Demon Hunting Sealing Blade. At this moment, Wu Ming completely understood what this so-called Heaven and Earth Demon Hunting Sealing Blade was and why the Yun family was so relentless in pursuing it. Interesting, so very interesting. This so-called Heaven and Earth Demon Hunting Sealing Blade was not a sword technique, but a weapon nurturing technique. The weapon nurturing technique involves martial artists cultivating their weapons. Martial artists use various means to transform their weapons into divine blades. The weapon nurturing technique needs to be used in conjunction with a weapon, and the goal of the Heaven and Earth Demon Hunting Sealing Blade is to continuously transform an ordinary knife until it reaches perfection. This weapon becomes the Heaven and Earth Demon Hunting Sealing Blade. The mystery lies in the functions of this Heaven and Earth Demon Hunting Sealing Blade. At this moment, a question appeared in his mind. Can the weapon nurturing technique also be leveled up? It should be noted that the weapon nurturing technique does not act on his body, but on the weapon. One way to find out. Wu Ming pressed down on the dragon sparrow hanging at his waist, continually leveling up the Heaven and Earth Demon Hunting Sealing Blade in the panel. He actually ignored Zhang Sanchu beside him and aimed to instantly level this technique to perfection. This technique is far more than just entry, small success, great success, and perfection. It is divided into 13 levels, but for him, it made no difference. The realm continuously jumped up, instantly reaching perfection. The dragon sparrow in his hand also began to tremble in sync. Effective. Suddenly, the dragon sparrow, along with its sheath, broke free from Wu Ming's hand, flying into the air, twisting and deforming. Immediately afterward, Wu Ming's true energy surged out like it was free, pouring into the dragon sparrow knife. After Wu Ming's true energy saturated it, the deformation of the dragon sparrow began to slow down and then gradually stabilized. Ultimately, it transformed into a curved, sleek, and elongated blade. The blade was adorned with blood-colored patterns, and the hilt was made of 3 pale bone segments. The most crucial part was that a blood-red vertical pupil opened at the guard, turning to look at Wu Ming. Then, this demonic blade suddenly shot toward Wu Ming. A quick stop and turn, the hilt extending in front of Wu Ming, indicating that it wanted him to take control. Wu Ming grasped the bone hilt, and the demonic blade trembled as if it were a pet being caressed by its master. This knife was no longer the dragon sparrow, but had become the Heaven and Earth Demon Hunting Sealing Blade. It was done. It really worked. The panel was indeed powerful, and the weapon nurturing technique, which involved weapons, could actually be leveled to perfection, directly synchronizing the corresponding weapon into its final form. Wu Ming looked at the blood-red vertical pupil at the guard, which was scanning around, thinking he would call it the red pupil from now on. The red pupil had gained its own intelligence and was in sync with Wu Ming's thoughts. As its creator and the first weapon master, Wu Ming had absolute control over it. The abilities of the red pupil were far from just this. Enemies killed by the red pupil would only have 2 endings. First, they would be directly devoured of their essence, spirit, and energy by the red pupil. As it consumed more, the number of open vertical pupils would increase, and its power would grow stronger. Moreover, this essence, spirit, and energy could also be used to nourish the weapon master, serving as cultivation resources for him. Second, those killed by the red pupil would become weapon slaves, although they would retain their rationality. They would no longer be themselves and could only completely obey the weapon master's arrangements. What is Heaven and Earth Demon Hunting? All living beings in the world are demons. This knife, bearing the name of demon hunting, must devour all living beings. Truly a wicked weapon, but Wu Ming liked it. Weapon slaves, completely obedient to the weapon master. Does this not mean that from now on, he can obtain techniques from those he kills? He has finally come to this point. What you don't give, I will take by force. Zhang Sanchu beside him was stunned. The form of this knife overlapped with the final form of the Heaven and Earth Demon Hunting Sealing Blade in his mind, showing not the slightest difference. How is this possible? From an ordinary knife to such a terrifying existence in an instant. The The conditions for advancement in the weapon nurturing technique are extremely harsh. He had killed over 2,000 people and barely managed to upgrade his weapon to the second level, gaining the ability to absorb the enemy's vitality to strengthen himself, which was why he could escape from pursuers and grow stronger with each kill. Yet, Wu Ming had transformed his weapon into the final form of the heaven and earth demon hunting sealing blade in an instant. Absolutely impossible. Incomprehensible. Is this an illusion? Perhaps he had died the moment his entire family was brutally murdered, and now this was just a delusion before his death. A delusion that he had not died. A delusion that he had escaped the encirclement. Until now, he finally saw through this delusion. What is fake. In reality, how could someone fully cultivate a technique in an instant? His entire family was brutally murdered, long periods of fleeing and killing, and various changes had left Zhang Sanchu exhausted both physically and mentally. He was really tired to the point where his mind was somewhat abnormal, and it was still Wu Ming's punch that slightly woke him up. Now, under this immense mental shock, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Zhang Sanchu finally went mad. He mumbled about what was fake and what he would kill Wu Ming. The blood-colored threads in his hand transformed into weapons again, rushing toward Wu Ming. Has he gone mad? Wu Ming looked at the frenzied Zhang Sanchu indifferently. He had indeed planned to let Zhang Sanchu go. However, since he suddenly went mad and wanted to kill him, there was no other choice. The hand holding the demonic blade slowly loosened, and the red pupil did not fall to the ground. Instead, it transformed into a beam of blood light, instantly darting past the frenzied Zhang Sanchu and returning to his hand. The red pupil was in sync with his mind, able to shoot out and take a life with just a thought. Moreover, its speed was fast, incredibly fast. Even Wu Ming could barely keep up, and Zhang Sanchu would have no chance to resist. Zhang Sanchu froze in place, as if encountering a time stop. Just now, the red pupil had cut his neck, killing him, and then the power of the heaven and earth demon hunting sealing blade instantly infected him, turning him into a weapon slave. From the severed neck, blood patterns crawled out, first healing the severed neck, then spreading throughout his body. 1 second, or 2 seconds, Zhang Sanchu's entire body was now covered with these blood patterns. His eyeballs turned, looking at Wu Ming, and he could see blood patterns even deep within his pupils. However, soon, these blood patterns all concealed themselves, and his body became indistinguishable from before. Only his expression changed from madness to calmness. Master, Zhang Sanchu knelt on one knee, respectfully calling out. Chapter 59. Soldier's slave, Wu Ming crouched on one leg, casually letting one foot dangle as he sat steadily on a large rock. He was now going to test the specific performance of this world's demon-hunting soldier-slave in all aspects. Zhang Sanchu, Wu Ming called out lightly. Master, I'm here. Zhang Sanchu responded respectfully and promptly. Oh, even though you've been turned into a soldier-slave, it seems that in your mind, you're still the previous Zhang Sanchu? Wu Ming said. From now on, you will be number one. Do you understand? Wu Ming continued. Numero uno understands. Zhang Sanchu, now number one, instantly grasped Wu Ming's meaning and replied immediately. Wu Ming nodded slightly. Not bad. It seems that being turned into a soldier-slave has only made you taciturn. Your intelligence hasn't been impaired. Next was the most critical memory test, as it related to how he would acquire future cultivation methods. Do you remember what happened before? Wu Ming asked, replying to Master. Number one remembers. Number one said. Let us hear it. Wu Ming said with interest. No. One then began to recount his past in detail, covering everything from the password to his bank card, to which girl he had a crush on, to the time he secretly watched the neighbor ant take a shower, and even the color of his current underwear. All right. Wu Ming called to a halt at the right moment, fearing that if number one continued, it might go on until dark. However, it seemed that there were no issues with the soldier-slave's memory. Moreover, when he recounted his experiences, including the time his whole family was killed, he was chillingly calm, clearly not behaving like a normal person. But as long as his memories remained intact, it was enough to make Wu Ming happy. Good. Now tell me all the cultivation methods you know, Wu Ming said, slightly suppressing his excitement. At that moment, the red pupil in Wu Ming's hand trembled slightly. The red pupil was connected to his mind and knew he wanted to acquire the cultivation methods of the soldier-slave, transmitting a wave of information to Wu Ming's brain. Huh? Are you saying there are other more convenient ways? The red pupil trembled again, seemingly nodding in response. Suddenly, a red light burst forth from the vertical pupil of the red pupil, and red patterns reappeared on number one's body, enveloping him completely. Wu Ming felt that in this state, he could freely read the memories of the soldier-slave. Interesting. With a thought, Wu Ming entered number one's memories. It was as if he had opened a door to a library, where each book contained a segment of number one's memories. Wu Ming looked at the bookshelf labeled cultivation methods, which had quite a few books, totaling over 20. So many. It was important to note that one was originally just a student with limited channels to acquire cultivation methods, yet he had managed to learn over 20. Among these, there were only a few earth-level cultivation methods that Wu Ming needed, one for gathering qi and one sword technique. Crimson Blood Transformation Gathering Method, Blood Fiend Lotus Sword Technique. Only two. This was cost-free. No need to toil through tasks and then watch the astronomical contribution points needed to exchange for cultivation methods. Moreover, the most important thing was that they could no longer monopolize Wu Ming's cultivation methods. They could no longer restrict his growth through cultivation methods. From now on, if they didn't provide it, Wu Ming would take it himself. How wonderful. He had been limited by his thinking. He had previously thought about earning contribution points through tasks to exchange for cultivation methods. Little did he know, that was as absurd as dreaming of achieving financial freedom through working a job. It wasn't that it was impossible, but the path was too difficult. Now that he had a better choice, why not take it? The over 20 cultivation methods, regardless of rank or category, all floated before him. The pages turned rapidly, and the content surged into his mind like flowing water. Acquired Crimson Blood Transformation Gathering Method. Acquired Blood Fiend Lotus Sword Technique. Not long after, all over 20 cultivation methods were recorded on his panel, and then he perfected them one by one. Wu Ming's mouth uncontrollably broke into a grin, laughing wildly, grinning maniacally, killing, seizing cultivation methods, perfecting them, and then letting the red pupil devour his essence into resources. A full-service experience, invincible. Now, who could stop his progress? After a while, Wu Ming gradually calmed down, his figure flashing as he leaped down from the large rock, looking once more at number one. Having confirmed the acquisition of the cultivation methods, Wu Ming felt relaxed. Now, let us see how the combat power of the soldier-slave measures up. Attack me with all your strength, Wu Ming said. Understood. Number one responded without hesitation, even when given the command to attack his master with full force. The soldier-slave showed no hesitation. In an instant, red patterns appeared all over number one, pulsating in sync with his breath, flickering as if providing him with extra strength. He suddenly sprang up from his single-knee position. Crimson true qi surged forth like a tide, intertwining in his hands and transforming into a blood-colored long sword. Then, the long sword, carrying a fierce momentum, slashed towards Wu Ming. Wu Ming slightly moved his foot, casually stepping aside as he effortlessly evaded number one's slash, secretly appraising him in his mind. After becoming a soldier-slave, number one not only retained his original combat habits, but, with the enhancement of the red patterns, his strength had increased. Even due to his extreme calmness, his strikes became more decisive, and his moves flowed more seamlessly. Swish, swish, swish. In number one's hands, the long sword danced into a blood-colored lotus, and waves of red sword qi erupted from within, enveloping Wu Ming. This blood-colored sword qi seemed to exude a rich bloody scent, slicing through the air and causing it to cry out in lament. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this, they would probably worry for Wu Ming. However, Wu Ming merely flicked his fingers, easily shattering the waves of red sword qi, which easily cut the large rock into pieces. All right, stop, Wu Ming said. Yes, número uno complaid, stopping instantly. Just moments ago, he had seemed like someone seeking vengeance, desperately outputting power. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from extreme movement to extreme stillness, quietly standing in front of Wu Ming, loyal and obedient, with astonishing combat power. Each trait alone would be enough to shock anyone. Yet these traits were all gathered in one person, and he was even mass-producible. At present, Wu Ming saw no flaws in the soldier-slave. This soldier-slave was truly terrifying, whether for building a force or for use as a spy. He was practical, durable, and easy to use. After finishing with the soldier-slave, Wu Ming recalled the contributions he had applied from the pure faction. It had been so long, and it still hadn't been approved. Was it that difficult? It was approved the day after last time. Changes? Suppression? Conspiracy? Various speculations crossed his mind. After a moment, he shook his head and chuckled. Whatever, I wasn't particularly interested in the pure faction or the integration faction before. I was just weak and compromising. Now, who cares about the factions? I will create my own. Chapter 60. Number 1. Shatter him. While Wu Ming was contemplating, his sharp senses alerted him to someone's approach. He turned to look towards the end of the road. Soon, a young man and woman appeared. The man scanned the two people present and then fixed his gaze directly on number one, ignoring Wu Ming completely. He laughed heartily and said, "Haha, Zhang Sanchu, I've finally caught up with you. This time you can't escape. Quickly hand over the martial arts manual, and I might leave you with a whole corpse." However, no one paid him any attention. Wu Ming merely observed the two of them indifferently. Number one stood behind Wu Ming, eyes on the nose on the heart, remaining silent. The man, suddenly met with cold indifference, gradually lost his smile, which turned into a cold expression. It was one thing to be ignored, but this scene made him lose face in front of his female companion. Immediately, she blushed and was about to explode in anger. At this moment, it was still the female companion who spoke up to rescue him. She slightly parted her pink lips, and a cool voice emerged. "Yin Shang, I see that Zhang Sanchu is standing obediently in front of that other person. I wonder if he has already subdued Zhang Sanchu." The man, Yin Shang, heard the woman's words, and the coldness on his face instantly melted away, transforming into a warm smile like a spring breeze. He agreed with her, saying, "Rongmei makes a good point. Let me negotiate with him." Yin Shang then looked at Wu Ming, who had been previously overlooked. They were already close to Feihong City. Could this person be from the Longyuan division of Feihong City? He remembered that the Longyuan division had previously issued a task to intercept or kill Zhang Sanchu. It seemed that this person had gotten ahead of him. However, it was no big deal. As far as he knew, the highest combat power in Feihong City was only in the Yujing realm. How strong could there be? Not to mention the refining spirit stage experts from Yunjin City. Even their Yin family had experts in the Yujing realm. Moreover, this person in front of him did not match any of the names of the experts from Feihong City in his mind. He believed that as long as he revealed his Yun family's name, he would surely scare him into submission. In his view, Wu Ming was just helping them catch Zhang Sanchu ahead of time. An unknown martial artist wanting to meddle in this opportunity. It would be good enough if he didn't get killed on the spot. He immediately pointed at Wu Ming with his finger, raised his chin slightly, and arrogantly said, "That person over there is a member of the Longyuan division in Feihong City. The task for Zhang Sanchu has now been handed over to our Yun family. So you better step aside." After saying that, he crossed his arms and awaited Wu Ming's response. So was someone from the Yun family. Indeed, the previous man had mentioned that they were here to hunt Zhang Sanchu. Oh, Wu Ming responded indifferently, but in his heart, he was already considering eliminating these two and seizing their martial arts techniques, devouring their essence and spirit. After all, these were two gathering Chi-Rel practitioners. Oh, seeing Wu Ming's dismissive attitude, the man was enraged and was about to explode. The woman stopped him and said again, "He must not want to put in the effort for nothing and is now looking for us to offer him some benefits." The man once again turned back to smile, asking the woman, "What do you think, Rongmei? These people are just greedy. I wonder what benefits you plan to offer him." The woman frowned, as if deep in thought, and finally took out a box, saying to the man, "This is some elixir I use to reward the servants at home. I have a few left. Yin Shang, you can use this to placate him." "Ha ha." The man laughed. "Rongmei is still kind. These elixirs are made by our family's alchemist. You can't buy them outside." He took the box, looked at Wu Ming, and coldly said, "Hey, here are a few elixirs to give you, so don't say we took advantage of your labor for nothing. Just take them and scram." With that, the man tossed the box, which instantly sliced through the air and shot towards Wu Ming. Number one immediately appeared in front of Wu Ming, catching the box steadily and opening it for Wu Ming to see. Wu Ming looked at their serious expressions and thought it must be some treasure, but upon seeing it, he cursed, "What junk? Are these two out of their minds? Which mental hospital did they escape from?" Wu Ming said blandly, "Not nearly enough. How about you offer your lives instead? Number one, shatter them. Offer our lives. Number one, who? Shatter whom?" Before the man and woman could react, Number one sprang into action, instantly transforming into a streak of bloodlight darting towards them. In front of the woman, Number one's figure revealed itself, blood patterns shimmering on his body, holding a blood blade that had coalesced at some point and fiercely slashed down. The woman was shocked and quickly drew her long sword to defend. Bang! With a loud crash, the woman's strength was already inferior to Number one's, and she was caught off guard. The long sword was continuously pressed down by the blood blade, slicing through her clothing and embedding into her shoulder. Ah! The woman cried out in pain, but the blood blade continued to press down, about to decapitate her. "Let go of Rongmei." At this moment, Yin Shang rushed over, slicing through the blood blade with his long sword and shouted, "Rongmei, retreat quickly. Zhang Sanchu's strength is off. He's much stronger than before." With you nearby, I can't use my full strength. Yunshang wielded his longsword, creating sonic booms as he clashed with number one, simultaneously urging the woman to retreat. Hearing this, the woman retreated repeatedly, her vital energy quickly healing her shoulder wound. How long had it been since she had been injured and felt pain? This Zhang Sanchu actually dared to hurt her. How despicable. In that person, she turned her gaze to Wu Ming. He actually dared to command Zhang Sanchu to hurt her. He was even more despicable. Watching Wu Ming standing still, the woman felt puzzled. This guy only let Zhang Sanchu attack while he did not take action himself. Could it be that he was weak? Or was he injured and unable to fight? She glanced at Yunshang, who was struggling against number one, and then at Wu Ming. The woman recalled some saying about capturing the ringleader first. As long as she took down this guy, it would be equivalent to capturing Zhang Sanchu. With this thought, the woman moved swiftly, charging at Wu Ming. As she drew closer, a triumphant smile appeared on her face. Unaware of the despair on Yunshang's face behind her, as well as Wu Ming's slightly raised eyebrows. Interesting. A useless little thing who can't even defeat number one wants to kill him? This woman must really be out of her mind. The woman disregarded everything, swinging her long sword, aiming to kill Wu Ming. However, at this moment, Wu Ming's red pupil-s vertical eye rotated, locking onto the attacking woman. She suddenly felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. In that instant, the red pupil had already slashed through her body hundreds of times. Blood patterns spread from hundreds of gashes, covering her entire body and instantly turning her into a soldier slave. Rongmei. Yunshang, unaware that the woman was already dead and had transformed into a soldier slave, saw her standing dazedly in place, surely having encountered some misfortune. Yet, he was firmly entangled by number one and couldn't break free. Suddenly, he gave up resisting, allowing number one's blood blade to slice through. Seizing this opportunity to press a device at his waist. Successfully activating the device, he laughed in relief. You're all dead, daring to harm Rongmei. I have already. Before he could finish his sentence, number one's blood blade cut through his neck, sending his head flying. The red pupil swept through his headless corpse, blood patterns spreading. Then, number one picked up his head and placed it back on his neck. Soon, Yunshang knelt on one knee, a brand new soldier slave produced. That's right. Even if it wasn't the enemy directly killed by the red pupil, they could still be infected and turned into a soldier slave afterward. What has happened to you? Wu Ming asked lightly. Chapter 61. Expert? How high? What has happened to you? Wu Ming asked. In response, Yunshang respectfully said, Master, I have just urgently called for support from the family. I'm afraid that soon there will be experts coming. Oh, experts? How high? Wu Ming asked. Not surprised, but rather pleased. Master, they should be at the Qi-Si realm level. Should we avoid the confrontation for now? Yunshang looked up at Wu Ming and replied. This soldier slave, transformed from Yunshang, was quite interesting. Unlike the silent one, he even advised to avoid the confrontation. It was also true that previously there was only one as a soldier slave, which made Wu Ming think all soldier slaves are silent like that. He wondered if this personality was inherited from the original body or controlled by strength. The stronger the power, the more personality retained. However, even though Yunshang had a lively personality, he still fully executed Wu Ming's orders. Good. An expert at the Qi-Si realm. Doesn't that mean there's a technique available? Wu Ming became excited. Earlier, there was an old man at the Qi-Si realm, but unfortunately, that old man was blown to ashes by him, unable to piece himself back together. At this level, the red eye could no longer turn him into a soldier slave. The premise for the red eye to infect living beings into soldier slaves was that their bodies had to be at least intact. At the very least, they had to be able to piece themselves back together. The old man couldn't even be seen, let alone pieced back together. But it didn't matter. Wasn't another one coming? Thinking this, Wu Ming looked at Yunshang and said, When will he arrive? You press the button a few more times to urge him. Master, this device can only be pressed once. It can only be used in emergencies, but in this situation, he should be here soon. All right. Wu Ming's red eye lit up, beginning to read the memories of the two. With nothing else to do, he decided to extract the techniques first. As expected, both of them practiced only one type of Qi gathering realm technique, along with some sword techniques and various other techniques. However, as Wu Ming recorded all of them into the panel, several messages popped up. Detected excessive similar techniques. Would you like to trigger benign fusion? Oh, it actually triggered the panel's fusion mechanism. Wu Ming saw that the newly recorded techniques triggered multiple types of technique fusion mechanisms. This included Qi gathering realm techniques, disguise transformation techniques, and even breath concealment techniques. The other categories didn't seem matter. After all, he had recorded many random techniques. But the Qi gathering realm technique was also triggered. In the past, he always collected low-level techniques to trigger synthesis. Why was it so quick this time? Only recording a few soldier slaves techniques? Could it be because someone practiced high-level techniques? Sure enough, after Wu Ming checked, he discovered that the Qi gathering realm technique practiced by that woman was high-grade, worth several low-grade techniques. This indeed touched on Wu Ming's knowledge blind spot, as he had previously only used low-grade techniques for synthesis, which was the lowest cost. He had never tried using high-level techniques to trigger synthesis before. He didn't expect that directly seizing someone else's techniques would have such benefits. And what status would someone who could practice high-level techniques hold in the Yun family? Wu Ming read her memories directly. It turned out that this woman was the jewel of the Yun family, named Yun Rong. She was usually cherished by the head of the Yun family, having rarely ventured into the martial world since childhood. It was unexpected that as soon as she came out to see the world and do tasks with Yin Shang, she encountered Wu Ming and died on the spot. No wonder she was a fool. Her practice technique was so good. Knowing she died here, the Yin family must be furious and would send stronger experts to kill him. Thinking of this made Wu Ming even more excited. Experts were equivalent to techniques. The speed of growth so far was still too slow. Wu Ming only wanted to seize the day. He mentally clicked to agree to trigger benign fusion, and the perfected Tiangang Qi gathering method immediately twisted and changed, finally solidifying into a new technique. Tiangang Qi gathering method. Whale swallowing the abyss Tiangang Qi gathering method. As Wu Ming mentally clicked, the other techniques also fused and transformed. Shrinking bones disguise, 1,000 sounds, 10,000 forms, 1,000 sounds, secret record. Ghost shadow invisible. Breath concealment, dispersal. Empty cicada like dust, secret record. After the fusion was completed, Wu Ming's mind was busy clicking the plus sign behind the techniques, leveling them all to perfection. Finally, the panel displayed as follows. Name, Wu Ming Techniques. 9 Dragon Stance, perfected. Traversing the 10,000 Ring Golden Glaze Body Technique, perfected. Mountain Crushing Golden Body Jade Bone Technique, perfected. Divine Storage 11 Cave Return to Origin Technique, perfected. Whale Swallowing the Abyss Tiangang Qi Gathering Method, perfected. Heaven and Earth Demon Hunting Return to Storage Blade, perfected. Breath of the Great Mysterious Formless Howling Wind, perfected. 7 Kill 100 Cracks Fist, perfected. Listening Thunder Cutting Steel Blade, perfected. Qian Yuan Thunder Motion, perfected. Empty Cicada like Dust Secret Record, perfected. 10,000 Forms, 1,000 Sounds, Secret Record, perfected. Characteristics. Dragon Commands 9 Qi. Golden Glaze Body, Golden Body Jade Bone. Divine Storage Return to Origin. Whale Swallowing the Abyss. Great Mysterious Formless Breath Essence. Great Mysterious Formless Howling Wind. 100 Cracks Listening Thunder, Transforming Thunder, Empty Cicada like Dust. 10,000, 8,000 Forms Divine Weapon Demon Blade. Heaven and Earth Demon Hunting Return to Storage Blade. Red Eye. Realm. Perfected Qi Gathering Realm. The 2 secret records were both skill techniques, and leveling them to perfection only meant he understood how to use them and the corresponding essence. There were no substantial changes. 10,000 Forms, 1,000 Sounds, Secret Record. Combine the characteristics of Shrinking Bones Disguise and 1,000 Sounds under the assistance of true energy, could transform into 10,000, 8,000 forms. Men, women, old and young, flying beasts and walking animals could all be transformed. It was indeed a necessary technique for infiltration and espionage. Unfortunately, now that Wu Ming's strength was growing stronger, this technique would probably have no opportunity to be used in the future. There was no way, at such a strength level, enemies would all become as weak as chickens and dogs, and such a gap naturally led to overwhelming superiority. Who would still play infiltration? Empty Cicada like Dust Secret Record was similar to 10,000 Forms 1,000 Sounds Secret Record, based on Ghost Shadow Invisible and Breath Concealment Dispersal, paired with versatile True Energy. If in his previous life Wu Ming could utilize Empty Cicada like Dust Secret Record, he could probably put food on his supervisor's face and then dance beside him without him noticing who did it. As for Whale Swallowing the Abyss Tiangang Qi Gathering Method, after leveling it to perfection, the direct feeling was that Wu Ming felt a tingling sensation all over his body. According to previous experience, this should be the perfected technique reforming his body. Changes that took others decades to achieve were realized in an instant on him, making the sensation very obvious. Moments later, The unusual feeling faded, and the transformation was complete. As if by instinct, Wu Ming unleashed the newly acquired characteristic. Whale swallowing the abyss. Boom! The aura of heaven and earth within a 10-mile radius immediately shifted. While others at the Qi gathering realm could only slowly sense and capture the wandering aura of heaven and earth, Wu Ming now seemed to have transformed into a black hole, disregarding everything. The terrifying gravity pulled at the aura of heaven and earth. A massive amount of the aura of heaven and earth collapsed towards Wu Ming, being transformed into black true energy at the speed of light. Chapter 62. Unformed Qi Sea. Surpassing the Qi Sea, a strong man was rushing towards the direction of Wu Ming and the others. His speed was extremely fast, covering a mile in less than a second. It seemed as if he carried an entire ocean on his back, vast and formidable, enough to instill fear even in calm weather. Now, this ocean was churning and roaring due to its owner's anger, accompanied by thunder and lightning, creating monstrous waves. The terrifying aura emanating from him was enough to petrify small animals along his path. The strong man's name was Yun Lai, a member of the Yun family from Yunjin City. He had just received an urgent call for help. The Yun family members nearby were in danger, and he was the closest to provide assistance. This urgent call could only be used by the Yun family members when they were in dire straits. It could not be easily invoked, or else they would face punishment under family rules. This indicated how critical the situation was. Moreover, as far as he knew, Yin Chang and Yin Rong were in that direction. This further fueled Yin Lai's rage. How audacious! To target ordinary Yin family members was already courting death, but to dare to attack Yin Rong was utterly unforgivable. As the cherished daughter of the family head, if anything happened to her, even someone at Yin Lai's level would not escape punishment. With this thought, his speed increased even more. At that moment, a terrifying force that absorbed the essence of heaven and earth surged from the direction of the emergency call. Yin Lai felt the surrounding essence of heaven and earth being disrupted by this force, collapsing towards that direction. Such a terrifying power. It was bad. It was from the Qi Si realm, or perhaps a master within the Qi Si realm. Yin Rong and Yin Chang were in danger. On the other side, Wu Ming swiftly transformed the massive amount of absorbed essence of heaven and earth into true energy. After the perfected whale swallowing the heavens and gathering Qi technique, even though he had not yet reached the Qi Si realm, the amount of true energy his body could store had already reached or even surpassed that of the Qi Si realm. His true energy was finally nearing its limit, and the force of his absorption had greatly diminished. The essence of heaven and earth in this area was nearly depleted, and the difference between the internal and external essence caused a rush of external essence to flood in, filling the void. This sudden change triggered violent winds and rumbling thunder. Wu Ming stood amidst the howling wind, his black hair swirling, gazing towards Yun Lai in the distance. Finally, he has arrived. Too slow. Wu Ming had already completed a wave of techniques and executed 2 sets of punches before he made his delayed appearance. If he truly had to save someone, they would probably already have drunk Meng soup at the Naya Bridge. Yun Lai's figure suddenly appeared, and he stood still, looking at Wu Ming. He glanced at the trio of soldier slaves and felt relieved. He could not tell that all 3 had already died and transformed into soldiers. To put it simply, although the soldier slaves were alive, they were no longer the original individuals. The original people had died, and now only puppets with the memories of their predecessors remained. However, Yin Lai was unaware of this. He thought everything was still negotiable. Yin Chang and Yin Rong must have mentioned the Yin family's background, and Wu Ming was also a master in the gathering Qi realm, so he should first stabilize the situation. Yin Lai slowly spoke to Wu Ming. This gentleman, brother, I wonder if Yin Chang and Yin Rong have offended you in any way. Could you kindly spare them? Our Yin family will certainly offer generous rewards. In fact, he had already gone through Wu Ming's face in his mind, not recognizing him as anyone he remembered from the ranks of masters. Where did this person come from? How dare he touch the Yin family members? After this matter, he would make him pay. Yin Lai thought to himself, maintaining a smile on his face as he awaited Wu Ming's response. However, Wu Ming did not answer his question, but instead asked him indifferently, "Aren't you going to make a move?" What was this strong man babbling about? Hurry up and start the fight. He could hardly wait to turn him into a soldier slave and seize his techniques. Yin Lai was momentarily stunned. Why start a fight? Weren't they negotiating? When did it come to this point? Looking at Yin Lai's bewilderment, Wu Ming showed a look of realization. Oh, I see. His red pupil brightened in his hand, and Yun Chang and the first soldier instantly turned into dry corpses, their vitality devoured by the red pupil. What? Why was the first soldier also consumed? Because these gathering Qi realm soldier slaves were too low in level and not of much use. Since Wu Ming had taken their techniques, they could only meet the fate of being devoured by the red pupil. The red pupil shivered comfortably, clearly enjoying its meal, and a fine line appeared on the blade, seemingly indicating the next vertical pupil. But this meager amount was far from enough to awaken it. What have you done? In the distance, Yun Lai was stunned, then filled with rage, his anger soaring. He couldn't understand. Was this person a madman? He killed Yin Chang without a word. There was clearly a chance to negotiate. The blue ocean manifested behind him, continually surging, but he still held back. It's fine. Yin Rong was still alive. There was still a chance. Yin Lai wanted to say more. Wu Ming thought to himself, how could he endure so much? The red pupil flashed again, and Yin Rong also turned into a dry corpse. You're asking for death. Yin Lai could no longer contain his fury and shouted. Losing Yin Chang was one thing, but now Yin Rong had also died. The two people he wanted to save had perished before his eyes, and he was powerless to stop it. Forget it. Let it be destroyed. Killing Wu Ming before him was all he could do now. The blue ocean no longer suppressed itself, completely rolling into a monstrous tsunami that crashed onto Yun Lai, transforming into a set of deep blue heavy armor. He wielded a trident and stomped down. The road built on the mountainside collapsed beneath him. Then he charged towards Wu Ming. The trident swung, channeling true energy to transform into a massive whale shark that burst forth from behind him, aiming to devour and crush Wu Ming. The whale shark plunged into the sea. Below, Wu Ming was now clad in a form-fitting black armor, holding the red pupil. Indeed, even without reaching the Qi realm, the immense true energy was still enough to form armor, providing him with a significant boost. Beneath the mask, looking at the descending Yun Lai, Wu Ming smiled faintly. Techniques? He really didn't have any Earth-level techniques to showcase right now. Blowing Yun Lai away with breath would only turn him to dust. However, there was no need for techniques. Pure numerical superiority was enough to crush. A massive amount of black true energy was infused into the red pupil, and on the blade, the second vertical pupil opened momentarily. The entire demonic blade radiated a terrifying power. The descending Yun Lai seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Before he could react, Wu Ming swung the red pupil violently, unleashing a new crescent-shaped red-black blade aura. The surface of the blade aura shimmered with deep red and black mixed light, and wherever it passed, the air was instantly torn apart, producing a piercing wail. The enormous whale shark that fell was directly cut in half, and then crashed down as usual, collapsing the road surface and crashing into the mountainside. The blade aura continued unabated towards Yun Lai. So terrifying, so horrifying. Yun Lai hurriedly raised his trident, but it was useless. The trident he had nurtured for many years was instantly severed. Following that, the blade aura struck fiercely against his heavy armor, the immense force driving his entire being into the mountainside. The blade aura spread out, leaving a diagonal cut on the mountainside. This blade aura cut into the mountainside to an unknown depth, leaving a wound that seemed bottomless. Wu Ming gently exhaled, dispersing the dust raised by this attack, revealing Yun Lai's corpse within the mountain. It turned out that even his Qi heavy armor could not withstand this terrifying blade aura. His entire body had been directly cleaved in half. One strike, killing a Qi realm opponent. Chapter 63. Abyss of True Qi. Yun Lai knelt on one knee, motionless, his body shimmering with blood patterns, having unmistakably become a red-eyed soldier. At this moment, Wu Ming was reading his memories. As a Qi realm cultivator, Yun Lai's status in the Yun family was second only to the family head of the sky-soaring realm. Therefore, apart from the few sky-soaring realm techniques, he could access all other techniques. Accessing Yun Lai's memories was essentially like browsing the Yun family's library of techniques. The contents of various martial arts poured into Wu Ming's mind like a torrent. Techniques of the gathering Qi realm, techniques of the Qi realm, earth-level martial arts, blades, spears, swords, halberds, fists, and fingers. Wu Ming accepted them all. Learn. He could learn everything. At this point, he had no intention of doing any more trivial tasks. Stealing was much quicker than completing tasks. He learned the pure and tranquil precious bottle Qi technique. He learned the cold wind looking at the moon Qi technique. He learned the earth-level martial art, swallowing stars, remnant rainbow, shadowless blade. He learned the earth-level martial art, locking heaven, demon exorcising blade. Soon, A notification appeared on the panel. Detected excessive, similar techniques, trigger beneficial fusion. Since he started directly stealing techniques, triggering fusion had become cheaper. Wu Ming casually clicked agree. Too lazy to check which category of martial arts triggered the fusion, until the martial arts fusion was complete, revealing a new technique. Crimson Fiend Lotus Instant Kill Blade. It was an Earth-level 9th-tier blade technique, originally stemming from too many Earth-level blade techniques, triggering the panel's notification. Was that all? Of course not. Yin Lai's memories contained no less than 10 Qi-Si realm techniques. What did that mean? Wu Ming could directly synthesize an Earth-level 9th-tier Qi-Si realm technique. Detected excessive, similar techniques, trigger beneficial fusion. Fuse. He could fuse them all. Numerous Qi-Si realm techniques twisted into black smoke, gathering in one place, generating a new technique. Northern Abyss, 10,000 streams returning to the Void technique. Without a second thought, Wu Ming directly upgraded it to perfection. Boom! A terrifying, substantial gravitational pull erupted from Wu Ming's body, surprising even him. Suddenly, he was enveloped in an oval black membrane, as if he truly transformed into a black hole. The clouds were drawn in, rolling and being pulled toward Wu Ming. Giant trees bent, crying out, then were directly torn apart, spinning and whistling as they smashed toward Wu Ming. The ground was torn apart by the gravitational force, turning into blocks of earth weighing dozens or even hundreds of tons, being pulled toward Wu Ming. However, these objects disintegrated and were absorbed the moment they touched the black membrane. Wu Ming was like an unfathomable abyss, sand and stones flying. Welcoming all that came. As long as something touched the black membrane outside Wu Ming, it was absorbed one by one, turning into Wu Ming's substance. In addition, the elemental energy of heaven and earth was continuously drawn in. Yun Lai was no exception. The immense gravitational force pulled at him, pressing him toward Wu Ming. If he was sucked in, he would be directly devoured by Wu Ming, instantaneously digested. Although as Wu Ming's soldier, he absolutely obeyed Wu Ming's orders. He still had his own personality. Since Wu Ming had not ordered his death, he certainly wouldn't just go to his death. His Qi-Si erupted with all its might, transforming into tentacles that grasped at tree roots and boulders, barely counteracting this terrifying gravitational force. How terrifying! Yin Lai, with his Qi-Si realm memories, understood what the Qi-Si realm truly represented. Gathering Qi realm cultivators used true Qi to expand their lower dantian, which is the so-called Qi-Si, thus greatly increasing the capacity for true Qi. They then continued to widen the Qi-Si until it genuinely lived up to its name, containing true Qi as vast and mighty as an ocean. Indeed, it sounds that simple. In reality, expanding the Qi-Si isn't that difficult. Anyone who reaches the gathering Qi realm is no fool and can be called a genius. Such individuals can successfully expand their Qi-Si in as little as a few days or as long as a few months. The truly rare achievement is widening the initially expanded lower dantian into a complete Qi-Si. This requires cultivators to toil tirelessly, day and night, for many years to accomplish. Wu Ming completed it in an instant. This alone was enough to astonish anyone, but that wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying aspect was Wu Ming's Qi-Si capacity. Throughout Yun Lai's over 100 years of martial artist life, he had never seen such a terrifying Qi-Si, nor had he ever heard of one. Its suction drew in elemental energy from within a radius of dozens of kilometers. It even distorted reality, swallowing some materials. Its capacity continuously drained and refilled the elemental energy of heaven and earth within this range, repeating this cycle without pause, indicating that Wu Ming's Qi-Si had not yet been filled. What Yin Lai did not know was that everyone's constitution is different. Even among ordinary people, some can kill tigers, while others can only slip into a tiger's mouth. The same technique practiced by different people will not yield the same combat power. As for Wu Ming, he practiced the strongest techniques at each realm, at every level. His starting point was significantly higher than others due to the strongest techniques from the previous realm, and he continued to practice the strongest techniques in this realm. This repeated advantage compounded, leading to his stats being incomprehensibly high to others. This was also why, in the context of increasingly larger disparities in combat power across realms, Wu Ming could still fight beyond his level, and even do so with growing ease. At this level of stats, practicing the strongest techniques again made Yun Lai exclaim, it was against the heavens. After a while, the suction stopped and the black membrane dissipated, revealing Wu Ming's figure. He floated in mid-air, his clothes slightly fluttering, gazing at the ruined mountains and forests destroyed by his suction. He slowly extended his arms, as if to embrace the world. Then, a true chi ocean, even more terrifying than the suction, spread out. This sky, this mountain range covering over 100 kilometers, was directly shrouded in darkness. It was as if being swallowed by an abyss. The original chirps of insects and birds in the forest abruptly ceased, sand suspended in the air, and the clouds halted, not daring to move. Even Yunlai, also a Chi-Si realm cultivator, was suppressed by this terrifying true Chi ocean, unable to move. How is this possible? As a Chi-Si realm cultivator, as long as he expanded his Chi-Si, he should not be suppressed by another true Chi ocean. Yet this law failed with Wu Ming. True Chi ocean? Yes, Wu Ming's could not be counted as a true Chi ocean. If his was an ocean, then Yunlai's might just be a pond. Wu Ming's was even more vast and terrifying than an ocean. Perhaps the only term to describe it was an abyss, a truly unfathomable abyss of true Chi. Indeed, worthy of being the master, Yunlai thought fervently amidst the shock. After a long while, the terrifying true Chi retracted entirely into Wu Ming's body. The gentle breeze began to stir again, the clouds started to roll, the flying sand hurriedly drifted away, and the startled birds and insects flew about in panic. Congratulations, Master, for achieving great success in your divine skill. Yunlai prostrated himself on the ground, shouting with reverence and fervor. Chapter 64. Wait a moment, I'll be there to kill you soon. Wu Ming waved his hand, and if one didn't know better, they might think he was about to unify the martial world. However, in Feihong City, he could probably walk around with ease. The highest combat power in Feihong City was merely in the sky-reaching realm, and Wu Ming no longer considered that so-called sky-reaching realm to be his opponent. At his level of strength, what city lord of Feihong City was he afraid of? It was quite amusing. Wu Ming took out his phone. He had been out for 2 or 3 days now, and although he had only completed 2 tasks, he had been riding his motorcycle leisurely, which made the journey slower. With 2 or 3 days past, his contribution points had not been approved yet. Mo Yinwu hadn't replied to him either. Interesting. It seemed that such an important thing as martial arts cultivation methods should be controlled in one's own hands. If he could only exchange cultivation methods through contribution points, he would likely be in a bind and would be anxious at this moment. Although this amount of contribution points wasn't much, it was still hard-earned by him. He could forego it, but they couldn't just deny him. That was entirely different. Not understanding Mo Yinwu's intention, Wu Ming didn't want to think too much and directly asked, Old Mo, why haven't the contribution points been approved yet? On the other side, Mo Yinwu picked up his vibrating phone, realizing it was Wu Ming. Recalling his conversation with Gu Changfeng, Mo Yinwu's expression turned cold. He contemplated. Wu Ming was merely an ordinary student. His rise to this point might have something to do with his talent. But if it weren't for the cultivation resources they provided, Wu Ming wouldn't have grown so quickly. They didn't owe Wu Ming anything. Rather, it was Wu Ming who owed them a lot. At this moment, asking him to make a small sacrifice was quite reasonable. After thinking, he replied, Wu Ming, after assessment from above, your talent is worth the investment, so put your current tasks aside and come back as soon as possible. In fact, it was decided by the higher-ups to take action, to have Gu Changfeng capture Wu Ming. If Wu Ming continued to grow, the cost of capturing him alive would only increase. Gu Changfeng was dominant in Feihong City, with unmatched combat power, and even among those in the sky-reaching realm. No one could rival him. Capturing a gathering Qi realm Wu Ming would be a piece of cake. Investment? Wu Ming looked at the message on his phone. Considering the impending collapse of the pure faction, it wasn't impossible. However, Wu Ming always liked to prepare for the worst. It would be best if it were an investment, then everyone would be happy. Otherwise, Qi Tong could have a big meal. The vertical pupil mark on Wu Ming's left hand flashed. Like other extraordinary weapons, when not in use, Wu Ming could store Qi Tong inside his body. Oh, and there was the other side. Wu Ming opened the Longyuan Division app. He had already submitted his last task. He wondered if it had been approved. As always, Wu Ming could forego it, but they couldn't deny him. He clicked to check, and the task was completed, but he wasn't the one who completed it. What the hell? Wu Ming was so angry he could laugh. He hadn't even died yet, and they had given his credit to someone else? Who could it be? Last time, his contribution points were docked. It was hard to guess. However, it seemed like they thought he was dead. Otherwise, they wouldn't so openly transfer his credit to someone else. Thinking of the old man from the Chi-Si realm who had appeared before, he was sent to kill him. What grievance was there to send someone from the Chi-Si realm to kill him? Was this really Du Qingyun's doing? Something was off. Not wanting to think too much, when Wu Ming's big knife was at his neck, he would naturally reveal everything. Why bother speculating here? Oh no. Wait, when Shi Tong turned him into a weapon slave, he would involuntarily reveal everything. However, before taking action, Wu Ming still planned to contact him to see his reaction. As the deputy director, members of the Longyuan division could call Du Qingyun's office phone. But unless it was an important matter, they shouldn't call randomly, or they would be punished. Wu Ming didn't care about this. He had remembered the number last time, and now called directly. Who is it? A deep male voice came from the other end. Just because you docked my contribution points last time, you dare to directly give my credit to someone else this time? Wu Ming said slowly. It's you. Du Qingyun exclaimed in shock. How are you still alive? He almost let the second half of the sentence slip out. As soon as Wu Ming spoke, he instantly realized that he indeed had transferred Wu Ming's credit. After seeing the myriad beasts that day, he thought Wu Ming was as good as dead. The myriad beasts had distributed themselves across several task locations, and once Wu Ming appeared, there was no way he could escape. So he thought Wu Ming would be dead after completing at most one task. So he intercepted that task and transferred it to his confidant since it had quite a bit of contribution. He never expected that Wu Ming hadn't died. Oh, you admitted it? Du Qingyun's reaction undoubtedly confirmed the matter. Wu Ming said indifferently, so what if he did? So what if he didn't? With the conversation opened, Du Qingyun leaned back in his chair, returning to a nonchalant demeanor, chuckling lightly. In his view, although Wu Ming didn't know how he escaped the myriad beast pursuit, he would ultimately die. Even if he could escape, what threat could he pose to himself? The die was cast. Transferring Wu Ming's credit might not sound good. But what could Wu Ming do about it? If it's you, then it's easy to say. Just wait a moment. I'll be there to kill you soon, Wu Ming said before hanging up the phone. Listening to the call disconnect. Du Qingyun crossed his legs and shook his head with a smile. What can these young people do besides talk tough? Kill me? He can't even get through my door. He'll be thrown out by the security guard. Little did he know, with Wu Ming's current speed of over 1 kilometer per second, how long would it take him to get from outside the city to inside? Moments later. In fact, Du Qingyun's mouth still wore the smile from earlier. Boom! A large hand broke through the wall, reaching from behind him. This hand came swiftly, and as a Qi realm expert, Du Qingyun didn't notice it at all and couldn't react. The large hand grabbed his neck and pulled him toward the wall. Ignoring the obstruction of steel and concrete, it directly yanked him out of the wall. Then it violently threw him toward the ground. Boom! Du Qingyun's body broke through multiple sound barriers, shooting toward the ground at a terrifying speed. His clothes and body igniting from the intense friction with the air, emitting bright light. Boom! Finally crashing into the ground, it produced a thunderous roar, and the shockwave directly flattened the office building where Du Qingyun had been. Alarms blared throughout the Longyuan division, and many people stumbled out of the building, bewildered and discussing the situation. Immediately after, all of Wu Ming's true qi surged out, covering the entire Longyuan division branch. The alarms stopped abruptly, and the discussions fell silent. With a wave of Wu Ming's hand, the dust that had been suspended in the air was dispersed, revealing Du Qingyun, who lay in a massive pit, his body completely broken, displaying a look of terror. Chapter 65. Unfathomable, the terrifying black, true energy spread and compressed around him. Du Qingyun was unable to move even a fraction of his eyeballs under this oppression. He felt intense pain throughout his body. It seemed his bones were shattered, and his organs were broken from the heavy blow. However, he couldn't even unleash his true energy, nor could he circulate it to heal his wounds. At this rate, even if he was at the Qi C stage, he would die. The attacker should also be at the Qi C stage. Du Qingyun did not sense the overwhelming power of the Void Realm from him. Yet, why was it that his own Qi C seemed unable to move before the other Qi C, even though they were both at the same level? Who did this? Who could achieve this? Who dared to do this? He was a key figure in the Longyuan division. Did the attacker not fear being hunted down by them for openly assaulting him? Damn it. If this continues, he would die. No. He had worked so hard to reach his current achievements. There were higher martial realms waiting for him to climb, and more power he had yet to enjoy. He absolutely would not die like this. Deep fear and unwillingness were reflected in Du Qingyun's eyes. Just then, with a slight wave of Wu Ming's hand, the clouds of dust dispersed. Wu Ming's figure floated in the air, appearing in Du Qingyun's sight. Wu Ming, it's actually him. How could it be him? How could his strength be so formidable? Hadn't he just reached the Qi gathering stage before? Considering his own miserable state, it seemed that perhaps Wu Ming had not used any method to escape the pursuit of the Beastmaster, but had directly turned the tables on him. Now, was he going to kill him? Even though he had just been beaten brutally, the anger and resentment in his heart were instantly suppressed, replaced by a pleading look in his eyes. He had not lost yet. He did not want to die. He just needed an opportunity. Now he could not care less about being an undercover spy or any plans. He was about to die. As long as he could bring out that thing, everything would not be over. He would use it to kill Wu Ming, not only to regain the dignity lost from being beaten, but also to achieve great merit. On the other side, Wu Ming had initially planned to turn Du Qingyun into a soldier-slave directly, but upon seeing the pleading look in his eyes, he found it amusing. This kind of guy, letting him become a soldier-slave without pain was too lenient. It would be better to kill him directly. After all, he had said he would kill him before, and he had to keep his word. The black chi suddenly shrank back, all of it rushing into Wu Ming's body. The suppression instantly dissipated. "What are your last words? Hurry up and say them. Then you can go," Wu Ming said lightly, with his hands behind his back. With the suppression gone, the true energy within Du Qingyun surged, his wounds rapidly healed, broken bones reconnected, and the true energy like lotus fibers pieced together his shattered organs. Soon, his injuries were mostly healed. He felt as if he could move again. Wu Ming had only inflicted such heavy injuries on him because he had caught him off guard. He was not necessarily afraid of him in a direct confrontation. Moreover, there was that. Last time, when he had delivered the beast gene serum to the Beastmaster, he had secretly injected himself with a dose. Right now, that dose was embedded in his chest cavity. He only needed to exert his muscles to inject it into his heart. If he did that, there would probably be no place for him in the pure faction anymore. He had long abandoned the pure faction. The fusion faction was the right choice. Not to mention that he was already in a desperate situation with no other options left. Perhaps he could turn misfortune into fortune. The plan had been set. Wu Ming, why couldn't you just die obediently? Why did you have to force me? As he controlled his muscles to contract, the serum was injected into his heart, pumping through his limbs. In an instant, Du Qingyun's muscles swelled up. Wu Ming watched this scene with great interest. Gene serum? Beastification? Fusion faction? In a brief moment, countless possibilities flashed through Wu Ming's mind. Interesting. Wu Ming suddenly understood, from the movies and dramas of his past life, why the villains stared intently at the protagonist transforming. Because they were genuinely curious about what the protagonist would become. The relentless pursuit of power had made it difficult for Wu Ming to assess his own strength. He had not encountered an opponent who could match him for a long time. Just now, that blow had been Wu Ming letting go. Otherwise, Du Qingyun would have been turned to ashes already. Transform? Go ahead. The stronger, the better. Dance to your heart's content, and try to withstand my full power strike. On the ground, Du Qingyun's form twisted and contorted, with animal traits constantly emerging from his body. Soon, this transformation was complete, and a 3-meter-tall humanoid creature crawled up from the ground. Unlike the previous test subject who had injected the beast serum and was bloated, this one had a perfect proportion. Thick diamond-shaped scales covered his entire body tightly, even climbing up to his cheeks to form a facial mask. With only a few breathing holes and eye sockets, his exposed eyes were filled with dense pupils. The muscle lines flowed smoothly and powerfully, reminiscent of a cheetah. Just standing there, it seemed to convey the perfect combination of strength and speed. As Du Qingyun took a deep breath, white mist steamed out from the breathing holes in the mask. He felt the power surging within his body and looked at his hands. Strong, too strong. The current him could crush his previous self with one hand. In his view, with such strength, dealing with Wu Ming would be a piece of cake, right? A heavy stone fell from his heart, and Du Qingyun felt victorious, laughing loudly. Wu Ming, thanks to you, I didn't know when I would have injected this serum and gained such immense power, and you didn't even stop me. Now, you will pay for your arrogance. He sprang into action, ready to kill Wu Ming. But wait, why wasn't he moving? It turned out that Wu Ming's Qi had unfolded again. This time, the Qi did not expand widely, but barely enveloped Du Qingyun. Originally capable of covering a mountain range, it was compressed to such a small area. How great would the pressure be then? Du Qingyun understood this all too well. This was a sense of oppression that could rival or even exceed that of the Void Realm. He screamed in terror in his heart. Before he could even show a fleeting look of fear, he was compressed into a ball the size of a marble by the terrifying pressure. Immediately after, Wu Ming waved his left hand, and the crimson pupil imprint flashed, directly devouring the essence and spirit belonging to Du Qingyun within that ball. Unfathomable. Wu Ming slowly shook his head, feeling disappointed. Du Qingyun's strength, after transforming, was still so pathetic. If his battle power before the transformation was a 1, then after the transformation it might be a 5, while Wu Ming was 10,000. Chapter 66. Insight into the Truth, Long Yuan Division. A strong man was hiding in the shadows, cold sweat dripping down. Wu Ming, what a terrifying guy. From Wu Ming's attack on Du Qingyun, beating him to near death, then unleashing his energy to suppress the entire Long Yuan Division, to Du Qingyun transforming and finally being crushed to death. He witnessed it all in a matter of moments. It was too frightening. The director of the Long Yuan Division needed to be at the Void Realm, so he and Du Qingyun, the two deputy directors, were the highest combat power in the division. Previously, the two of them belonged to the Purity faction and the Fusion faction, respectively, constantly at odds with each other. Even though Du Qingyun had suddenly joined the Fusion faction recently, the friction had not diminished. Under such circumstances, Du Qingyun's tragic death should have made him happy as a rival. However, Wu Ming's strength was simply too terrifying, making him break out in a cold sweat. It wasn't until he peeked and saw that Wu Ming's figure had disappeared in the direction of Du Qingyun's corpse that he finally felt relieved. He naturally recognized Wu Ming, a genius of the Purity faction and a target for the Leaf family of the Fusion faction. However, Wu Ming's strength had risen too quickly, and the reward contribution from the Leaf family couldn't keep up with the difficulty of killing him. It was said that the head of the Leaf family was going crazy over it. Moreover, Wu Ming was also a material needed by their master, Albert, and the Beast Master should have sent someone to kill him. But looking at Wu Ming's combat power, it seemed he had already killed the people sent by the Beast faction. Thinking of this, the strong man took out his phone to call the Beastmaster to report Wu Ming's situation and the news of Du Qingyun's death. On the other side, the Beastmaster was kneeling in front of Albert, presenting the Fierce Beast gene potion and research data. "Master, I have lived up to my mission," the Beastmaster said lightly, as if carrying a hint of pride, believing he could surely please Albert this time and receive his reward. Albert had pale hands, distinct knuckles, and not a trace of blood color, with nails stained in a glaring crimson. He slowly opened the box and immediately saw 3 beautiful potions with a blue base, dotted with starlight. "Oh, there's already a finished product. Haha, Beastmaster, you did well this time." Albert laughed heartily, a rare display of joy. "You flatter me. It's all thanks to your guidance, Master." The Beastmaster quickly complimented. "You Blue Star people sure know how to flatter." Albert nodded slightly, then asked, "There's one more thing. Why hasn't that martial artist named Wu Ming been brought back yet?" "Master, please remain calm. I have already sent someone at the Void Realm to intercept him. My subordinate should have his corpse with him soon. It won't take long to reach here," the Beastmaster quickly replied, while inwardly cursing his subordinate at the Void Realm for being lazy and not updating him on the task progress. Albert laughed again. "Haha, good. Once I successfully seize his talent, I will reward you well." "Thank you, Master." Before the Beastmaster could finish his gratitude, his phone suddenly vibrated. Though it was barely perceptible to ordinary people, both of the two present were experts and sensed it clearly. The Beastmaster cursed inwardly. Which idiot is calling at this time? "Who is it?" Albert's smile faded. To him, the Beastmaster was his subordinate and servant. Everything about him must be under his control. The Beastmaster had no choice but to take out his phone. "Master, it's Lin Shan," he said after glancing at the phone. Albert's memory was exceptionally strong. With a slight search, he recognized the person. "He is from our Long Yuan Division's Fei Hong branch. I remember him. He must be calling for something important. Just connect the call." "Yes." The Beastmaster naturally dared not disobey Albert's order and immediately connected the call. "Beastmaster, something bad has happened." Lin Shan's panicked voice came through as soon as the call connected. The Beastmaster frowned. "Damn it. Why is he calling with bad news at this time?" The Beastmaster slightly raised his head and saw that Albert's smile had completely disappeared. "Didn't I teach you to remain calm in emergencies? Now what happened?" Given the situation, the Beastmaster had no choice but to continue with Lin Shan's topic. "Just now, that Wu Ming not only didn't die during the mission, but also broke into the Long Yuan Division and killed Du Qingyun like a chicken. I think with his combat power, the people you sent out might have been done for." Lin Shan's words spilled out like a machine gun. Silence, a deathly silence. The Beastmaster went quiet, cold sweat slowly dripping down his temples. Even though he had reached the Void Realm, the killing intent radiating from Albert made him feel terrified. "Beastmaster, why aren't you speaking? What should we do next?" Seeing the sudden silence on the other end, Lin Shan couldn't help but ask. Albert coldly stared at the Beastmaster and said, "Is this what you said would only take a moment to bring Wu Ming here?" The Beastmaster was caught off guard, and without the luxury of shifting blame, he could only slowly exhale, voluntarily admitting his fault to Albert. Master, this time I was negligent. Please punish me. Punish you? What's the use? Is this Wu Ming really advancing a realm every day? How can he progress so quickly? We can't delay any longer. Beastmaster, I order you to personally go and capture this Wu Ming at the fastest speed. Just then, whispers came from behind Lin Shan. Beastmaster? Which one? Where are you taking me? Who? Lin Shan instantly crushed his phone. He turned around, about to explode, when a red flash cut across his neck. Blood welled up from the gash, and Lin Shan instantly turned into a soldier slave as Wu Ming read his memory. What is the use of destroying the phone? Crime son nobility, Albert, saising talent, Beastmaster, void realm, fusion faction, Ducangien. In an instant, Wu Ming grasped all the information. I see. Then, Wu Ming snapped his fingers, and Lin Shan's body instantly turned into a dried corpse, his essence being pulled into Wu Ming's left vertical pupil. Wu Ming knew his own abilities. He had an exceptional talent, relying on 99 sweat and effort, and only 1 on his attributes. Want my talent? Come and try. On the Beastmaster's side, he looked at the phone that had been abruptly disconnected, and calling back yielded no response. He pondered for a moment and said, I'm afraid. Lin Shan is in trouble too. Seeing this, Albert fell into deep thought. After a while, he spoke lightly. Wu Ming is truly an unexpected factor, making the entire Feihong city uncontrollable. Forget it. I won't wait anymore. Beastmaster, gather your men and prepare to turn Feihong city completely into our territory. By the way, bring this Wu Ming back to me. Chapter 67. Gu Changfeng takes action. The time rewinds to when Wu Ming had just arrived at Longyuan Division. In a courtyard of Longyuan Division, Gu Changfeng and Mo Yinwu were sitting opposite each other. At this moment, Gu Changfeng was sipping tea while listening to Mo Yinwu's report. Not bad, but the most critical question is, what is the situation with Wu Ming? Gu Changfeng nodded and asked again. Mo Yinwu organized his thoughts and said, I've called him back as per your instructions, it should. Before Mo Yinwu could finish his sentence, a thunderous explosion interrupted him. Even Gu Changfeng turned his head slightly in surprise. That direction is Longyuan Division. Mo Yinwu quickly deduced the source of the noise. With a serious expression, Mo Yinwu stroked his beard, knowing that they were still quite far from Longyuan Division to produce such a tremendous sound from that distance. The destructive power of this strike was at least at the Qi realm, and it was quite strong, probably stronger than Mo Yinwu himself. Montag Yanwu Hazit Antli Spoke. What happened? Is someone attacking Longyuan Division? How dare they? Attacking an official violent organization. Are they looking for death? It's one thing to rob a bank and potentially get money, but what are they hoping to gain by attacking a violent institution? Tickets to hell. City Lord. Should we go take a look? Mo Yinwu asked. Gu Changfeng suddenly raised his hand, signaling Mo Yinwu to remain calm. Just a moment ago, he felt an enormous Qi presence, far beyond the Qi realm. Even the so-called strongest in the Qi realm seemed laughable in comparison, and even the Yukong realm would be moved by it. However, a smile crept onto Gu Changfeng's lips. Interesting. This situation not only didn't frighten him, but rather made him feel intrigued. Firstly, while the aura of the Qi was indeed powerful, he didn't take it seriously. He was extremely confident in his own strength, strong enough to suppress others in the Yukong realm, and that was his greatest support. Secondly, his long lifespan had allowed him to witness almost everything in the world. The sudden appearance of a situation he completely did not expect piqued his curiosity. There really were people in this world whose Qi could be so powerful. He thought of one person, Wu Ming. Although he had never met Wu Ming in person, he had heard he advanced rapidly and possessed immense combat power. Could be him? But where did Wu Ming get the technique for the Qi realm? The only places Wu Ming could acquire high-level techniques, apart from the pure sect, were Longyuan Division. Did he manage to gather contribution points from Longyuan Division in such a short time? Gu Changfeng suddenly shook his head and chuckled. If it is Wu Ming, a glance will reveal everything. Why was he entangled in this? If it is him, that would be great. He could capture him and complete the task on top. If not, it would still be entertaining. His figure suddenly vanished and appeared behind Mo Yinwu, resting a hand on his shoulder. Staying here all day? My bones are rotting. Little Mo, let us go see the excitement. Without waiting for Mo Yinwu to respond, Gu Changfeng and Mo Yinwu's figures transformed into a white rainbow, slicing through the sky towards Longyuan Division. On the other side, Wu Ming had just finished killing Lin Shan and searching his soul. He then saw a beam of white light descending upon Long Yuan division, transforming into two figures suspended in midair. To be precise, it was a tall and handsome young man in white floating in the air, holding an old man who looked somewhat bewildered. Yukong Rial? The young man in white. Gu Changfeng did not recognize Wu Ming, but he did recognize the old man. It was Mo Yinwu. As for the young man in white, a Yukong realm expert holding Mo Yinwu, could he be the so-called city lord? He looked overly young. The young man in white glanced at the massive pit created by Du Qingyun and swept his true energy arrogantly across the entire Longyuan division branch. Wherever his energy passed, all the defenses of the martial artists were shattered, and their true energy was marked one by one. He was actually using this method to find out who was causing destruction in Longyuan division, until his true energy swept over Wu Ming, trying to probe him, but was blocked by Wu Ming's equally terrifying true energy. Oh, this true energy? The young man's eyebrows raised slightly, clearly having found the main target. His figure flickered, and he brought Mo Yinwu to float in front of Wu Ming. Gu Changfeng looked down at Wu Ming, his gaze sweeping over his face. Wu Ming, it really is you. What have you been doing here? Also, without a technique, how did you advance to the Qi Sea realm? Despite Gu Changfeng's suspicions, he was still shocked when he truly saw Wu Ming. There really were such geniuses in this world, breaking through from the gathering Qi realm to the Qi Sea realm in just a day or two, and his strength in the Qi Sea realm could only be described as unmatched. This shock quickly turned into jealousy. Why couldn't such talent belong to me, Gu Changfeng? If I had such talent, I could easily surpass that threshold and not be stuck for decades. Hearing Gu Changfeng's words, Wu Ming secretly laughed. Without a technique, how did I advance to the Qi Sea realm? Gu Changfeng's words clearly indicated his control over his own techniques. Mo Yinwu's earlier words now seemed suspicious. However, Wu Ming didn't understand what the pure sect was after regarding him. His talent? Ignoring Gu Changfeng's questioning, Wu Ming turned to Mo Yinwu and said indifferently, Old Mo, aren't you going to introduce this one? Mo Yinwu naturally revealed a familiar smile to Wu Ming and introduced him. Ah, this is our city lord of Feihong City. Wu Ming, didn't you say you wanted to thank him in person? Now you have the chance. Gu Changfeng, however, had no intention of playing these petty games and intended to directly take Wu Ming down. He threw Mo Yinwu aside and coldly said to Wu Ming, No need for thanks. If you're sincere, come with me. Without further ado, he reached out his hand to grab Wu Ming. As he did, the entire world seemed to exert pressure on Wu Ming, as if an invisible hand was trying to grasp him. However, while this might work on other Qi Sea realm experts, attempting to capture Wu Ming this way was too naive. Boom! His Qi Sea surged forth, crashing against the surrounding world energy, as if he were single-handedly resisting the might of heaven and earth, forcibly creating a vast space. Gu Changfeng was undeterred. His true energy also expanded, pressing down on Wu Ming. The true energies of the two clashed. One was deep black, the other sharp white. Mo Yinwu stood between their domains. The hurricane created by their colliding forces blew against him, causing his skin to sting as if blood would seep out. After all, he was also a Qi Sea realm expert, yet he didn't even have the qualification to be a bystander. Wu Ming had already grown to this extent, capable of standing against Gu Changfeng. The underlings of Longyuan division dared not watch, having lost two Qi Sea realm deputy directors. The remaining members would easily be killed by the aftermath of such a confrontation. Chapter 68, Who is the Weakling? The two men's true energy continuously rubbed and collided, escalating into a fierce confrontation, with shockwaves nearly flattening the entire Longyuan division. Even Mo Yinwu could no longer survive in this extreme environment and had to retreat far away. Wu Ming stood in the strong wind, his short hair dancing wildly, relaxed and at ease. Hidden behind his light laughter was madness, as his true energy carried his voice over, saying, Lord City Master, without further ado, you want to take me down? What does this mean? Gu Changfeng's true energy suddenly contracted, standing firm in place. Wu Ming did not take advantage of the moment to pressure him. He knew Gu Changfeng had not truly begun to attack. This was merely their warm-up. He was curious to see what kind of high-minded discourse the so-called city master had. Gu Changfeng looked around. The original buildings of the Longyuan division had turned into ruins amidst their clash of momentum. The two stood amidst the rubble. Gu Changfeng clasped his hand behind his back and slowly said, Impressive, Wu Ming. I've lived for hundreds of years, and this is the first time I've seen someone like you, advancing two major realms in 2 days, able to contend with the sky sovereign realm at the Sea of Qi. I truly envy you, resent you, and pity you. If only you could develop in peace. You would surely claim the title of the #1 in martial arts on Blue Star. Unfortunately, this world does not go as you wish. Success and failure both come from talent. Today, I will give you a lesson. Weakness is original sin, and being weak while holding great treasures is even worse. Talent is also one of those great treasures. Talent? Great treasures? Wu Ming instantly understood. It turned out that the purists were just as fixated on his non-existent talent as the fusionists. So that's it. Success and failure both come from talent? Interesting. In this world, commoners without talent are ignored and receive no resources, while those with great talent are met with death. Ordinary talent holders among commoners are stuck in mediocrity, living a half-hearted life. Perhaps only those born into noble families can have talent that is truly considered talent rather than a great treasure. But it doesn't matter. Even if Wu Ming knew this from the start, he would not conceal his talent. At this point, he no longer needed to rely on the so-called purists or fusionists. It was a good thing to tear the mask off the purists. He no longer had to worry about feelings and could indulge in slaughter. This should be a good thing for Wu Ming. He had finally reached this point. From now on, the lives of the people would all be his resources. A frenzied smile of liberation appeared on Wu Ming's face. He laughed heartily. Great teaching, Lord City Master. I've learned a lot. However, you are mistaken about one thing. You are the weak one in this arena. After saying this, Wu Ming's right hand brushed over the vertical pupil mark on his left palm, slowly drawing out a blood-colored demon blade. The blood-colored vertical pupil spun, fixating on Gu Changfeng. Gu Changfeng felt a chill in his heart. What kind of evil weapon was this? But just a weapon would not deter him. He coldly said, "You speak arrogantly. Let me teach you another lesson. Strength is proven in battle, not through words." Gu Changfeng's right hand dropped, and a 3-foot-long azure blade condensed in his hand. Even with a realm advantage, Gu Changfeng did not underestimate his opponent, but instead took the initiative to strike first. "Let me measure your strength, and see if you are worthy of your boast." A flash of cold light appeared, the trajectory undetectable. A sharp, pure white sword energy instantly pierced through the air, shooting towards Wu Ming, slicing through the rubble, carving out a bottomless chasm. Clang! The red pupil was swung by Wu Ming like red lightning, instantly cutting through the sword energy. The sword energy flew off, severing a distant overpass. However, neither of them paid attention to this. As soon as Wu Ming deflected the sword energy, he raised the red pupil. And Gu Changfeng's long sword suddenly slashed down from above, firmly blocked by Wu Ming. Even so, the sword energy continued to fall, slicing past Wu Ming and cleaving the ground. Gu Changfeng was about to mock him when he found Wu Ming's figure had instantly vanished, leaving him alone in a blood-colored space. From Mo Yanwu's perspective as an observer, a crimson bud suddenly enveloped Gu Changfeng. In no time, the bud exploded, and within the flower's heart, a flurry of blood-colored slashes continuously struck down, obscuring Gu Changfeng's figure. The blood-colored slashes aimed at Gu Changfeng, at the sky, and at the earth. The clouds were sliced apart, the ground carved out deep chasms, and distant buildings were diagonally cut through, quickly collapsing. Not good, Mo Yanwu cried out in his heart. Could it be that the Lord City Master wants to? At that moment, a blood-colored slash came slicing towards Mo Yanwu. What? His soul nearly left his body as he desperately dodged, but the strike was too fast, and he was still slashed, losing half his body. His internal organs spilled uncontrollably. Damn it, Mo Yanwu did not expect to be at risk even from this distance. He wrapped his internal organs with true energy and hurriedly fled, not daring to look back. After a while, the bud fully bloomed into a red lotus, and the slashes abruptly stopped. Instant kill, red lotus bloom. Wu Ming's figure appeared, staring at the center of the flower. There lay a number of broken long swords, some severed, some chipped, sticking up from the ground in a manner resembling a sword grave. Gradually, these long swords transformed into white threads and vanished. These swords were the embodiment of Gu Changfeng's sword energy. Just moments ago, amid the dense blood-colored strikes, his sword energy had transformed into long swords that enveloped his entire body. Now, under this terrifying onslaught, he was completely unharmed. No, he was injured. A gash had appeared on Gu Changfeng's cheek, blood starting to flow down. Gu Changfeng said lightly, "I admit, you do possess some strength. However, do you know the greatest difference between the Sky Sovereign Realm and the Sea of Qi?" Boom! The ground erupted with a shockwave, and Gu Changfeng leaped into the sky, thousands of meters high, hovering in midair. He looked down at Wu Ming, arms spread wide like a deity, shouting. That is, the true energy of the sky, sovereign realm, is limitless. To fight with the finite against the infinite, even if you are strong, there will come a time when your strength runs out. This is also why Wu Ming's terrifying slashes could not shatter his protective sword energy. Gu Chongfeng's expression hardened as he formed a sword tactic. In an instant, the winds surged. Countless sword energies transformed into long swords, swirling around him like a school of fish in the deep sea. Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? Or millions? It was unclear, innumerable, perhaps even more. Countless long swords moved, forming a literal river of swords, each sword condensing the kind of sword energy that could instantly kill someone at the Sea of Qi. As Gu Chongfeng pointed his sword, the river of sword energy gathered mightily, transforming into a dragon shape, charging towards Wu Ming. Swimming dragon, heavenly waterfall, sword river. This strike contained enough energy to level Feihong City. Caught up in the heat of battle, Gu Chongfeng had no time to consider the mission anymore. Wu Ming was worth his full effort. Wu Ming looked at the incoming deadly attack. Infinite? Then why was there a blood mark on Gu Chongfeng's face? That's right. The true energy of the sky, sovereign realm, is indeed limitless. But that does not mean he can summon infinite true energy in an instant. There exists a threshold. Wu Ming's previous slash had reached and exceeded that threshold, which was why it could strike his cheek. In that case, a single strike will extinguish you. Wu Ming's true energy poured into the red pupil like it was free, making the vertical pupil comfortable enough to narrow slightly. Another eye opened on the blade, then a second, a third, until the red pupil opened 3 eyes. Its shape underwent a tremendous change. The guard transformed into a black-red, blooming lotus, with blood flames bursting from the flower's heart, turning into a blade. As true energy continuously poured in, the surging blood flames grew fiercer and farther. Red pupil, eruption state. Wu Ming swung the red pupil and slashed towards the river of sword energy. Chapter 69, Nuclear Explosion, Destruction. Wu Ming swung the crimson eye, its surging blood flames tearing apart everything in its path, cutting out a circular black-red blade of energy. The blade swiftly expanded and slashed out, causing damage that was beyond estimation, and no one at the scene paid any attention. At their level of strength, their very existence was a form of destruction to the world. The gap between them and ordinary people was greater than that between a human and an ant. The crimson eye continued to strike fiercely at the incoming sword energy dragon. Boom! As soon as the two made contact, a wave of energy spread out, instantly vaporizing anyone caught in it into blood mist. The sword energy dragon only held for a moment before being torn apart by the blood flames. Wu Ming, wielding the crimson eye, surged upward, cleaving through the body of the sword energy dragon along the way, the momentum unyielding as he continued to slash at Gu Chongfeng in the sky. Scattered, yet not gathered. Even if infinite, what use is it? Wu Ming's voice mixed with true energy shot towards Gu Chongfeng. Gu Chongfeng, hearing this, remained neither sad nor happy, directing his 3-foot azure blade at Wu Ming. His entire body's true energy igniting, transforming into blazing white thunder. Then, propelled by the elemental energy of heaven and earth, he transformed into a meteor shining with thunder, descending towards Wu Ming. Meteor, swift thunder, and blazing lightning. The crimson eye and the long sword clashed suddenly. Boom! It was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in mid-air, a massive surge of energy flashing, resembling the rise of another sun. Someone far away was watching, and unexpectedly, they were suddenly confronted with this blinding, pure white light, causing them to go blind instantly. The tall buildings reflected shadows in this strong light. Following that was a visible shockwave, transforming into transparent ripples that spread outwards, tearing apart everything in its path. Reinforced concrete seemed like paper at that moment, crushed and vaporized by the shockwave. Columns of smoke shot up into the sky, swirling with burning cars, the wreckage of broken bridges, and even half-ruined skyscrapers. These objects spinning at high speed in the convection. Until the smoke column reached the stratosphere, it suddenly spread out, forming a mushroom cloud with countless gray-black tendrils hanging down, which were surface materials swept up into the high altitude. After a long while, the shockwave had passed, leaving only the slowly descending mushroom cloud. Feihong City was already in ruins. Mo Yanwu had barely pieced together half of his body from the slashes, and was almost healed, but now he had suffered new injuries. Blood flowed from his ears, accompanied by a low-frequency, buzzing sound, and even with his eyes closed, he could see colorful spots of light. Fortunately, the healing effect of true energy was astonishing, and soon his eyes healed. Mo Yinwu slowly opened his eyes to survey the surroundings. Was this Feihong City? The outline of the mushroom cloud was gradually disappearing from his sight, and the sounds of debris from collapsed buildings and car frames falling nearby were deafening. But none of this caught his attention. He looked towards the area where Wu Ming and Gu Changfeng had battled. He saw that the battlefield where Wu Ming and Gu Changfeng fought, the ruins of the Longyuan division, had completely vanished. In its place was a deep pit several kilometers in diameter, where the surface had been melted into a glass-like crust, with dust floating, obscuring the situation of the two. Buildings, cars, and people near the pit had been directly vaporized by this terrifying energy. In the distance, they faced a powerful shockwave, tall buildings shattered, trees uprooted, and the clouds torn apart by an invisible giant hand. Destruction. The entire Feihong city seemed to have been struck by a nuclear bomb, leading to annihilation. The battle between the two was so intense, the destructive power so astonishing. Who had won? Mo Yinwu couldn't help but question himself. Was it really the right decision to break with Gu Changfeng for the sake of dealing with Wu Ming and his talents? He wasn't lamenting the innocent bystanders who died in this battle, nor was he regretting the destruction of Feihong City. He was simply lamenting the loss of his own interests. This was not a decision that maximized his benefits. Just then, a hand rested on Mo Yinwu's shoulder. He felt a chill in his heart. Huh? Who is it? He hadn't sensed anything at all. Naturally, Mo Yinwu couldn't just sit still. He was about to unleash his true energy to break free from the unknown person behind him. But that person's hand felt like a mountain, pinning him down so he couldn't move, and even his energy couldn't unfold. What? Is a Yueying realm expert? In Feihong City, there were only 2 Yueying realm experts. Apart from the city lord Gu Changfeng, there was only Principal Liang Yunpeng of the first high school. However, Liang Yunpeng was a member of the Fusion faction. The Fusion faction was going to strike while Wu Ming and Gu Changfeng were battling. A figure appeared behind Mo Yinwu. He looked middle-aged, clearly living in modern times, yet dressed like an ancient scholar. One hand pressed on Mo Yinwu's shoulder. A detached voice came. Mo Yinwu, long time no see. Why are you so disheveled? Hearing that familiar voice, Mo Yinwu immediately reacted. It was indeed Liang Yunpeng. He was just being pinned down and unable to move, but he could still speak. So he shouted angrily, Liang Yunpeng, don't think you can use this opportunity to rebel against the city lord. You defeated subordinate of the city lord. The pressure suddenly increased, breaking Mo Yinwu's knee, forcing his thigh to the ground. Ugh! Mo Yinwu couldn't help but cry out in pain. Liang Yunpeng coldly replied, hasn't Gu Changfeng taught you the rules of speaking to stronger opponents? Oomph. He snorted coldly and then asked, tell me, who is Gu Changfeng fighting against? His hand moved from Mo Yinwu's shoulder to his neck, saying, there's only one chance, cherish it yourself. A killing intent suddenly appeared, and Mo Yinwu quieted down. He didn't want to die, he wanted to live longer and enjoy more. Yes, it's Wu Ming. The city lord is fighting Wu Ming. Mo Yinwu blurted out, thinking they would find out sooner or later anyway, saying it early didn't matter. It's Wu Ming. An incredulous voice came from behind him. The voice continued in disbelief. How is it possible? Wu Ming can fight Gu Changfeng like this. He stepped in front of Mo Yinwu, his imposing aura surging, saying, are you sure you're not talking nonsense? Wasn't Wu Ming still in the gathering Qi realm before? He could kill a sea of Qi master, and now he can't possibly be evenly matched with Gu Changfeng? Mo Yinwu looked at the robust man in front of him, who was actually Wan Shou, though Mo Yinwu didn't recognize him. But this surging aura indicated another Yueying realm expert, another member of the Fusion faction. It's over. It's really over. Whether Wu Ming or the city lord wins. With such an intense battle, they would undoubtedly be injured, and it would be impossible to withstand under the combined might of these 2 Yueying realm experts. Mo Yinwu was drenched in cold sweat, only able to reply, that person is indeed Wu Ming, I didn't. Before he could finish, Wan Shou lost interest in listening. He clenched his hand. Puffed. Mo Yinwu was like being squeezed by a giant hand, crushed instantly, blood splattering out. Wan Shou coldly said, forget it. I'll see for myself. Whether it's him or not, today Feihong City is destined to change hands. Chapter 70. Gu Changfeng's great explosion. The time rewinds to the moment when Wu Ming's crimson eyes clashed with Gu Changfeng's longsword. Wu Ming was well aware of the destructive power generated by this strike. In his view, The energy produced by this collision was comparable to detonating a nuclear bomb with a yield of 100,000 tons. This would undoubtedly destroy more than 50% of the buildings in Feihong City, resulting in immeasurable casualties. However, it didn't matter anymore. The current Wu Ming was like a player who had reached a breaking point in a game. He didn't care anymore. Let it be total destruction. The blood flames of the crimson eyes pressed against Gu Changfeng's long sword. The two remained locked for just a moment before the surging blood flames shattered the long sword and continued their assault toward Gu Changfeng. Gu Changfeng appeared somewhat flustered, seemingly not expecting the crimson eyes to be so terrifying. Layer upon layer of long swords materialized in front of him, attempting to block the incoming attack. But it was futile. The long swords were sliced apart layer by layer, and fear finally appeared on Gu Changfeng's face. It was too late. The blood flames instantly cut through his body, tearing him in half and extinguishing his life force. Gu Changfeng was dead on the spot. However, soon after, Wu Ming reassembled his two halves, with blood patterns crawling out from the severed edges, quickly covering his entire body. The soldier slave, Gu Changfeng, was born anew. Unlike other soldier slaves, Gu Changfeng had a red vertical stripe on his forehead, resembling an unopened vertical eye. The shattered long swords were also reassembled, covered in blood patterns. This was a significant difference from other soldier slaves. Wu Ming then inquired about what had happened to the Crimson Eyes. The Crimson Eyes trembled and explained to Wu Ming. It turned out that Gu Changfeng was highly compatible with the Crimson Eyes, able to carry its power well, which led to him being infected and transformed into a superior soldier slave. He had gained some of the abilities of the Crimson Eyes, allowing him to devour the vitality of living beings. He could either transmit this devoured vitality to the Crimson Eyes or use it himself, gaining the characteristic of becoming infinitely stronger through slaughter. Superior soldier slaves were rare and could be cultivated as needed. Wu Ming understood from this that Gu Changfeng, in the Void Realm, could be useful and could help handle some trivial matters. Not to mention, he could continue to grow stronger. Direct devouring was not worth it. So, he decided to keep him. As the first soldier slave he intended to retain for the long term, he naturally needed a name. Wu Ming pondered for a moment and said lightly, Gu Changfeng, from now on, you shall be called Jiannu, sword slave. Jiannu stood beside Wu Ming and immediately bowed his head in response, saying, Jiannu understands. Wu Ming nodded and then began to access Jiannu's memories. He always selectively viewed the memories of soldier slaves. Otherwise, with Gu Changfeng's memories spanning hundreds of years, it would take an eternity to go through them. Wu Ming first checked the memories related to the Pure School, and indeed found that the upper echelons of the Pure School wanted to seize his talents. Even though he had known this before, reading it directly from Gu Changfeng's memories felt even more real. He wondered how their faces would look if they knew that he actually had no so-called talent at all. Unfortunately, they would never know. The Fusion School had no place for him, and now even the Pure School could not accommodate him. So, he had no choice but to take on the whole world alone. Next, Wu Ming began to examine the martial arts techniques. When he saw the techniques recorded in Gu Changfeng's memories, he was utterly amazed. Books representing various techniques filled the entire bookshelf. There were thousands of techniques in total. Gu Changfeng truly lived for hundreds of years. His life was not in vain. Hundreds of years might not sound long, but in reality, Gu Changfeng had lived from ancient times to the modern era, experiencing the Crimson Civilization invasion, joining the Pure School, and rising to the position of City Lord. He had gone through so much and accumulated countless techniques. Wu Ming looked through them one by one. First, he excluded some miscellaneous low-level techniques. Then he found a ground-level movement technique, which could only be used by those at least in the Void Realm, white rainbow piercing clouds, and splitting the sky technique. Wu Ming had seen Gu Changfeng use this technique. It transformed into a white rainbow when he first descended upon the Longyuan division. After its application, it could become a rainbow light, moving as fast as a meteor piercing through the clouds and splitting the sky. Next were several top-level sword techniques at the ground-level 9th rank. Heavenly Waterfall, Sword River Dragon, Sword Technique. Swift Thunder Blazing Star, Sword Technique. It was evident that Gu Changfeng had a strong preference for sword techniques, as these were all top tier. He only practiced top-level sword techniques and did not bother with common ones. These techniques were likely what Gu Changfeng used in battle, and judging by his performance, he must have cultivated them to an extremely high level. No wonder Gu Changfeng could dominate Feihong City for years. The other Void Realm Master was simply no match for him. Facing Gu Changfeng, who had mastered several top-level sword techniques, the other Void Realm Master lost without any complaints. Additionally, there were several Void Realm techniques. Jotion star constellation reflecting the meridians technique. 100 meridians, 1,000 cavities, Hun Yuan connecting the meridians technique. These several void realm techniques varied in quality. Together, they were enough for Wu Ming to directly synthesize a top-level void realm technique. According to common sense, a typical person only needs one main technique to cultivate. Having more is unnecessary. This technique is different from martial arts. Cultivating multiple martial arts can still enhance combat power. What was Gu Changfeng doing with so many techniques? Wu Ming discovered in Gu Changfeng's memories that these techniques were used for cross-reference when he first entered the Void Realm. Continuing to look further, Wu Ming saw something astonishing. He found a technique from the God Refinement stage. This guy, Gu Changfeng, had already exchanged for a technique at the God Refinement stage, preparing to break through to the God Sight stage. Suddenly, Wu Ming looked at Jiannu and said, Jiannu, check your contribution points on your Pure School personal terminal. Jiannu naturally complied without resistance, immediately taking out his personal terminal to show Wu Ming. As a martial arts master in the Void Realm with astonishing combat power and as a city lord, earning contribution points should have been as easy as eating and drinking. He should have at least a few million contribution points. However, the contribution points displayed were very few, even less than what Wu Ming had at his peak. Was this reasonable? Clearly not. It seemed he had previously used a large amount of contribution points to exchange for techniques. This must be the origin of that God Refinement stage technique. Wu Ming checked the memories in detail, and indeed, Gu Changfeng had exchanged a significant amount of contribution points for a technique at the God Sight stage decades ago. However, it was this threshold from the Void Realm to the God Sight stage that had stalled him for several decades. During these decades, he had basically remained in Feihong City without taking action, so naturally, his contribution points were few. What was most valuable about Gu Changfeng now was his memories. He perfectly illustrated the idea that only spent contribution points are meaningful contribution points. Unfortunately, all of this now benefited Wu Ming, who would continue to exploit his body. Chapter 71 Fully Filled Acquired. White Rainbow Piercing Cloud Shattering Sky Technique. Acquired Heavenly Waterfall Sword River Swimming Dragon Sword Technique. Acquired Swift Thunder Blazing Star Sword Technique. Acquired Jotion Star Do Reflecting Passage Technique. Acquired Indred Meridien Touzan Ol Mixed Yuan Passage Technique. Acquired Holy Spirit Nurturing Soul Classic. The prompts on the panel cascaded down like a waterfall, directly flooding the screen. The countless martial arts techniques mastered by Gu Changfeng in his lifetime were instantly recorded into the panel by Wu Ming. Regardless of their levels or categories, all were included. Panel merged, fully filled. As Wu Ming's thoughts moved, he saw the progress of the countless techniques on the panel wildly bouncing. Each technique was instantly pushed to perfection. A memory so vast it could be described as terrifying was forcefully stuffed into Wu Ming's mind without any buffer. It was the practice memories and experiences of thousands of martial arts, including several 9th-level Earth-tier sword techniques. Even though Wu Ming's brain processing speed exceeded that of an ordinary person by an unknown number of times, it still crashed as expected. He frowned slightly, eyes tightly closed, receiving and sorting through these memories. The sword servant beside him became alert and automatically took on the task of protecting Wu Ming. The martial arts memories had not yet been fully accepted, and on the panel, the newly synthesized top-tier void control technique had already reached perfection. 1 Yuan Infinite Transformation Passage Technique. As is well known, the void control realm requires the opening of various acupoints in the body to serve as extensions of the Qi Si, allowing for the storage of more true Qi. Moreover, until the void control realm is perfected, the numerous acupoints connect to form a bridge between heaven and earth, allowing one to step into a state of unity with the heavens and humans, from which one can continuously draw the elemental energy of heaven and earth to transform it into true Qi. At this level, the amount of true Qi a martial artist possesses can be called pseudo-infinite, inexhaustible and inexhaustible, making it not a fantasy to flatten a city with a single strike. Even living for 1,000 years, one could watch the changes of the world, the shifting of the seas, and the mulberry fields. The usual void control cultivation techniques only have a total of 365 acupoints to be opened. The techniques Wu Ming acquired from Gu Changfeng's memories had only a little over 10,000 acupoints. But 1 Yuan Infinite Transformation Passage Technique? It has a staggering 129,600 acupoints, corresponding to the number of 1 Yuan. The number of opened acupoints not only means the quantity of stored true Qi, but also indicates the speed of drawing true chi. Suppose each martial artist in the void control realm has a true chi blue bar. Infinite means their blue bar is always in a state of overflowing. But the upper limit of the blue bar is correlated with the extraction efficiency and the amount of true chi that can be stored. How terrifying is 129,600 acupoints? At this moment, Wu Ming's body unconsciously began to float slowly. He was not exerting any effort. It was the elemental energy of heaven and earth spontaneously lifting him into the air. The entire elemental energy of Feihong City was visualized into a river of energy flowing, surrounding Wu Ming as if he were a believer on a pilgrimage. It seemed as if they were escorting the new god to the divine seat high above the heavens. This tremendous change immediately alerted Wan Shou and Liang Yunpeng. Wan Shou had just casually crushed Mo Yanwu and was heading toward the battle center to investigate when he sensed the disturbance in the elemental energy of heaven and earth. This elemental energy was somewhat uncontrollable. What is going on? I am in the void control realm, one with the heavens, and can freely draw the elemental energy of heaven and earth. Liang Yunpeng exclaimed in disbelief beside him. He was not young either and had seen many great sights, but he had never witnessed such an anomaly. He looked at Wan Shou, who was also frowning, and asked, "Brother Wan, how do you feel?" Wan Shou was also puzzled. He had never seen such a situation before. Even if someone practiced a high-level technique and opened many acupoints, in battle, everyone could easily control the elemental energy of heaven and earth. What is this? Directly cutting off others' control rights. Only you can use it. Wan Shou's expression was stern as he shook his head, responding in a calm tone. I feel the same. This elemental energy is far from the previous feeling of being at my fingertips. It is very difficult to extract. I don't know what happened at the center, but we need to take a look. All right, let us see what is going on. Liang Yunpeng was unafraid. How could the two fighters, after reaching such a level, have the energy to deal with them? The two quickly agreed and transformed into beams of light, almost instantaneously arriving above the giant pit. Liang Yunpeng recalled the frustration of being suppressed by Gu Changfeng for decades, and today it would come to an end. A smile of anticipation appeared on his face. Huh, Gu Changfeng, this time you won't escape death. Even if Gu Changfeng did not die in his battle with another master, facing his and Wan Shou's joint attack, he would ultimately meet his demise. There was no other outcome. With a wave of his hand, he stirred up a whirlwind that blew away the dust still hanging in the air below. He then saw Wu Ming floating in the air, surrounded by the elemental energy of heaven and earth, as if seated like a deity high above the heavens. It really was Wu Ming. This child is terrifying. He cannot be left alive. Wan Shou focused and immediately recognized Wu Ming. It turned out that Mo Yanwu was not lying. The one fighting Gu Changfeng was indeed Wu Ming, whose strength had soared to a level Wan Shou could not comprehend in just 2 or 3 days. Not only that, in Wan Shou's eyes, Wu Ming was now also causing an unknown change in the elemental energy of heaven and earth, making it difficult for these veteran void control realm practitioners to control it. If he's allowed to develop further, will he not directly break through Blue Star? At this moment, Wu Ming had just experienced a fierce battle, and with his eyes tightly shut, he was in a poor state, making it a perfect opportunity to seize him. Wan Shou's thoughts moved, and his hand reached out, wanting to capture Wu Ming. At this time, after Wu Ming perfected the void control technique, 1 Yuan infinite transformation passage technique, he found that the divine realm technique, Holy Spirit nurturing soul classic, had also reached perfection. This moment of perfection in the divine realm technique made Wu Ming feel a bit drowsy. He knew it was because the suddenly perfected technique was transforming him. Even so, his increasingly powerful spiritual force allowed him to grasp everything around him clearly. Wan Shou's attack felt as slow as a snail in his perception. He thought to himself, where did these 2 wild dogs come from? Then, Wu Ming slightly opened his eyes, emitting a fleeting, terrifying light, locking eyes with Wan Shou for a moment before slowly closing them again. However, just this casual glance caused Wan Shou to feel a splitting headache, as if his soul were being torn in half, and it felt like someone was chiseling at his brain. Blood uncontrollably flowed from his 7 orifices. Damn, what happened? Wan Shou was horrified. He hadn't even seen how Wu Ming made his move. He just locked eyes with him. And how did he almost die? Such a method. Could it be that of a spirit refinement stage expert? He had a suspicion in his heart, but dared not fully believe it. Chapter 72. Breaking through 2 realms in a row. Get out of the way. Liang Yunpeng's shout exploded in the ears of Wan Shou. Before Wan Shou could recover from being heavily injured by Wu Ming's glare, He heard Liang Yunping shout and instinctively dodged with his body before his mind could react. However, it was still too slow. A streak of red and white sword energy whizzed by and instantly disappeared into the clouds, casually severing one of Wan Shou's arms in the process. What a fast sword, what a sharp sword energy, Wan Shou thought to himself. He reacted quickly, catching the falling severed arm and pressing it against the stump. With his body that had been injected with numerous genetic agents, the arm was reattached in an instant. His 5 fingers moved, appearing as good as new. Seeing Wan Shou's healing speed, Liang Yunpeng couldn't help but glance at him. However, they quickly turned their attention to the source of the sword energy. There, the figure of the sword slave slowly floated upwards. A red vertical scar marked his brow, and his long hair, seemingly dyed, danced in the wind with a mix of red and black, holding a long sword imprinted with blood patterns. The sword energy just now must have been struck by this sword. That guy Gu Changfeng not only survived the recent battle, but seemed to be even stronger than before. Wan, what should we do? Liang Yunpeng's brows furrowed deeply as he asked Wan Shou. First, Wan Shou was severely injured by Wu Ming's glare, and now Gu Changfeng's combat power was increasing. Although Wu Ming had closed his eyes again and ignored them, just Gu Changfeng alone made Liang Yunpeng feel like retreating. He was definitely not Gu Changfeng's opponent. Wan Shou first glanced in Wu Ming's direction, still haunted by the lingering fear of Wu Ming's glare. Now he found himself in a difficult position. If Wu Ming truly achieved the God-seeing realm, they might as well commit suicide, as they would have no chance of victory. But if they just ran away, how would he explain it to his master? He feared that what awaited him would be worse than death, more painful than suicide. Before Wan Shou could think through the situation, the sword energy struck again. Seeing this, Wan Shou snorted coldly. He had just been intimidated and severely injured by Wu Ming's glare, which was why he had foolishly taken that sword energy hit. Did he want to use the same trick again? If it weren't for the fear of the God-seeing realm's power, would he be afraid of Gu Changfeng? He was not a waste like Liang Yunpeng. Black crystalline scales instantly covered his right arm, and then his right hand suddenly reached out, directly intercepting and crushing the sharp, swift sword energy. The shattered sword energy scattered in all directions, plowing deep grooves into the ruins. The sword slave, disregarding Liang Yunpeng and Wan Shou, only knew that someone wanted to attack Wu Ming, and he would kill them directly. Pointing his long sword at Wan Shou, the sword slave unleashed his true energy, which coalesced in his swirling, crackling lightning on his body surface. In an instant, he transformed into a blazing red and white meteor, tearing through the void with destructive power. Shooting towards Wan Shou, meteor, swift thunder, and fiery electricity. Watching Gu Changfeng approaching, Wan Shou not only felt no fear, but instead sneered. He did not know that Gu Changfeng had become a soldier slave, intent on killing them. He thought, this guy Gu Changfeng is giving face but doesn't know when to back down, making others think Wan Shou is afraid of him. Since that's the case, let us kill Gu Changfeng first. A massive amount of true energy suddenly gathered in Wan Shou's right arm. The already strong right arm, covered in black crystalline scales, began to swell and roll like a living thing, with the heads of countless birds and beasts appearing between the muscles, making his right arm grow larger and larger, severely disproportionate to his body. Finally, the muscles intertwined to form a fierce dragon head, replacing his fist. Dragon devour. Wan Shou bowing down. Roar. Wan Shou shouted and suddenly swung his pillar-like right arm. This dragon-headed, fierce right fist, carrying a devastating momentum, smashed towards the red and white meteor. In that moment, the two collided. For a moment, heaven and earth fell silent. The collision was no less intense than the previous clash between Wu Ming and Gu Changfeng, and the terrifying energy once again swept across Feihong City. Liang Yunpeng, unable to intervene, even failed to run away in time, directly faced the energy unleashed from the collision of the two deadly moves. Even though he was also at the sky control realm, there was a gap. There was a world of difference between Liang Yunpeng and Gu Changfeng, Wan Shou. Otherwise, Gu Changfeng wouldn't have been able to suppress him for years. The strong light cast Liang Yunpeng's figure into an eerie silhouette. The explosive energy instantly engulfed him. Countless thoughts flashed through Liang Yunpeng's mind. It turned out he was just a pawn in this battle. Anyone else could easily kill him. In reality, Liang Yunpeng was not a pawn. He was also an old being who had survived for hundreds of years, having seen the ebb and flow of clouds and great events. He was also a genius, a rare talent capable of achieving the sky control realm. He was just an ordinary sky control realm warrior. Unfortunately, in this battle, there was no one ordinary besides him. Liang Yunpeng had thought Wan Shou would be strong, but he never expected him to be this outrageous. He also never thought that the two of them would directly unleash deadly moves without considering his presence. After reflecting, he was confronted with the fear of death. He was about to die, directly facing such terrifying energy. Just when Liang Yunpeng thought he was about to die recklessly in the aftermath of the battle between the two warriors of the same realm, a snap. A finger snap echoed. In such an environment, comparable to a nuclear explosion site, how could someone snap their fingers? How could the sound of that snap be clear enough to reach my ears? Liang Yunpeng had many questions in his heart. But what happened next shocked him even more. The terrifying energy ball formed by the collision of the sword slave and Wan Shou actually stopped expanding, no longer devouring everything. Instead, it began to shrink gradually. This nuclear explosion-like energy was actually being reversed. No, it wasn't being reversed. It was being suppressed. An unknown and immense power was suppressing this energy, comparable to a nuclear explosion. The energy ball became smaller and smaller until it revealed the figures of Gu Changfeng and Wan Shou. Both of them, like Liang Yunpeng, were frozen in place, unable to move. The energy ball was finally compressed to the size of a marble, floating to the side. Liang Yunpeng's gaze followed the energy ball to a person's side. The energy ball floated in front of him. It was the man who had previously severely injured Wan Shou with a single glare, Wu Ming. At this moment, he had opened his eyes, looking no different from usual, but his pupils were even deeper in color. As he waved his hand, the energy ball suddenly shot towards the sky. Boom! A bright light, layered with sunlight, shone down from above, illuminating the people below in a pale hue. The shockwave, after traveling a long distance, transformed into a slightly stronger wind that brushed past, stirring up only a bit of dust. A crisis comparable to a nuclear explosion was thus resolved. Liang Yunpeng survived by a hair's breadth, feeling fortunate. He knew he had temporarily lived on. But looking at this being who was countless times stronger than Wan Shou and Gu Changfeng, he realized he was doomed. Chapter 73. Witnessing the power of the divine after launching an energy ball comparable to a nuclear explosion into the sky, Wu Ming released the suppression at the scene. The reason Wu Ming chose to detonate the energy ball high in the sky rather than allowing it to explode again over the ruins of Feihong City was not out of desire to protect the ordinary people of the city, but simply because he found the noise bothersome. In fact, the ordinary people of Feihong City, as well as some slightly weaker martial artists, had already died in the first collision that was akin to a nuclear explosion. Throughout, Wu Ming never considered himself a so-called Blue Star person. He came from his hometown in a past life. Blue Star was merely a starting point on his journey, and he was just a passerby. He felt no guilt for those who perished in the aftermath of the battle. He was not a saint here to save the world. His goal from the beginning was to become stronger, strong enough that nothing could restrain him anymore. It was as if he were playing a game with a high degree of realism and freedom. If the rewards from NPCs were good, he might do something for them. If he was unhappy, he could kill and massacre without hesitation. In short, he would do whatever he wanted. The myriad beasts were fixed in place, unable even to move their pupils, their eyes filled with fear and despair. The oppressive force was terrifying. Not only was he suppressed to the point of immobility, but the energy that rivaled a nuclear explosion was compressed to the size of a marble. It was simply unprecedented, directly refreshing his worldview. There was no way to fight back, and he couldn't see even a glimmer of hope for victory. Suddenly, Wan Beast felt his whole body relax. The suppression had vanished. Escape. His legs were weak, but he had to run, although he didn't know why the suppression was lifted by Wu Ming, nor what consequences running away at this moment might have. It did not hinder his escape. He only knew that if he stayed here and faced Wu Ming, it would only lead to death, and he had not yet lived enough. The air was torn apart by Wan Beast's figure as he broke the sound barrier, leaving behind an afterimage. He ran at an unprecedented speed. With a clear path ahead, a smile of someone who had survived a disaster appeared on Wan Beast's face. Did he succeed? He had succeeded. Wu Ming did not stop him. He had escaped. Just then, a voice mixed with fluctuations of spiritual power rolled over. You ran away? You just ran away. Come back. Wu Ming stood with his arms crossed, looking indifferently in the direction Wan Beast had fled. The voice was clearly Wu Ming's. Wan Beast naturally heard it and thought to himself, is this person crazy? Am I supposed to go back just because he says so? Go back to die? I'm not stupid. However, what he thought in his heart was one thing, and what his body did was another. One thing led to another. Before he could react, his body defied his will and shot back faster than when he had fled. Wan Beast was dumbfounded. He clearly wanted to run away. But how could he be running back? His body was completely out of his control. Wu Ming stood with his hands behind his back, watching one beast rush back in a hurry, lying prostrate on the ground, and said, "You are one beast? Did Albert send you to kill me in Fei Hong City?" Having read Lin Shan's memories earlier, Wu Ming naturally recognized Wan Beast's appearance. However, Wan Beast had been lurking in the shadows and did not understand how Wu Ming could recognize him, or even know his master Albert's name. Not knowing Wu Ming's intentions, Wan Beast's mind instinctively wanted to shake his head in denial, but his mouth involuntarily spoke the truth. Wan Beast was already numb. His body completely obeyed Wu Ming's commands. Although his mind said no, his body obediently did everything. This ability Wan Beast had heard of. It resembled the ability said to be possessed only by those who had reached the perfection of the divine vision realm. After reaching the perfection of the sky control realm, martial artists needed to meditate repeatedly to awaken what was known as spiritual power. Although Gu Changfeng had long exchanged for the techniques of the divine vision realm, he had been stuck and unable to advance to that realm for decades. Perhaps this step was difficult. Perhaps Gu Changfeng's mind was not calm enough. The specific reasons were no longer traceable. After awakening spiritual power, one had to continuously meditate to nourish and strengthen it until it reached its maximum value, unable to grow any further. Spiritual power was a new organ for martial artists, radiating outward. Even if martial artists were deaf and blind, they could still perceive their surroundings clearly and hear everything distinctly, even observing things that ordinary organs could not. Even if a martial artist were mute, they could project their thoughts into the minds of others. Of course, the specific range depended on the individual martial artist and was determined by various factors. Powerful spiritual power could even distort the will of living beings, achieving effects including but not limited to erasing, reading, rewriting memories, concealing one's presence, and directly controlling beings whose spiritual power was weaker than their own. Indeed, having reached this step, even without the red eye, Wu Ming's perfect spiritual power in the divine vision realm already allowed him to read others' memories and gain techniques. It was said that the powerful beings of the myriad manifestations realm could not only distort living beings, but also distort reality and all things. Moreover, spiritual power could amplify true energy. With the aid of spiritual power, true energy could spread further and be controlled more precisely. Wan Beast speculated that the reason he was out of control was that Wu Ming had distorted his will or directly controlled him. Did that mean Wu Ming was already a powerful being of the divine vision realm? Wan Beast was utterly despairing. He could no longer survive. At this moment, he firmly believed that Wu Ming would definitely become the #1 martial artist of Blue Star. Any sect, whether crimson or pure, would undoubtedly be trampled underfoot by Wu Ming. With a significant breakthrough every day, who among them would dare claim to be invincible or undefeated? What was Albert to Wu Ming? Wan Beast decided to change masters today and serve Wu Ming as his lord. Meanwhile, Liang Yunpeng watched this scene unfold. Wan Beast had indeed been defeated. Even someone as strong as him had not had the opportunity to strike, lying prostrate before Wu Ming like a dead dog. Liang Yunpeng realized he needed to take action rather than waiting idly for death. He listened as Wan Beast revealed information about the fusion sect and Albert. Liang Yunpeng's heart stirred. At this point, perhaps the only way to survive was to invoke Lord Albert's name. Feigning calmness, he spoke lightly. "Wu Ming, you know Lord Albert? After your fight with Gu Changfeng, you've destroyed Fei Hong City like this. The pure sect can no longer tolerate you. At this point, if you ally with Lord Albert, you might have a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, you can wait for the two sects to hunt you down. Blue Star will no longer have a place for you." After speaking, Liang Yunpeng looked at Wu Ming, waiting for his reaction. Unexpectedly, Wan Beast was faster than Wu Ming and instantly appeared in front of Liang Yunpeng. "Brother Wan." Liang Yunpeng was puzzled. Crack! Wan Beast's right hand was on Liang Yunpeng's neck, and in the blink of an eye, he twisted it, pulling out his entire spine. Liang Yunpeng was dead. Chapter 74. Open your eyes. Crimson Eyes Liang Yunpeng was baffled. Not only was Liang Yunpeng confused, but Wu Ming also found it hard to understand. He had simply asked the 10,000 beasts to come back and talk about the fusion faction and the Scarlet Nobles. How did this 10,000 beasts end up snapping his own teammate's neck? Wu Ming hadn't instructed him to do that. Did he do it on his own? Was it a deliberate attack on my teammate? This was even more perplexing. After killing Liang Yunpeng, the 10,000 beasts suddenly turned to Wu Ming, showing a respectful expression with a hint of fervor in his eyes. He said, "My lord, just now Liang Yunpeng spoke disrespectfully, and I have instantly executed him. In my opinion, what Albert The fusion faction or the pure faction represent are nothing but trivial matters before you, my lord. With your talent, dominating Blue Star is as easy as pie. I have offended you before, but I am now willing to abandon the darkness and turn to the light, becoming a weapon in your hands, ready to be commanded by you. After saying this, the 10,000 beasts fixed his gaze on Wu Ming. So, he killed his teammate to pledge allegiance? Wasn't he this guy Albert's dog? Now he wanted to serve him as a master? What a three-family servant. In his past life, Wu Ming had seen many supporting characters in novels and dramas intimidated by the protagonist's dominance, bowing down in submission. But this was the first time he had seen it in reality, and he was the protagonist. Wu Ming scratched his head, which was a rare gesture for him. When it came to killing, he wouldn't even blink. But in this situation, all right, Wu Ming readily agreed. This was simple enough. Whether he was genuinely submitting or tried to escape death didn't matter. Crimson Eyes would take action. In fact, even if the 10,000 beasts hadn't mentioned it, Wu Ming would have turned him into a soldier slave. After all, how could he waste such high-quality material that could match the sword slave? Seeing Wu Ming agree, the 10,000 beasts couldn't contain his joy. Great, great, great. Not only could he escape death, but he could also follow the formidable Wu Ming, who was strong in both ability and potential. With Wu Ming's potential, if he maintained this advancement speed within a month, he would probably be able to punch the pure faction and kick the fusion faction, dominating Blue Star. And as a senior figure by Wu Ming's side, even if he only got a share of the spoils, it would be countless times better than now. At this moment, he felt just like when he had allied with Albert back then, having made an incredibly correct choice. As for now, Albert? Who is that? Not familiar. Looking at the overjoyed 10,000 beasts, Wu Ming said lightly, "Come here." The 10,000 beasts walked up to Wu Ming. "You were previously my enemy, and now you want to join me. I'll give you a method to prevent your betrayal, which is quite reasonable, right?" Wu Ming said calmly. "Reasonable. Reasonable." The 10,000 beasts nodded eagerly. Indeed, it was reasonable. Just like Albert, who had planted a creature in him to control his life and death to ensure loyalty. However, it didn't matter. With Wu Ming's current strength, Albert was no longer his match. All he had to do was guide him to confront Albert and kill him. Once the host died, the creature inside him would naturally perish. Just as the 10,000 beasts was planning everything in his mind, suddenly, Crimson Eyes slashed across his neck. The 10,000 beasts looked at Wu Ming in confusion. His puzzled expression seemed to say, "Didn't you say you would spare me? Why did you turn around and kill me?" "It's just a method. Don't make a fuss." Wu Ming patted his shoulder, expressionless. Blood patterns crawled out from the severed neck of the 10,000 beasts, gradually spreading across his entire body like nematodes. Even some of his scales were not spared, all covered in blood patterns. Wu Ming circled around, examining this soldier slave, and clicked his tongue in admiration. "Not bad, not bad, another high-quality soldier slave. From now on, you will be the beast slave." The beast slave, which was the 10,000 beasts, immediately responded, "The beast slave understands." Wu Ming nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, the beast slave let out a muffled grunt, and the blood patterns on his body lit up. His chest flesh burst open, squeezing out an oval-shaped egg-like object. This object was transparent on the surface, and there seemed to be an unknown creature moving inside. Sensing the change in the environment, the creature inside suddenly became agitated, continuously banging against the shell until it shattered. It burst out, revealing a leech-like creature, but unlike a leech, it moved exceptionally quickly and was much larger, its elongated body covered in round mouths. Upon noticing Wu Ming in front of it, the creature first contracted its body, then sprang forward, aiming at Wu Ming's face. Disgusting little thing. A massive amount of true energy pressed it in midair, its mouth parts gnawing, seeming to even devour true energy. However, Wu Ming didn't give it a chance. Terrifying true energy twisted it into a twisted shape, green liquid splattering out, looking quite plump. "Beast slave, what is this thing?" This ugly little creature didn't seem like a being from Blue Star, piquing Wu Ming's curiosity. The beast slave explained, "This is a type of alien creature egg implanted in me by the Scarlet Noble Albert. He has the ability to control it, allowing it to break its shell and devour my blood and true energy. This thing grows larger and stronger the more it eats, and can completely consume a martial artist's body and true energy in a short period. Extremely terrifying." So, this was something Albert had implanted in the beast slave to ensure loyalty. But now that it was destroyed, Albert would likely notice. No matter. After finishing up in Fei Hong City, he would go kill him. It shouldn't take too long. With that thought, Wu Ming's massive true energy covered the entire city. A black-red lotus slowly formed, enveloping Fei Hong City. At this point, Fei Hong City was temporarily isolated from the outside. No one could enter or escape unless someone stronger than Wu Ming appeared. Lotus rise. Blood sacrificed to crimson eyes. Open your eyes, crimson eyes. Crimson eyes slowly floated into the sky. The essence and spirit of the deceased beings had not yet dissipated and began to float towards crimson eyes, being devoured. Sword slave, you go southeast. Beast slave, you go northwest. Kill all the remaining high-level figures and noble families from both factions in the city. Blood sacrifice to crimson eyes. Oh, and the Zhao family can be spared. Although Zhao Ruofeng approached him for interests, he had given him great help in the early stages. Yes, the sword slave and beast slave received their orders and transformed into rainbow lights, shooting off in opposite directions. In the Li family, Li Gaozheng and Li Gaoli stood in a relatively intact building, looking towards the center of the battlefield. Thanks to the Li family's distance from the battlefield center and the protection of two people, the damage they suffered was not too severe. Big brother, do you think the 10,000 beasts and Liang Yunpeng can defeat Gu Changfeng? Definitely. They can easily do it. Besides, they will capture Wu Ming, avenging Zheng Kuan, losing his beloved son and being unable to take revenge, especially as he watched the enemy grow stronger. He was nearly driven mad. But this time, Wu Ming was doomed. At that moment, a rainbow light shot over, snapping his thoughts back to reality. It's Lord 10,000 Beasts. He heard his second brother shout, It's Lord 10,000 Beasts. It looks like we've won, and Wu Ming is finished. The beast slave hovered above the Li family, punching down, with true energy gathering into a fist print that smashed towards the Li family. Boom! In an instant, the Li family was flattened. A dense mass of essence and spirit transformed into threads, converging towards crimson eyes. The vertical eyes on the blade of crimson eyes opened one by one. In the midst of confusion, the Li family was annihilated. Chapter 75. The Forbidden Codex, just as the beast slave expelled the insect eggs from its body, outside the city. At Albert's manor. What? Albert shouted angrily, slamming his palm onto the ground, creating spiderweb-like cracks. His previously seated figure suddenly sat up. Just now, he had lost contact with a blue star servant, who was none other than the beast of all. This meant that the parasitic creature within the beast of all had died. What about the beast of all itself? Did it die along with the parasitic creature? Or did it kill the parasitic creature and then rebel? Damn it, he couldn't accept either outcome. Among the Crimson Nobles, there are also hierarchies. His title was already low, and he entered the scene late. The beast of all was the only one under his command who could fly, and it was his strongest combat force. Cultivating strong individuals was not an easy task. The powerful being he had invested a lot of resources and time into nurturing was just gone like that, in what he thought was an absolutely secure Fei Hong City. It was gone. The loss of the beast of all was not the main issue. The key point was that he couldn't produce another combat force like that in a short time. What could he use to compete with the other Crimson Nobles? Fei Hong City was supposed to be his foundation, and now, not only had he not secured Fei Hong City, but he had also lost his main general. For a moment, Albert was overwhelmed with thoughts. Sigh, it seemed he wouldn't have a chance to share in the big cake of Blue Star this time. However, it would be impossible for him to suffer a loss silently. Was it the pure faction, Gu Changfeng, or that Wu Ming? He needed to find out. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to oppose him was doomed. Blood and flesh surged through him as he extended countless tentacles, instantly sucking all the personnel in the manor into dried meat. Then a pair of enormous flesh wings erupted from his back, and he soared toward Fei Hong City. In Fei Hong City, under the irrigation of the spirit of nearly the entire city, the Crimson Eye reopened its three eyes. Previously, during Wu Ming's battle against Gu Changfeng, after a large infusion of his true energy, the Crimson Eye had also opened three eyes, but that was temporary. Only the spirit derived from devouring living beings could permanently open its vertical pupils. Moreover, it wasn't limited to three vertical pupils. As resources were continuously devoured by the Crimson Eye, the remaining vertical pupils began to tremble as well. The fourth, the fifth. The figures of the Sword Slave and Beast Slave appeared on either side of Wu Ming. Is everything done? Wu Ming asked lightly. All the orders from a master have been completed. The two answered. Wu Ming nodded, indicating that he understood. The spirit gathered over here had noticeably decreased. Until all the spirit was consumed, the sixth vertical pupil of the Crimson Eye trembled for a long time, but still did not open. The blood sacrifice had ended, and the growth of the Crimson Eye had come to a halt. It floated in the air, and its 5 open vertical pupils rotated and surveyed the surroundings. If an ordinary person dared to look, they would immediately fall into a mirage of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, falling into madness at best, or having their souls directly devoured and dying on the spot at worst. If they were targeted by its vertical pupils, they would be directly drained of their spirit from afar, turning into a dried corpse. Wu Ming extended his hand, as if beckoning his little dog to come over. The crimson eye, which had been in standby mode, turned its 5 eyes toward Wu Ming simultaneously, and it immediately understood, flying toward him. Due to its excessive speed, the blade left a trail of red light, then urgently hovered in front of Wu Ming. Good dog. Wu Ming's hand landed on the crimson eye, stroking its blade, and the vertical pupils on it squinted in satisfaction. Despite the crimson eye appearing as if it were about to grow a tail and wag like a helicopter rotor in a pleasing manner, if it were someone else, they would probably be consumed the moment they touched it. As Wu Ming grasped the hilt of the crimson eye, it instantly merged into his body, forming a blood-colored vertical pupil imprint on the back of his hand. At this point, all the utilizable value of Feihong City had been drained by Wu Ming. As the first Blue Star City where Wu Ming reincarnated, it had virtually all merged into the crimson eye, forever accompanying him. Although it had been destroyed now, Wu Ming would always remember it. Suddenly, a gray shadow smashed down from the sky toward Wu Ming and the sword slave, beast slave, and others on the ground. He had wings sprouting from his back, crimson long hair, and blood-red eyes wide open. It was Albert. How dare you betray me, beast of all? Seeing the beast of all obediently standing beside Wu Ming, Albert's furious voice mixed with sonic booms fell like thunder. Master, be careful, the beast slave and sword slave said in unison. The sword slave formed a sword seal, and a dense array of blood-colored long swords layered upon each other was generated in Albert's path. Albert's flesh core pumped with power, his flesh rolling, and his arms suddenly swelled and thickened, growing patches of diamond-shaped silver scales. Then, these robust arms clasped together and slammed heavily against the blood-colored long sword shield formed by the overlapping long swords. Boom! Like a withering branch, these arms easily broke through a large number of blood-colored long swords, directly piercing through this blood-colored sword shield. A smile crept at the corner of Albert's mouth. Huh! The Blue Star people only know about the advanced technology of their crimson civilization and the prowess of their cosmic fleet. Do they think that their individual combat strength is weak? Yes, in terms of limits, perhaps their individual combat strength indeed cannot compare to martial artists. But if they use the Crimson Nobility's innate ability, flesh core, to transform into the creatures recorded in the Forbidden Codex, capturing a small Feihong city would be a piece of cake. The Forbidden Codex is a unique technique of the Crimson Civilization, accessible only to the Crimson Nobility. It records 9 unmatched powerful creatures, along with detailed descriptions of their body tissues. The purpose is to enable each Crimson Noble to master the transformation methods corresponding to these creatures. These 9 creatures were not races conquered by the Crimson Civilization during interstellar colonization, but rather numerous corpses discovered during their interstellar journey. These corpses either had immense physical strength or possessed unique abilities. Ultimately, only these 9 creatures were successfully dissected and analyzed to create the Forbidden Codex for future generations to learn from. However, even Crimson Nobles cannot study all the contents of the Forbidden Codex. The higher the noble's rank, the earlier the codex they can study. For someone of Albert's rank, he could only learn about the creatures in the last Forbidden Codex. It is worth mentioning that the 9 creatures in the Forbidden Codex have extremely complex physiological structures, and every layer of body structure is incredibly difficult. Albert has studied for many years and has barely mastered partial transformations of these creatures and their complete transformations. The same reasoning applies to the transformation of Crimson Nobles into martial artists. Crimson Nobles can transform into ordinary Blue Star people, but cannot directly become martial artists of corresponding realms. This is because the structural differences between martial artists and ordinary Blue Star people are too great, as if they were not the same species. And the physical structure of martial artists is overly complex. Only by transforming into ordinary Blue Star people and personally experiencing cultivation, breaking through, and becoming fully familiar with their bodies can Crimson Nobles transform into martial artists of corresponding realms. Chapter 76, The Ninth Taboo, The Dragon. Seeing Albert smash through the blood-colored sword shield of the sword slave, he continued to kill downwards. I'll come. The beast slave roared, leaping forward to block Albert. Albert easily broke through the layers of blood-colored long swords of the sword slave, and the beast slave naturally would not underestimate him, especially since he had memories of Albert and understood how strong he was. Dragon Devourer, all beasts bow down. As soon as the beast slave made his move, it was a killing blow. His right arm swelled and thickened, muscles coiling into countless heads of flying birds and beasts, and at the fist's edge, the muscles twisted into a fierce dragon head. He swung this right arm like a massive steel pillar, smashing down towards Albert. Albert knew that he was the one who had cultivated the myriad beasts to the sky sovereign realm. He was fully aware of the myriad beasts' killing move. The moment the myriad beasts attacked, they used their killing move on him, which only fueled his anger further. The killing intent in Albert's eyes intensified, and he coldly smiled, saying, "What a treacherous white-eyed wolf. Watch me first cripple you, then kill your master in front of you, and finally make you wish for death, but be unable to find it." After saying that, he smashed his right arm, covered in silver diamond scales, towards the beast slave. This punch was plain and unadorned, without using any martial arts or even a boost of true energy, relying purely on raw physical strength. However, its might was extremely terrifying. The silver scales on the fist glowed due to the high-speed friction with the air, resembling a meteor entering the atmosphere, as his right arm suddenly tore through the sound barrier, piercing through layers of obstacles to meet the beast slave's killing move. Boom! The two fists collided, and the beast slave's right arm, like a steel pillar, was suddenly torn apart. The fierce dragon head exploded, the arm's muscles snapped, and the entire right arm was directly shattered by this immense force. The remaining body of the beast slave was propelled by this force, shooting towards Wu Ming. Wu Ming's true energy surged, deflecting the beast slave away, and finally, his body was shot into the ground, carving out a deep trench. Wu Ming crossed his arms, slightly raising an eyebrow, carefully examining Albert. It was no wonder he was curious, as it was his first time seeing an alien. This also fulfilled one of his childhood wishes from his previous life. He then began to assess the strength of this alien named Albert. His gaze swept over Albert's pair of flesh wings and his arms covered in silver scales. Very strong, at least a tier above the beast slave and sword slave. Moreover, Albert had not used the power of a martial artist, only relying on the physical strength of this transformed creature. He hadn't even fully transformed. Just a partial change granted him such power. This made Wu Ming curious. What kind of alien creature is this, with such high physical strength? With just one punch, Albert had obliterated the beast slave's killing move along with his right arm, leaving him in a state of near death. After dealing with the beast slave, he turned his gaze to Wu Ming. He certainly recognized Wu Ming, the one who had thwarted his plans multiple times. Moreover, Albert had just understood that Gu Changfeng and the myriad beasts referred to Wu Ming as their master, indicating that he was indeed problematic. Perhaps he was the instigator of the upheaval in Feihong City. Wu Ming is just a lowly blue star person. As a noble scarlet aristocrat, it should be his honor to seize his talents and transform into his body. Yet he, instead of being grateful, dared to resist, truly a case of seeking death. After struggling for so long, in the end, he would still fall into his hands. Albert's expression was arrogant, with part of his body transformed. He stood over 2 meters tall, now looking down proudly at Wu Ming. There was no way. He had absolute dominance over sky sovereign martial artists. Even if Wu Ming was stronger than the myriad beasts, how much stronger could he be? And he could end the myriad beasts with just one punch. In his eyes, Wu Ming was absolutely no match for him. Albert's gaze fell on Wu Ming's lips, thanks to his powerful dynamic vision. He knew Wu Ming was speaking even before the sound reached him. Albert's lips curled slightly, wondering, is he trying to beg for mercy? At this point, does he still think of reconciliation? Albert would never agree. He wanted to torment Wu Ming to the extreme, then seize his talents. At this moment, Wu Ming's voice came through. Hey, that alien, your current transformed alien creature is quite interesting. Aren't you considering a complete transformation? At this level, I could kill you with one punch. Albert's smile froze, turning cold. They say blue star people are slick-tongued. Now it seems that's true. Still being tough when death is imminent. Wu Ming showed a grim smile, too lazy to say much more, instantly appearing before Albert. So fast that even Albert's dynamic vision couldn't fully see Wu Ming's movement trajectory. Albert's flesh core suddenly constricted. His body instinctively warned him that death was approaching. He obeyed his body and hurriedly released the authority of the flesh core, allowing his body's instincts to roll out the material energy within and transform into its strongest form. However, Wu Ming's attack had already arrived. He was in midair, and his body spun before his front leg struck down. Boom! Wu Ming's front leg struck between Albert's shoulder and neck as easily as slicing through tofu. However, as the front leg sliced deeper, Wu Ming felt increasing resistance. Something was being released from within Albert, rapidly transforming his body and increasing its strength. Despite this, the kick still sent Albert deep underground, crashing into the earth for thousands of meters, fracturing the ground and creating cracks wide enough to fit a car. Wu Ming hovered in the air, gazing at the profound, massive fissure on the ground. Soon, the ground began to tremble violently, as if a colossal creature was moving beneath it. At the same time, a blazing white light overflowed from the cracks, appearing magnificent. But Wu Ming quickly understood what was happening. He slightly turned to the side, accompanied by a buzzing sound, and then a blazing white energy column, entwined with lightning and flames, pierced through the earth, brushing past him and shooting into the sky, the radiating energy distorting the air. Seeing that this energy column did not hit Wu Ming, it continued to follow the direction he moved in. This energy column tore through the ground, leaving an extremely wide charred mark on the surface. After spraying for a while, this energy column gradually extinguished. The ground's tremors grew stronger until a large bulge formed on the surface. Boom! A giant beast burst forth from the earth. A pair of fleshy wings with a wingspan exceeding 200 meters spread wide, instantly blocking the sun and casting a massive shadow on the ground, covered in silver diamond scales. Its whole body was covered in these silver scales. Its limbs touched the ground, with well-defined muscle contours and sharp claws at the ends. Its head resembled that of a crocodile, adorned with golden vertical pupils, and it had silver crystalline dragon horns growing from its head. These crystals extended along the spine, like bone spurs protruding from the spine. Wu Ming looked at this giant beast and thought to himself, "Isn't this a dragon?" Chapter 77. The dragon car stopped. Are there really giant dragons in the universe? Wu Ming thought to himself as he watched Albert burst out from the ground. Having absorbed many memories from the fusion faction, Wu Ming naturally knew that the Scarlet Nobility could transform into other races. The fact that Albert had transformed into a dragon-like form clearly indicated that there truly existed a dragon race in the universe, which the Scarlet Nobility could use as a template for transformation. However, he wondered whether this dragon was a race colonized and enslaved by the Scarlet civilization or an individual they had accidentally stumbled upon. Albert flapped its enormous silver-white wings, creating a hurricane powerful enough to blow away reinforced concrete, and then soared into the sky, looking down at Wu Ming. Its golden vertical pupil coldly regarded Wu Ming, and its massive jaws opened and closed, producing a sound like rolling thunder. "Lowly race, you have completely angered me. Die beneath the forbidden creature. It will be your honor." The giant beast suddenly pounced, its forelimbs with sharp claws slashing through the air, creating 5 cutting strikes purely with physical strength. The strikes sliced through the air at an angle, shooting towards Wu Ming. However, these seemingly powerful strikes failed to even cut through Wu Ming's protective true energy. Some were dissipated on the spot, while others were deflected away. Boom! A forelimb covered in silver scales immediately pressed down on the spot where Wu Ming stood. This forelimb was much thicker than a building's load-bearing column and carried terrifying force, pressing down into the ground as easily as pressing tofu. This strike produced a thunderous sound as it struck the earth, generating shockwaves powerful enough to shake mountains. Gone? So fast, Albert thought to itself. It felt no feedback of impact in its grasp, realizing that Wu Ming had vanished and evaded. Behind me, without needing to turn around, its various sensory organs informed it that someone was behind. Albert's tail, with a speed inconsistent with its body, instantly whipped around, bringing tremendous force to strike at Wu Ming, shattering the air as it aimed to directly obliterate him. Boom! The massive tail was stopped. Albert sensed something was amiss and quickly turned to see Wu Ming had extended a hand, effortlessly halting its tail strike. What? At that moment, Albert deeply realized the chasm-like gap between itself and Wu Ming. Not only that, but Albert was now completely immobilized, a vast force swirling in the air, pinning it firmly in place. This power was strong and forceful, as if an adult could easily crush a small gecko. Moreover, this force seemed to be inexhaustible, showing no signs of fatigue, but rather growing stronger, as if it intended to crush the 200-meter wingspan giant beast entirely. Roar! Albert couldn't even open its mouth due to the pressure, only able to let out a mournful cry from its nostrils. with a trickle of blood seeping from the corners of its mouth. The invisible giant hand switched to grasping Albert's tail, swinging it around and slamming it into the ground. Boom! The ground shattered beneath the giant beast, creating a deep pit. Before the tremors caused by the impact could settle, Albert was lifted again by the giant hand and hurled to the other side. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound. Stop it, Blue Star being. I am willing to forgive your previous offenses. Albert's voice mixed with the thunderous sounds as it realized Wu Ming's strength. Unwilling to invest further in this losing battle and wanting to back off, Wu Ming raised an eyebrow. Forgive my offenses? How arrogant. Why doesn't he ask Wu Ming if he wants to forgive him? However, Wu Ming didn't need his forgiveness, nor would he forgive him. He wanted to kill Albert. That said, the giant hand that was gripping Albert was formed from Wu Ming's true energy, with the 32,960 openings in his body creating a bridge between heaven and earth. He was continuously drawing in the world's vital energy to generate nearly limitless true energy. Yet even with this, using Wu Ming's maximum output couldn't directly crush the giant beast. At most, it could only injure it. It should be noted that when Wu Ming had not yet ascended to the void flight realm, the energy unleashed from his energy was comparable to a nuclear explosion. And now, it was no exaggeration to say that his maximum output with every breath could destroy Flying Swan City 10 times over. The myriad beasts and sword slaves were not even worthy to be considered as his combat units. With such a terrifying amount of true energy, it still couldn't crush this giant beast. This demonstrated the high strength of its physical structure. Moreover, in Wu Ming's recent tests, he discovered that this giant beast also had mental resistance. Previously, when Wu Ming attempted to use mental power to directly control the beast, he found it nearly impossible to penetrate its mind. There's a saying, strength can fly bricks. Perhaps Wu Ming's mental power wasn't strong enough, but the biological structure of this creature was absurdly robust, with both resistances maxed out. Wu Ming knew that as long as the Scarlet Nobility fully understood the structure of the target creature, they could transform into the corresponding creature, which was quite extraordinary. However, the material energy required to transform into such a dragon-like creature must also be unimaginably vast. It was likely a last resort for Albert and not something to be used easily. Albert was being suppressed, repeatedly slammed into the ground, which had already been compacted to a terrifying density. With such impacts, no matter how strong the resistance is, it would ultimately be crushed to death. Moreover, what a disgrace for such a being of status to be treated this way. Lowly Blue Star being, you are so ungrateful that I shall not hold back. Albert's roar was more majestic than thunder. It had not wished to go all out. Transforming into the Forbidden One had already caused its flesh core to drop by half, and going all out would further deplete the reserves in its flesh core to nearly nothing, completely losing the chance for a comeback. Unexpectedly, Wu Ming was so ungrateful and relentless in his pursuit. If it didn't go all out now, it might be beaten to death. Its dragon horns and the crystals along its spine glowed with a brilliant white light, suddenly breaking free from the invisible giant hand's grasp and rushing towards Wu Ming at high speed. I'll smash this Blue Star being directly. It charged like a 100-ton vehicle, speeding toward an ordinary person utterly defenseless. What dragon car? Wu Ming watched the approaching dragon car, concealing his fist at his waist, like a bow drawn to its fullest, gathering all his energy into this punch. A faint phantom appeared behind him, synchronizing with his movements. This punch even carried a hint of the intent to annihilate everything. This was his first time gaining insight into martial arts solely through himself. With the bow drawn to full moon, his fist struck out fiercely. Boom! It struck the dragon's head before him. Boom! The crystal dragon horn shattered on the spot, the sound of bones breaking ringing out, and the speeding dragon car was brought to an instant halt. Albert let out a heart-wrenching wail, nearly being killed on the spot. But a mocking glint appeared in its golden vertical pupil. So close, can you still dodge? Albert's massive mouth opened wide, as if holding a nuclear bomb ready to explode within its throat. An energy breath entwined with thunder and flames erupted from Albert's mouth, enveloping Wu Ming's figure, plowing the earth into a canyon, shooting through distant mountains. Face my breath, have you died? Chapter 78. Dragon Slayer, is he dead? Albert became puzzled, but the energy breath from his mouth did not stop for a moment. It was not that he was inspired to compose poetry on the spot, but rather he couldn't determine Wu Ming's state and dare not stop breathing fire. If Wu Ming wasn't dead and he stopped, it would be certain death for him, as he had no other means to counterbalance Wu Ming. However, He quickly learned of Wu Ming's state, as a rising dragon fist suddenly struck his chin. The gigantic mouth that Albert was breathing fire from was directly shut, interrupting the breath, and his head involuntarily tilted upwards. Wu Ming's right hand traced over the vertical pupil imprint, suddenly drawing out a blood blade, its garden blade adorned with 5 vertical pupils that spun around, which was the red pupil. He gripped the red pupil with both hands and delivered a horizontal slash. As he executed this slash, the black-red lotus-shaped guard of the red pupil erupted with blood flames at its center, forming a blood-red, elongated blade. Whoosh! The blade light swept across, carving a red line between heaven and earth. Subsequently, the objects divided by this red line began to slowly separate, including Albert's massive dragon body, which was at full strength. Albert didn't even have the chance to utter his last words. His life force was instantly devoured, and perhaps in the final moments of his life, he didn't even realize he was dying. But it didn't matter. Once Wu Ming read Albert's memories, whether it was what he wanted to say but didn't have the chance to, or things he never wanted to say, Wu Ming would understand everything. The giant dragon was dead, and Wu Ming slowly sheathed his blade. What? You asked what this slash was? It should be full power horizontal slash. No other reason, just numbers. Although Wu Ming couldn't crush Albert's dragon form even with all his power, that was dispersed strength. It didn't mean that all the power couldn't gather into a single slash to sever his dragon body. Wu Ming was already eager to see what was in this alien's mind. With a thought boom, the beast slave, previously half destroyed by Albert, rushed out from the ground and came to Albert's remnants. During the time of Wu Ming and Albert's battle, his injuries had mostly healed. The blown-off right arm had regenerated, and its strength was no less than before. The sword slave, who had been watching from the side, also approached Albert's remains. When the beast slave was struck into the ground by Albert, Wu Ming had instructed him and the sword slave to just watch the battle. The power gap between them and Albert was too vast. Going up would only lead to being killed instantly, wasting a high-quality soldier slave. The 2 soldier slaves spread their true energy, stuffing the flesh and blood parts that had fallen from the giant dragon back into their respective places, then piecing the 2 halves of the corpse together. In Wu Ming's hand, the red pupil trembled slightly, and the remaining power of the red pupil on the dragon corpse transformed into blood-colored patterns, surging out from the massive cut and spreading across the entire dragon's body. The broken crystal dragon horn was pieced together under the power of the red pupil and dyed blood red. The blood-red crystal spread from the dragon horn all the way back, through the neck, back, and tail, with all the crystals being dyed blood red. Until the entire silver dragon was covered with blood patterns, it fully revived, its eyes suddenly opening, revealing golden vertical pupils, with blood patterns visible deep within the pupils. Master! The dragon's mouth opened and closed, emitting a sound like thunder, looking at the successfully transformed soldier slave in the shape of the giant dragon Albert. Wu Ming nodded in satisfaction. He thought that, as an alien and in the form of a dragon, Albert would not be affected by the power of the red pupil. Now it seemed he had overthought. The power of the red pupil had a high degree of influence, or rather, it had a very strong applicability. According to its underlying logic, as long as the target infected by its power was made of flesh and blood and had a native soul, it would basically not fail. Of course, the universe is so vast that it is inevitable to encounter some races that are not made of flesh and blood, or even have no soul at all. For example, intelligent machines and elemental beings. The red pupil would be powerless against them. Albert still maintained his dragon form, and the Scarlet Noble could live as if he had always been of this race, after transforming into another being, without needing additional energy or material to sustain this transformation. However, if you frequently transformed into a giant dragon, then back to a blue star human, and then into a giant dragon again, it would consume a large amount of energy and material. This means that when Albert transforms back into a blue star human or another race, the energy and material contained within the flesh core would recover partially, but some would still be consumed during the transformation. This would be very disadvantageous, especially for a race like the giant dragon with particularly high body strength. The energy and material consumed during transformations would be especially significant. Suddenly, the blood patterns on Albert and the red pupil in Wu Ming's hand emitted red light simultaneously, responding to each other. It was Wu Ming reading Albert's memories. Scarlet Civilization, Home Planet, 9th Level Nobility, Forbidden Catalog, Blue Star Devouring Plan, Fusion Faction, Cultivation Techniques. The Noble level is related to the Forbidden Catalog, with 9 levels. Each time you advance a level, you can access a new powerful Forbidden Creature Catalog. This not only signifies a rise in strength, but also represents power. Albert was naturally a lowly ninth-level noble, only able to view the ninth forbidden creature. As Wu Ming continuously browsed through Albert's memories, he understood how this giant dragon came to be. According to the records in the Forbidden Catalog, the source of the ninth forbidden creature. During the interstellar colonization process, the Scarlet Civilization discovered a planet with signs of life. A group of indigenous tribes lived there, still in the Stone Age. Originally, such a backward civilization would only be of value as a breeding planet for the Scarlet Civilization, with little significance. However, their uniqueness lay in the fact that they would choose powerful life forms from the planet as guardian deities. They regularly hunted fresh blood sacrifices to offer to the guardian deities in exchange for protection for their tribes, and even to conduct attacks between tribes using their guardian deities. The strongest guardian deity they discovered was undoubtedly that silver giant dragon. Its strength far exceeded that of the other tribes' guardian deities. As a powerful race that the Scarlet Civilization had never seen before, the Scarlet Nobles naturally became interested in capturing it. Unlike the other guardian deities on this planet, their races could be traced and had a history. But this white, giant dragon seemed to have appeared out of nowhere on this planet, with no trace of its parents found. In subsequent capture battles, it was also found to lack the ability to traverse planets. After fruitless exploration, they began to focus on studying the giant dragon's physiological structure, ultimately classifying it as the ninth forbidden creature in the Forbidden Catalog. A dragon that appeared out of nowhere? Interesting. Without pausing, Wu Ming continued to browse through Albert's memories. Chapter 79, all of it. Wu Ming continued to read Albert's memories. Numerous martial arts techniques flashed rapidly through his mind, being continuously recorded onto the panel. Suddenly, two unusual techniques were read by Wu Ming, akin to spotting gold among the gravel, which left him slightly surprised. They were actually techniques from the God refinement stage, and there were two. One was a technique of the God manifestation realm. Although its level wasn't very high, considering that techniques of later stages are increasingly rare, this was already quite precious. Not to mention, for Wu Ming, this served as material for synthesizing top-tier techniques of the God manifestation realm. The other was a secret method of the God refinement stage, which could only be executed in the God refinement stage. Divine Avatar Secret Method. According to the description of the technique, this is a method that allows one to split their own soul and refine an avatar using true chi essence. The so-called avatar can also be seen as a doppelganger. The main body and the avatar are connected in spirit, indistinguishable from one another. The specific strength of the avatar is positively correlated with the essence, chi, and spirit split from the main body. The greater the proportion of essence, chi, and spirit divided, the stronger the initial power of the refined avatar. Indeed, it is termed initial power because the avatar can continue to cultivate and grow stronger afterward. This means having a teammate with comparable potential and strength, who is absolutely loyal and connected in spirit. However, according to the records of the secret method, it is not advisable to refine multiple avatars. Normal people would find it nearly impossible to do so. Each time an avatar is refined, it requires splitting the soul, a step that is extremely dangerous. If one missteps, the failure of the secret method is minor. The real issue is that the soul could suffer damage, which is difficult to recover from. The soul is not equivalent to mental strength, which can recover quickly, even if one safely splits the soul. A series of follow-up issues await. Let's start with the soul. A person who hasn't reached the God manifestation realm basically won't awaken mental strength. While the soul is unrelated to realms, it exists from birth, albeit initially very weak. Cultivation in the God refinement stage revolves around the soul, starting with meditation to strengthen the soul until mental strength awakens and even grows. Therefore, the strength of the soul determines the upper limit of mental strength. Splitting the soul not only weakens it, but can also lead to soul fragmentation, drastically altering the warrior's temperament. Fortunately, all these issues can be resolved in the perfected Divine Avatar Secret Method. For normal people, how can one make progress and reach perfection without practicing or trying? If I don't reach perfection, how can I possibly solve these problems? Thus, it is unsolvable. All warriors who have practiced this secret method either died, went mad, or, among the few successful ones, mostly underwent significant personality changes. For Wu Ming, these were not concerns he needed to ponder. He only needed to record and then allocate points. This technique would be useful for him later, so he recorded it on the panel. In fact, after reviewing this secret method, Wu Ming now understood the threads he encountered in the Long Yuan Tower. They were actually products of martial arts, with underlying principles similar to the divine avatar secret method, and could be considered a simplified version of it. Both essentially dominate Qi using the soul, transforming it into thread-like creations. However, the souls within were extremely weak, with low upper limits and poor precision. The control was rough, only able to achieve basic novice assessments through electronic technology. Yet what was incomprehensible to Wu Ming at that time was now easily seen through by him. Wu Ming couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. It had only been a few days since he entered the Long Yuan division for the novice assessment. In such a short time, his strength had grown exponentially, and merely the aftermath of his battle had destroyed the Long Yuan division and the entire Feihong city. And this was just the beginning. Wu Ming's thoughts then shifted. He couldn't help but wonder where Albert had obtained techniques from the God refinement stage. Gu Chanfeng had techniques of the God manifestation realm because he was already in the void control realm before the war between Blue Star and the Crimson Civilization. His powerful strength and status allowed him to quickly exchange for techniques of the God manifestation realm. As for Albert, being a 9th-tier Crimson Noble, he entered Blue Star quite late. The top cities had already been regarded as possessions by the high nobles, so he could only choose a relatively unnoticed place like Feihong City as a base to slowly develop for the future. Although his strength was formidable after transforming into a dragon, they maintained a friendly surface relationship with Blue Star and did not personally engage, acting only as players in a game against the pure school. This time, due to the near-total loss of his subordinate's combat power, Albert could no longer endure and came to Feihong City to confront Wu Ming. Thus, over the years, Albert had only cultivated the likes of Wan Shou and subdued Liang Yunpeng, both of whom were in the void control realm. Where did he get the techniques from the God refinement stage? Did he trade with other Crimson Nobles, receive help from other high-ranking Crimson Nobles? Or was there some other channel for higher-tier techniques? Wu Ming saw traces of high-tier techniques within this. Naturally, Wu Ming could kill strong opponents to seize techniques. But it also depended on how to kill, right? Could he just charge into the lair of a powerful being in the law manifestation realm? That was certainly impossible. Although he was strong now, he hadn't lost his mind to think he could battle a law manifestation realm being. The result would likely be him being crushed to the ground with a single finger. Therefore, he could only kill from the bottom up, systematically and strategically. Furthermore, although Feihong City had been destroyed, satellites and various real-time monitoring would have captured the events in detail. Wu Ming had killed all the members of the Pure School and the Fusion School. Once news of the Feihong City incident spread, it would undoubtedly enrage all of Blue Star. Both the Pure School and the Fusion School would seek to kill him. If all went as expected, the responsive departments would have already organized personnel to rush here. In no time, powerful beings would swarm in, eyes from the God manifestation realm, the myriad forms realm, the true self realm, and even the law manifestation realm would all be directed here. Unless Wu Ming could reach a level to contend with the law manifestation realm before they intervened, he would only have a dead end awaiting him. Wu Ming had no desire to gamble with his life. He wanted to reach the top as quickly as possible, with a 100% chance of victory, demolishing anything in his path. That was what he desired. Thus, the technique channels on Albert's side were also a good supplement. Of course, Wu Ming wasn't saying he would give up on the strong ones here. Each of them was a walking high-tier technique. Wu Ming just needed a good opportunity to strike. Perhaps he could split his forces into two, whether it was the techniques from Albert's side or those from strong opponents. He wanted them all. Right now, with the matter of Feihong City thoroughly concluded, Wu Ming needed to first step out of others' sight. His figure flashed, and he arrived on the back of the giant dragon that Albert had transformed into. Albert understood and flapped his wings, flying in a specific direction. Chapter 80. Is the panel still hidden? On the dragon's body, Wu Ming sat cross-legged steadily. The hurricane generated by Albert's high-speed flight was kept at bay by his swirling protective true energy, not even stirring his clothes. At this moment, Wu Ming furrowed his brows as he looked at his panel. Forbidden Codex, incomplete. That's right, it's the same technique that Albert used to transform into a giant dragon. It's incomplete because Albert only had access to the last forbidden creature. This technique, exclusively for the Crimson Nobles to practice, was surprisingly recorded in his panel. After all, this body of his was genuinely from Blue Star, not a Crimson Noble, and he had no so-called flesh core. However, Wu Ming recalled that when he practiced Breath Tai, Xian Wuxiang Howling Wind, before, certain prerequisites were required to achieve perfection. Once Wu Ming filled those prerequisites, the panel would reverse the cause and effect to compensate for them. So now, the panel implied that as long as he perfected this Forbidden Codex, incomplete, it would help him complete the flesh core. This made sense. One could imagine that in the vast universe, some races possessed unique and exclusive cultivation systems, and all of those could be learned by Wu Ming. Correspondingly, Wu Ming would gradually stop being a human and no longer be a pure blue star person. After discussing the benefits, what about the drawbacks? For Wu Ming, there were no drawbacks at all. Whether he was a pure blue star person or not didn't matter to him. After acquiring the flesh core, he could not only change his flesh at will, but also have the opportunity to infiltrate the Crimson Nobles, making his actions much more convenient. So why not? As for what his final body structure would look like, whether it leaned towards Blue Star or Crimson Noble, the panel would make the most reasonable arrangement. In any case, it wouldn't affect his martial arts strength. Soon after, Wu Ming focused on the word incomplete in the name of the technique, the characters flickering as if they could be clicked. This was his first time triggering such a state. Although some techniques like Jade Void Refined Essence Shin Technique, Skin Tempering Chapter, had a similar aspect, those techniques were complete entities. However, the Forbidden Codex had a total of 9 types of forbidden creatures listed, but Albert only knew one of them, so the panel classified it as incomplete. Wu Ming concentrated his thoughts and clicked on the word incomplete. The panel immediately popped up a prompt. The energy level of this technique is low. Completeness is about 12. Requires 0.01 ounces of world source to complete. Complete the technique. There was no instruction manual for this panel, and communication was impossible. Wu Ming was also exploring how to use it, as this was his first time triggering this function. The panel could actually complete techniques, and completeness was a concept. Could any low completeness be completed? Wu Ming suddenly had a bold idea. If techniques with very low completeness could be completed, his true energy surged. In emulating the techniques he had practiced before, he condensed characters in the air with his true energy. It introduced that this was a top-tier technique at the Dharma aspect level, and then detailed its powerful capabilities after completion. But it didn't clearly explain how to cultivate it. Will this work? Wu Ming internally convinced himself that this was the beginning of a technique, and then read it carefully. The panel indeed popped up information. Acquired unknown Dharma aspect technique, incomplete. It really worked. He clicked on the word incomplete. The energy level of this technique is below average. Completeness is 0.0001. Requires 1.000.000 ounces of world source to complete. Doesn't this mean that any technique he casually wrote could become real? He only needed to roughly set the goals of the technique, and he didn't need to care about the details in between, and it could be completed directly. Moreover, these completed techniques could be perfected by him directly. Of course, it should be noted that the stronger the technique, the lower the completeness, and the more world source required for completion, as long as he had enough world source. Couldn't he let the panel deduce the highest achievements of techniques and then instantly perfect them, stepping into greatness. Now the focus shifted to this so-called world source. The panel did not indicate what this world source was or how to obtain it. At the same time, a panel that seemed to possess infinite energy and infinite matter needed to use world source to deduce and complete techniques left Wu Ming puzzled. However, he currently had no answers to these questions. In the memories he had accessed, no one had ever understood what the world source was. Perhaps it was because the level of world source was too high, far beyond what he could currently access. This was not something to rush. Wu Ming could only note this matter and continue to explore in the future. With this thought, Wu Ming suppressed the excitement in his heart. He then turned his attention to Divine Split Avatar Secret Technique and Forbidden Codex Incomplete. The plan still needed to be executed as usual. However, since the Forbidden Codex was recorded in the panel, Wu Ming would thus gain the ability of the flesh core, making Albert somewhat redundant, especially since his dragon form was too large and conspicuous. Thus, with a flash of red light, the essence, spirit, and energy of Albert were instantly devoured, and his dragon body turned into a dry corpse, plummeting from the sky. His corpse fell straight into the forest, kicking up a cloud of dust and startling the birds into flight. Wu Ming's figure also descended into the forest, obscured by the vast sea of trees, escaping various technological surveillance. As for the sword slave and beast slave, Wu Ming also had them hide, even burying them in the ground. After all, they were both in the void realm, and living in the earth for years could easily sustain them for hundreds of years. The following path was better traversed alone. Traveling in a group would inevitably attract attention. Perhaps when Wu Ming needed to establish a force, he would summon these useful high-grade slave soldiers from ground. But for now, it was best for them to stay buried. Just during the time of falling from the sky to the ground, Wu Ming had already perfected both the Forbidden Codex Incomplete and Divine Split Avatar Secret Technique. First was the Forbidden Codex. Its perfection meant Wu Ming would gain the flesh core. A sudden pain surged from within Wu Ming, but he maintained a serious expression without crying out in pain. The repeated agony of transformation had gradually made him accustomed to it. However, this intense pain came quickly and left just as fast. An organ squeezed into existence from within Wu Ming, occupying a space, and that was the flesh core. With a thought like a natural instinct of breathing, his fingers transformed into claws, and silver-white, diamond-shaped scales began to cover his arms. Unfortunately, his current flesh core had limited reserves and could not transform into a complete form, turning him into a giant dragon. Next was the Divine Split Avatar Secret Technique. Wu Ming wanted to seize the technique according to Albert's memories while also wanting to stay in place to eliminate some of the experts pursuing him. One body couldn't handle everything, so he decided to transform into two. A thread of his soul, negligible compared to an entire cow, was separated as the soul seed for the avatar. This was the ability of the perfected level of the Divine Split Avatar Secret Technique, to split off a piece of soul that had no effect on the main body, turning it into a soul seed. This soul seed was a proportional replica of the main body's soul, eliminating any issues of differing personalities between the avatar and the main body. Moreover, it possessed immense growth potential. When the soul seed of the avatar matured into a towering tree, it could return to the main body, nourishing and strengthening the main body's soul. The vast true energy enveloped the essence and surged outward, and the soul seed immediately merged into it. It was as if a violent chemical reaction occurred. The essence, spirit, and energy coordinated, transforming into an identical naked man to Wu Ming. At this moment, the two bodies faced each other, as if looking at themselves. They nodded to each other without saying a word, and their figures flashed as they rushed off in two different directions. Chapter 81. Long Yuan enters the scene outside the already ruined Feihong city. Several personnel equipped with tactical thermal imaging devices were distributed in various locations, seriously observing the desolate city. There were circular scorch pits burned by terrifying energy, shattered ruins crushed by shock waves, and huge gashes that sliced through the ground. There were also cracked earth and deep marks plowed by unknown objects, as well as distant mountains pierced through. The destructive power was truly terrifying. One of the personnel lay prone on the ground, while he marveled internally. He operated the device on his eyes, capturing and recording the scenes in front of him one by one. After observing for a moment, he pressed his earpiece and said, "This is the first rapid response team of the Qingwan department. I am Captain Hongshuan, requesting to call headquarters." Almost instantly, a crackling sound of electricity was heard, and a lazy voice came through. "I am the overall commander of the Feihong City incident, Qinglong. Please speak." Hongshuan was taken aback. It was actually Qinglong. Qinglong was just a code name, not the real name of this commander, but the weight of this code name was astonishing. The strongest and highest authority of the Longyuan division was undoubtedly the existence known as the Dragon Master. To become the Dragon Master, one must reach the Dharma realm, which is a hard requirement, and the position is often held by top martial artists of Blue Star. Below that, there are the four spirit generals, which require one to reach the ego realm and have made significant contributions to the Longyuan division. Because the Dragon Master possesses peak strength and is a stabilizing presence, they rarely take action. Instead, the four spirit generals, being a secondary level existence, often appear in the sights of Longyuan division members and are better known to them. Their strength is evident to all. Qinglong is one of them. It was unexpected that this incident had actually attracted the attention of Qinglong. For a moment, Hongshuan's initial fear upon witnessing the devastation of Feihong City was soothed. However, Hongshuan was also highly professional. He only paused for a moment before reacting and began his report. Report to Commander Qinglong. The first rapid response team of the Qingwan department has arrived on site for observation and has not yet discovered any target traces or high-energy reactions. Based on satellite observations, the target has likely escaped, with the last recorded location in the Yunzhuan mountain range. Qinglong yawned as if lacking sleep, and spoke again in a lazy tone. Continue to maintain observation. Do not act recklessly. Report any situation in a timely manner. And the Zhulong department will arrive on site soon. I will come over later, that's all. Yes. Before Hongshuan could respond, the crackling sound of electricity indicated that Qinglong had already hung up. Wow, this Qinglong is really so relaxed. Even in the face of a city-destroying level incident, there was not a hint of tension, and he even yawned. It made sense. To hold the position of Qinglong, one must have extraordinary strength. To someone like him, A powerful being capable of such destruction might seem like an ant. Speaking of which, would a powerful ego realm expert like Qinglong really yawn due to fatigue? Hongshuan shook his head, indicating that he could not understand the world of the strong, and continued to observe. Soon, a group of people quickly approached Feihong City. Leading them was a woman with long black hair, cascading over her shoulders, her features exquisite. Dressed in a black combat bodysuit, her figure was curvaceous. Behind her were 5 or 6 others, all wearing similar black bodysuits. From a distance, Hongshuan recognized them by the Qiulong Ji Chu combat suits they wore. It was said that this combat suit combined high-tech from the Crimson Civilization with Blue Star's martial arts abilities, possessing strong Qi conduction properties. And materials provided excellent impact resistance when combined with Qi. The built-in AI could analyze the battlefield situation in real time. And the device behind them was equipped with various powerful potions that could automatically inject at critical moments, providing immense strength or sustaining life. Its practicality was very high, but only elite warriors of the Zhulong department could be equipped with it. Hongshuan thought to himself that these were the personnel Qinglong mentioned from the Zhulong department, likely the first rapid response team of the Zhulong department. This meant that each of these individuals was at least a powerful martial artist of the Skybound realm, and their leader should be an expert of the Divine Vision realm. The woman's team arrived at the edge of the city and paused there. After observing the ruins for a while, she slowly spoke, her voice gentle, evoking the image of a caring big sister just by the sound. Bai Sheng, what do you think? A man beside her, also looking towards the ruins, was handsome, with medium-length hair tied in a short ponytail, exuding a carefree demeanor. He responded, Sister Xin, in my opinion, the strongest strike in this battle might be this one comparable to a nuclear explosion. Looking at it this way, the target's combat power is only strong enough to match the Skybound realm, so we should have nothing to fear with our strength. Baili Xin focused intently on Bai Sheng, her eyes filled with admiration and affection. Although Bai Sheng was the newest member of her team, his strength improved quickly, and he had been a great help in multiple missions. His strength was now just below hers, giving him a high degree of influence in her team. Moreover, due to some interactions during missions, their feelings had surged to the point where they both understood each other, but had yet to express it openly. Upon hearing Bai Sheng's analysis, Baili Xin nodded. It actually had few doubts. That strike had destroyed a large part of Feihong City, and almost all monitoring equipment was destroyed. Satellite monitoring had also been interfered with by the terrifying energy. They could only see a rough outline. How could they have anticipated that Wu Ming could experience such a rapid increase in strength in such a short time? Just then, Hongshuan approached Baili Xion's team. I am Hongshuan from the Qinglong department. Could this be the first rapid response team of the Zhulong department? Hongshuan introduced himself and inquired first. Baili Xion replied, Indeed, I am Captain Baili Xion, the vanguard team handling the Feihong City incident. What is the current situation? Hongshuan pulled out a stick, unfolded it into a screen, which displayed a dense array of information. He pointed to some data, introducing it to Baili Xion. The target previously fought in Feihong City, and the energy level that erupted was extremely high, although various devices were affected by the powerful energy and were not very accurate. It is clear that its energy level far exceeds that of the Skybound realm. Far exceeds the Skybound realm. Bai Sheng frowned slightly, seemingly in disbelief. That's right. Hongshuan did not elaborate further, but called up some screenshots. Bai Sheng leaned closer to look. The screen displayed scenes of Wu Ming battling the giant dragon captured by satellites, as well as images of Wu Ming riding the giant dragon and flying away. Baili Xion's expression turned solemn as she exclaimed, Is this a complete, forbidden creature transformed from a crimson noble? Yes. After our assessment, this is indeed a complete, forbidden creature transformed from a crimson noble. The target's ability to fight and when also confirms that its energy level far exceeds the Skybound realm. Hongshuan affirmed, then quietly watched Baili Xion, waiting for her decision. After pondering for a moment, Baili Xion relaxed her brow. Even if the target could defeat a forbidden creature with an energy level far exceeding the Skybound realm, her small team's members would not back down. First of all, this was their job. Secondly, with Qinglong behind them, she did not believe they could not hold out until reinforcements arrived. She spoke calmly. Where did the target disappear last? Take us there. You can also carry out reconnaissance work. Chapter 82. The Pure School Reaction on a High Mountain. There is a sprawling complex of temple buildings, many of which are situated halfway up the mountain, level with the clouds, with some structures hidden within the clouds, appearing faintly. At the highest point, a lotus platform is placed, where an old monk sits cross-legged. He wears a simple monk's robe, and his exposed hands and feet are thin, resembling a skeleton covered in skin. His white eyebrows droop down to the lotus platform, and his murky eyes seem half-closed. In one hand, he holds a string of prayer beads, and in the other, a wooden fish mallet, striking the wooden fish rhythmically. He seems like an old man on the verge of death, as if he could pass away at any moment. At that moment, a figure of a monk, standing at least 5 meters tall, flashes towards the lotus platform. His muscles are bulging, and his flesh glows with a golden hue, indicating formidable strength. However, he now places his hands together, slightly bows his head, and respectfully addresses the old monk. Abbot. This old monk, who appears no different for a regular old man on the brink of death and exudes no authority, is actually the abbot. This is the Thundersound Temple, one of the 4 great sects of the world, which has continued from ancient times, long forgotten. Within it, there are countless martial arts scriptures, and martial arts experts abound like fish crossing the river. It is known that any of the 4 great sects must have at least one figure at the law manifestation realm. Otherwise, they would not be worthy of being called the 4 great sections. The fact that the figure before the muscular monk is the abbot means that the abbot, being the highest authority of the Thundersound Temple, is likely to be a powerful figure at the law manifestation realm. The abbot Jizhao pauses the wooden fish mallet in his hand, his parched lips slightly parting, but instead of emitting a hoarse voice, a heavy and compassionate Buddhist sound emerges. What is it? The Buddhist sound sweeps over the standing muscular monk, making him feel as though he is facing the Buddha directly, his expression growing even more respectful. Returning to the abbot, the task you assigned has failed. Under the influence of the Buddhist sound, the muscular monk, who initially intended to speak diplomatically, states it directly. At that moment, it seems the muscular monk sees the Buddha's anger, the heavens and earth changing color. Just as the muscular monk finishes speaking, Jizhao reads the muscular monk's memories, learning about the chaos caused by Wu Ming and his rapidly ascending power. Jizhao feels both anger and joy. The anger is due to Wu Ming's combat power surpassing the people of Feihong City, not only causing the plan to fail, but also killing them all and destroying the city. The joy comes from Wu Ming's realm rising again, indicating his potential is boundless, making him an excellent vessel for Jizhao's impending possession. Indeed, the Thundersound Temple belongs to the Pure School, and Jizhao is the one who intends to possess Wu Ming. Subsequently, Jizhao delegates this matter to the Law Abyss at the Ego Realm. With Law Abyss intervening, there should be no issues. If Jizhao were not restricted from moving, he would have liked to take action himself. The muscular monk, in a daze, finds everything normal again, not witnessing the so-called Buddha's anger, thinking it was merely his illusion, unaware that many things happened in that brief moment. Jizhao's lips part again, and the Buddhist sound emanates. I am aware of this matter. Law Abyss will handle it. You may leave. Although he does not know when the abbot informed Brother Law Abyss, since the abbot has said so, he can only retreat. Yes. The muscular monk backs away and leaves. After he departs, the old monk's wooden fish mallet resumes its slow rhythm on the wooden fish, as if nothing had happened. However, his heart is not as calm as it appears. In the void realm, one lives up to 1,000 years. In the divine realm, one lives up to 2,000 years. In the myriad phenomena realm, one lives up to 3,500 years. In the ego realm, one lives up to 5,000 years. And in the law manifestation realm, one lives up to 10,000 years. For humanity on Blue Star, 10,000 years is already a long time, enough to witness the changes of eras and the rise and fall of dynasties. But for Jizhao, it is still too short. Indeed, he has lived nearly 10,000 years and is nearing his great limit. Only when his life is about to come to an end does he realize how short 10,000 years are, passing in the blink of an eye. Reflecting on the past, his longing for the world grows stronger. He does not want to die. He still wishes to witness the world's changes. And if Wu Ming's talent is indeed as rumored, he might be able to achieve breakthroughs on his current foundation. Thus, Wu Ming is undoubtedly the best choice. Just as his great limit approaches, Wu Ming suddenly emerges. This must be his opportunity. With Wu Ming's rumored talent, several old ghosts from the Pure School wish to possess him, but ultimately, this opportunity falls into Jizhao's hands. One reason is that Jizhao is nearing his great limit, yet his strength has not diminished. If they seize this opportunity, Jizhao may explode in rage against them. The second reason is that they are not close to their great limits. Whether it is worth it to use a law manifestation body to seize a junior is still uncertain. In a moment of hesitation, This opportunity was given to Ji Zhao, and thus he owes everyone a favor. The favor of numerous law manifestation figures is not easy to repay. Ji Zhao recalls this hard-won opportunity, and he will never allow failure. At the same time, Ji Zhao conveys the message to Law Abyss. In a small temple on the high mountain, there is a golden Buddha statue enshrined. The statue has a solemn law manifestation and layers of fat piled up, resembling a mountain of flesh. Suddenly, as if disturbed, the statue trembles, and its eyes begin to move. It is not an illusion. Shortly after, its body, seemingly made of gold, twists and stretches, as if yawning. The golden hue gradually fades, revealing flesh-colored skin underneath. The Buddha statue transforms into a mountain of flesh, jumping down from the offering platform, and slowly speaks. It's been a long time since I've moved. Has it been a few years? Or several decades? However, in this temple, he is alone, and no one can answer his questions. Fortunately, he is merely talking to himself, not requiring anyone else's response. Frowning slightly, he begins to contemplate the matters Ji Zhao entrusted to him. It turns out he is Law Abyss, and he is entirely unconcerned about any information leakage. Murmuring to himself, Wu Ming, the reincarnation of the Buddha's son, bring him back? Interesting, after living for several thousand years. How come I have never heard of any Buddha's son? He ponders for a moment, as if he has thought of something. That old fellow seems to be nearing his great limit. So that's it. He also has his day. This Wu Ming is to be used as the vessel for that old fellow. Despite continuously scolding Ji Zhao in his heart, Law Abyss suddenly vanishes in a flash, transforming into a golden light and rushing in the direction Ji Zhao indicated. Once he brings Wu Ming back, that old fellow should let him go for a big feast, right? As he seems to recall the delightful taste of something, Law Abyss licks his lips, his fingers flicking. With his strength, this Wu Ming is nothing but easy to capture. Chapter 83. Wanted. In the Yun Satin Mountain Range, a group of people gathered around the corpse of Albert's dragon. Led by Li Xin, Bai Sheng, and Hong Xian, they all wore serious expressions. Bai Sheng swallowed hard, struggling to say, "Is this the forbidden creature transformed from the Crimson Noble? It's been killed." Hong Xian nodded, his brow furrowed, and said, "That's right. I didn't expect the Crimson Noble to be killed directly by the target. This is a huge problem. Moreover, the manner of death is so sinister. Is the target practicing some kind of evil technique?" Bai Xin crossed her arms, her chest, wrapped tightly in a bodysuit, pushed out even more, and said, "I also saw this type of dried corpse in the ruins of Feihong City. I'm afraid the target is indeed practicing some unknown evil technique." Hong Xian shook his head, stating that it was still too early to say such things since they hadn't even found the target yet. He said slowly, "The urgent task now is to determine the target's escape direction. Otherwise, we can't proceed with our work." He then waved his hand, and the members of the Qingwan faction dispersed to begin searching the entire Yun Satin Mountain Range. While many were searching for Wu Ming's whereabouts, Wu Ming's true body had already circled around to Yunjin City. Throughout the journey, he activated this principle to obscure his presence, concealed his form with mental energy, and continuously changed his appearance using blood-flesh core. Technology couldn't detect him at all, and pedestrians seemed to look right through him, completely unaware of his presence. He had previously thought he wouldn't need this technique to hide his presence, but unexpectedly, he had to use it again. In no time, he arrived at Yunjin City. He came here for two things. The first was to find someone from Yunjin City to obtain techniques. He had previously killed the jewel of the Yun family and a Qi Si realm expert. Now, he planned to take back the techniques he had stored here. He wasn't sure if the Yun family had reacted yet. It had been less than a day since he killed their people, and afterward, he had only been killing at Longyuan Division and battling consecutively, including Gu Chongfeng, Wan Shou, Albert, and others. Moreover, aside from the Yun family, he could also consider other strong individuals in Yunjin City. After all, the top combat power in Yunjin City included experts at the God-seeking realm. Back then, a Gu Chongfeng at the Sky-soaring realm had given him techniques of the God-seeking realm. What if the strongest in Yunjin City had techniques of the myriad manifestations realm? After all, one can only know what is in a person's memory after seeing it. And a weak person has no privacy in front of a strong person, not even in their memories. The second thing was that he had made too much noise outside, so he came to Yunjin City to avoid the spotlight. Yunjin City is close to Feihong City, but its direction is opposite to that of the Yun Satin Mountain Range. Others would instinctively think that Wu Ming had committed a heinous crime and should escape far from this area towards the Yun Satin Mountain Range. By taking a detour to Yunjin City, it was like hiding in plain sight, at least for a short period, which was enough for him. This brief time was sufficient for him to develop the strength to fight against those chasing him from outside. Speaking of Wu Ming's notoriety, how did he know? To prevent others from tracking him, he had destroyed all electronic devices on him in the previous mountain range. Without electronic devices, Yunjin City had already started broadcasting news about him throughout the city. Wu Ming was currently in a square, looking at a tall building with a huge electronic screen hanging on it. On the screen, a beautiful host was reporting. Suddenly, dozens of red exclamation marks lit up, catching the attention of the hurried pedestrians in the square. The host's expression turned serious as she said, "We interrupt this program for an urgent news announcement. The headquarters of the Blue Star Federal Security Bureau has issued a top-level wanted notice. The target is Wu Ming, whose martial arts strength is conservatively estimated to be greater than or equal to the God-seeking realm. He has committed heinous crimes in Feihong City, including but not limited to the destruction of Feihong City, the assassination of the city lord, whose whereabouts are unknown, and the killing of a guest from the Crimson Civilization, causing immeasurable economic losses and casualties. If anyone discovers his whereabouts, a valid report can earn at least 10 million federal coins, with no upper limit. Warning: the target is extremely dangerous, and close contact is not advised. If discovered, please report immediately." Next to it, a full-body image of Wu Ming was projected. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd in the square erupted. What? He destroyed a city? I must have misheard. Is that even possible for a person? See, this is why martial artists and ordinary people are not the same species. A high-level martial artist can destroy a city with ease. It's just that in modern times, relatively peaceful times, if you look through history books, you'll see countless cities destroyed by martial artist conflicts. I was wondering why there was a loud noise coming from the direction of Feihong City. Turns out it was for this reason. Wow, at least 10 million federal coins? That's a fortune. Instant financial freedom. Be careful. It's easy to earn money but hard to spend it. Those martial artists can spar with each other. But what are you getting involved for? Are you looking to die? Oh, how could he kill the noble and elegant guest of the Crimson Civilization? It's simply unforgivable. At that moment, a fashionably dressed girl seemed to trigger some keywords and jumped up in anger. Wu Ming and the others present turned to look at her. Wu Ming knew that the Integration faction had portrayed the Crimson Civilization as a friendly and elegant race, bringing many benefits to Blue Star. Therefore, the Crimson Civilization was quite popular among some Blue Star groups, with some women even dreaming of climbing up to the nobility of the Crimson Civilization. However, these so-called benefits were merely exchanges between Blue Star and the Crimson Civilization. Ordinary people who interacted with the noble class of the Crimson Civilization only ended up being drained. Many ordinary people willingly walked into their jaws, serving as resources for the Crimson nobility, and no one interfered since ordinary people were not valuable. Wu Ming did not intend to defend the purists. He simply found this girl ridiculous and tragic. A nearby man, seemingly aware of the Crimson Civilization's true nature and unwilling to let others fall into their trap, hesitated for a long time, but finally spoke up. Although this wanted criminal is indeed heinous, the Crimson Civilization is not as good as advertised. Before he could finish his sentence, the girl interrupted with her actions. She seemed to have seized on the man's words and pulled out her phone to start filming, shouting something about stigmatizing the Crimson Civilization and destroying the relationship between Blue Star and the Crimson Civilization, defending the wanted criminal. She didn't care what the man's intentions were. Daring to speak ill of the Crimson Civilization, she immediately posted the man online to gain a wave of attention. The man had only intended to reveal some facts to prevent the uninformed from getting involved and losing their lives. Now, seeing the situation escalating, he broke out in a cold sweat and tried to leave, but the girl grabbed his arm and began shouting. More and more people gathered around, raising their phones, and some onlookers began to criticize the man. The man's face showed despair. It was over. His life was ruined because of a well-meaning reminder that he hadn't even finished saying. At that moment, everyone, including the man, seemed to be reset as they started discussing the wanted notice on the electronic screen again. They completely failed to notice that one girl had vanished without a trace. The instigator was, of course, Wu Ming. The girl was so noisy and disgusting that she offended his eyes, so he had Qitong eat her. With this interruption resolved, Wu Ming walked towards the Yun family. Whether it was the wanted notice or being heinous, he didn't care. The strong can dominate the weak. There's nothing more to say. This is what the world taught him. Chapter 84. The Avatar's destination. As the sky darkened, night began to envelop Yunjin City. In a private room of a high-end club, the sounds of laughter and playful banter between men and women echoed, indulgent and extravagant. On the sofa, a man was embracing several scantily clad women, with one sitting on his thigh. These women varied in body shapes, each with their own charm. One of them wore a black spaghetti-strap short dress, the hem barely covering her rear, exposing large areas of fair skin that outlined alluring curves, tempting onlookers to explore further. The man's hand passed over the woman's back and rested on her shoulder, his forearm hanging loosely as his palm pressed against her ample figure, kneading it without restraint, eliciting soft moans from the woman, completely disregarding the man sitting across from him. On the opposite sofa sat another man, who upon witnessing this scene, displayed a sycophantic smile, seemingly pleased with Yunjia's mood. He leaned forward and flatteringly said, "I didn't expect Yun Rong to actually be dead, and with nobody to show for it, haha. Now, there's finally no one to compete with you, Brother Jia." Yun Jia took a small sip from his drink, his eyes clearly filled with amusement, but he feigned seriousness as he reprimanded the man across from him. Hey, what do you mean by that? How can you talk like this? Yun Rong is my sister. I'm also very sad that she is dead. I wish I could tear the murderer apart." Upon hearing this, the man quickly waved his hands, saying, my fault. I misspoke. But Yun Rong had average talent and was not very bright. I don't understand why the family head favored her so much. I still think these resources should be focused on Brother Jia. Yun Jia listened to this, and although he continued to scold, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if he found it somewhat gratifying. Despite just confirming his sister's death and his father's rage, he was out seeking pleasure, which spoke volumes. Indeed, he had never been favored in his father's eyes since childhood. Even though his martial arts talent was many times stronger than Yun Rong's and he was superior in every aspect of dealing with people, he still received no recognition. Conversely, Yun Rong, despite receiving a vast amount of resources and achieving little in martial arts, was praised by their father for her training. Why was that? Yun Jia recalled how their father often spent entire days alone with Yun Rong under the pretense of teaching martial arts. Were they really just teaching martial arts? Moreover, the father's attitude toward Yun Rong, the tone of his voice, was very ambiguous, not like that of father and daughter, but more like. A wave of incredulous speculation surged in Yun Jia's heart, but he quickly suppressed the thought. In fact, he had long harbored such suspicions, but had never had concrete evidence. And even if he did, so what? It was of no concern to him. He only cared about cultivation resources. Now that Yun Rong was dead, even if his father was unwilling, the resources could only be allocated to him. With that thought, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Sitting beside him, Wu Ming nibbled on the fruit from the platter, nodding slightly. It was unclear whether he was acknowledging the gossip or the taste of the fruit. Indeed, Wu Ming had been sitting beside them all along, eating fruit while listening to their banter. Yet under the influence of his mental power, they seemed oblivious to him. After finishing the last piece of fruit, Wu Ming thought to himself that it was time to go to the Yun family. Just moments ago, he had gone through Yun Jia's memories. The reason he approached Yun Jia first instead of heading directly to the Yun family was that he was unsure if there were any hidden combat powers within the family. It wasn't that he was afraid he couldn't take them on, but rather that causing a disturbance would be unfavorable. As the eldest son of the family head, Yun Jia knew more and was outside, so Wu Ming decided to read through his memories first. It turned out that the Yun family had no hidden powers. The family head was the highest combat power. What surprised him was the speculation in Yun Jia's mind regarding the relationship between the family head and Yun Rong, which was quite the scoop. As for whether it was true or not, he would have to delve into the family head's mind. He wasn't being nosy, to want to see what martial arts secrets were hidden in the family head's mind. Indeed, a person's memories concealed many untold secrets. How to put it? More incriminating than browser history. After contemplating, Wu Ming's mental power surged. Just then, Yun Jia frowned, pushing the woman in his arms away, standing up and saying, "I just remembered I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave." The man across was surprised and felt it was sudden, but he dared not keep Yun Jia and could only flatter him, saying, "All right, Brother Jia, you go take care of your business. We'll gather again next time." The man saw Yun Jia off to the car, watching as the luxury vehicle sped away. Wu Ming casually sat in the back seat, while both the driver and Yun Jia ignored him. He then sensed his avatar, which was still on the way to a distant location and wouldn't arrive anytime soon. Moreover, to travel discreetly, the avatar had transformed into a bird and could not move at full speed. Otherwise, even at a distance, the avatar could reach quickly given its strength. While browsing through Albert's memories earlier, Wu Ming discovered a gathering place for the Crimson Nobility, or rather, it should be called a city based on its scale. However, It was not a city recognized by the Blue Star Federation. Many Crimson nobility exchanged resources there, formed cliques, and could trade assets from the Crimson civilization for resources on Blue Star. Items like pills, martial arts manuals, martial arts experts, and even ordinary people were all subjects of trade. Albert's martial arts technique for the Divine Vision realm was traded there, originally intended to cultivate his own subordinates in the Divine Vision realm, and he could use it himself, but unexpectedly, he met his demise before that could happen. The Avatar's journey was self-evident. It was to severely humiliate these Crimson nobility and conveniently obtain some martial arts techniques. However, with the current strength of the Avatar, it would probably still lack the ability to deeply humiliate the gathering place of the Crimson nobility. This leads to the extraordinary aspect of the panel. He only discovered this after splitting his avatar. The panel seemed to be bound to his soul, while the Avatar's soul was of the same origin as his. The panel only existed within the largest portion of the soul. So the current situation was that his main body had the panel, but the Avatar did not. However, as long as his main body allocated points to a martial arts technique, the corresponding techniques of the Avatar would also receive points. This meant that the Avatar did not need to cultivate. As long as his main body allocated points once, the Avatar's various attributes would rise accordingly. Therefore, he only needed to acquire more martial arts techniques to allocate points to, and the Avatar could penetrate that gathering place. After the Avatar broke through there, it would search souls, allowing new techniques to be transmitted back to the main body for further allocation. Unsolvable. Chapter 85. The Fall of the Yun Family. Dual cultivation technique luxury cars quickly drove into a complex of buildings, which was unmistakably the Yun family estate. The entire complex was surrounded by high walls, with various types of buildings inside, ensuring that even if cut off from the outside world for a year or more, there would be no shortage of resources. After passing through the main gate, Ming got out of the car. From here on, he would command the entire Yunjin city. His vast spiritual power, unleashed through the technique, empty cicada-like dust, enveloped the entire Yun family estate. It is known that the soul is nourished by the body's true energy. And with the strong foundation of refining essence and chi, his current soul strength was unparalleled among those in the Divine Vision realm. Therefore, he had absolute confidence that he could do as he pleased in Yunjin City without being detected by the Divine Vision experts here. If an ordinary Divine Vision expert entered Yunjin City, they would likely be immediately sensed by the local Divine Vision masters. Warriors of the same level are always easily detectable by each other, but unfortunately, Ming was always on a different level from his peers. As Ming strolled leisurely towards the center of the Yun family estate, the crimson eye shot forth from his hand, silent and swift like lightning. Each time it passed over a warrior or ordinary person of the Yun family, that person would pause for a moment before resuming their previous actions as if nothing had happened. The red thread danced chaotically, and not a single person in the vast Yun family could see it. The entire Yun family was transforming into the unknown in this silent and eerie atmosphere. At that moment, in a villa behind the Yun family estate, a middle-aged man was pacing back and forth in his study, hands clasped behind his back. After several rounds, he let out a deep sigh and finally sat back down in his chair. Seemingly trying to relax his tense nerves, he leaned back and gazed at the ceiling. The light from the crystal chandelier illuminated his face. Although he appeared middle-aged, his features remained handsome, exuding the mature reliability of an adult man. His heartbeat was erratic tonight, and his eyelids kept twitching. He sensed that disaster might befall the Yun family. Indeed, he was the head of the Yun family. It had been many years since he broke through to the sky control realm, and this was the first time he had such a feeling. This was not superstition. Once a warrior advances to the sky control realm, they open the bridge between heaven and earth within their body, connecting with the energy of the universe, allowing them to inadvertently sense many things. Many predecessors had experienced similar symptoms of arrhythmia and eyelid twitching, which often led to serious injuries or even death. This was the body's response to a crisis sensed through the connection with heaven and earth after achieving the unity of man and nature. But he still did not know where this crisis originated. It was said that after reaching the divine refinement stage, one could further vaguely sense the source of the crisis. The divine refinement stage. He sighed, thinking to himself that he would not have that opportunity. He once had a chance, but today his path was completely cut off because his daughter had been killed. Damn it, who would have thought that such a simple outing, where she just wanted to take a breather, would lead to her death? The reputation of the Yun family could not protect her, and even the Chi-Si realm Yun Lai could not save her. Even now, they did not know who the murderer was. As for what the martial arts path had to do with his daughter, Speaking of this, he couldn't help but recall the moment he obtained that technique. Just as his thoughts began to drift, he caught a glimpse of a shadow standing beside him out of the corner of his eye. Who? His back went cold, and he suddenly jolted. Who could approach a sky control realm master so silently? He felt like a startled animal, wanting to jump up and unleash his strongest killing move to destroy whatever was causing him fear. But he couldn't do it. He couldn't even turn his head. No, he couldn't even move his eyes. It was as if an ordinary person was being pressed down by a ghost. He could only watch as the figure's hand reached toward his head in his peripheral vision. In that instant, he understood what the disaster befalling the Yun family tonight was. Without any surprise, Wu Ming's hand brushed over his head, and the crimson eye emerged, turning him into a puppet. Moments later, the blood patterns on the Yun family head dissipated. Wu Ming rubbed his chin with one hand, raising an eyebrow. This guy was somewhat interesting. He had just briefly reviewed the memories of the Yun family head. How to put it, it was expected yet surprising. This guy had also reached the perfected sky control realm. He was an old-timer and had entered the sky control realm early. So it was not unexpected that he had finally attained perfection in that realm. So what about this step? Like Gu Changfeng, they were both seeking a technique for the divine vision realm. The Yin family head had also obtained a technique for the divine vision realm, which was to be expected. But why was it surprising? It was because of the nature of this technique. After years of hard work to reach the perfected sky control realm, he realized that his talent was at its limit, and there was no hope for further advancement. So he turned to the idea of practicing an evil path technique, hoping to take a shortcut and see if he could reach a higher level in martial arts in his lifetime. Surprisingly, he actually managed to obtain a technique, Yin-Yang Harmony Bloodline Grand Joy Cannon. Indeed, this was a dual cultivation technique. Moreover, it was a dual cultivation technique for the divine vision realm. Cultivating this technique not only allows one to reach ultimate joy, but also directly connects to the divine vision. There was no need for meditation or visualization. One simply needed to cultivate according to the technique, and the soul would naturally grow stronger. It even did not restrict the cultivation level of the other partner. Even if the other partner's cultivation was low, they could still cultivate together. This was not an evil path technique. It was clearly a legitimate dual cultivation path. However, it had one unique and painfully direct drawback. It could only be cultivated with direct blood relatives. It was somewhat amusing that the Yun family head had given birth to twins Yun Jie and Yun Rong because of this technique. There was no need to elaborate further. Wu Ming couldn't help but marvel. This technique was indeed bizarre, just like the people involved. He glanced at the obediently standing Yun family head behind him. Now the entire Yun family had been placed under his control, and he had also issued orders for them to live normally. As for the Yun family head, the most valuable thing in his mind was this Yin-Yang Harmony Bloodline Grand Joy Cannon. It was a bit evil, but it was still a technique for the divine vision realm, which could serve as synthesis material. Moreover, there was plenty of knowledge to learn from it. He could first record it into the panel, and perhaps it would come in handy later. In fact, the most valuable thing about the Yun family was this technique. As the strongest member of the Yun family, most of the resources were in the hands of the Yun family head for his own cultivation. With the Yun family finished, Wu Ming then instructed the Yun family head to take him to find the city lord, the so-called lord of Yunjin City. After dealing with him, Yunjin City would completely become Wu Ming's eyes and ears. Anyone trying to use Yunjin City to track his movements will be preemptively detected by him. Of course, the most important thing was to see what valuable knowledge the city lord possessed. Chapter 86. Dominating Yunjin City. Guan Xiao sat quietly in the cultivation room with his eyes closed. Although he was the lord of Yunjin City, he never engaged in administrative work. In the Blue Star Federation, the primary role of a city lord was to serve as a powerful force of deterrence, suppressing various petty criminals both inside and outside the city and maintaining the stability of the Blue Star Federation. As for official matters, he had a secretary to handle them. Only particularly important issues required his input, and generally, the secretary would draft several plans for him to choose from. Of course, if he was not satisfied with any of them, he would ask the secretary to revise them. So what did he usually do? He would enjoy tea and discuss philosophy with other experts of the same realm, paint grand visions for his subordinates, tend to flowers, and raise fish. He did all of this. However, the most important aspect was cultivation. He understood that his current status, wealth, and reputation were all merely byproducts of his formidable strength. His usual practice involved sitting in meditation to strengthen his soul and mental power or performing martial arts in his mind. For instance, he had been practicing spear techniques, often visualizing and comprehending the essence of the spear in his mind. This kind of practice was as natural to him as eating and drinking, and he had maintained it for hundreds of years. In his realm, he didn't need to eat or drink. After all, he had persisted in this lifestyle for hundreds of years. In martial arts, mere talent was not enough. Mere effort was also insufficient. Only with sufficient talent combined with enough effort could one achieve success. Thus, he had long formed the habit of meditating. Once he sat down and closed his eyes, he could enter a state of deep concentration. However, today, he felt a sense of unease. Could it be that a disaster was approaching? Guan Shao suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of divine light passing through them, illuminating the dim meditation room like thunder striking in the night. He then slowly rose and, with a flick of his wrist, grasped a silver spear that appeared out of thin air, a warning of impending disaster. He had encountered such warnings countless times since reaching the sky-controlling realm. Back in the day, he had survived many life-and-death situations on the battlefield thanks to these warnings. And then he would counterattack fiercely. Others spoke of these warnings as ominous, claiming that encountering them meant death or serious injury. But he knew better. It was merely a warning, not a death sentence. It primarily depended on how one responded. No matter how difficult the situation, a strong person would always find a way to break through. In a moment of thought, he realized that not only was he not afraid of this situation, but he also wanted to take the initiative and eliminate the source of the disaster first. Just then, he felt a chill run down his spine, and a warning bell rang loudly in his mind. His body stiffened slightly due to this intense reaction. It was the source of the disaster. Based on the feedback from his body and soul, it was right behind me. Guan Shao was both shocked and frightened. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. What kind of existence was this? Was it a being from a myriad phenomena realm? Who was it, and why had they come to kill me? What should I do now? With a spear in hand, I would directly counterattack. As the saying goes, the moon is a stick, the year is a knife, and a lifetime is a spear. He had not yet completed his lifetime, but he already had hundreds of years of experience wielding a spear. Now was the time for that experience to shine. Before his mind could react, his body moved first. This spear, honed over hundreds of years, could it be stopped? Boom! Just as Guan Shao initiated his counterattack, he felt as if his mind had been struck by a cosmic warship. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, revealing a humanoid figure behind him. It was Wu Ming. He slapped his head and walked over to Guan Zhao's side. Oh dear, how could the soul of the Lord of Yun Jin City be so weak? Having learned from the previous experience with the giant dragon, he had just crushed in with all his mental strength, akin to a train derailing and hitting cattle and sheep on the tracks. Well, it seemed even more exaggerated than that. In short, he had no control and almost extinguished Guan Zhao's soul. This was strange, considering that the limits of the taboo records of the Crimson Civilization were far from matching the heights of Blue Star martial arts. Yet the giant dragon's mental resistance in Taboo 9 far exceeded that of a typical being in the Divine Vision realm. Perhaps they had not accounted for this in the ranking of their taboo records. The giant dragon might not simply be as straightforward as its physical form. Had the Crimson Civilization never found the correct way to utilize the giant dragon? However, Wu Ming had no time to delve into these matters. He had more important things to attend to. He grabbed Guan Zhao's head, lifted it, and shook it a bit, but there was no response. He probably wasn't dead, but he might be in a deep sleep. Once he woke up, it would be hard to say. At the very least, he would be mentally unstable or demented. No matter. As long as the soul was not extinguished, it could still be used. Moreover, in this situation, being infected by the red eye and turned into a soldier slave should be curable, right? Let's give it a try. The red eye extended from Wu Ming's palm and pierced into Guan Zhao's body. Blood-colored patterns spread out from the point of entry, gradually enveloping Guan Zhao's entire body. Soon, the blood patterns disappeared, and Guan Shao slowly rose. Master, Guan Shao spoke respectfully, his language fluent, and showing no signs of a wounded soul or mental issues. The red eye had indeed worked. In reality, the infection from the red eye was more like stuffing a special ingredient into someone else's soul and then reshaping it. Although the newly formed soldier slaves retained the exact memories of their previous selves, their souls were entirely different, not merely stamped with a thought imprint or something similar. Thus, the beings turned into soldier slaves were indeed dead. The soldier slave was more like a replica of the red eye. After considering this, Wu Ming directly began soul searching. What would he uncover this time? Moments later, it was done. Wu Ming stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He had gained something, and quite a bit, but it didn't particularly surprise him. The main point was that there were no techniques from the myriad phenomena realm. This was actually quite normal. It was impossible for everyone to be like Gu Chongfeng or the head of the Yun family, perfectly situated at the pinnacle of their realm while also having obtained the techniques for the next realm. Therefore, it was within Wu Ming's expectations that there were no myriad phenomena realm techniques from Guanxiao. Guanxiao proved this point. He was quite the opposite, having not even perfected the techniques of the divine vision realm. Wu Ming skimmed through Guanxiao's life history. He was a martial arts enthusiast who often immersed himself in the cultivation room. Even after breaking through to the divine vision realm and entering another tier, he had not slackened. Despite this, he had not perfected the techniques of the divine vision realm because his talent was lacking. No, it was because the technique he practiced was of too high a level, naturally making it quite difficult. Indeed, although he did not obtain techniques from the myriad phenomena realm, Wu Ming did acquire a very high-level technique from the divine vision realm. Additionally, he obtained a relatively high-level spear technique from the God refinement stage. The martial arts of the God refinement stage emphasized martial intent, injuring the soul before the body. Of course, if the soul was powerful enough, like Wu Ming's, he could also crush through directly. One technique and one martial art, both at relatively high levels. This was why Wu Ming felt that his gains this time were quite good. He recorded them into his panel, and combined with the dual cultivation technique from the head of the Yun family, the panel had already popped up a fusion prompt. Casually clicking confirm, Wu Ming's mental power spread throughout the entire Yunjin city. The red eyes soared out, transforming into a red light that swept toward the martial arts experts in Guanzhou's memories. Ordinary people were of no use, just taking up space. Wu Ming stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out. The entire Yunjin city was shrouded in deep night, as if it had fallen into an abyss. Chapter 87. Bai Sheng's opportunity. Bai Li Xian stood on the crumbling walls of Feihong City, frowning as she gazed into the distance. A sound of footsteps approached from behind her. It was Bai Sheng. Even without turning around or using her spiritual power, she could tell it was him just by listening. Xian Jia, it's so late. Why haven't you gone back? Are you worried about the Feihong City case? The Qingyuan department is mobilizing in large numbers. They will definitely find him. It was indeed Bai Sheng, his voice coming from behind Bai Li Xian. The Qingyuan department. Perhaps they are also a loss. Bai Li Xian shook her head slightly. Although the intelligence of the Qingyuan department was decent, it was primarily effective against lower-tier martial artists. Once a martial artist grew stronger, reaching the levels of true energy and spiritual power, how much could the Qingyuan department's proud auxiliary devices actually achieve? The target had only been tracked to entering the Yunduanshan Mountains and had left no other traces. The Qingyuan department was also in a fog now. Perhaps the target had already escaped from here, blending into the vast sea of people. How could they find him? Historically, high-level martial artists who committed serious offenses, as long as they were not confronted face-to-face, once they fled, the chances of finding them later were extremely slim due to their speed and ability to hide. Unless they recklessly revealed themselves again, it might be impossible for others to find them until their demise. Thus, it was entirely reasonable to find relics left behind by martial arts experts in some strange places. Just like the heaven and earth demon hunting returning blade that Wu Ming obtained before, it might have been left by some senior, accidentally acquired by the ancestor of Zhang Sanchu. In such cases, unless a powerful being intervened with their vast and terrifying abilities to sweep across a large area, it would be difficult to locate anyone. However, powerful beings would not act lightly, and if they did, what business would she have? That's right. Bai Li Xian wanted credit. She was eager to progress. This incident was significant, and the rewards were substantial. The generous rewards could allow her to take a major step forward. Reaching the Wuxiang realm was not impossible, which meant greater strength, a longer lifespan, a higher status, and a completely different tier from her current one. Even if the target had the strength to kill a Crimson Noble, so what? Wasn't Tishi a prodigy as well? Being the captain of the first rapid response team of the Zhulong department, she was undoubtedly one of the top elites at the headquarters of the Longyuan division. Climbing further would mean becoming a cadre, a completely different status. In terms of cultivation talent and combat talent, she was among the elite of the elite. As long as she could locate the target, she would handle everything. Asheng. Bai Li Xian suddenly turned around, her form-fitting attire accentuating her figure, which swayed slightly due to her vigorous movement. She looked straight at Bai Sheng. Perhaps he could help her. In previous missions, Bai Sheng's seemingly casual reminders often saved them from taking many detours and helped them avoid numerous dangers. This extraordinary ability once or twice could be attributed to luck, but when it occurred repeatedly, it became a certainty. Bai Li Xian knew everyone had their secrets, and she had no intention of prying into Bai Sheng's. "Help me." "Ah Sheng," just like before. Bai Lixian leaned closer to Bai Sheng, her voice soft and gentle, her warm breath brushing against his face. Bai Sheng's heart raced. With his strength, he could suppress such feelings, as powerful martial artists could easily control their bodies. But he didn't want to. This feeling had surfaced back in his middle school days when his strength was still weak, not much different from an ordinary person. Then, he had a fortuitous encounter and soared to great heights. Although he was over 100 years old now, he had been engrossed in martial arts for years, rarely interacting with women, spending his days either on missions or training, which was one reason he reached the sky control realm at such a young age. Thus, his experience in this aspect was limited, and he was particularly eager. Moreover, he was facing Xinjia. How could he refuse? How could he bear to reject her? "I will do my best," Bai Sheng said decisively, as if he wanted to dig out his heart to prove himself to Bai Lixian. Bai Lixian smiled slightly at his words, her right hand undoing her tied-up hair, which cascaded down her shoulders. She leaned in closer until she was pressed tightly against Bai Sheng, her form fitting against his broad chest. Then, she wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered in his ear, "Then I'll leave it to you." Her gentle voice, mixed with warm breath, tickled his ear, making Bai Sheng feel as though he could barely breathe, as if he were facing an extremely powerful enemy. Then, he no longer suppressed himself. The two of them ignited like dry tinder catching fire. "Not here." Bai Lixian's soft moan escaped, but Bai Sheng paid no heed, focused solely on his own desires. With no other choice, Bai Lixian waved her hand, unleashing a layer of true energy and a layer of spiritual power to isolate them from the outside world. After a long while, until dawn broke, the shield of true energy and spiritual power was finally retracted, revealing the two figures inside. Both were now fully dressed. Bai Lixian's slightly flushed face wore a satisfied expression, her eyes a bit moist, as if she had been crying. She licked her lips, seemingly savoring the moment. Bai Lixian hadn't indulged in meat for a long time, and this time she had a taste. It was quite good. After tidying her outfit, she said, "Ah Sheng, I'll leave this to you." With that, she waved her hand, pretending to leave. Bai Sheng, half lying on the ground, was a bit dazed and only came back to his senses upon hearing her. "Xinjia, are you leaving already? Then what about us?" Seeing Bai Lixian about to depart, he felt a bit lost. They had been so focused on work that they hadn't exchanged many words. Nor had they even confirmed their relationship. Would they still have a chance in the future? Seeing Bai Sheng's expression, Bai Lixian naturally guessed what he was thinking. She chuckled. "We'll see how you perform in the future." With that, before Bai Sheng could respond, she vanished. "In the future? Perform?" Bai Sheng got up, sniffing his palm, which seemed to still carry Bai Lixian's scent. Filled with yearning for her, he silently thought, "Old soul." Almost instantly, an ancient voice responded in his mind. "Good boy, you actually let me witness a live spring scene. You really are something. Now you think of me." Indeed, this was his opportunity. Originally, he was just an ordinary martial arts student, full of ambitions but hindered by poor cultivation talent and a lack of resources at home. Thus, his martial arts achievements were average, not enough to reach the top, but better than some. Just when he thought his life would continue like this, he encountered the Old Soul, Chapter 88. Directing towards Yunjin City, Bai Sheng vividly remembered that it was an ordinary day, or so he thought at the time, until he bumped into a hurried uncle on his way home from school. The uncle was as thin as a twig, holding something in his arms, and was almost knocked over by the collision. A jade pendant rolled out from the uncle's embrace, and the young Bai Sheng was terrified. If he broke the uncle's treasure, his family wouldn't have the money to compensate. He hurriedly picked up the jade pendant to return it to the uncle, but to his surprise, the uncle not only refused to take it, but also ran away shouting as if he had seen a ghost. At that moment, Bai Sheng didn't think much of it. Since the uncle didn't want it, he stuffed it into his own pocket. Then, while crossing the zebra crossing, an out-of-control car came speeding at over 150 kilometers per hour and directly hit him, sending him flying. After flipping who knows how many times in the air, he landed hard on the ground. Fortunately, he was a martial artist. Otherwise, he would have been killed on the spot. Even so, blood drenched his entire body, including the jade pendant in his pocket. He later realized that this was how he successfully activated the soul elder within the jade pendant, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, he might have sold the pendant or kept it in a collection without ever being able to activate the soul elder. As for Bai Sheng being hit and left disabled, the car owner not only refused to compensate him, but also, as a martial artist, turned the tables on Bai Sheng, causing his family to suffer greatly. Thankfully, with the Soul Elder successfully activated, Bai Sheng not only healed his injuries, but also advanced rapidly in martial arts, hitting back hard at the martial artist who had knocked him down. The subsequent story doesn't need to be elaborated. With the Soul Elder's assistance and his own passion for martial arts, Bai Sheng made swift progress, reaching the sky-soaring realm in just over 100 years, and even became a member of the top rapid response team at the Longyuan Division headquarters. This speed could be considered far beyond the ordinary sky-soaring realm. But if one were to say he was very strong, it didn't really spark the desire for possession among the powerful. His excessively smooth life led Bai Sheng to almost believe he was the protagonist of this world. Just a moment ago, he had even, thinking of this, he couldn't help but speak to the Soul Elder again. Soul Elder, help me one more time. I am willing to do whatever you ask from now on. The Soul Elder was no longer residing in the Jade Pendant, but had directly inhabited Bai Sheng's body. Upon hearing this, he laughed heartily, his smile filled with kindness, as if a grandfather was looking at his beloved grandson, or as if a master was watching his excellent disciple. After laughing, the Soul Elder sighed softly. I no longer have the chance. You are my last disciple. To see you inherit my teachings and grow stronger, I have no regrets. What else is there for you to do? Soul Elder, you really. Hearing the Soul Elder seemingly delivering his last words, Bai Sheng momentarily broke free from the joy brought by Li Exen. He then began to worry about the Soul Elder. The Elder had helped him so much, and without him, he truly didn't know what to do. The Soul Elder, on the other hand, spoke as if nothing were wrong. No need to be sad. My soul has decayed, and there are no opportunities for rebirth. I can only do a few more things for you in the end. Bai Sheng was momentarily at a loss for words, but since even the Soul Elder could do nothing about it, he had no choice but to follow the Elder's words and get to the point. He asked, so, Soul Elder, you really can do it? Find the whereabouts of that Ming? This is different from before. The Soul Elder smiled proudly. Did you forget? I told you from the very beginning. Bai Sheng could not possibly forget. The first time the Soul Elder appeared, he had said so. The Soul Elder claimed to be the last generation of the Tianji sect. The Tianji sect had been active on Blue Star thousands of years ago, famous for divination. Other sects also had divination techniques, but only the Tianji sect was consistently accurate. Even though the sect leader of the Tianji sect strictly prohibited disciples from casually divining worldly affairs, some disciples still leaked secrets under the temptation of great benefits. This situation directly or indirectly caused resentment among various sections. A sect that could divine most matters and liked to publicize them as long as sufficient benefits were provided was tolerated, while the Tianji sect still had its law-form realm. However, as the last law-form realm of the Tianji sect fell, the sect was immediately annihilated by the law-form realm of other sections. As for the Soul Elder, he was the layout of the last law-form realm of the Tianji sect, foreseeing that a great calamity was imminent and escaping with the sect's secret manuals. The Soul Elder then lived on, no longer daring to reveal his identity as a Tianji sect disciple, and the Tianji sect gradually faded from people's sight. Until the Soul Elder's time was coming to an end, he sealed his soul in the Jade Pendant, hoping that someone in the future could awaken him and continue the legacy of the Tianji sect's techniques. The subsequent story was about meeting Bai Sheng and then awakening him. Of course, that was just the Soul Elder side of the story. How much of it is true? How much does Bai Sheng believe? It's hard to say. Although the Soul Elder claimed that his soul had decayed and there was no possibility of rebirth, Bai Sheng did not fully believe it. After living for so long, he understood one thing deeply. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. However, the Soul Elder had indeed helped him a lot. Without the Soul Elder, there would be no him today, and he might have died directly in the car accident back then. Whenever he thought of this, he felt guilty for his wariness of the Soul Elder. Kid, listen well. Divination is essentially a calculation and deduction, using powerful perception to gain insight into the trends of the world, and then using mental energy to assist in calculation and deduction. As long as your mental energy is strong enough, you can know the trajectory of events across the entire Blue Star. The Soul Elder's voice echoed in Bai Sheng's mind, pulling him back from his scattered thoughts. Before he could react, the Soul Elder continued, although you haven't reached the spirit refinement stage yet, remember this. It will greatly benefit you in the future. Following the Soul Elder's guidance, they quickly arrived at the Yun Jiao mountain range. The Soul Elder's words continued. Now I will deduce his whereabouts based on the last known position. Although Bai Sheng had not reached the spirit refinement stage, he could feel a vast power surging from his body, splitting into countless threads to sense the surrounding events. This immense power made Bai Sheng's heart tremble. The residual strength of the Soul Elder was still so powerful if it were to do something to him. Suddenly, he felt that power beginning to dissipate, as if being rapidly consumed. Soul Elder? He tentatively asked. After a while, the Soul Elder's weak, aged voice came through. It is Yun Jin. Yun Jin? Yun Jin City? Bai Sheng asked again, but received no response from the Soul Elder. It had been over 100 years, and the Soul Elder had never failed to respond to him like this. The Soul Elder had mentioned that his soul was decaying, and now under such intense consumption. It seemed that the soul had already dissipated. On one hand, Bai Sheng felt a weight lift from his heart. He no longer needed to be wary of the Soul Elder. On the other hand, he felt an emptiness in his heart. Without such a good teacher, how would he walk his path in the future? Soon, he directed his anger towards Wu Ming. It's all Wu Ming's fault. If it weren't for Wu Ming's reckless running around, the Soul Elder wouldn't have needed to deduce anything. He silently vowed, Soul Elder, don't worry. I will not disappoint your expectations, and your sacrifice will not be in vain. Wu Ming, you're doomed. Chapter 89, The Obsession That Dominates the Entire Universe. Wu Ming sat cross-legged in the training room, which had previously been the personal training space of Guoxia, the Lord of Yunjin City, and was now directly used by him. He was currently digesting the many martial arts techniques brought to him by Guoxia. Although Guoxia did not possess any techniques from the Wuxiang realm, he was still a strong presence in the Shenxian realm, and the martial arts techniques in his memory were far more numerous than those of Gu Changfo. Wu Ming accepted all of them without hesitation, recording them on his panel and then perfecting them. However, his soul was much stronger now than when he had recorded Gu Changfeng's techniques, making it significantly easier to absorb this vast memory. In no time, Wu Ming opened his eyes, and unlike Guoxia, whose eyes flashed with divine light illuminating the dim training room, Wu Ming's eyes seemed to reflect a storm of thunder, with millions of bolts of lightning intertwining and crashing down, forming pillars of electric light with a diameter of several dozen meters, resembling a scene of world destruction. With a thought, dark clouds suddenly appeared above Yunjin City, blocking out the sunlight. It was as if the city had plunged back into night. Moreover, thunder dragons roamed within the clouds, emitting bursts of white light and roaring sounds. As long as Wu Ming wished, the storm in his eyes would manifest in reality, bringing down natural disasters and destroying everything in an instant. With another thought, the dark clouds dispersed and sunlight reappeared. Some ordinary citizens of Yunjin City looked up at the sky, astonished by the sudden changes. After withdrawing his divine powers, Wu Ming glanced at his panel. Name, Wu Ming Refining Techniques. 9 Dragon Stance, Perfection. Vertical and Horizontal 10,000 Ren Diamond Glass Technique, Perfection. Mountain Crushing Golden Skin Jade Bone Technique, Perfection. Divine Storage 11 Cave Heavens Returning to Origin Technique, Perfection. Qi Refining Techniques. Whales Swallowing 10,000 Ravines, Sky Gang Gathering Qi Method, Perfection. Northern Underworld Great Abyss 10,000 Streams Returning to Ruins Method, Perfection. 1 Yuan Infinite 10,000 Transformations Passage Method, Perfection. Spirit Refining Techniques. 9 Heavens Responding to Origin Divine Thunder Soul Refining Classic, Perfection. Martial Arts Techniques. Breath Control. Great Mystery Formless Whistling Wind, Perfection. Crimson Calamity Lotus Instant Kill Blade Technique, Perfection. Heavenly Waterfall Sword River Swimming Dragon Sword Art, Perfection. Swift Thunder Scorching Star Sword Art, Perfection. White Rainbow Piercing Clouds Splitting Void Technique, Perfection. Secret Techniques. Heaven and Earth Demon Hunting Returning to Storage Blade, Perfection. Empty Cicada Dust Secret Record, Perfection. 10,000 Forms 1,000 Sounds Secret Record, Perfection. Forbidden Diagram, Incomplete, Perfection. Traits, Dragon Ruling 9 Qi, Diamond Glass, Golden Skin Jade Bone, Divine Storage Returning to Origin. Whales Swallowing 10,000 Ravines, Great Abyss Returning to Ruins, 1 Yuan 10,000 Transformations, Divine Thunder Soul Refining, Great Mystery Formless Breath Essence, Great Mystery Formless Whistling Wind. Instant Kill, Red Lotus Blooming, Swimming Dragon, Heavenly Waterfall Sword River, Falling Star, Swift Thunder Scorching, Splitting Void White Rainbow, Empty Cicada Dust, 18,000 Forms. Divine Weapon Demon Blade. Heaven and Earth Demon Hunting Returning to Storage Blade, Crimson Eye, 5 Eyes, Talent, Flesh and Blood Core Realm. Perfected Shinxian Realm looking at the diverse techniques on the panel. Even if he were to engage in combat with a master of the original realm, he could confidently say that the outcome would only be known once they fought. Of course, if possible, Wu Ming would prefer to crush them with the strength of the Law Manifestation Realm. However, In this world where martial arts techniques are highly monopolized, there was no way around it. Even if Wu Ming could read memories, he could only kill strong opponents first and then acquire their techniques. Wu Ming slowly stood up and walked out of the training room. A woman dressed in professional OL attire was waiting for him at the door. Upon seeing Wu Ming emerge, she brought him tea and a towel. She was the housekeeper assigned by Guoxia to this building, which indeed belonged entirely to Guoxia in the city center. The housekeeper concealed ocean-like true energy within her, and surprisingly, she was a master at the Qi realm. Guoxia seemed to be living quite well. Her figure was curvaceous, with black stockings on her legs and a pair of black heels with red soles. Thanks to martial arts optimization of the body and appearance, even without makeup, her features were exquisite, with fair skin and beauty. Wu Ming observed her for a moment. She possessed the charm of a mature woman and was quite alluring. Unfortunately, Guoxia probably used her often, and Wu Ming had no habit of using second-hand goods. Female allure was not a necessity for him. Therefore, he merely picked up the tea, took a sip, and then made his way to the rooftop. The rooftop was covered in lush green grass, and the awning above blocked out the sun, casting a cool shadow. Wu Ming sat in a reclining chair, overlooking the core area of Yunjin City through the glass railing. A gentle breeze blew, making it very comfortable. At this moment, he felt incredibly relaxed, as if he had completed an urgent task and was now enjoying leisure time. He did not seem like a globally wanted criminal, but rather like a retired person enjoying life. However, he knew this was just an illusion. As long as he had not become the strongest, this illusion could be easily shattered by others. Not to mention the nearby law manifestation realm powers keeping a watchful eye on him. The Longyuan division had just begun searching for him and hadn't found him yet, so they weren't in a rush. Once they truly couldn't find him and provoked the law manifestation realm, even Wu Ming would have no escape. Therefore, the current situation was still very urgent. Wu Ming's previously calm heart stirred again. He wanted to turn the earth, no, not just the earth, but the entire universe into his backyard. He aimed to transform the entire universe into a zoo under his control. This way, there should be nothing to constrain him. At that moment, the housekeeper leaned over and whispered in his ear, "Master, 2 mice have slipped in." "Oh, mice? I wonder if they came specifically to find him or if they stumbled in by accident." Bai Lixian and Bai Sheng revealed themselves. The two had already arrived in Yunjin City. Bai Lixian could not help but ask, "Sheng, is the target really in Yunjin City?" Bai Sheng could not confirm the target's exact location, but this was derived from the Soul Elder's lifelong deductions, so there should be no major issues. "It should be within the city." Bai Sheng nodded affirmatively. "Can you know the specific location?" Bai Lixian fixed her gaze on Bai Sheng and slowly asked. The breath she exhaled reminded Bai Sheng of last night. However, Bai Sheng genuinely could not know, as the Soul Elder had already dissipated, and he had not reached the spirit refining stage. He could not practice the deductions left to him by the Soul Elder from the Tianji sect. Bai Sheng could only shake his head and honestly say, "I really can't know. I only know it's in the city." Well then, Bai Lixian did not push. Knowing the specific location would be great, but not knowing it was just a bit more trouble. It was already good enough to narrow it down to this extent. "Are we going alone? Can we manage?" Bai Sheng expressed some concern. "It's fine. We don't necessarily have to fight the target to the death. Just confirming he is here is already a significant achievement. Besides, I don't think I'll be worse than him. And there's also the city lord of Yunjin City. Could the target really kill us without the city lord knowing? As long as he doesn't kill us immediately, he will have to face 2 masters in the Shenxian realm, and he won't have any chance." Bai Lixian reassured Bai Sheng with a smile. "That is true." Bai Sheng nodded, accepting Bai Lixian's reasoning. Chapter 90. Eerie surveillance. Bai Lixian walked down the street, knowing that wandering aimlessly would definitely lead nowhere. She had to seek out the Lord of Yunjin City for collaboration. She originally thought Bai Sheng could provide the exact location of their target, but unexpectedly, he only knew the target was in Yunjin City. However, that was fine. The Lord of Yunjin City was merely at the Divine Realm, and they were peers, making profit distribution easier to discuss. If she informed her superiors of this information, she would no longer have a say in the distribution. With that in mind, she said to Bai Sheng, "Let's go find the city lord directly. Since we're on someone else's turf, we should meet the owner here first. It would make collaborating easier." "All right, Sister Xian, just arrange it." Bai Sheng agreed. Teaming up with the city lord was indeed more stable and saved time and effort. So the two headed toward the city center. Along the way, Bai Lixian sensed the fleeting gazes of passers-by with her powerful spiritual awareness, making her feel strange. The drivers, workers squatting on the curb eating, white-collar workers sipping coffee in cafes. and a single eye peeking through a curtain. All of them glanced at Bai Li Xin and Bai Sheng at a certain moment, then paused. Bai Li Xin understood that this was definitely not an accidental glance, but rather an organized and premeditated surveillance. The commonality was that these people, whether strong or weak, were at least martial artists. Ah Sheng, don't you think many people are secretly watching us? She said to Bai Sheng. She then stopped and looked around. But the surroundings were bustling with activity. Children playing, parents scolding, vendors shouting, and cattle and horses rushing by. Everything seemed normal, as if it had just been her illusion. It was as if those people sensed that Bai Li Xin had discovered their surveillance, and all simultaneously resumed their own activities, causing Bai Li Xin to suddenly feel no gaze on her at all. The shift from being scrutinized by hundreds of gazes to being ignored was stark. It felt as if the people here were puppets on strings, their every action merely a performance for her. This was eerie, and Bai Li Xin felt a chill run down her spine, her hair standing on end. Bai Sheng looked around at her words. But if Bai Li Xin hadn't noticed anything again, how could he? Really? Maybe it's because Sister Xin is too beautiful? In modern terms, you have a high rate of turning heads. Bai Sheng joked, completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Bai Li Xin shook her head, dispelling the fear that had arisen. It was normal that Bai Sheng, not having reached the spirit refinement stage, couldn't perceive it. However, seeing everything appear normal again made Bai Li Xin doubt whether she was being too sensitive. Forget it, let us just go, she said helplessly. She believed that the most important thing now was to complete the mission and gain merit. Everything else could be set aside for now. The two continued toward the city center. In some hidden corners, camera after camera silently rotated, firmly locking onto their positions. Moments later, they were seated on the sofa in the city lord's reception room. A maid approached, slightly bowing, and respectfully said, "Please wait a moment, esteemed guests. The city lord will be here shortly." After saying that, she began to brew tea, pouring 2 cups in front of them. The aroma of the tea diluted the strange feelings Bai Li Xin had felt earlier. She picked up a cup and took a sip. Along the way, she no longer felt that sensation of being watched, which gradually allowed her cautious heart to relax. Perhaps she really had been too sensitive. No matter. She had now arrived at the city lord's place. Even if there was indeed something amiss, with her and the city lord working together, the other party wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. They didn't have to wait long. Bai Li Xin hadn't even finished her cup of tea when the door was pushed open. 2 figures entered the reception room, one tall and robust. It was Guan Xiao, the other with curves in all the right places, followed behind Guan Xiao. It turned out to be the butler. Guan Xiao strode in with a smile, saying, "Friends from Longyuan Division have traveled far. I apologize for my inadequate hospitality. Please forgive me." Seeing the city lord so accommodating and easy to talk to, Bai Li Xin naturally wouldn't be ungrateful. Guan Xiao was at her level, after all. She and Bai Sheng quickly stood up to greet him, and after some pleasantries, they each took their seats. Guan Xiao naturally leaned back on the sofa, showing no signs of restraint, while the butler stood behind him. He said, "I speak plainly. I don't know what brings you two here to find me." Bai Li Xin took the lead. "Well, Yanjin City is right next to Feihong City. The city lord must be aware of the recent events occurring in Feihong City, right?" Guan Xiao nodded. "I do have some understanding. However, I don't know how this relates to your visit to find me." Bai Li Xin had been observing Guan Xiao since he entered. He appeared to be a straightforward person, perhaps worth collaborating with, even if he wasn't as righteous and generous as he seemed, but rather a greedy person. Bai Li Xin could still consider giving him a larger share of the benefits. Overall, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. She immediately said, according to reliable information, "The person responsible for the incident in Feihong City is currently in Yunjin City." After saying this, she paused to observe Guan Zhao's reaction. "Oh, really?" Guan Zhao suddenly sat up straight from the sofa, looking at her seriously. He then continued, "So what do you need from me? To find him, capture him, or directly kill him?" Bai Li Xin took another sip of tea and said, "That's right. There will definitely be a reward after the mission is accomplished. I wonder what the city lord thinks." Guan Zhao shifted his serious expression, looking at them with a smile. "So, you mean you only know he is in Yunjin City, but don't know his exact location? Can you share how you found out?" Bai Li Xin shook her head, firmly stating, "That's right. We don't know his exact position right now. As for how we know, that's personal privacy. So I cannot disclose it." "Oh, personal privacy. That's fine." Guan Xiao stood up from the sofa and began to pace around Bai Li Xin and Bai Sheng. "Hey, for a criminal of such danger, isn't there any superior to back you up? Why is it just you two?" Didn't you inform your superiors? Guan Shao asked again. Bai Li Xian chuckled. Isn't it enough that you and I are teaming up? Although the target's strength far exceeds the Sky Sovereign realm. Do you think he can match us together? Haha, good. Guan Shao laughed heartily upon hearing this. So, does that mean you agreed to collaborate, City Lord? Seeing Guan Shao laugh, Bai Li Xian thought he had agreed and hurriedly asked. All the same. Guan Shao murmured. What's all the same? Just as Bai Li Xian was confused, the feeling of being surveilled returned. From the butler in front, the maid behind, and even from Guan Shao himself. Chapter 91. The Soul Elder appears. The eerie feeling of being watched came from all directions, right in this Lord's reception room. Bai Li Xian immediately reacted. Even a Lord had a problem. Retreat quickly. Just as she stood up, a wave swept over her. This wave felt like a giant hand, erasing all her desires, emotions, and thoughts, leaving only purity. Her eyes suddenly became vacant, and she turned into a dazed and silly appearance. Bai Sheng's attention had been on her, and seeing her suddenly change like this, he became anxious. He held Bai Li Xian in his arms and called out urgently, Sister Xian, are you okay? Sister Xian? At that moment, accompanied by a puzzled voice, Wu Ming's figure appeared on the opposite sofa. Bai Sheng shifted his gaze, looking at this person who looked exactly like the one on the wanted poster. It's Wu Ming. He has colluded with the Lord. It's over. Now that Sister Xian is already affected, how can he, alone, fight against two divine realm experts? With no way to retreat, he fell into complete despair and simply asked, What have you done to Sister Xian? With this, the Longyuan division will never let you go. What a mindless statement. Did Wu Ming think that if he didn't do this, the Longyuan division would let him go? Wu Ming ignored Bai Sheng's words. It was indeed him who had acted just now. His spiritual power swept over, directly brushing away Bai Li Xian's flimsy mental defenses, while also reading her memories. Longyuan division. Feihong City, merits, Bai Sheng. He read them one by one. So it was you who found me. What kind of opportunity do you have on you? Wu Ming was very interested in this. His spiritual power had just been blocked by Bai Sheng. Even Bai Li Xian, who was in the divine realm, couldn't resist it. How could a mere Yukong realm manage to block it? However, Wu Ming hadn't used his full strength. As he walked towards Bai Sheng, his spiritual power stirred, sweeping over in waves. Bai Sheng couldn't sense the spiritual power. He only knew that Wu Ming was slowly approaching him, and a sense of oppression was growing stronger. Interesting. Wu Ming's effort kept increasing, far exceeding what a typical divine realm expert could withstand. Yet Bai Sheng still appeared unaffected. Moreover, he clearly couldn't even sense the spiritual power. In this situation, could it be that he had an exceptionally powerful divine weapon or treasure on him, or perhaps a hidden force, or even a powerful soul residing within him? Come out. I can sense your presence. Unexpectedly, Wu Ming uttered a baffling statement. To his surprise, a powerful spiritual force surged from Bai Sheng's body. Bai Sheng also felt it was strange. It was like the last time when the Soul Elder deduced things. He felt a huge power surging out of him. Soul Elder? Is it you? Bai Sheng inquired in his mind. It's me, an old and calm voice responded. Bai Sheng felt a vague panic. The aura of the Soul Elder was no longer the kind and gentle one he remembered, but rather had a sinister quality. Moreover, hadn't the Soul Elder dissipated? Why had he reappeared now, and with such powerful and unfathomable strength? But now, facing a critical moment, with the enemy before him and Sister Xian severely injured, he urgently needed external help. So Bai Sheng didn't have time to dwell on these thoughts. He quickly spoke. Great. Soul Elder, it's so good that you're okay. The situation is urgent. Please help me. Just like before, he requested the Soul Elder's aid. With the Soul Elder around, everything would be fine. All the obstacles and insurmountable predicaments before him could be resolved by the Soul Elder. Unexpectedly, the Soul Elder coldly laughed. Help you? I have never helped you. As for now, you should step aside. What does that mean? Bai Sheng fell silent upon hearing this. He couldn't understand. However, the Soul Elder didn't care whether he understood or not, forcefully pushing his soul aside and taking control of the body. What? Bai Sheng was greatly shocked. He never expected to lose control of his body so easily. It was as if he were driving a small car, and suddenly someone came over, yanked open his door, dragged him out, and got in a drive. In reality, their souls communicated in an instant, and Bai Sheng's body was instantly replaced by someone else. After swapping souls, Bai Sheng's appearance changed. His face became grim and hard as he looked at Wu Ming and said indifferently, You truly sense my existence? Wu Ming clicked his tongue in amazement. Among the several scenarios he had anticipated, having a powerful soul residing within was quite unique. In this case, Bai Sheng's soul was conscious. He tried to bluff, and to his surprise, it actually worked. Surprising. I didn't expect you to be so cooperative. Wu Ming smiled at Bai Sheng. Why was he smiling? Because, according to Bai Sheng's displayed power, he was at least in the Wuxiang realm. This meant that the techniques of the Wuxiang realm were now presented to him on a silver platter. Bai Sheng's power surged, and he nodded, suddenly realizing, so that's how it is? I thought you could really discover me. How about this? Since you seem relatively honest, I will give you two choices. First, obediently give up this body of yours, and I will let you find another body like this one I have now, and from then on, you will be my sole slave and my command. Second, I will crush you on the spot until your soul is annihilated. His words seemed to carry the power to dominate everything, both enticing Wu Ming's will and influencing the natural phenomena in reality. As he spoke, the air distorted. When he raised his voice, thunder roared, and when he lowered it, a cold wind blew. Have you made your choice? Not speaking means you default to choosing the second option. Bai Sheng crossed his arms, looking down at Wu Ming. In his view, Wu Ming was clearly shocked by the power unique to the Wuxiang realm that Bai Sheng displayed. Advancing to the Wuxiang realm, his spiritual power had not only increased tremendously in quantity, but had also undergone a significant qualitative transformation, capable of distorting reality. Wu Ming shook his head. Seeing this, the Soul Elder thought, if it's not the second option, then it must be the first. The Soul Elder secretly rejoiced. Wu Ming had indeed succumbed to his might. Although the first option meant being controlled by him, at least his life would be spared, right? Yet Wu Ming opened his mouth, saying, "You don't know what you're talking about." Wu Ming's pupils revealed a scene of world destruction, reflected in Bai Sheng's eyes. The souls of the Soul Elder and Bai Sheng were simultaneously pulled into a realm. In this place, the Soul Elder's body appeared as a mass of black mist, twisting and sometimes forming into bats, while at other times dispersing into thick black fog. Bai Sheng's body here was no different from his physical body, completely naked and appearing transparent. Where's this? Bai Sheng couldn't help but ask. In the current situation, he had completely lost control and could only rely on the Soul Elder. This is Wu Ming's soul realm. Ha ha, Wu Ming, you are bringing about your own destruction. Came the Soul Elder's mocking voice from the black mist. The so-called soul realm is often the core of a warrior at the spirit refinement stage, where the warrior's soul resides. Pulling an enemy into one soul realm has always been a tactic used by higher realm warriors against those of lower realms. For someone like Wu Ming to pull a higher realm warrior into his own soul realm, wasn't that seeking death? All he had to do was annihilate Wu Ming's soul to directly occupy and seize his body. How would he dare to do that? Boom! Suddenly, countless bolts of lightning rolled and moved within the clouds, illuminating a figure sitting on a divine throne above the clouds. The Soul Elder's laughter abruptly ceased. Chapter 92. The Soul Elder was instantly defeated. Thousands of thunder rumbled, suddenly illuminating the world and the figure above the clouds. He sat on the divine throne, high above the clouds, his eyes filled with indifference towards life. The Soul Elder looked at Wu Ming, who resembled a deity above, and his laughter came to an abrupt halt. This is Wu Ming's soul. How could it be so strong? Impossible. The Soul Elder couldn't believe it. This must be a lie. Bai Sheng also looked towards the clouds, a sense of danger rising in his heart, quickly retreating far away. The souls of the two powerful beings were battling here. He hoped not to get involved, as being caught in the crossfire would definitely lead to death. Wu Ming, you're on the brink of death. Stop pretending to be a god. The Soul Elder's soul transformed into a massive swarm of bats, blocking the brilliance of the thunder, casting a huge shadow on the earth. Squeak! Hundreds of thousands of bats screeched, each one spitting out a long, slender nail. These nails were dark purple, moving at extreme speed, cutting through the air like a dark purple line, shooting towards the clouds. From Bai Sheng's perspective, the overwhelming swarm of bats shot out a dense array of dark purple lines, enveloping the heavens above. 10,000 bats, God, Slayer Soul Nail. Each slender line seemed capable of easily killing a divine realm being. Even though Bai Sheng didn't have a concrete concept of it, he knew that this move from the Soul Elder was very powerful. Kill Wu Ming. Wu Ming is definitely going to die. It would be best if they both perish together, at the very least, seriously injure the Soul Elder. Because the current Soul Elder felt unfamiliar to him, making him feel afraid. At that moment, Bai Sheng heard the voice of the deity from above the clouds. Punishment. It sounded like thunder booming from the clouds. Boom! At the command, it was as if thousands of war drums were beating simultaneously. Dense lightning struck down from the clouds, illuminating the world as bright as day. no longer darkening. The ground cracked from the shock, exploding in blue-purple lightning. One by one, the dark purple lines were struck down, and bats were turned to charcoal, disintegrating into dust before they even hit the ground. In the center of the clouds, the lightning surged and gathered, growing brighter, resembling a sun formed from lightning. Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion, a column of electric light with a diameter of several thousand meters was born, piercing through the heavens and the earth, simultaneously covering the fleeing bats. Bai Sheng watched the electric light column descending, crashing down not far from his soul, his body feeling tingly as if it would be pierced by lightning at any moment, the shockwave and the smell of charred flesh bringing him back to reality. It's over. The electric light column turned his face pale. Not only was Wu Ming alive, but he wasn't even injured, while the Soul Elder was definitely doomed. Easily crushed by Wu Ming, a wave of soul energy swept over, and Bai Sheng, unaware, had his memories read in an instant. Soul Elder, Heavenly Machine Sect, calculation. Various pieces of information flowed into Wu Ming's mind. This was like a grandpa version of a cheat code. Could it be that this Bai Sheng was the protagonist? Boom! Another electric light column crashed down, this time directly hitting Bai Sheng. His soul instantly melted and dissipated under this terrifying power. Wu Ming on the clouds shook his head in disappointment. It seemed Bai Sheng was not the protagonist of this world. In Wu Ming's understanding, a protagonist should never easily die. They should have extraordinary luck. He then looked at the ground where a bat was lying still, too afraid to move. This was intentionally left by Wu Ming, as the soul of a being at the omniscient realm must contain valuable things. With a thought, lightning gathered into a large hand, wrapping around the last remaining bat. The bat dared not touch the lightning hand. It could only follow as the hand flew, eventually arriving in front of Wu Ming. The bat flapped its wings, chirping, and the soul fluctuations it emitted allowed Wu Ming to instantly understand its meaning. Soul Elder, I was blind and offended you. I have put down all defenses of my soul. You can plant a seal in my soul, and I am willing to serve you for eternity. Oh, Wu Ming was still pondering how to deal with it, not expecting this old thing to be so agreeable. Wu Ming's eyes focused as he looked at the bat. Lightning flashed. Squeak. The bat cried out in pain as a mark was branded on its forehead. It was a symbol made up of lightning marks forming an infinity sign. Soon, this mark faded, entering the depths of the Soul Elder's soul. This mark contained a trace of Wu Ming's soul, capable of real-time monitoring of the Soul Elder's thoughts. As long as he had any treachery in mind, it would instantly erupt, directly annihilating his soul. Since this mark was deep within his soul, even if the Soul Elder soul were to grow back to its original strength later, he would be unable to contend with this mark, forever yielding to Wu Ming. This was a high-level application similar to soul or mental power found in the cultivation texts of the God-refining stage. Without the blood-red eye, a divine weapon, Wu Ming could only do this to enslave a being for an extended time. Of course, this was merely a threat using another's life. If the bat no longer wished to live, it could still escape Wu Ming's control. In terms of obedience, it was not as good as the blood-red eye, which directly molded another soul into an absolutely loyal soldier. This time, the Soul Elder had hit the mark. Wu Ming wanted to test this method, so he didn't use the blood-red eye. The mark was already branded, and with a wave of his hand, Wu Ming expelled the Soul Elder from his soul realm. Although time passed for a long while in the soul realm, it was just a brief moment in the outside world. The main reason for pulling the two into his soul realm was to avoid causing a huge commotion that would attract powerful beings. Like when Wu Ming previously gathered thunderclouds and commanded the thunder to strike down, he could also intervene in reality through powerful mental force. But that would create too much noise. Just gathering the thunderclouds alone would probably alert the Long Yuan division. Moreover, a thunder column would likely obliterate Bai Sheng's physical body along with his soul, leaving no chance to search his soul. On the other side, the Soul Elder's soul returned to Bai Sheng's body, and now only his soul remained in this body. Seeing the Soul Elder had returned to the physical body, Wu Ming's eyes flashed with lightning, beginning to read memories through the mark. Chapter 93. Further enhancement. Terrifying phenomenon. A flash of lightning flickered in Wu Ming's eyes, and the imprint deep within the soul of the Soul Elder flickered in sync. Wu Ming began to freely browse through the Soul Elder's memories. In an instant, he had gone through the vast memories. As Wu Ming's soul grew stronger, the speed at which he could read others' memories increased as well. He slowly leaned back on the sofa, and with a thought, the figures of the soldier slaves dissipated, leaving only Wu Ming in place to organize the Soul Elder's memory techniques. He took a sip of tea, and as expected, the Soul Elder indeed possessed techniques of the Wanxiang realm. However, contrary to what Bai Sheng's memories had indicated, the Soul Elder was not the so-called seed left behind by the Tiangong sect to later rebuild it. The Soul Elder's real name was He Qi, and the only thing known about his birth was that it was in ancient times. The specific number of years from now was untraceable. He Qi had been sleeping in the jade pendant for so long that even he did not know how much time had passed. Originally, he was just an ordinary disciple of the Tiangong sect. During a great catastrophe, the sect took talented disciples and divided them into several teams to flee from different directions. He Qi, due to his average talent, could only serve as bait to attract enemies for those teams. Unwilling to comply with the sect's arrangement and become a mere lure, he instead followed one team of seeds, killed one when they were separated, seized the techniques from them, and then fled. Since the sect was undergoing a great calamity, everyone was too preoccupied to look for him. Unexpectedly, the remnants of the Tiangong sect pursued him, and even though he had broken through to the Wanxiang realm during his escape, he was still no match for them. He had no choice but to hastily seal himself within the jade pendant to evade pursuit. Later, when Bai Sheng awakened him, he did not immediately seize Bai Sheng's body due to fear, uncertain if the remnants of the Tiangong sect were still around. He could only borrow Bai Sheng's shell for concealment, afraid that the remnants would notice his return. Who would have thought he would eventually encounter Wu Ming and fall into his hands? He had killed the seed of the Tiangong sect and acquired many techniques. But that seed's strength was low, and the techniques it carried only reached the Wanxiang realm at most. As Wu Ming continued to absorb, information on his panel cascaded down like a waterfall: divination and deduction types, weapon techniques at the divine refining stage, various techniques. He agreed to all the fusion prompts that popped up. The Wanxiang realm techniques that were fused instantly reached perfection. Boom! Wu Ming's mental power multiplied in a very short period, increasing several times every second. As it surged, it compressed and condensed in a higher quality mental power. Yet the speed of compression could not keep up with the rate of increase. It was as if he had been repressed for too long and needed to vent. Wu Ming could no longer restrain himself and release the limits. The already vast and continuously increasing mental power surged out like a flood that had burst its banks, roaring as if it wanted to engulf the entire world. The light twisted under this massive mental power. The air was interfered with and compressed, producing a whimper. The clouds gathered and accumulated with lightning, and the earth veins seemed to come alive and move. The entire city fell into this seemingly apocalyptic predicament. Not just the city. Wu Ming's mental power continued to extend outwards, as if it had no bounds. Wu Ming felt that this terrifying mental power could easily lift the entire city from the ground and throw it away. Yet even with such strength, his transformation was still enhancing, still growing stronger, with his mental power continuing to surge, wildly increasing and intensifying. In the ruins of Feihong City, the people of Lunyuan Division looked towards the distant Yanjin City. There, dark clouds rolled into a wall, thunder and lightning flashed, and the light was distorted, as if the city was shrouded in a thin membrane that could not be scrutinized closely. Moreover, this range was rapidly expanding. That place was Yanjin City. What was happening? Oh my, could it be that someone is about to undergo tribulation to become an immortal? Or is there a rare treasure emerging? What the heck, in this situation, there must be a martial arts powerhouse making a move. Just a single strike would do, let alone a rare treasure. With such coverage, could Yanjin City follow the same fate as Feihong City and be destroyed? Hey, don't worry. If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. Why should we worry? True, with such intensity, it feels like a single glance from that powerhouse could kill us. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the air. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, wielding a long spear adorned with dragon patterns, dressed in blue heavy armor, and a pure white cloak billowed in the wind, with the words Long Yuan written elegantly on it. At this moment, just standing in the air, he exuded a powerful and unique aura that made it impossible to look directly at him, compelling one to submit. This outfit? It's the Azure Dragon General. Below, someone was the first to spot the figure, and couldn't help but murmur. What? The Azure Dragon General of Lunyuan Division has personally arrived? Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look over, and indeed, it was him. Although they had hardly interacted with the Azure Dragon General in reality, it didn't prevent the 4 spirit generals from frequently appearing in the media. Anyone who had seen them would remember them deeply. The Azure Dragon General had an androgynous appearance, good looks, with red lips and white teeth, willow brows, and phoenix eyes. His long hair fell gracefully over his cloak, and he looked lazily towards the direction of Yunjin City. The aura emanating from there was indeed powerful. He remembered that the previous city lord of Yunjin City was Guanshao. Was that guy really so strong? So what was happening? Let's go take a look. The Azure Dragon General licked his lips. Finally, something fresh had happened. Every day was the same, and he was getting sleepy. Although his looks could be described as beautiful as a flower, the aura he exuded was terrifying, making those below dare not even breathe. Before anyone could speak, the Azure Dragon General's figure transformed into a beam of light and vanished, as if he had turned into a blue dragon swimming through the clouds, appearing and disappearing rapidly as he headed towards Yunjin City. Only after he had completely left did the people below dare to breathe freely. When the Azure Dragon General was here, it felt as if air was a luxury, and they could hardly breathe. The oppression was terrifying. The Azure Dragon General was not only their superior in the Longyuan division, but also a top expert who stood above thousands. Even looking across the entire Blue Star, he was among the few strong ones. At this moment, everyone began to discuss. So this is the Azure Dragon General. This is my first time seeing him in reality. He looks so good. Good looking? I think you're looking for death. If the Azure Dragon General hears this, you wouldn't even know how you died. It seems that something big has happened in Yunjin City, making the Azure Dragon General so anxious to rush over. Indeed, but with the Azure Dragon General there, no matter how big the issue is, it will surely be quelled. That is for sure. In the years the Azure Dragon General has served, he has never suffered defeat. Any task that comes to him, he completes easily. Chapter 94, How to Survive in My Hands? In Yunjin City, Wu Ming's mental power was like being captured by a black hole, completely swallowed back into his mind. Just moments ago, his mental power had grown too quickly, exceeding the capacity to compress it into a higher-level mental power, and it was about to fill his soul realm. He had no choice but to temporarily release it, causing a terrifying phenomenon. This grand scene naturally caught the attention of certain people. Some had even come to his side. For example, this one, Wu Ming looked at a monk beside him. He was at least 4 to 5 meters tall, nearly touching the ceiling, and what was more frightening was that his width was greater than his height. The whole person seemed like a movable mountain of flesh. His neck was tightly encircled by 5 thick rings of fat, and 3 overlapping chins hung like cured meat on his neck, with the lowest layer dragging down to his chest. Although his head barely maintained a human shape, it was severely deformed due to obesity, and his eyes were squished into tiny green bean-like shapes by the fat. Below the waist, the fat bulged outward at a greater than 45-degree angle, forming an inverted triangular silhouette, resembling a human pyramid made of flesh. Of course, there were also 2 relatively thin calves supporting the entire body, which from a distance looked like 2 sticks propping up the pyramid. Wu Ming couldn't help but wonder if those 2 legs could really support such a mountain of flesh above. The Flesh Mountain Monk appeared just as Wu Ming had released his terrifying mental power. He didn't know how such a massive body managed to squeeze in here. After all, this was indoors. At this moment, he was holding a gigantic roasted beef leg, eating it with great relish, grease seeping out and covering his entire palm, getting into the gaps between his fingers. Of course, under his enormous figure, this massive beef leg was no different from a chicken leg. With every bite, he took a large chunk of meat, and the beef leg wound tea lasts more than 5 bites. Seeing Wu Ming looking over, the monk quickly chewed the meat in his mouth and swallowed, revealing a smile. As he smiled, Wu Ming could see strands of meat stuck between his teeth. This monk was unusual. Thinking that he was another walking cultivation method, Wu Ming couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Can monks eat meat?" The Flesh Mountain Monk laughed and said, "Amit Ba, the little monk has realized his true self, so naturally, I can eat meat without concern." After saying this, he paused and continued, "Don't worry, Buddha's child, wait until I finish eating, and I will take you back to the temple." After that, he took another big bite, finishing the visible meat on the beef leg, then began to carefully gnaw on the tendons and shreds of meat on top. "Buddha's child? Who? Me? Take me back to the temple? What for?" Wu Ming was puzzled, confused. Who was this madman wanting to take him away? My cultivation method is talking nonsense seriously. And Wu Ming cooperated with his rambling, saying, "What Buddha's child? Can you give me the Dharma aspect realm cultivation method?" The who was gnawing on the beef leg bone nearby paused upon hearing this. The Dharma aspect realm cultivation method, he didn't even have the authority to check it. And Wu Ming, a reincarnation vessel, wanted to see it. However, his eyes turned, and he said, "Yes, of course, Buddha's child has supreme authority, so you can naturally access the Dharma aspect realm cultivation method. Oh, really? Then I want to see it now. Since it had come to this, if he really showed it, Wu Ming would be convinced. Did not pause this time. He finished gnawing the meat off the beef leg bone and reluctantly tossed the bone to the ground. He slowly looked at Wu Ming, shook his head, and said, I don't have the cultivation method either. I will take you back to meet the abbot, and he will give it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out his greasy hand towards Wu Ming. At the same time, a Buddha statue manifested behind him, its appearance majestic, but with a giant mouth opened in the middle of its belly, exuding an aura of devouring everything. The Buddha statue extended its hand in sync with him, reaching for Wu Ming. This strike, with spirit, energy, and mind subtly unified, was extraordinarily powerful, as if a giant hand descending from the clouds aimed to grasp an ant. In his view, with his true self-realm strength, easily capturing a junior who had just advanced to the myriad forms realm was a piece of cake, right? Still, that saying, the gap between realms was growing larger and larger. Even after witnessing Wu Ming's vast mental power, still did not believe Wu Ming could be his opponent. Instead, it was better to capture him quickly. If he got stronger, he would truly no longer be an opponent. The greasy palm was getting closer to Wu Ming, and suddenly, a long spear with dragon patterns shot out. The dragon patterns manifested, wrapping around the spear, pointing directly at its palm. Good courage, daring to ruin your Buddha's good deed. Sensing the extraordinary spear, cursed loudly, but he did not avoid it at all. His palm, carrying the Buddha statue behind him, struck the spear's tip. Boom! The energy that erupted instinctively crushed Yunjin City back and forth dozens of times. But the energy at the true self realm was highly condensed. Unless they wanted to cause widespread destruction, they could restrain the attack within a certain range. Even so, the bottom of the entire building was directly obliterated by this strike, turning the area into a vacuum. Apart from the 3 people present, all other matter was turned to dust. A section of the building instantly opened up, and then it collapsed. For a moment, dust filled the sky. However, the 2 strong beings only needed a thought, and the dust seemed to have consciousness, dispersing in fear. Glared angrily at the newcomer, saying, I wondered who it was. It turns out to be you, little green snake. What? Do you want to experience your Buddhist teachings? Even the rumbling sound of the building collapsing could not cover his voice. The Azure Dragon still had that lazy look as if he had just woken up. He said lightly, forget the rest. This person, you cannot take away. I also need him to report. Upon hearing this, scratched his bald head with his greasy hand. Puzzled. I don't understand. I just slept for a while. What's going on in this world? Why is everyone fighting over this person? Is he some kind of unparalleled genius? The Azure Dragon needed to take Wu Ming to report to the Dragon Abyss Division. And since Wu Ming had killed the Crimson Nobility, they were furious and also wanted his body. The Azure Dragon had the necessary reasons. Naturally did too. He had received direct orders from the Dharma aspect realm to capture Wu Ming. The 2 could not reconcile, and ironically, they had never asked Wu Ming, as if he were an outsider. Just as tensions rose, a being surged up behind the Azure Dragon. It had 2 horns that spread upward like coral branches. Its pupils were a vertical amber color, revealing majesty as it blinked. 7 pairs of long green whiskers drooped from its jaw. 81 clusters of dorsal scales ran from its neck to its tail. Its 4 limbs rested in the clouds, with knuckles as thick as giant trees, and its muscular lines resembled ancient cypress roots. At the same time, it emitted a shimmering blue light, seemingly radiating vitality and thunder, as if it could bring destruction at any moment. This was undoubtedly a dragon. The Azure Dragon and the Buddha statue confronted each other, dividing Yunjin City into 2 areas. At this moment, Wu Ming's voice came. Actually, you don't need to worry about who can take my body. What you need to consider now is how to survive in my hands. As soon as the words fell, a powerful aura surged up, pressing down both the Azure Dragon and the Buddha statue, forming an overwhelming area. Chapter 95. The True Self Realm between the Azure Dragon and the Buddha statue. An area suddenly rose, achieving a balance and swiftly displaying an overwhelming advantage. Dark clouds loomed overhead, lightning flashed, and dense bolts of lightning and electric columns crashed down, with hurricanes howling, creating an apocalyptic scene. Witnessing this, Fa Yuan couldn't help but murmur, isn't this guy in the myriad phenomena realm? How can he reveal his true form? The Azure Dragon and the phenomenon behind Fa Yuan are both their true selves. The so-called true self, also known as the true form, symbolizes the most essential aspect of a person. In the true self realm, A martial artist needs to find their true self and use it as the object of meditation. Through continuous meditation, they can transform their soul into its true form. Moreover, the true self also serves as the blueprint for the Dharma realm, and its importance is self-evident. Of course, just as a person may change constantly while pursuing their dreams, some profound changes can directly affect their dreams. As martial artists pursue the martial way, the techniques they cultivate will continuously influence their essence, just like the Azure Dragon and Fa Yuan's Buddha statue, which are both clearly tainted by their respective techniques. None of this is particularly harmful. As long as you can find and firmly believe that it is your true self, that is enough. The key point is that Wu Ming clearly hasn't reached the true self realm. So how can he reveal his true form? Moreover, his might even far surpasses that of the imposing Azure Dragon and the majestic Buddha statue. This bizarre scene caused the Azure Dragon and Fa Yuan to exchange glances in disbelief. Suddenly, the Azure Dragon realized and said, "What he has shown is not his true form, but merely an overwhelming spiritual force manifesting as a phenomenon." Wu Ming's body floated up, arms outstretched, and indifferently said, "Whether it is or not, what does it matter? I am indeed in the myriad phenomena realm. So what? Does that prevent me from killing you? Such arrogance. Oomph. Then I'll take you down first, and we'll decide your fate later." Fa Yuan's massive body was surprisingly agile, launching himself along with the enormous Buddha statue behind him toward Wu Ming. To him, Wu Ming was nothing more than a fish on the chopping block, ripe for slaughter. He and the Azure Dragon were merely the shop owner and the customer. The status between him and the Azure Dragon was equal, and there was still room for negotiation. But Wu Ming? Just a piece of merchandise, daring to bite the hand that feeds. Previously, Wu Ming had unleashed a might that momentarily stunned Fa Yuan. However, once Fa Yuan realized that Wu Ming had not reached the true self realm, he became utterly furious. A realm is like a layer of heaven, in Fa Yuan's view. The difference between the true self realm and the myriad phenomena realm was like a chasm, akin to a desert and grains of sand. Control your strength. Don't kill him. The Azure Dragon yawned and said to Fa Yuan casually. After learning that the phenomenon in Yunjin City was caused by Wu Ming, the Azure Dragon also felt bored again. It was better to complete the task quickly and clock out. "I have my own measure," Fa Yuan coldly replied, too lazy to heed the Azure Dragon's opinion. In an instant, Fa Yuan arrived in front of Wu Ming, forming a Buddha seal with his hands, while the towering Buddha statue behind him moved in unison, simultaneously striking at Wu Ming. For this blow, considering Wu Ming's immense spiritual power, he used a full 50% of his strength, which should be enough to leave Wu Ming on the brink of death. Even if he accidentally killed him, it wouldn't seem matter. He was just a vessel, and even a corpse could be used by the abbot. Don't be fooled by Wu Ming's vast spiritual power. Its quality is nothing compared to that of the true self realm. Without any warning, Wu Ming unleashed a punch. Earlier, he had comprehended a hint of the intent to annihilate everything, which was recorded by the panel as an unknown divine refining stage boxing technique. Using this technique as the core direction, he fused it into a top-tier boxing technique within the panel: mountain and river collapse and annihilation fist. Annihilation. As this punch was thrown, the air was pushed away in layers, creating a passage with the wind from the punch howling. However, even faster than the punch's wind was the intent of annihilation, which struck Fa Yuan's true form first. Great sound, little voice. The towering and majestic Buddha statue was instantly shattered on one side, with the remaining half continuously dissipating. With his true form severely injured, Fa Yuan felt as if he had been struck by lightning, blood spurting from his 7 orifices, his eyes rolling back. He involuntarily froze. At that moment, Wu Ming's punch had already arrived. This punch struck the meat mountain with unstoppable force. Boom! It was as if a water-filled balloon had burst, or a septic tank had exploded. In any case, half of the meat mountain was directly shattered by this punch, with red, white, yellow, green, and black substances bursting out like shrapnel. Fortunately, the true energy surrounding Wu Ming isolated the splattered liquids and debris. "Azure Dragon, save me!" After the punch, Fa Yuan was terrified, his panic cry echoing throughout Yunjin City. First, his true form was shattered, and then half of his body was blown apart. If it weren't for the strong vitality of martial arts experts, he would have been dead. This punch had thoroughly awakened him. Just as Wu Ming was about to throw another punch after not finishing him off, a dragon spear flew toward him. The dragon patterns on it danced, and dragon roars echoed It was obviously a divine weapon that had gained intelligence. Without Fa Yuan needing to say more, the Azure Dragon would naturally intervene to save him. He and Fa Yuan were evenly matched. If Wu Ming could kill Fa Yuan with one punch, he could surely do the same to him. At this moment, there was no thought of factions. Failing to cooperate with Fa Yuan would lead to death. Although life was boring, he certainly didn't want to be directly killed. Wu Ming's gaze shifted to the incoming dragon spear. Seeking death, annihilation. Once again, he unleashed a punch without reservation against the dragon spear. Bang! A huge sound. The fist met the spear tip. Wu Ming's fist was unharmed, while the spear tip was directly flattened. The majestic dragon roar turned into a wail, and the spear's spirit was almost obliterated by Wu Ming's punch. Not good. The Azure Dragon felt a pang of pain in his heart and quickly flew forward to catch the dragon spear that had been knocked back. He had nurtured this dragon spear for hundreds or even thousands of years to achieve such spiritual essence, and now, after taking such a terrifying punch, he almost owed Wu Ming a few years. Blocked by this dragon spear, Wu Ming gave Fa Yuan a brief moment to catch his breath. Fa Yuan's face revealed a pained expression as he continuously formed seals with his hands. The remaining true form behind him quickly opened the large mouth on its belly. As Fa Yuan performed his secret technique, the remaining half of his body fat gradually dissipated, being devoured by the large mouth behind him. After consuming the fat on his body, not only did the remaining half of his true form visibly recover, but Fa Yuan himself transformed into a 3-meter-tall, bald, muscular giant. All of this occurred in an instant. Fa Yuan had fully restored, even exceeding his previous combat power. Fa Yuan shouted angrily. The Buddha statue behind him glaring with fury, charging once more toward Wu Ming. He formed hand seals, and brilliant Buddhist light radiated from his hands, pulling the Buddha statue to strike fiercely. Devil subduing fury form, evil restraining seal. On the other side, the Azure Dragon looked at the flattened spear tip and sighed slightly. The true form of the Azure Dragon behind him moved, exuding a breath of life and destruction. All his pain transformed into killing intent, with a shake of his hands. The long spear pointed directly at Wu Ming, with azure thunder wrapping around it, aiming to pierce Wu Ming. The true form of the Azure Dragon surged out, emitting a dragon roar, following the spear tip as it lunged toward Wu Ming. Azure Tree Dragon Roar. Azure Thunder pierces the sun. The two deadly moves simultaneously charged toward Wu Ming. Chapter 96. Dharma Projection. Demon, suppressing angry appearance, evil suppression hand seal. Sangmu Dragon Roar, Azure Thunder piercing the sun. The two killing moves simultaneously struck towards Wu Ming. Each of these killing moves, taken alone, is among the most destructive techniques in the entire Blue Star, with a destructive power far exceeding that of nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs. Even the Tsar Bomba, known as the 1.7 megaton bomb from Wu Ming's previous life, cannot compare to these killing moves. Both the Azure Dragon General and the Law Abyss are strong cultivators who have deeply cultivated in the True Self realm for a long time. If an ordinary True Self realm cultivator were to face these two extremely powerful killing moves, they would have no chance of survival and would likely be utterly terrified. Even if either of them were to face both killing moves alone, they would be powerless. However, Wu Ming calmly watched the two killing moves approaching, even finding them absurdly slow in his eyes. Weak. Too weak. Weakness is the original sin. Being weak without self-awareness is an unforgivable crime. The red eye was slowly drawn out and held in his hand, thanks to the techniques provided selflessly by Guan Shao and Soul Elder. Wu Ming had triggered synthesis multiple times, creating several top-tier martial arts at the heavenly level, 9th rank, especially with Soul Elder, who brought a portion of sex techniques, encompassing various types and levels. The previous mountain and river collapse and annihilation fist technique was also synthesized at this time. Not only that, Wu Ming also synthesized a heavenly level, 9th rank sword technique. As he assumed the starting posture, it was as if the heavenly tribulation was descending, with constant thunder rumbling in the sky and dense lightning continually gathering to strike the red eye. A storm gathered, seemingly merging all into this one strike. Then he slashed out, and the sword energy flew like a raging thunder, stirring up an apocalyptic storm wherever it passed. Storm shining the world, raging thunder calamity blade. Before the sword energy arrived, the sword intent preceded it. Under this one strike, the Azure Dragon General's Azure Dragon true form seemed to encounter a thunder calamity. Countless bolts of lightning struck down upon its head, shattering its dragon horn, charring its dragon flesh to ash, and the storm blew its remnants to dust. The Buddha statue behind the law abyss was no exception. Continuous pillars of lightning thundered down, directly vaporizing the Buddha statue. The true form is the manifestation of a martial artist's soul, revealing it greatly enhances one's power. However, now both of their true forms have been shattered, almost equivalent to their souls being heavily injured by Wu Ming. It's over. The two seem to share a telepathic connection, the word flashing in their minds as blood gushed from their 7 orifices like it was free, their heads a muddle. They never expected Wu Ming to be this strong. Battling true self-realm with a myriad realm cultivation, even facing 2 opponents and crushing their killing moves head-on, in their extreme fear of death. Wu Ming's sword energy arrived late. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, it effortlessly bisected both of them, then continued to slice through a building before flying far away. The sword energy carried the power of the red eye, and the extremely weakened 2 were instantly devoured by this power, dying on the spot. 2 bodies, for segments, fell to the ground. The Azure Dragon General's half-spear spun as it fell, deeply embedding itself in the earth. The 2 true self-realm martial artists had thus fallen. Only at this moment did Wu Ming reveal a smile. 2 true self-realms, yet another great harvest. Now, killing true self-realms felt like killing chickens. How far could the Dharma projection realm be? Ever since he started plundering techniques, it must be said, it was much faster. This was the speed he desired. He focused his thoughts, and blood patterns gradually crawled out from the severed ends of the 2 bodies, starting to infect the 2 true self-realms into soldier slaves. However, the speed was too slow. The blood patterns seemed to crawl like a tortoise, slowly spreading over their corpses. As martial artists reached the spirit refining realm, the red eye also gradually became less effective. Now that he thought about it, he only started killing spirit refining stage martial artists after arriving at Yunjin City, just these 2 days. Guanxiao, being at the God-seeking realm, had a relatively decent speed, while Soul Elder was marked by Wu Ming's soul imprint, unrelated to the red eye. Until now, wanting to use the red eye to infect true self-realm, he found that the speed was too slow. The true self-realm soul is extraordinarily powerful. Although Wu Ming's previous strike had already severed the soul consciousness of the 2, the red eye still needed to transform their remaining souls, which was quite difficult. As for these 2 true self-realms, it might be that in the future, Wu Ming could only enslave others himself or find opportunities to strengthen the red eye. However, once he absorbed these 2 true self-realms, he would directly aim for the Dharma projection. Perhaps the red eye would gradually become unnecessary. Just when Wu Ming thought that although the red eye's infection was slow, it would ultimately succeed, a change occurred. 2 terrifying auras awakened from their corpses. For instance, from the Azure Dragon General's corpse, an exceptionally terrifying aura emanated. His flesh began to disintegrate, but soon recombined into a new body, as if someone had dismantled his body into molecules and reassembled it into the desired form. This transformation was not slow, almost instantaneously completed. A new body stood up. It was a woman. She stood barefoot on the ground, moving without touching a speck of dust, as if even dust dared not cling to her jade-like feet. Scarlet feathers wove together to form her red robe as she moved. Her dark purple hair cascaded down like a waterfall, lazily resting on her fair shoulders. The red feather earrings made her earlobes appear delicate and fair. The lower half of her face was covered with a veil, making it hard to see clearly. All that could be seen were her eyebrows like emerald feathers, slightly furrowed, and her bright, spirited eyes shimmering with waves of light, gazing at Wu Ming. On the other side, the Law Abyss's body transformed into a thin, old monk. His white eyebrows drooped to his chin, white beard to his chest, and his frail body seemed ready to depart for the afterlife at any moment. He held a string of prayer beads in one hand and raised the other in front of his chest. His eyelids drooped, slowly lifting at this moment to look at Wu Ming. The 2 gazes converged on Wu Ming, causing him to raise an eyebrow slightly. The auras of these 2 were extraordinarily terrifying, far surpassing the Azure Dragon General and the Law Abyss, meaning they were far beyond the true self realm, yet seemed to fall short of the Dharma projection realm. What is this? A projection of the Dharma projection realm? The old monk's parched lips parted and closed, emitting a series of Buddhist chants as he spoke first. Wu Ming, your killing sins are too heavy. Quickly lay down the butcher's knife and convert to Buddhism with me. As his words fell, the Buddhist chants echoed in Wu Ming's ears, recounting his overwhelming sins, as if just converting to Buddhism could wash away his crimes. The old monk chanted scriptures, waiting for the effect of the conversion Buddhist sound to take hold. With his Dharma projection realm, no one below the Dharma projection realm could resist. In no time, Wu Ming would surely obediently return with him. However, the longer the old monk waited, the deeper his frown became. Why hasn't Tia taken effect yet? In reality, this Buddhist sound was to Wu Ming nothing more than the buzzing of flies in his ears. He just found it noisy. Old bald donkey, if you want to fight, then fight. Stop this music, it's driving me crazy. The old monk's chanting suddenly halted, and then his immense, terrifying aura surged forth, coloring half the sky golden, with the sound of Buddhist chants echoing. As for why it was half the sky, it was because the aura of the woman beside him also surged forth, dyeing the other half of the sky crimson. Chapter 97. The arrival of the Dharma aspect. The auras of two powerful beings surged forth, dividing the entire world into two distinct realms. However, Wu Ming felt no sense of oppression in this narrow space. Instead, he broke into a grin. The old monk Jizhao, seeing this, spoke calmly. Wu Ming, while I still have patience, come back with me obediently, and you might retain some dignity. I know that you can advance as long as you obtain the techniques, but do you think you still have a chance to escape? You might as well surrender. Earlier, while Jizhao was meditating in the temple, a fragment of a soul residing in Fa Huan responded, indicating that Fa Huan had perished. Firstly, Fa Huan was no ordinary being. He was one of the few masters of the original self realm in the temple, second only to Jizhao. Secondly, the task he had assigned to Fa Huan was crucial for him, and now that Fa Huan was dead, he could no longer wait and had to take matters into his own hands. With two compelling reasons to act, he instantly projected himself onto Fa Huan's corpse. Combining this with the remnants of Fa Huan's memories, Jizhao finally realized that Wu Ming had gone on a killing spree, advancing a major realm every day, and had already reached the all-phenomena realm. Despite being in the all-phenomena realm himself, he could crush two masters of the original self-realm. If he advanced again, wouldn't he pose a threat to the Dharma aspect realm? It seemed he only needed to finish off the Azure Dragon General in Fa Huan, seize the techniques, and then aim for the Dharma aspect realm. Such talent, he would be a perfect vessel for himself. Jizhao had not descended the mountain for many years and was astonished to find the world had gone mad. However, it was fortunate that he had not arrived too late. Although it contradicted Jizhao's worldview built over nearly 10,000 years, he quickly recognized the reality. Capturing Wu Ming was urgent. He did not want to waste time arguing with Wu Ming and immediately